It's been a month, but I think I'm finally ready to begin this journey into the mushroom world. So straighten up your cap, let your toes begin to tap, and join me on a trip back to July of 1981, when arcades, steamy in the summer heat, were gifted with a new arcade cabinet. One that, little did they know, would change the face of gaming as we know it. This is the deepest lore of Donkey Kong. Or more accurately, this is the deepest lore of its expansion on the Game Boy, often referred to as Donkey Kong 94, or as the title screen shows, Game Boy Donkey Kong. There actually is some discussion within the community about whether it's a remake or a sequel. If you want to have this conversation, feel free to comment and ask for a video explaining my thought process, but for the sake of this video, we're going to consider it a remake, and therefore this title replaces the previous one insofar as the events are concerned. Spoilers ahead for the game in question. This game follows a construction worker by the name of Mario, whose female companion of unknown relationship, Pauline, was kidnapped by the great ape known as Donkey Kong, and his son, the mischievous Donkey Kong Jr. While the first 4 levels of the game are a direct remake of the arcade classic, there are a total of 101 levels for Mario to traverse before finally putting an end to Kong's rampage. There are 4 principal characters to discuss in this game: Mario, Pauline, Donkey Kong, and Donkey Kong Jr. Mario, of course, needs no explanation. Jumpman, Mr. Video Game, the Prescriber. In this game, though, he hasn't done much to make himself the hero we eventually know him to be. He isn't even a plumber. He's a construction worker. Or carpenter, if you want to go with the manual for the American NES version. The opening also implies him to have, at some point, been a performer of some kind. Possibly a circus acrobat, something that would be supported by later games. This also goes on to explain why he's so acrobatic. He actually uses a lot of moves that are heavily featured in other games, like the triple jump from Mario 64, and grabbing enemies like he did in Mario Bros. 2 USA. He also has a nifty handstand that I don't really think we've seen a lot of. However, when Pauline is kidnapped, he is the first to give chase to the Kong, and is willing to follow him not only through the construction site, but all the way to the ends of the earth, all the way across the globe, to rescue the damsel in distress. The next character to bring up is Pauline. We don't know much about her in this title. However, she does show up again in later games, most notably Mario vs. Donkey Kong and Super Mario Odyssey. All that we know for sure here is that Pauline means something to Mario, and that she has a hat, a bag, and a parasol, which is iconography that will stay with her through most of her later incarnations. It's also worth noting that this was the first game to refer to her as Pauline in the Japanese releases, rather than just Lady, as she was known before. Now we get to the really interesting character, Donkey Kong. Or as would be more accurate, Donkey Kong the First. It's a pretty well accepted fact among the community that this Donkey Kong is not the same one we play as in Donkey Kong 64 and Donkey Kong Country. Instead, he's the character we eventually came to know as Cranky Kong. This was an intentional choice by Rareware during their days on the Donkey Kong series, and is consistently supported with iconography, quotes, and events in later titles. Here, though, he's in his prime, sporting a snazzy tie, and being much larger than his grandson could ever hope to be. That's right, grandson. While it's been questionable for some time, more recent titles have been more consistent about the relationship between our modern Donkey Kong and old Cranky. They are grandfather and grandson. That means our final character, Donkey Kong Jr., was not the king of swing either, instead assumedly being the father of our Donkey Kong III. Here, he's shown to have a very similar design as has been shown in his own self-titled arcade game. And while not being the final boss himself, still pesters Mario by setting traps and changing the level layout. Due to how much he uses technology in this game, as well as his unerring support of good old dad, he could be seen in this title as a predecessor to the later introduced Bowser Jr., though in-universe there's no real connection between them. The 101 levels available in this game are split into 8 worlds, discounting the level from the arcade game. big city, the forest, the ship, the jungle, the desert, the airplane, the iceberg, Rocky Valley, and finally, the tower. It's assumed by most people that Big City would eventually become the city known today as New Donk City, since not only does the city show a lot of references to the original Donkey Kong and this game in its design and characters, it would also fit for Mario's origin being in a city similar to New York City, given that one of his possible backstories has him hailing from Brooklyn. Even more interesting, however, is that if you follow the events of the game, you can actually draw a solid line across the world map as shown in Super Mario Odyssey. After escaping New Donk City, Mario follows Donkey Kong to a forest that stands near the city. While nothing that matches this is shown in Odyssey, it's believable that a forest would exist on this landmass. After that, they jump onto a sailing ship, which takes them across some body of water to the jungle. This could very well be Odyssey's Wooded Kingdom, due to both being tree-filled worlds. This is arguably the weakest of the connections that can be drawn, especially because the Wooded Kingdom does look like it'd fit more of a forest world than a jungle, but given the context of the surrounding areas, I think it could be forgiven. Moving from the jungle, we enter the desert world, which clearly has many connections to the Sand Kingdom, including not only a desert aesthetic, but also pyramids and mummy enemies. Though once again there are inconsistencies, due to the Sand Kingdom seeming to be based on South and Central America, while the desert world is more directly similar to ancient Egypt. That said, due to jungles being so common in the areas of the world that the Sand Kingdom took place, having a jungle and a desert be next to each other could still represent Central America, though it is kind of a stretch still. From here, they jump onto a plane, which, while obviously not being any areas from Odyssey, does carry them all the way across the world to the iceberg. Now, I'm not going to try and say that the entire Snow Kingdom exists on this iceberg. The iceberg carries our characters all the way to a mysterious area known as Rocky Valley, a mountainous area with waterfalls and a very unsettling tower. The manual describes this area as Donkey Kong's home, possibly making it a portion of DK Island. The idea of this being Kong's home is strengthened by the tower at its heart, having a giant Donkey Kong head on the top. And this tower is the final world. Mario climbs the tower, fighting Kong and Sun all the way up, until the final confrontation, where Mario defeats a Gigantamax Donkey Kong and is able to finally capture him. But here, the world looks slightly different. In the background you can see hills and giant blocks, and a familiar green pipe. That's right, Mario has finally reached the Mushroom Kingdom. While Mario is still without his regular backdrop for the majority of this game, it is worth noting that even in this title, mushrooms are still shown to have special abilities. We see two such shrooms throughout the game. The first is the Poison Mushroom, which is usually thrown around by Donkey Kong Jr. in order to make Mario smaller and unable to perform his regular abilities. The other is the Super Mushroom, which makes Mario grow in size and strength, allowing him to finally capture Donkey Kong with his bare hands. This game ends surprisingly peacefully, after using his newfound strength to catch Donkey Kong in a brief scuffle with Donkey Kong Jr. The four major characters are seen taking a picture together in the Rocky Valley, seemingly at peace with each other's presence, and willing to spend time together in the future as friends. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. While it's a very different game from the original, working more as a puzzle platformer than a more traditional platforming title, it is very well done and a must-play for any fans of the series, the genre, or even the Game Boy itself. Tell me what you think of the game, my points, and my theories in the comments. And also do all the other things that YouTubers have been reminding you to do for years now. I imagine if you're watching this is not the first YouTube video I watched. Outside here, you can find me on my other channel, Cosmic Casters, or my Twitch channel, also called Cosmic Casters. You can join the Discord in the description below. You can follow me on Twitter, although I don't actually do much on Twitter, so there's no actual purpose to that, but hey, I have a Twitter. I'll see you next time as we continue to explore the rivalry between the Mario and Kong families, with the two successors of the original Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong Jr. and Donkey Kong 3. Let's go. Today on The Deepest Lore, we aren't just talking about one game. Instead, I am here to tell you a story. A story that traverses the events leading up to the original Donkey Kong game, spread out over 4 of its spin-off titles. The origins of the rivalry between the man known as Mario and the ape known as Donkey. This is the deeper lore of Donkey Kong. Around the release of the original Donkey Kong in 1981, but before the release of the original Super Mario Bros. In 1985, a number of other games were released under the Donkey Kong brand. Some of these were ports, some were remakes, and some were educational games. Given the admittedly arbitrary standards by which I make decisions about what games I cover, I have narrowed down the relevant ones to 4 such titles, all of which I will discuss in this video. While the storyline between them may not be immediately clear, it can still be drawn with some thought. I highly suggest checking out my video on Donkey Kong 94 before watching this one. While not required reading, I will be referencing that game heavily throughout this video. The first of these to release was Donkey Kong Jr. Originally the first appearance of Donkey Kong's infantile son, it showed Jr. trying to save his father from imprisonment at the hands of a whip-wielding Mario. He jumps on vines, monkeys, and crosses plenty of obstacles to protect his father. At the end of the game, Jr. uses keys to unlock the cage that held Donkey Kong Sr. hostage, escaping with an angry Mario hot on their tails. The gameplay and obstacles from this game were heavily influential on the forest world of Donkey Kong 94, as well as one of the final boss levels in the tower, where Mario seals Jr. into a cage in much the same way that the young ape freed his father from Mario in that adventure. Next is Donkey Kong 3. This is sort of the odd man out of the Donkey Kong series, as by first glance, it doesn't have much to do with the rest of the franchise. The game follows new character Stanley the Bugman as he tries to keep Donkey Kong and his summoned insectile cronies from ruining his greenhouse. By the end of the game, the Kong is incapacitated, having assumedly suffered multiple bee stings to the head, as well as a great fall to the ground of the greenhouse. It is notable, however, that a recreation of the blue greenhouse from this game can be found in the background of Fruity Factory from Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. The third game is Donkey Kong Circus, a Game & Watch title that features Donkey Kong attempting to juggle pineapples while sitting on a unicycle, entertaining for a circus attended by our dear old friend Mario, who watches intently and laughs at the pain of this frantic ape. The final relevant game to mention is Donkey Kong Hockey, another Game & Watch game which featured a one-on-one hockey game between Mario and Donkey Kong. Now this is where the theorizing begins. Anything beyond this point is pure speculation, so don't try to take it as fact. And please feel free to comment on it and debate it in the comments and on Discord. And with that warning, let's begin. In the last video we theorized that the second to last level of Donkey Kong 94, the Rocky Valley, was actually a location on DK Island. This is supported by the fact that the tower, which featured a giant effigy of Donkey Kong at its top, existed before Mario and Donkey Kong fled to the island. The question is, when was Donkey Kong here? The answer to that is simple. At the beginning. Before he was in the big city, before everything else we've seen him in, Donkey Kong the First lived an idyllic life on DK Island. But, like the king of old he was named for, Donkey Kong was pulled from the island by visitors who wanted to use him as an attraction for fame and glory. In most King Kong films, the group of people who cause King to be taken away from his home is a film crew. In this game, it seems that the invader who took down Donkey Kong was a gardener. A bugman, if you will. If we take the appearance of the blue greenhouse in Tropical Freeze as canon, that means Donkey Kong 3 also took place on DK Island. This sheds Donkey Kong in a more understandable light. His home is being trespassed upon by outsiders, and all he and his friends want is for the colonizers to leave their home alone. However, Stanley was too much for Donkey Kong, and the ape was defeated. And, continuing the story from how it was told in King Kong, he was forced from his island to be a sideshow. And a sideshow he was, Donkey Kong was forced to complete menial tasks for the amusement of the citizens of the city, namely performing in a circus and playing contact sports on ice. While the order these games take place in really is unclear, they go on to establish Donkey Kong's motivation when he finally escapes. He has been taken from his home, where he was once a king, and turned into a laughingstock, a toy for the people of this city, and especially for one man. One blue-collar worker who took great pleasure in his pain and took him down in hockey. A man named Mario. Donkey Kong was not a creature to be trifled with. He would have his revenge. And this revenge would soon come, in the forests on the outskirts of town. An area where Mario would later travel chasing down his captive, Mario found himself instead being pursued by a creature he had not expected. His prisoner's child, Donkey Kong Jr., who hoped to save his father. Using the local fauna to his advantage, Mario tried to defend himself against Donkey Kong Jr., but to no avail. Before long, Donkey Kong I was set free by his child, and together, they knew it was time to take revenge for the mistreatment that Senior had suffered from the hands of Mario and the people of his city. Kidnapping Mario's girlfriend, a woman by the name of Pauline, the two did to her as the citizens of New Donk had done to them before, and took her from her home, to that of her captors. And, much like Donkey Kong is followed by his eventual savior, Donkey Kong Jr., the Kongs found themselves pursued by a foe they expected, but one they undervalued, Mario himself. And so began the events of Donkey Kong. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to subscribe to the channel. I'm going to try to release lore content like this weekly in the near future. If you want more Mario, be sure to like the video, and if you want to see something else, tell me in the comments or contact me on Discord at DekuNut number 7422. Thanks for watching, and I'll see all of you in the next chapter. Thus far in our Greater Mario Universe Deepest Lore episodes, we've been focusing on the story of Donkey Kong I and his imprisonment by the people of New Donk City. But while doing so, we've really put to the side his nemesis, and the main protagonist of the franchise. Yes, it's finally time to talk about Mario. Welcome to the deepest lore of the Mario Bros. When thinking of Mario, the most traditional job associated with him is plumber. And that concept comes from one specific title very early in his history, 1983's Mario Bros. This title was originally released in arcades. However, due to the game's importance in the history of Mario, it has been included and even remade multiple times over the years. Due to that, I'll be using footage and information from the most recent version of the game, the one that came out on the Game Boy Advance as a pack-in with the Super Mario Advance games and Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. This game features Mario and his brother Luigi as plumbers cleaning out the pipes below what the manual refers to as New York City, but is better known in later days as New Donk City. While down there, they face a large number of vermin, including sidesteppers, spinies, and fighter flies, all of which have been seen as enemies in later games in the Mario series, in and around the Mushroom Kingdom, establishing much earlier than Odyssey a direct connection between the Metro and Mushroom Kingdoms. Bowser also appears in the battle mode maps, which play similarly to the minigame in the later Super Mario Bros. 3. However, I have been unable to find a way for the battle mode in general to make sense in canon, so I'm dismissing this cameo for the moment. That said, if anyone has any ideas on how to make that work, let me know in the comments. If I find a suggestion I like, I'll pin it. That said, while Mario and Luigi are best known as plumbers, that's far from the only job they've had. Look no further than 1985's Wrecking Crew. This game features Mario and Luigi working on the demolition team of a construction crew, breaking apart what remains of the buildings around them. However, they are accosted during this by enemies, such as the Gotcha Wrench and the Eggplant Man. Their toughest foe, however, turns out to be Foreman Spike, the foreman of their crew. In this title, it's kind of unclear why exactly he's so against the bros, though it could just be a rivalry, given that at the end of the day, whenever he shows up, he's wrecking things as well. Wrecking Crew actually has a lot of similarities to Mario Bros, including a modern cityscape setting, the bros being in blue-collar jobs, and a fireball showing up as an obstacle if they take too long to finish a level. Since Mario Bros is stated to take place in the Metro Kingdom, and Wrecking Crew seem to take place there as well, they probably happen while Mario is still living there, before he becomes the man known as Super Mario. That said, it doesn't mean they take place together. While Wrecking Crew seems to take place around the same time as the Donkey Kong games from previous videos, Mario Bros has a special reference in later titles that gives it a more interesting spin. In the original Super Mario Maker, the first level from Canon course creator CourseBot was titled Did Someone Call a Plumber? And featured a pretty straightforward storyline, starting with a cityscape, presumably New Donk City, and traveling to the pipes below for a recreation of the original Mario Bros. Map. However, the story doesn't end there, and by continuing through the sewers, Mario eventually finds a bean sprout that brings him to the Mushroom Kingdom, where he takes on Hammer Bros, Magic Koopas, and of course Bowser, eventually ending at the classic flag post. It seems to imply that Mario Bros leads directly into the classic Super Mario Bros. This does seem to contradict previous games, however. If you remember my video on Donkey Kong 94, that game also ended with Mario traveling from New Donk City to the Mushroom Kingdom. So, which one led into the next phase of Mario's life? Not to beat around the bush, but looking at the various situations in both games, I think the answer is actually Mario Bros. In Donkey Kong 94, the question you have to ask is, why would Mario continue to the Mushroom Kingdom? He traveled there to save Pauline, and he did. As we see from future games, Pauline actually stays in the Metro Kingdom, even when Mario does not. So clearly she wouldn't have joined him if he did. Moreover, in Donkey Kong 94, Luigi just isn't around, while he is clearly a presence in both the arcade Mario Bros. And the NES Super Mario Bros. Not only that, we know why they would travel further into the kingdom here. Something was coming up through the pipes. Koopas were trying to invade. Traveling back through the pipes to figure out their origins, the brothers found out where they came from. The Mushroom Kingdom. And they were sent by Bowser. So, to protect their home, it only made sense for them to fight back against him, leading into their adventures in Super Mario Bros. And beyond. Due to all that, it seems that Mario Bros. Takes place directly before the events of Super Mario Bros. There are also a few other Game & Watch games worth mentioning here, games where the brothers featured in other blue-collar jobs. These include Mario's Cement Factory and Mario's Bombs Away. There isn't a ton in them, but they seem to take place in a similar time and place to the other games mentioned in this video, so we'll just kind of shove them in too. Up until now, we have known Mario and Luigi as regular people. Plumbers, construction workers, carpenters. But eventually, there came a point where they evolved, where they became something more. In our last Mario video, we discussed them as simply the Mario Brothers, but we know them today as something else, as someone else, as something super. Before discussing much further, we need to talk about which version of the game is the most relevant. There are really three notable versions that could take the title. The original NES release, the Super Mario All-Stars remake on the SNES, and Super Mario Deluxe on the Game Boy Color. Going by my regular criteria, I go for the most recent version that added something notable to the game. And as much as it's actually my least favorite version of the game, unfortunately that title has to go to Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. So from here on that, we will defer to that game in any questions of canonicity. All that said, let's return to this game's story. According to the manual, and yes, Sean, it's actually in the manual this time, the peaceful Mushroom Kingdom was invaded by an external tribe known as the Koopa, who wished to depose the Mushroom King and instead set their own leader, the tyrannical King Bowser Koopa, on his throne instead. To aid in this, they used their dark magic to transform the nation's citizens into blocks, mushrooms, and other items with an inability to fight back. Their only hope lay in the hands of their ruler, the Princess Toadstool. However, knowing that she alone had the ability to undo his magic, Bowser kidnapped her to ensure his reign over the Mushroom Kingdom. And so, the Mushroom Kingdom sat, without a hero to fight for it. For a time. Eventually, news of this insurrection traveled the world, and eventually reached the ears of a humble plumber by the name of Mario. And his brother Luigi. Knowing he couldn't leave the kingdom to its fate, Mario took off to face the invading force for himself. He traveled throughout the Mushroom Kingdom, searching for the princess and her captor. While doing so, he came across 7 false Bowsers, regular minions of the Koopa King disguised to look like him in order to throw Mario and others like him off his tracks. That said, Mario was very thorough with his crusade, and defeated not only the 7 fakes, but the real Bowser as well. He saved the princess, and, as it is implied by the manual, more than likely, she returned her people to their natural states. Which means no matter what smart people on the internet say, not every block you break in every single Mario game is a dead toad. Just in this first game. This showed a stark change from Mario as a character. In the past, we'd certainly seen him commit great deeds, especially when chasing down the escaped Donkey Kong the First. But this was something different. Not only did the scale of his heroism change, but so too did his entire life. Mario was, from that point forward, thought of as not merely a plumber, but a hero. After this point, he and Luigi are rarely seen back in the Metro Kingdom, where he had spent most of his life up until this point, and instead chose to stay with the people for whom they were seen as saviors. Before we go into the timeline, there's one other game to mention. The Japanese original Super Mario Bros. 2, also known as Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, or Super Mario Bros. For Super Players. The story for this game seems to be almost exactly the same as the one for the original Super Mario Bros. This seems to be explained away in the Japanese description of the game, both in the original manual and in the Japanese Virtual Console description, where the game is labeled as taking place in a parallel world. And this, my friends, is where I differ from my older self. In the original video, I assumed that the description of this game taking place in a Sakai, an alternate world, meant that this game was an alternate universe version of the same series of events, similar to the second quest in the original Zelda game. In the time since, after talking to other theorists, it's been made clear to me that this instead refers to the same Bowser taking Peach to another world as a continuation of these events. 1986's The Legend of Zelda was the first game released in the franchise of the same name. While not the strongest so far as plot is concerned, it still builds an interesting and vibrant world, far beyond most games of its era, and provides a solid foundation for the series to build upon down the line. To understand this story, you first need to understand the Triforce. While not fully explored in this game, the Triforce is an ancient artifact made up of 3 golden triangles, each of which is representative of a virtue: power, wisdom, and courage. Each separately is a great source of magical power, but holding all 3 at once will grant even a mortal the power of the gods themselves. At the start of the game, the Triforce of Wisdom is held by Zelda, Princess of Hyrule, while the Triforce of Power is being held by the Demon King, Ganon. Seeking to increase his power, Ganon attacked Hyrule in order to retrieve Zelda's portion of the artifact. In turn, Zelda shattered the Triforce of Wisdom into 8 parts, which she scattered throughout the kingdom before she was taken hostage by Ganon. During that conflict, Impa, Zelda's nursemaid, was able to escape the castle, and found a young boy who was just passing through. The boy's name was Link. After he saved the old woman from threatening monsters, she told him what had transpired, and asked for his aid. After hearing her plea, Link decided to help stop Ganon. Retrieving a sword from a helpful old man nearby, Link began his journey to save Hyrule from the Demon King. He traveled across Hyrule, collecting the hidden pieces of the Triforce of Wisdom in order to cast a beam of light over Ganon's dark magic. That done, he laid siege upon Ganon's fortress beneath Spectral Rock, and slayed the beast in his own stronghold, putting an end to Ganon's reign, taking the Triforce of Power for himself, and freeing the kidnapped Princess Zelda. There are a couple of really interesting concepts that I wanted to bring up here that really go on to show the world building of the Zelda series. None of them are nearly as refined as they will be in later games. They may not seem like much now, but just wait. First is the concept of demons. While in the American localization, Ganon is referred to as the Prince of Darkness, a more accurate translation would be to call him the Great Demon King. Both titles imply a royal status, but also a demonic power, with Prince of Darkness being a title commonly used for Satan, and the other telling more directly of his power over the demons of the world. This is not explained at all here, and honestly demons really don't become relevant again until Skyward Sword. Those ideas still trace their roots all the way back to this title. While Hyrule's religion is expanded upon greatly in later games, in this original title, we are faced with a very different faith than the one we've come to know. While the series introduced us to a polytheistic belief system in Ocarina of Time, the Japanese version of this game actually had a lot of references to a very different religion, Christianity. Now, I'm not going to say that Hyrule is Christian. Instead, it seems that the Hylian religion at this time has symbolism reminiscent of that which we connect to Christianity. But, as we'll see in even the very next game, seeds of the eventual religion of Hylia were being planted even at this early stage. While it doesn't look like the more fleshed out religion seen in some later games, it can be assumed that it changed over the ages, much as many religions in our own world have evolved since their conceptions. This explains both the Christian symbolism here, and the very different belief system introduced just a few games later. This will be discussed more in depth in regards to later games. The power of music, a common through line through most Zelda games, while it's only lightly touched on here, is still very present within this game. There is only one item, the recorder, which will teleport Link to already completed dungeons, and is actually required to drain a lake in order to access the 7th level. Music will become far more important in later games, especially after Ocarina of Time. Now, as we approach the end of the video, we need to discuss the timeline. Obviously, since this is the first game in the series, we really don't have much of a timeline to speak of. That said, it still gives me time to talk about two things any Zelda theorist should keep an eye on: the states of Ganon and the Triforce. While the heroes and world change through the ages, those two things are the most consistent aspects of Zelda lore, and will be one of our greatest boons while building a timeline. Starting with Ganon, the first thing to look at is that he is in fact a demon. While it isn't mentioned in this game, he wasn't always such, as we'll see come A Link to the Past. Finally, and possibly most importantly, is how he dies. He's hit with a silver arrow. There are numerous fake-out Ganon deaths throughout the series, but this is one of the few that is still treated seriously as an actual death, to the point where his resurrection is an important plot point in the sequel. Because of that, it's worth noting what is actually able to kill him. As for the Triforce, it's never seen whole in this game. Both the Triforce of Power and Wisdom are shown and used, but the Triforce of Courage remains absent, meaning that it's broken up before, during, and after the events of this game. The Triforce pieces also seem to start up in the same places they are most commonly seen, in the hands of Ganon and Zelda. However, they end in the exact same place, held within Link himself. The original Metroid game was released on the Famicom Disk System on August 6th of 1986, and later on the NES in the West. It was a new series created by Yoshio Sakamoto, and inspired by Ridley Scott's Alien film series, as well as the idea of fusing the gameplay of Super Mario Bros. And The Legend of Zelda. It follows a lone bounty hunter by the name of Samus, who would go on to be the main protagonist of the franchise. The game was later remade for the Game Boy Advance as Metroid Zero Mission, changing the map, gameplay, and plot to be more in line with later releases, most notably Super Metroid and Metroid Prime 1, among other additions. This remake will be the one we use for this video, as it is affirmed to be the canon version of events by every subsequent release, most notably including Samus Returns and Metroid Dread. The planet Zebes was once home to an ancient bird-like species known as the Chozo, who had many outposts and colonies throughout the galaxy. However, for reasons not yet understood, the entire Chozo race was decimated over the last few decades, and their holdings were left abandoned. abandoned that is, until the Zebesians moved in. Despite their name, the crustacean-like Zebesians were not native to the planet. Instead, the name was given to them due to their placement on the planet by the Space Pirates. The Pirates were a group of affiliated races who seek to cause destruction in the universe. Their base on Zebes was led by the organic supercomputer Motherbrain, who used telepathic abilities to take control of the hive-minded Zebesians, and they were used as the main force to keep control of Zebes. In the year 20X5, the Space Pirates attacked a deep space research vessel run by the Galactic Federation, a congress of many different planets within the galaxy, and stole specimens of a recently discovered species known as the Metroids, found on the long barren planet of SR-388. The Metroids subsisted on life energy harvested from other organisms, and it was a widely held theory that these Metroids had been the reason that the once thriving SR-388 civilization had at some unknown point disappeared overnight. With these rare creatures now in the hands of the pirates, the Federation feared they could use them as weapons to devastate entire planets at a time, and maybe even, at some point, exterminate all sentient life in the galaxy. The Federation army attempted to lay siege to Zebes, but were met with an equally powerful defense, with a planetary force field which they were unable to penetrate as an army. However, it was theorized that a single well-armed soldier would be able to infiltrate the planet, kill all the Metroids, and destroy Motherbrain, dealing a critical blow to the Space Pirates. For that role, they contracted independent bounty hunter Samus Aran. She was one of, if not the best bounty hunter in the galaxy, and also had extensive first-hand knowledge of Zebes, having been raised there from a young age, though that information was only known to very few in the Federation. Samus was given a concise emergency order for her contract: exterminate all Metroid organisms on planet Zebes, and defeat the mechanical life form Motherbrain. Alone, Samus successfully landed on the surface of Zebes. She knew that, in order to face Motherbrain, she would first have to face down her two lieutenants, the gargantuan Kraid and the cunning Ridley, who each controlled a portion of the Space Pirate army. Notably, Samus had a history with Ridley, who had been the one to kill her parents when she was a child, leading to her being raised by the Chozo of Zebes. Before long, she was able to defeat both of the pirate commanders and unlock the door to Torian, the underground facility serving as the heart of the space pirate operation on Zebes. However, when she arrived, she found something unexpected. There were no space pirates in Torian. No living ones, anyways. Somehow, the Metroids had gotten loose and drained all the pirates in the area. Killing each and every Metroid in the darkened halls of Torian, she eventually reached Motherbrain's inner sanctum and defeated her as well. Motherbrain had made backup plans, however, and set Torian to blow if her vital signals ever went offline. With Motherbrain's defeat, the bombs were set to go off. That said, the bounty hunter was able to escape to her spaceship. She avoided the explosion of Torian, but not a laser beam fired from a space pirate vessel, which hit her ship and forced her into a crash landing near Chozodia, a holy temple of the Chozo. Without her power suit, Samus was forced to sneak through the space pirate mothership and make her way into the Chozodia ruins, trying to find a way to finish off their operation once and for all, and escape with her life. Deep within the ancient temple, she found an effigy to the Chozo war god, and with it, a test of skill and will. Upon passing the trial, its prize was revealed to her: an ancient legendary power suit of a different make to her damaged one, which had been enshrined within the temple for many years, waiting for someone worthy of wearing it. The ancient suit would go on to become Samus's iconic armor, the design of this suit being what Samus has been using in almost every Metroid game since Metroid 2, where the design was introduced. Donning this new and more powerful suit of armor, she laid waste to the remaining space pirates lingering on Zebes' surface. Deep inside the mothership, however, she found a terrifying monstrosity: a robotic duplicate of Ridley, designed by the one who shared its likeness as both a weapon and a symbol of his own power. While unfinished, it was still a deadly foe for Samus, who eventually laid waste to it and escaped the mothership before it too self-destructed. Finally, Samus was able to escape Zebes, successful in completing her Zero mission. Thanks to her triumph over Zebes, Samus would soon become a legendary figure renowned throughout the galaxy.
The story of Zero Mission is told entirely through the manual and short animatics. The amount of dialogue in the game itself is minuscule. It used its status as a remake to inject lore into the original game that had been introduced to the series after its release. It completely remade the game's map from the ground up, adding boss fights, secret item locations, and even completely new areas like Criteria, all to refer back to Super Metroid. It brought in the Chozo race introduced in Metroid 2, and also foreshadowed many of the boss fights in Super Metroid and Metroid Prime. Interestingly, the original game never featured any space pirates other than Kraid, Ridley, and Mother Brain, despite others being mentioned. So Zero Mission's introduction of the Zabesian space pirates, who originated in Super Metroid, was new as well. This game was also the first of many to feature Samus' Zero Suit, a costume that would become so prevalent that it became its own fighter in Super Smash Bros. Additionally, while Samus starts the game in an updated version of her Metroid 1 design, she gains a new suit with her modern design near the end, explaining the transition from her original suit to the updated design introduced in Metroid 2. That said, the original game was not completely devoid of lore. The Galactic Federation and the mystery of the planet SR-388 were both important aspects of the Metroid universe that survived from the original version. Next time we return to Metroid, it will be with the remake of the second Metroid game, Samus Returns, on the Nintendo 3DS. But before that, keep an eye out for more Metroid content coming out next month with the release of Metroid Dread. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next chapter.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Zelda's Deepest Lore. In this episode, we'll be discussing Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Released for the Famicom in 1987, it was the first sequel in the Legend of Zelda franchise. The game is best known today for how weird it was. It's the only Zelda game to have exclusively 2D platforming sections for combat and dungeon crawling. It is considered to be one of, if not the hardest game in the series. This is actually the second time I've made this video, the first being on my old channel. The story starts a few years after the end of the last game. Zelda, now free from Ganon's clutches, has taken over the Kingdom of Hyrule, and is working to rebuild it after the devastation wrought on it by Ganon's minions. Link, now heralded a hero, is doing his best to help as well. But everything changed on Link's 16th birthday. On that day, a mark appeared on the back of Link's left hand. 3 golden triangles. Upon seeing this strange occurrence, he went to Impa, Zelda's wise old nursemaid, who told him that the mark meant that he was a hero of prophecy. This is, of course, the symbol of the Triforce, and would see continued use in later games to mark the vessel of the spirit of the hero. That was how Impa recognized it, and she knew of that symbol in conjunction with a legend passed down through her family for generations. Long ago, there was a wise and noble king who ruled Hyrule. He wielded the Triforce in its entirety and was well loved. However, upon his death, the heir, the king's son, was only able to wield a portion of the Triforce. Searching for the rest of what he considered to be his birthright, he learned from a wizard that the king had told the location of the Triforce to his daughter, the prince's younger sister, a girl by the name of Zelda. The two went to question the Princess Zelda, but she refused to give away the location of the rest of the Triforce. Angered, the magician cast a spell to put Zelda into an eternal slumber. The prince tried to stop him, but was unable to, as, with his dying breath, the sorcerer sealed the curse on the young maiden. There are some theories that this sorcerer is somehow related to Ganon, possibly something similar to Aghanim from Link to the Past, but this theory remains without much in the way of actual evidence. Distraught, the regretful prince sealed his sleeping sister inside the North Castle, and proclaimed that every royal princess from then on would be named Zelda, in honor of his sister. At the time, she was referred to as Princess Zelda I, and this tale came to be known as the Legend of Zelda, the original namesake of this series. And in that castle, the quote-unquote original princess, remained to this day, still under the curse, her location only known to the Impa family. While this story is given as background for the naming of Princess Zelda, we will later come to find that this tradition far predates the woman we know at this point as Princess Zelda I. Upon entering the sealed chamber in an ancient castle, the two came across the sleeping princess. There, Impa gave Link 6 small crystals and an ancient scroll, on which was written a message in a language lost to time. However, Link found that he could read it easily, as if the scroll was speaking to him. Apparently written by the ancient king, the scroll said that, while he kept the Triforce of Power and Wisdom in Hyrule, he sealed away the Triforce of Courage for the next worthy wielder, who himself would become a king of Hyrule. In order to gain its power, Link had to travel far beyond the lands he knew. In his first adventure, Link had traveled through what was known as the Death Mountain region of Hyrule, but that was only a portion of the once continent-spanning kingdom. Far more of the world was opened up to him, and Link needed to enter 6 temples scattered around this much larger map, defeat their guardians, and place a crystal into a statue within each temple. Upon placing all 6 crystals, the barrier around the Valley of Death would open, allowing him to enter the Great Temple for his final test. But his quest would not go without trouble. Ganon's minions had learned that they could resurrect their master with the blood of the one who killed him, that being Link. So what was left of his demonic army spread throughout Hyrule, in order to kill Link and reawaken the Demon King. While this is the first time we've seen anyone attempt to resurrect Ganon, this is another thing that becomes a recurring theme throughout the series, with the resurrection being attempted again in the Oracle Duology, and many other games which feature a depowered or sealed away Ganon, such as A Link to the Past, Wind Waker, Four Swords Adventures, and many more. I want to specifically draw a connection with the Oracle games here, as the use of a blood sacrifice to revive the Demon King seems very similar to the true ending of those titles, though we'll discuss it more when we get to them. However, despite the trials and those who wished to do him harm, Link made it to the Valley of Death, not only defeating its guardian, the Thunderbird, but also proving his own abilities and worthiness by defeating a shadow form of himself, known as Dark Link. This would be the first boss with such a name in the series, but it too would become a recurring element for many games to come. Having defeated his dark side, and already holding the Triforces of Power and Wisdom from his previous adventure, he claimed the 3rd piece of the Golden Power. This has fantastic implications based on reveals shown later in the series, which may actually require its own episode to discuss in the context of the adventure of Link. Using this power, he awakened the sleeping princess, and, fulfilling the old king's wishes, he presumably married one of the 2 Princess Zeldas. I like to imagine Zelda the First, and Link lived out the rest of his days as the king of all Hyrule. This game really opened up the world of Hyrule, in a very literal sense. Compared to the original game, Zelda 2 covers a massive expanse of area. If you want to see just how big the map is, let's look at this tiny corner down here. Do you see that area? Does it look familiar? Good, because that's the map of the original Zelda 1. That area as a whole is referred to as Death Mountain, which is also the name of Ganon's fortress in Zelda 1, and will continue to be a name heard throughout the Zelda series. One thing Zelda 2 includes that the first game didn't was towns. There are 8 villages around the map, the names of which you can see listed on the screen. Out of these villages, 6 of them share names with notable characters, mostly political leaders from Ocarina of Time. In universe, it's generally agreed that the villages were named after said characters. The other 2, New and Old Kazuto Town, don't have a namesake we're aware of yet in the games. Some sources claim Kazuto to be a sage still unknown, but as this is not shown in the games, we have no reason to accept those claims. While we're talking about expanding Hyrule, we also need to go back to discussions of religion from our previous Zelda video. There, we discussed how the religion of Hyrule had symbolism similar to that of Christianity in our world. This remains mostly true in this title, with a new item called the Cross, which allows Link to see invisible enemies. I don't think I need to explain why a literal cross item is related to Christian symbolism. The other item worth mentioning, however, is far more interesting. The Trophy. It's a quest item found early in the game, having been stolen from the town of Rudo. It can be easily retrieved from a cave nearby, but if you look closely, the trophy looks like a humanoid statue with wings. Indeed, the name trophy only comes from the English translation. In Japanese, it was called the goddess statue. This is a complete departure from Christianity. While the statue does look vaguely angelic, the Christian god is almost always depicted as masculine, and features no other gods. As such, this is the first time that something related to religion and cosmology in the Zelda series has stepped away from those Christian roots. This actually ties very strongly into the Hyrulean religion seen in later games, with this goddess statue being a dead ringer for the much larger statue of the same name that featured in Skyward Sword, and featured the goddess Hylia. It appears that this item too is meant to appear in the visage of Hylia. All that discussion out of the way, there's only one other game in our timeline right now, and this game is explicitly stated in the manual to be a sequel to that one. So that puts this game right after the first Zelda. Don't you worry, the timeline will become confusing eventually. We just haven't reached that point yet. What am I doing with my life? Famicom Open Tournament Golf was released in Japan on the Famicom on June 14th of 1987. It was later remade and localized for the West in 1991 as NES Open Tournament Golf. While not technically part of the Mario Golf sub-series of games, it is still a golf game that featured Mario, so we're counting it. In fact, this was the very first Mario sports title to ever release. And before anyone asks, yes, I am including the sports games in this project. I don't even like most of them, but I really can't call them non-canon. They feature epilogues for some characters, have story modes all their own, and are also the birthplace of Waluigi, so unfortunately they can't be ignored, and are just further heaped onto the pile of Mario games that I need to discuss in this series. This game features Mario being invited to attend a golf tournament, facing off against fellow golfers Steve, Mark, Tony, and Billy. In the Japanese version, this was really the entirety of the story mode. The localization added the goal of winning $1 million worth of prize money, and added in Donkey Kong as Mario's accountant. It doesn't really matter if you consider the localization editions canon or not, since they don't add much. Outside DK, it also includes a few other canon Mario characters. Peach acts as Mario's caddy, and Luigi is playable in the 2-player mode, and also appears as the easiest computer opponent, assumedly not invited to join in the tournament, but still wanting to join his brother on the green. There is one more character worth mentioning though. The box art depicts Luigi's caddy as Princess Daisy. Now, this is the first time we have seen Daisy in this series. She was, of course, not in the original Famicom Open, having been introduced to the series as a whole in Super Mario Land in 1991, and was added to the NES release. This is actually an important point timeline-wise for this game, as it places NES Open after Super Mario Land, since Daisy knows the bros at this point. There is one more thing of note. In the manual, Mario mentions that this is his first big-time golfing tournament. As future Mario Golf games could be called such, this means that NES Open takes place before the entirety of that sub-series. Despite having these strong timeline connections though, this is the first game to introduce my personal bane in the Mario series, the world map. Now, don't get me wrong, the world of Mario is a wondrous place. Large portions of it have been explored in games like Donkey Kong 94, Super Mario Odyssey, and Super Mario Land. So why does this game have Japan in it? Long before the world of Mario as it's known today was introduced, Mario was implied to take place in a real world of sorts. The brothers were of Italian descent and came from Brooklyn. New York was mentioned in plenty of earlier videos in this Mario lore series, because that was where the bros came from before it was retconned or renamed to New Donk City. These games have been very inconsistent with all of this, including a globe of the Earth in Luigi's Mansion, including a full globe of the planet as a world map in Mario Odyssey, and yet still including real-world locations in Mario Kart Tour, and having him compete in the Olympics every other year since 2008 alongside Sonic. Can we just ask for a little consistency?
Later golf games seem to imply that the Earth-like world these courses reference actually take place in another world, which I've often seen referred to as Tour Earth, in reference to Mario Kart Tour, which heavily uses this concept. Well, I think I've milked every bit of lore I can out of this game. Honestly, I'm impressed I could get this much. If you want to play this title on modern hardware, you can find it on Nintendo Switch Online, as well as the 3DS and Wii U virtual consoles. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next chapter.
One night, Mario had a mysterious dream. He dreamed that he was climbing a long stairway that led up to a closed door. When he reached the top and opened it, he found himself gazing out at a world he'd never seen, stretching out to the horizon. Then he heard a voice say, "This is Subcon, the land of dreams. The evil Toad Wart has used his magic to lay a curse upon the land. Please, defeat Wart and free us from the spell." At that moment, a bolt of lightning split the sky, and Mario woke up to find that he had fallen out of bed, the dream still lingering heavy in his thoughts. A few days later, Mario and his friends had hiked to some nearby mountains for a picnic. Upon reaching their picnic spot, however, they found a small cave. When they entered it, they found not a dark cavern, but a bright and dreamlike world. The land that Mario had seen in his dream. The land of Subcon. Hello and welcome to the deepest lore of Super Mario Bros. 2 USA. Before we go any further, if you want to see more Mario lore or just Nintendo lore in general, remember to like and subscribe and do all the things that you can to keep this channel growing. With that, let's get started. Honestly, I don't think I need to explain the story much beyond that opening. The game has next to no dialogue in it. As always, Mario and his team are able to traverse the new and strange land, and defeat its corrupt ruler. In this case, the Toad known as Wart. They defeated him and freed Subcon. Now, none of that is particularly interesting. Wart himself doesn't even show until his boss battle. What I do find interesting, however, is everything else. First of all, the world of Subcon itself is described as a dream world. And this is hammered in throughout the game's story, with Mario initially being called within his dreams, and also the epilogue to the game showing that it too was a dream. So, is that all this was? Was this whole thing just a dream? Well, yes and no. It is definitely a dream, as shown by the ending. But that doesn't mean the events of the game weren't real. To support this theory, we can look at Mario & Luigi Dream Team, another game which partially takes place in the dream world. In this game, Mario is actually physically transported to the world of dreams, showing it to be a very real place. That said, one does not have to be physically teleported to the dream world to get there. In Dream Team, while Mario is physically within the dream world, Luigi is actually asleep in the real world, and his form for most of the game is a mental form known as Dreamy Luigi, which is more likely the same kind of form that Mario and his friends took on in this game. That is, of course, assuming that both Dream Team's Dream World and Mario 2's Subcon are the same dream world, or at least work by the same rules, but I don't think that's a wild leap in logic, given their similarities. This theory is introduced to me by members of the Marioverse Discord server, which is actually a server full of Mario lore theorists, many of whom know more about the Mushroom World than I could ever dream to. So if you enjoy videos like this, I highly suggest you come and talk to the people there. I'm not as active there as I probably should be, but it's a good crew. I'll be sure to include an invite link to their server in the description below. For more proof to that, the events of this game are referenced by characters that didn't partake in them. Mainly, there's this Toad in Paper Mario Color Splash. He mentions that, in the dreamlike state they found themselves in during that game's events, they had a dream about an evil Toad named Wart. Not only does this show that Wart really exists within dreams, but also that he was not killed at the end of the game, just defeated, which actually turns out to be relevant later. Wart actually appears or is referenced more than you'd think. Not only is he referenced in Color Splash, but he's also a direct sequel to Mario 2 on the Satellaview. More importantly, however, he also appears as a side character in The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, yet another game that takes place inside a dream. Personally, I find it likely that this is not only a nod to the Mario series, but that there is some kind of actual connection there. Though that's something I'll go into more detail on when I talk about Link's Awakening. That's most of the meat from this game, but I also want to talk about the two playable characters who have yet to get much screen time in this series. This is the first time that Princess Peach has been playable in a video game. Period. Large portions of her Smash moveset come from this title, but also shows that she's far more than a damsel in distress. She is more than capable of keeping up with the adventurers around her. While she may not be the highest of jumpers, she can use magic to make up for her weaknesses in new and interesting ways. It tells a lot about who she is as a person, even with only the bare minimum of characterization. This is also the first time that any singular Toad has come to the forefront. Before now, they had really only had one appearance, that being in the 85 Super Mario Bros. For the first time, a Toad is introduced as a singular character. One who's quite strong, but can't really jump well. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem, it's me. In my original video on this topic, I suggested that Mario 2 Toad and Captain Toad were the same character. While it is true that Captain Toad references this game a lot, references alone do not make two characters the same, and Nintendo actually disproved this theory themselves on Miiverse. That said, it's likely this Toad did appear again, a number of times, most recently in Super Mario 3D World, which itself is in many ways a huge shout out to Super Mario USA. Super Mario Bros. 3 was originally released on the Famicom on October 23, 1988. The story told of the Mario Bros. Going on a globe-trotting adventure, exploring 7 kingdoms that have been invaded by Bowser's Koopa Troop. This game introduces the Koopalings, Bowser's 7 quote-unquote children, who serve as generals of his armies. The game was later remade as Super Mario Advance 4, which we will be using as the canon version of this title. The game follows a repetitive storyline about Mario and Luigi following behind Bowser as he takes his conquering on the road, attacking 7 different kingdoms. In each, his minions stole a magical wand from the land's king and turned him into some kind of animal. The Mario Bros. Need to find the Koopaling in each world, defeat them, and retrieve the wand so that they may return the baleful monarchs to their original forms. The different kingdoms are known as Grassland, Desert Hill, Seaside, Big Island, the Sky, Iceland, and the Pipe Mix. At the end of the game, Bowser takes the opportunity of the Bros being out and about to once again attack the Mushroom Kingdom, kidnapping Princess Peach and taking her to his homeland. Kidnapping Princess Peach and taking her to his homeland, where Mario and Luigi must face off against the full force of his armada, before defeating him and saving the princess. The advanced version adds an extra world known as World E, where the levels were included on various e-reader cards. When talking about these games, there are 2 major misconceptions I want to get out of the way right now. First things first, the play. It has been the theory for many years that Super Mario Bros. 3 is actually a stage play, given notable stylistic choices, like the inclusion of a stage curtain on the main menu, and many of the blocks are shown to be bolted to the background. This theory went on to be confirmed by director Shigeru Miyamoto in 2015. So, does that mean that we can write off Mario 3 as nothing more than a play? No, we can't. Most obviously, Super Mario World's manual specifically refers to Super Mario Bros. 3 as a canon event that happened just before that game did. So, as long as we can consider Super Mario World to be canon, then some version of these events needs to happen as well. Generally, the idea of the game being a fictional retelling of real events is going to become a running theme in the Mario series, including some instances of Paper Mario and even the arcade version of the original Donkey Kong, so you may want to start getting used to that now. The second misconception is about the 7 Koopalings, namely that they are Bowser's children. Now, this was originally intended to be canon. However, after the introduction of Bowser Jr. in Super Mario Sunshine, Their backstory was changed so they're simply young Koopas who serve the Koopa royal family. This change can be most blatantly seen in Bowser Jr.'s journey, where the Koopalings are all shown to be begrudgingly subservient to the bratty prince, rather than fellow heirs to the throne. Also, this is a much more minor note, but this is also the game that introduces recurring mini-boss Boom Boom to the series. Notably, this game showed Boom Booms as being able to grow wings, an ability seemingly ignored in all other appearances except Super Mario Maker. Super Mario Land was a release title for the original Game Boy system, being unveiled to the world, or at least Japan, on April 21st of 1989. Once again, this story takes Mario outside the Mushroom Kingdom, this time bringing him to the nation of Sarasa Land, where another recurring franchise character is about to be introduced, that being Princess Daisy. In the story, Sarasa Land is attacked by an alien creature by the name of Tatanga, who hypnotized the Sarasian citizenry in order to seize control of the nation. To cement his newfound power, he kidnapped and attempted to wed Daisy, the country's princess, as Mario's antagonists are wont to do. Mario, of course, is unable to stand by while such vile events take place, and elects to put a stop to it himself. Real quick, I want to talk about Sarasa Land as a nation, since it's a little on the strange side. Sarasa Land isn't just a kingdom, but an empire made up of 4 smaller kingdoms: Virabuto, Muda, Easton, and Chai. Each of these is based on a different location in our real world. It's also worth talking about Tatanga himself, since he is an alien. While we have discussed other games that take place in space in the past, this is the first time that we have seen a being from the stars descend onto Mario's planet in this series, though this will be far from the last time. We don't know much about where Tatanga is from, but outside his technologically advanced war robot named Pagosu, he also has 2 more tools at his disposal. First, before he attacked, Sarasa Land was covered by a large black cloud, which means he probably has some way of controlling the weather. Second, as previously mentioned, he was also able to hypnotize the people of Sarasa Land. We'll learn a little bit more about Tatanga's race eventually, but not that much. Also, while this gameplay looks like it has piranha plants, Goombas, Koopas, and more, these are all actually new variant species of the originals that we've seen elsewhere, though their appearances and names make it clear that they're still related to the classic Mario enemies. One more little tidbit is the location on the world map. For those of you who watched my Donkey Kong 94 video, I tried to place those locations on the world map from Super Mario Odyssey. There's been another theory video floating around about the location of Sarasa Land as well. If searching for the Kingdom of Daisies interests you, I've linked a video that pushes this theory in the description, so I suggest you go check it out. While I think it's far from confirmed, the evidence is still quite interesting in my opinion. Looking at the timeline, this one is a little annoying since not much really ties it into Western Mario 2 or Super Mario Bros. 3. Since Mario is already a hero, this places the game after the original Super Mario Bros., but that's really all we have for games before that right now. That said, this isn't the first time we've seen Daisy in the deepest lore. She was also in NES Open Tournament Golf. Since Super Mario Land is the first time that she met Mario, NES Open Tournament Golf must come after that. If you want to play this game yourself, it's available on the Nintendo 3DS Virtual Console, though the time you have left to pick it up is extremely limited. The game is rather quick to play though, so if you enjoy classic Mario gameplay, this is another interesting take on that style to explore. It'll be a little while before we again approach the Mario series, as first we have another new franchise to begin digging into. Before that, however, it's finally time for the Death Egg to crash into Angel Island and be introduced to Sonic's Rad Red rival. Of course, if I don't finish that video before the end of March, then I have plans for April, so we'll see. But all of that will be saved for next time. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next chapter. The first game in this series was the game originally titled just Mother. Released on the Famicom in July of 1989. The game was later remade on the Game Boy Advance as part of the Mother 1+2 collection, which also released only in Japan, despite having a full English localization already complete. Spoilers ahead for the game's entire story, as well as some mentions of its sequel, EarthBound. The game opens with a short story about a couple named George and Maria, who mysteriously disappeared from a rural town in America. 2 years later, George returned, but lived out the remainder of his life in seclusion, studying a mysterious power. And Maria never returned at all. Decades later, sometime in the 1980s, their great-grandson Ninten awakes to find his home under attack by mysterious poltergeists that possess both his sister's doll and a radio in his home. Quickly defending his family with his trusty baseball bat, Ninten learns that his great-grandfather George had been studying strange psychic abilities, which Ninten himself seemed to possess as well. Taking George's diary, Ninten set out to understand the strange events that were suddenly gripping the world. In his hometown of Podunk, Ninten finds the dead have risen again, and that the animals in the local zoo have gone haywire. While at the zoo, Ninten finds that the cause of these events is a mysterious creature known as the Starman Jr., and when he defeats it, all the animals return normal. It is here where Ninten learns the truth. The world is under siege by an alien race. As he puts down each of these events one by one, seemingly unrelated creatures begin to sing him pieces of a song. Soon after, Ninten finds himself teleported to the world of Magicant, where he meets its ruler, a woman named Queen Mary, who explains the situation. The aliens are led by a creature named Gygus, who was Mary's son. She tells him that the song Ninten had been hearing was a lullaby she once sang to him, and hoped that hearing it again would give Gygus peace. However, the words and tune had long been lost to her, and she was unable to do it herself. She then tasked Ninten with helping her son. As Ninten traveled the nation, putting down extraterrestrial events and hunting for the remaining pieces of the song, he eventually gained companions. The first was an intelligent, nervous, and bully boy with glasses by the name of Lloyd, who Ninten was able to help come out of his shell. The other was a young girl with similar mysterious psychic powers to Ninten, who lived with her father in the far north city of Snowman, Anna. Anna had seen Ninten in a vision, and hoped that by traveling with him, they could track down her missing mother. But Anna's mother was hardly the only person who had gone missing. The longer they traveled, the closer they got to the mysterious Mount Atoy, the more they heard news of people disappearing. Even finding an entire city where only the children remained, the adults mysteriously vanished in the night. In the city of LA, just near the base of Mount Atoy, the three are accosted by Teddy, the teenage leader of a local group of hooligans known as the Blah Blah Gang. He fights them for a few minutes before deeming Ninten a strong person and worth his time. He explained to them that his parents had been killed on Mount Atoy, and he wanted nothing more than to get revenge on whoever it was that had killed them. And if these three children were going up the mountain, then he would be joining them. However, he didn't see Lloyd as being strong enough to join them, and bullied the boy out of the party. Those who remained traveled up Mount Atoy. At the top, Ninten and Anna declare their love for each other, sharing a secluded dance, before the group is attacked by a powerful robot. This robot heavily wounds Teddy, putting him out of commission, but is destroyed when Lloyd returns. The boy had come to the realization that he was stronger than he'd realized, and that he wouldn't give up on his friends. With Teddy at death's door, the remaining three continue up the mountain, where they eventually find George's grave, as well as the final melody. They sing the song to Queen Mary, who reminisces on her time with Gygus. The Queen then reveals herself to be Maria, Ninten's great-grandmother, who had been adopted alongside her husband decades earlier. They spent 2 years with the aliens before George stole the secrets of Psy from them and escaped, leaving Maria behind. Maria spent the rest of her life helping to raise Gygus. Eventually, she retreated into Magicant, a realm made up of her own consciousness, which gradually disappeared as she departed from Earth to join George in the afterlife. With the song complete and history revealed, the three entered the cave near George's gravestone, where they found the kidnapped humans, and eventually, Gygus himself, who was commanding the fleet attacking the Earth. Gygus was hurt and angered by George's betrayal all those years ago, and was attempting to retrieve George's research into Psy, to prevent it from being used by humans. Realizing that Nintendo was related to Maria, the alien conqueror expressed gratitude towards the Nintendo's family and offered to allow the boy to come with Gygus back to his home planet and survive the raising of the Earth. But Nintendo refused, and the angry alien attacked the party. No matter how hard the three children fought back though, none of their attacks could harm Gygus. So instead, they began to sing. One by one, the children sang Mary's 8 melodies, in doing so reminding Gygus of the good that humans had done to him. By the end, the warlord was overcome with emotion and forced to retreat, though he made it clear that he wasn't done with the Earth just yet. The party all returned to their lives. Lloyd goes back to school, now more confident in his abilities. Teddy is able to make a full recovery, and with his parents now avenged, became a singer at his favorite club. Anna is reunited with her mother and returns home, though she keeps in contact with Ninten, now her boyfriend. Ninten as well returns home to his family, and lives out a happy life. Anyone who's played EarthBound before will recognize large swaths of the game's plot points. The kidnapped humans, the talking animals, Gygus, Magicant, 8 magical melodies, and defeating the boss without violence were all directly adapted into the next game in the franchise. Even most of the playable characters had direct counterparts in EarthBound. But not Teddy. He gets one NPC in the first city. Another important aspect of this title dimension is that the player is actually treated as a separate character from Ninten. Namely, Ninten and Lloyd's fathers seem to be aware that they are characters in a video game, and sometimes speak directly to the player, asking their name and to take care of their children as they go on this journey. Those similarities aside, there are many differences as well. For example, while most of EarthBound takes place in the thinly veiled nation of Eagle Land, Ninten and his friends are explicitly from America, and many locations within the game are named after places from the real-life United States and other nearby areas. Locations like Spokane, LA, and the Yucca Desert have direct real-world parallels. The game is most notable for giving an actual backstory to the antagonist of Gygus, the final boss of the much more popular EarthBound, as well as explaining the history of Sai on the Earth. Also, I couldn't really find a place to include it naturally in this script, so I'm just inserting it here, but Ninten actually has asthma. There are actually types of enemies, usually vehicles, that can cause the boy to have an asthma attack, making him unable to act until he takes his inhaler. It's a very small thing, and honestly is just annoying in gameplay, but I still wanted to point it out. You don't see things like asthma represented in video games all that often. As a whole, I personally love this game. The charm of EarthBound Beginnings, while not quite as high as that of EarthBound, is still quite strong, and I feel that the main cast is much more fleshed out. The fall in love scene actually hit me stronger than almost anything in the follow-up title. That said, the gameplay is much more archaic, so you need to go in recognizing that it is still, at its base, an NES RPG. If you want to play EarthBound Beginnings yourself, you can check out the original version fully translated to English on Nintendo Switch Online. If you'd rather play the Game Boy Advance remake, then you're out of luck legally, though there is a patch that allows you to use the unused English translation with a few changes to make it more similar to the original Japanese. This version of the game also comes with a new item called the Easy Ring, to make the early game without any party members far more tolerable. Dr. Mario was the start of those weird Mario spin-offs. You know the ones. The ones that really stood out and didn't really fit with how Mario was being portrayed at the time. Released on July 27th, 1990, Dr. Mario is a falling block puzzle game in the vein of Tetris, where your goal is to clear all the blocks at the start of the game on the field. Separating original titles from remakes is a little weird for a series like Dr. Mario, since these games so rarely have story, and the gameplay doesn't really change all that much. You can see a list of games I deem as remakes and the reasons why on screen now, if you're interested. This video will cover all of them. That said, we'll continue to use the manual story from the NES version. Story-wise, Mario explains in the manual that he's become a doctor in the Mushroom Kingdom Research Hospital, with Peach serving as his assistant. However, 3 viruses they were doing experiments on had escaped containment and were running havoc around the hospital. He must use an experimental medicine he developed to handle the situation. From there's not much of a story. The game is very focused on puzzling action. However, if you're able to clear the hardest modes of the game, there are a few endings that can be reached, all showing the 3 viruses escaping containment in the hospital, so they can wreak havoc elsewhere. There isn't much of note in most of these endings, except for the final one, where an actual UFO shows up and beams up the viruses. It's actually a common theory that these viruses have extraterrestrial origins, given that connections to space are strangely common in the Dr. Mario series. On Nintendo Switch Online, this cutscene is listed as revealing the ultimate truth, implying that the UFO is the origin of the viruses. We'll explore that more as we go further into the Dr. Mario franchise. Also, there's never any explanation given for Mario being a doctor. It's a thing that's only really used in the Dr. Mario series, and probably for a gag or two in Mario & Luigi. But how this plumber randomly pulled out a doctorate and started doing advanced medical research is beyond me. With the size and identities of the cast of Dr. Mario World, I'm not thinking Mario is actually a licensed doctor, especially if he's being put on the same level as Dr. Baby Wario. Though clearly his experimental drugs have actually done their job, so maybe I'm underestimating the man. The exact placement on the timeline is unclear. It doesn't tie into much other than the other Dr. Mario games. It does have to come after Super Mario Bros., since Mario is in the Mushroom Kingdom, but that's it for what we have right now. And that's really it for this episode. There isn't much to say about the original Dr. Mario. It's a fun puzzle game that, if you want to play it, is available on Switch Online. There's also an SP version of the game that allows you to view the final UFO cutscene without putting in the work of actually getting good at the game. None of the remakes are available for distribution anymore, however.
Zelda Game & Watch was originally released on August 26, 1989, 2 years after the release of Zelda 2. It's not generally considered canon by just about anyone, and Nintendo avoids talking about it whenever they can. The last time this game saw a release was on the Game Boy Advance with Game & Watch Gallery 4. Despite that, more recently I've decided to broach the idea of discussing the Nintendo-produced Zelda games currently deemed non-canon. This would namely include Game & Watch Zelda, Ancient Stone Tablets, and Link's Crossbow Training. While not often considered canon, they also don't blatantly break any of the established canon that I'm aware of at this time. As such, I want to try discussing them and seeing how people feel about putting them in the Zelda timeline. For now, I will give them timeline placements, but I won't be referencing them in my videos on the other main series games. Despite that, I don't plan on covering the Tingle trilogy. They seem to leave everything about Zelda lore off to the wayside, even if I included them in some of my earliest timeline theories. Sexy Wizard of Oz does not belong in the Zelda series. Anyways, the first of these games to be released was Zelda Game & Watch. The game was re-released in the Game & Watch Gallery 4, which is where I'm getting the footage, but both versions of the game are virtually the same. Also, it's pretty much impossible to find Japanese documentation about the original game, because every search I put up only gives me information for the 35th anniversary Game & Watch. I reached out to a friend who's an expert in classic era Zelda, and he confirmed that the documentation pretty much just doesn't exist. Because of that, I'm relying on the Wikipedia page for the tiny scraps of Japanese documentation that I do have. If anyone for some reason has a Japanese manual for this game, please upload it somewhere and let me know. And for everyone else, just a warning that the information I have may not be 100% complete. The game features Link and Zelda from the original NES game, this time facing off not against Ganon or his minions, but against a group of 8 dragons. These dragons are at war with Hyrule, for some unknown reason refusing to live at peace with the people who make up the nation. As an act of war, they kidnap Zelda and steal a piece of the Triforce, which they split up amongst themselves into 8 pieces, similar to the events of the original game. It's unclear which piece of the Triforce they stole, but given that Zelda was kidnapped, I find it likely that it was the Triforce of Wisdom. But I also like the idea of it being the Triforce of Power, as that's the only one of the 3 that has not been split up into 8 pieces in any other game.
And so, Link must begin a quest to travel through the 8 labyrinths and slay the dragons, retrieving the Triforce and saving the princess. Notably, the manual refers to Zelda as Link's lover, implying that she is the Zelda that Link ended up choosing. Which I believe contradicted the ending to my Zelda 2 video, but let's not go there right now. And I mean, it's a Game & Watch game. There's no plot twist, or even really story progression whatsoever. Just Link stabbing 8 lizards and saving the princess. The end. If we were to place this game in the timeline, it would end up between the 2 NES games. The art for Link in this game carries similarities to both the art in Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, implying that he's in between those 2 games at this time. F-Zero, the first game in the series of the same name, was released as a launch title for the Super Famicom on November 21st, 1990. It's a racing game in which you can play as 4 racers across 15 different tracks. We haven't covered any racing games so far in the deepest lore, so I think the best way to handle this would be to discuss each major character, and then all of the different course locations. I'll probably include timecodes in the description, so if you want to jump around, feel free to do so. Also, we're going to be compiling not only the original F-Zero in here, but also the 2 Satellaview titles, which have no stories of their own and more so seem like expansions to the base game. But first of all, the story. F-Zero takes place in the far-off year of 2560, where the Earth has managed to spread its arms across the universe, expanding the planet's infrastructure and the wealth of its top 1%. The ultra-wealthy felt a need for a new type of entertainment, and someone had the bright idea of recreating the classic F1 races so popular in our era using the equipment of the time. The multi-billionaires jumped at a chance to be part of this, and spent unfathomable swaths of cash on making the best courses. Held on multiple planets, hundreds of feet off the ground, even in some locations utterly inhospitable to biological life, these tracks were built. As the vehicles in use were super magnetic zero-gravity machines, and since the races themselves were based on Formula 1, these races were given the name of F-Zero. The F-Zero competitions were brutal, and at first highly controversial. But as time went on, the damage became normalized, and eventually, to keep fans invested, the stakes were raised even higher, in many cases with destroying other machines being heavily incentivized. Over time, F-Zero races became the most popular sport in the known universe. That actually sounds frighteningly realistic, all things considered. The Earth spreading its influence across known space, the planet's ultra-rich just continuing to gain wealth, while society became more and more desensitized to violence. This particular Grand Prix featured a who's who of fantastic racers. Dr. Robert Stewart is actually a member of the ultra-wealthy class that created the F-Zero races, being a well-known and highly accomplished medical doctor hailing from Mute City. Despite being one of those intended to watch the race, he ended up joining it after the death of his father, Professor Kevin Stewart, who designed their family racing machine. This machine, known as the Golden Fox, is built entirely for acceleration, and can get up to top speed faster than any other machine in the race. However, due to the light materials used in its construction, the Fox is also the most liable machine to be damaged. Stewart himself is boastful and vain, enjoying the attention brought onto him from being a celebrity racer, but eschewing the prize money. Pico is an alien who for a time served in the Torpedo Army of Deathwind. Pico is highly aggressive, and his ship, the Wild Goose, was built not to be fast, but to be deadly. Pico's main strategy is to destroy his opponent's machines. Not only is Pico a racer, but he's also a deadly and competent hitman off the track. Our third racer, Samurai Goro, is a bit of a ruffian. He's a Japanese-American man who at one point wanted to be a bounty hunter. But as he was beaten time and time again by Captain Falcon, he eventually became a thief, leading a group of bandits in Red Canyon. Goro holds a long-standing rivalry and hatred for Captain Falcon. Despite this, he still hides his origins as a thief to the public eye. His machine, the Fire Stingray, is believed to actually be stolen property. Despite being slow to accelerate, the Stingray has the highest top speed out of any in the race, and is a force to be reckoned with. Goro's main reason for joining the races isn't money or fame, but instead a personal rivalry with Captain Falcon. The Captain is a native of Port Town, probably in his early 30s. While he's best known as a racer, he also acts as a brutal and efficient bounty hunter, tracking down the scum of society. He drives the Blue Falcon, a machine modified by Falcon himself for ease of control. I'm going to take a little time to discuss Falcon here because, let's be honest, he's the one you're all here to see. Being an SNES game with absolutely no in-game dialogue, you can only learn so much about this man, and he clearly prefers it that way given how little info about him is solidly known in his character bio. But, thanks to the comic included in the back of the manual, we get to see a day in his life, just before the beginning of the Night League in this game. The comic follows Falcon as he prepares for the F-Zero race in Mute City. However, before he can get to the race, he has a few loose ends to clean up. The first of these is named Scalehead, a wanted murderer. The two get into an altercation, and Captain Falcon shoots Scalehead dead. The only time we see him fire his pistol in the entire series. However, to catch Scalehead, Falcon had to wander into Red Canyon, in doing so angering Samurai Goro, who was also hoping to take the bounty on Scalehead's scaled head. Falcon is able to escape in his spaceship, the Falcon Flyer, and Goro swears revenge. This event is his reason for joining the F-Zero races, where it's mentioned that he was a last-minute entry. But Scalehead isn't the only piece of criminal scum on Falcon's list. When he lands in Mute City, instead of going directly to the race location, he stops by to meet up with an unnamed man in a mustard-colored suit with a bounty on his head for 30 times what Scalehead was worth. Falcon once again proves his abilities in hand-to-hand combat before taking the man in and finally arriving for the race. He has some banter with the other playable characters, and then they begin the Night Cup, placing the events of this comic right before the start of the main game. Notably, the comic includes multiple characters and items not present in-game, but would appear later in the franchise. The Falcon Flyer, Captain Falcon's spaceship, never really made an appearance in the main series, but it has shown up multiple times in Smash Bros., starting with the Big Blue stage in Melee. This was also, as earlier mentioned, the first and only time Falcon has been shown to actually use his gun, though he still has it in later games. Lastly, the announcer for the F-Zero race in this comic is Mr. Zero, the cyborg announcer who made his first in-game appearance in F-Zero X. That's all the characters in this game. In wrestling terms, Pico and Goro are placed as the heels, being thieves and murderers, while the faces of the game are Dr. Stewart and, of course, Captain Falcon, who would go on to be the most iconic character in the franchise. That said, all of these racers will continue to show up in later games. The Satellaview titles also included 4 new vehicles: the Blue Thunder, the Luna Bomber, the Green Amazon, and the Fire Scorpion. That said, nothing is really known about their make or their drivers, though each neatly parallels one of the vehicles from the main game. The Satellaview titles don't exactly have a story, but we'll talk about potential plot points for these in the F-Zero X discussion. The game also features 15 different tracks set on 9 different planets. Formerly known as Mutant City, this is the biggest city in the entire known universe. And no, we never know why it got the name Mutant City. As far as I'm aware, there aren't any characters referred to as mutants in the main continuity, so that's just kind of a bit of background that's never explained. It's an intergalactic trade hub and has a population of over 200 million people. Being so large and important, it is the first stop in all the F-Zero Grand Prix featured in the game. It is the home of Dr. Stewart. Big Blue is a planet covered almost entirely in water. That's all the manual really says about it. Sand Ocean, as the name implies, is a planet mostly made up of desert. While once there were some primitive animals found here, they have long since died off and remain only as fossils. The home of Pico, Deathwind is named for the fierce winds that constantly blow across its surface, making the planet uninhabitable. Silence is a soundless planet, hence the name. No matter where you are on its surface or what you do, you will be met with an eerie silence. There always needs to be an ice level, and F-Zero is no exception. White Land is not named for its snow, but instead the crystalline structures found throughout the planet. The home of Captain Falcon, Port Town is another hub for intergalactic trade, though not quite as huge as Mute City. It's known as one of the most demanding courses in the Prix, and is not taken without caution from drivers. Red Canyon is the home of Samurai Goro and his thieves. Little else is known about this area, however. Firefield is the final course and the most difficult of the 3 leagues in the game. It was once a great place to harvest minerals. However, the companies mining the place dug too deep, and accidentally unleashed a supervolcano that turned the entire planet into a fiery hellscape. The F-Zero track is the only sign of civilization remaining on the planet, and was the company's last-ditch effort to make money on their investment. And as far as I can tell, that's all the lore pertaining to the original F-Zero. There's a lot of information in this video, but not a lot to bring it all together. That said, what this game does bring forward paints a startlingly clear picture of the world it takes place in. A sci-fi universe controlled by the rich, faceless elites, and masked by adrenaline-pumping action. The Satellaview games are generally accepted to take place either during or soon after F-Zero SNES. Also, it's generally canon that Captain Falcon wins it all, and his route in any game generally leads to the canon ending. If you want to play the game, it's available on Nintendo Switch Online. Super Mario World was released as a launch title for the Super Famicom in Japan on the 21st of November 1990, and was later remade on the GBA as Super Mario World Super Mario Advance 2. It featured Mario and Co. deciding to go on a vacation after the events of Super Mario Bros. 3. They chose the remote islands of Dinosaur Land as a safe place to recuperate from that trying challenge. However, not long after they arrived, the bros woke up from a nap to find that Peach had once again been kidnapped by Bowser and the Koopalings. While searching for her, they came across Yoshi, a native to Dinosaur Land whom Bowser had sealed inside an egg. They freed Yoshi, and the dinosaur explained that Bowser had come and sealed not only Yoshi, but all his friends in similar eggs when he had come to take over Dinosaur Land. With that, once again, the Mario Bros set out to beat the Koopa Tyrant and his adoptive children for not only Princess Peach, but all of Dinosaur Land. Once again, much like its predecessors, the events of Super Mario World are rather straightforward. No real plot developments or twists, just a linear progression through the worlds. Or non-linear if you know what you're doing and decide to jump through a bunch of secret exits. But generally, it can be assumed that Mario actually did beat all the bosses in the game like this. Also, interestingly, some of the cutscenes imply that Mario and Luigi actually killed the Koopalings. However, due to appearances in later games, this is factually inaccurate. They're fine. So let's talk about Dinosaur Land. It looks to be a series of islands surrounding a central watery area, separated into 6 main worlds and then having a 7th in the center beneath the ocean. Also, notably, a lot of areas of Dinosaur Land are named after different foods. No real reason is given for that. Each world is ruled by a different Koopa, and some of them feature a new set of mini-bosses, the Resners, Triceratops-like dinosaurs that spit fire and sit on a windmill. The first of these worlds is Yoshi's Island, the home of our dear friend Yoshi. On this island is Yoshi's house, the imposing Kappa Mountain, home of the Yellow Switch Palace, and a castle controlled by the nefarious Iggy Koopa. The second world is Donut Plains, home to the Green Switch Palace and the castle ruled by Morton Koopa Jr. This world also introduces what will become a Mario staple in the form of ghost houses. Strange and confusing buildings with impossible geometries, where the right exit isn't obvious, and must be found hidden within the level. World 3 is the Vanilla Dome, a large cavern just north of Donut Plains, home to the Red Switch Palace and Lemmy Koopa. World 4 is Twin Bridges, a pair of bridges connecting the mountain Vanilla Dome sits beneath to Cookie Mountain on the northeastern island, crossing Soda Lake in the process. The bridges are referred to as Cheese Bridge, the lower of the two, and Butter Bridge, the higher one. This area was controlled by Ludwig von Koopa. World 5 is the mysterious Forest of Illusion, an area where, if you just follow the intended path, you'll be set in a continuous circle, and you need to really explore and find the secret exits before you can escape. This area contains the Blue Switch Palace and is ruled by Roy Koopa. Chocolate Island is the last normal world, ruled by Wendy O. Koopa. Not much is worth mentioning of the level itself, but upon defeating Wendy, the bros find a mysterious crashed ship in the ocean. This ship is stated in the original game's manual to actually be one of the ships that was taken down by Mario and Luigi during the events of Super Mario Bros. 3. It's filled with ghosts, what's left of the crew, still haunting their place of work. And inside, we find another orb, similar as to what was found in the fortress of Super Mario Bros. 3. Upon receiving it, a massive cave in the shape of Bowser rises out of the water, opening the way to the final world. Now let's take a few minutes to discuss this segment. It only lasts a little bit, but bridges the short gap between Mario 3 and World. It seems that after that game, an airship crashed here, and it was from that wreckage that Bowser drew up his new base of operations. Now this is entirely headcanon, but since the ship doesn't match any of the airships we'd seen in Mario 3 visually, I like to think that the airship belonged to Bowser himself, which took an ill-fated escape from Darkland. The cave was likely created from Bowser's powerful magic in his own image, as well as the rest of the Valley of Bowser, though I wouldn't be surprised if the large cave itself already existed, since it seems to connect directly to other parts of the island. But that would explain why Bowser seemed to have such a firm grip on an island where the Mushroom Kingdomers had only just shown up.
He was already there regardless. Peach showing up was just lucky happenstance.
Inside the valley, Mario and Luigi fight their way to Bowser's castle, where they take him on in his new vehicle, the Clown Car. But like always, they're able to blast him away, save the princess, and escape the Valley of Bowser, putting an end to the events of Super Mario World. But even if that's the end of the story, there are still 2 more worlds we haven't talked about. Dinosaur Land is connected throughout by a mysterious location known as Star World, a star-shaped landmass high in the sky, connected to the surface world by star roads, access points in the shape of stars hidden throughout Dinosaur Land. Not much of its origins are discussed here, but finally, for the first time, we're starting to see what will become the basis for the further cosmology of the Mario universe. Star World and the idea of star roads are heavily linked to the events of Super Mario RPG, but we'll get to that game soon enough. The final world is the Special Zone, which can only be unlocked by finding a secret exit from Star World. There are 8 worlds here, all given some rad 90s names like Tubular, Mondo, and Way Cool. It disgusts me. Joking aside, these are by far the hardest levels in the game, and are a real challenge for any true Mario World fan. Also, let's talk about Yoshi's. Yoshi himself, the first one Mario and Luigi find, goes on to become an important recurring character and close friend to the bros throughout the future of the series. Also, whenever we see a regular Yoshi being hatched from an egg, it's worth mentioning that Yoshis are not born like this normally. We do see actual baby Yoshis in the game who can hatch out of eggs and eventually grow to become adults if they eat enough. This is a more accurate depiction of the Yoshi life cycle. I'd also like to take a second here to once again shout out Project Marioverse, specifically its member Grey Gamer, who proposed the theory that Dinosaur Land is this set of islands just south of the Cascade Kingdom in Mario Odyssey. Here's a picture of the post about it in their Discord. You can find a link to that server in the description below. I think it's a cool theory, and I want to hear what you folks think about it.
The first Metroid game covered Samus' Zero mission. It showed us her first introduction to the parasitic Metroids, explored the mysterious and important planet Zebes, and placed her as the greatest enemy and fear of the space pirates. Its sequel, Metroid 2: Return of Samus, chose to focus on one of these elements and expand on it: the Metroids. This game follows Samus as she explores planet SR-388, the Metroid homeworld, bent on annihilating their entire species from the universe. Similar to the original game, the story was heavily expanded on in a remake, 2017's Metroid Samus Returns, released for the Nintendo 3DS. Arguably, it's even more drastically expanded than Zero Mission was, including new connections to every later Metroid game, new perspectives on the events of the game itself, and giving answers to questions the series has had since the very first game in 1986. As with the previous Metroid video, Samus Returns will be the version we discuss today, as not only does it tie up many loose ends and plot holes in the canon, but like Zero Mission, is directly affirmed as the canon version of the game by Metroid Dread, with its exclusive editions playing a major role in the story of that game. Throughout the wars between the Space Pirates and the Galactic Federation, Metroids have been an ever-present threat. Time and again, the pirates have cloned the Metroids, mutated them into even deadlier forms, and attempted to harness them as bioweapons to conquer the galaxy. Now, with the space pirate threat nearly eradicated, the Federation has turned its gaze to planet SR-388, the original home of the Metroids, to determine if there were still Metroids surviving on the planet. Note that, even in 1991, this was not the first time we'd heard of the planet. As far back as the original NES game, Planet SR-388 has always been a part of the lore. In the Metroid 1 manual, it's described as the long dead and abandoned planet where the Federation first discovered the Metroids. The Federation sent an elite Special Forces unit of the Federation Police to the planet to find and kill any Metroids, which is barely able to transmit any data before being mysteriously slaughtered on the planet's surface. But what data did get sent back was clear. Metroids remained on SR-388. Immediately and unanimously, the Federation Council came to the decision to hire bounty hunter Samus Aran, the one person who showed to be consistently capable of dealing with Metroid threats, and contracted her for a simple mission: exterminate all the Metroids that remained alive in the universe, and completely wipe any trace of them from existence, once and for all. Accepting this contract, Samus makes planetfall on SR-388, ready to slay the last Metroids in the universe. There's one other very important thing to talk about in regards to SR-388. The planet is very good at condensing Aeon, a sort of life energy. Samus uses it throughout the game in order to use different abilities, but it also has other purposes that we'll explore later. But for now, just keep in mind that this planet is the only known place in the universe where the environment condenses this energy. It's so much that creatures on the planet drop visible amounts when harmed or killed. This close tie to Aeon made SR-388 into a vibrant ecosystem teeming with life, one with a very fragile balance, and deadly consequences for disturbing it. Early in her exploration of SR-388, Samus finds the Scan Pulse, the first of 4 Aeon artifacts left behind by the Chozo. These items show the sheer amount of research into the energy the Chozo had completed, and their near mastery over it. These suit upgrades allow Samus herself to collect Aeon and use it to magnify her abilities, whether it be to increase her already formidable defenses and firepower, or even speed up her perception of time itself. Soon after, Samus runs across a rogue Metroid, which she immediately goes after. To her surprise though, she watches as the Metroid changes. Before her eyes, it goes from its more familiar form to a evolved creature with a protective shell and energy projectiles. This is her first time seeing the natural life cycle of the Metroid species, which we will be seeing more of as we progress further through the game. Starting with the familiar Metroids that we now recognize as being mere infants in the life cycle. Upon its defeat, Samus' suit collects the last remaining pieces of the deceased creature's DNA. Traveling further, she soon finds a mysterious stone device left behind by the Chozo who once lived on the planet, which shows the effigy of a Metroid, and is surrounded by a corrosive purple liquid so inhospitable to life that it scars the very crust of the planet. This stuff is so powerful that even the gravity suit, which can shield against most hazardous fluids in the series, cannot withstand it, not even when combined with her new Aeon abilities. Upon presenting the Metroid's DNA to the device takes in and destroys the DNA before draining the purple liquid away, allowing Samus to travel deeper into the caves of SR-388. In the next layer down, not only does Samus find more of these mysterious evolved Metroids, but also a weapon more conducive to their demise, the Ice Beam. In past Metroid games, the Ice Beam has normally been the only way of harming these parasitic creatures, and here it's no different. With her arsenal now fortified with this Sub-Zero weapon, Samus serves as an even deadlier dispatcher of the Metroid species. As she travels deeper into the planet, Samus sees more of the same. More purple fluid, more stone devices, and each time, upon slaying the Metroids at each level and again presenting their DNA to be destroyed at the stone devices, she's granted access to the deeper caves. It's also made clear over the course of the game that these caves are actually a set of ancient Chozo ruins, slowly becoming more developed the deeper she goes, revealing that the Chozo structures here were the remnants of an entire civilization nestled into the bowels of SR-388. As she moves along, she also finds more mature Metroids, with each new evolution being more powerful and terrifying than the last. And yet, not all of them seem to want to fight her. Some of the Metroids cower at the sight of her, and others even try to flee from the battle with Samus, requiring her to hunt them down to secure the kill. Deep into the planet, she discovers and accidentally reactivates the Diggernaut, a powerful mining robot left behind by the Chozo. After several encounters with it, the robot scans and seemingly recognizes her suit before beginning to attack her, defending what turns out to be the entrance to a mysterious, clearly Chozo laboratory filled with extremely detailed information on every aspect of the Metroids, and many mysterious mechanical green pods resembling Metroid eggs. Fighting her way into the deepest depths of this lab, Samus discovers that the Metroids have made the bowels of the lab their ultimate nest, the very heart of their species. Samus also discovers tunnels, clearly not made by the Chozo, leading back up towards the surface. Following these tunnels, she suddenly encounters many recently birthed Metroids, and fighting through them all, eventually comes across a massive, terrifying beast that filled an entire cavern. The Queen Metroid, the mother of all Metroids, and the most powerful and evolved form of the species. Furious that Samus had annihilated all of her children and was now threatening the Queen herself, the two entered a long, harrowing showdown, one that pushed Samus to the very limits and forced her to use every ability in her arsenal. When even her Ice Beam and missiles didn't do the job, Samus resorts to her most powerful weapon, the destructive Power Bomb. Forcing the Queen's head to the ground with the grapple beam, she makes her way into the monster's throat and detonates multiple power bombs inside the Queen's stomach, eventually dealing so much damage that the Queen is atomized completely, without a shred of matter remaining. Even this, the most powerful of the Metroids, meets her end at the hands of Samus Aran. Continuing past the Queen's cavern, to her surprise, Samus finds an egg. A Metroid egg, the last of its kind. And just as she begins to approach it, it hatches, revealing a small, infant Metroid. Samus's immediate reaction was to fight the baby head-on, but she hesitates. The baby Metroid doesn't seem to be aggressive at all, and as she stands there, the infant imprints upon her, accepting Samus as her mother. And in that moment of hesitation, Samus suddenly realizes the horror of what she's done. In slaughtering the Metroids of SR388, she has committed a genocide. Yes, she'd always fought Metroids that had been dangerous and threatening, but the few actions that this baby had taken in the world were showing her that maybe not all Metroids are like that. Maybe there's more to them than just pure malice. In a way, the baby even reminds Samus of herself as a small child. When she was young, the colony on which Samus had lived with her parents had been attacked by space pirates led by Ridley, and the entire populace had been slaughtered save Samus herself, who was then taken in by a Zabesian Chozo that came to investigate the aftermath. In accepting this small, innocent child whose entire race had just been massacred, Samus feels a deep remorse for her actions. Then and there, Samus defied the orders of her contract with the Federation by sparing the last Metroid and swore to protect her. Together, the two explore the rest of SR388, forming a bond akin to that of a mother and child, before Samus decides that they can leave the planet safely, and they return to Samus's gunship to take off. But unfortunately for the pair, this isn't the end of the story. Just as they reach the ship, a furious figure tears through the atmosphere and immediately hones in on the hunter and the baby. The figure quickly revealed to be none other than the cunning god of death, Ridley himself. Wearing what remained of his cybernetic enhancements for the Metroid Prime games, which we'll come back to in a later video. He's also fully healed from the devastating injuries he sustained during Zero Mission, a process that took 2 years bound to mechanical implants to complete. He came back to SR388 to collect another Metroid sample for the Space Pirates to clone, much like they had in Zero Mission. But now, there's only one Metroid left, and with the state the few remaining Space Pirates are in, he can't leave the planet without it. Samus, now feeling surprisingly protective over the small creature, and not wanting the Space Pirates to have access to yet another Metroid, leaps into action, fighting off her greatest foe with the rage and ferocity of a mother bear. The two mortal foes viciously tear into each other, leading to one of the most brutal, visceral fights in the entire series. More so than any fight leading up to this, it is absolutely personal between these two. And given the long history between them, Ridley's intentions with the baby Metroid, and not least of all the many times Samus has tried and failed to kill Ridley in previous games, it only makes sense. Eventually, Samus is able to free the baby from Ridley's grasp. In hopes of protecting her mother, the baby attacks Ridley, draining energy out of him. But instead of consuming that energy for herself, as all other Metroids we've seen have done, the baby instead shows selflessness, transferring that energy to the injured Samus. At the end of the brutal battle, Samus sends Ridley crashing into the wasteland of SR3D8's surface, and then she and the baby escape the planet. Not that Ridley was killed, mind you. Of course he wasn't. He survived thus far, why would this change anything? As shown in the post-credits cutscene, Ridley survived. Stripping off the remaining broken cybernetics, he takes off again to follow his targets. Fully organic, once again. After leaving SR3D8, Samus lingers in orbit, contemplating deeply. Samus had strong suspicions about the origins of the Metroids, as well as questions about their potential after what had just transpired. After deep thought, Samus takes the baby to a research station on the space colony Ceres to reach this potential, and to confirm her suspicions. She had come to realize that they weren't inherently evil or violent. In her mind, maybe there was hope for them yet, even if only one remained. However, Samus and the baby set off to embrace a destiny that was far more tragic. Back in the end credits scene, a local creature known as a Hornode nibbles at Ridley's discarded armor, when it sees a strange creature. A floating organism that looks like a gelatinous yellow mass. Curiously, the Hornode approaches it before being attacked. When the Hornode finally returns, it looks different. Warped into a grotesque red form that looks even more lethal than before. It is here where we fade out on the events of Samus Returns. An unspeakable horror has been unleashed, and thanks to Samus' actions in this game, the entire universe faces near certain doom. We'll discuss the identity and importance of this yellow creature later, though anyone who's played the more recent Metroid games I'm sure will recognize it for what it is. There's also a gallery of special images titled Chozo Memories, available once the game is complete. Whenever you collect 100% of the items in an area of the map, a new image in this gallery becomes available, allowing the players to see the story of the civilization that once controlled the planet, and parting the curtains on some of the oldest mysteries in the franchise. We'll go through each of these images in order, so we can better explain the entire story of the planet, as well as the history and purpose of the Metroids. Sometime in the past, a group of Chozo landed on the surface of the planet. These Chozo were scientists, exploring an uncharted world with wholly unique qualities. They began to collect and research Aeon, using a special device to siphon it from the carcass of a Hornode which had been killed by predators. In the third image, we see the creation of many robots that Samus had seen during her excursion on SR3D8, including the Diggernaut. These were mainly mining robots, created by the Chozo while they were researching Aeon, allowing them to continue digging deeper towards the planet's core, as golden light shines upon them. However, this light was in fact a portent that the Chozo, in meddling with the environment, would soon be digging too deep. Come the next image, indeed, things have gone horrifically wrong. The Chozo's digging had unleashed some kind of yellow abomination that had begun consuming the local wildlife, which was apparently contained deep within the planet's crust. While I say consume, these parasites don't just eat the wildlife. Instead, they became infested and controlled by the creatures, serving as puppets for the malevolent parasites until their life force had been completely consumed. The Chozo knew they needed to find a way to combat this new threat, and to do so quickly. So they created a creature capable of consuming the parasites. The creatures they created for this purpose were actually the Metroids. This is where those creatures, the ones that the franchise is named after, come from. They were tools created for the express purpose of eradicating these horrific yellow creatures, and halting their further spread throughout the universe. Their creation was the purpose of the mysterious lab from Area 7, and indeed the Metroids did their job well. When unleashed upon creatures infected by parasites, the Metroids were able to extract and then consume the parasites from their hosts, or simply consume those without hosts. Over time, almost all the parasites were killed, and once again the Chozo felt safe in their caverns. However, excessive Aeon eventually began to affect the Metroids, and the power of this life force caused them to grow into the different versions we fought throughout the game. Interestingly, they weren't designed by the Chozo to evolve like this, but being around so much life force, it should be no surprise that life, finds a way. The Metroids then, for mysterious unknown reasons, became violent, attacking the Chozo and quickly overwhelming them. Realizing the monsters they created, the Chozo began to leave the planet, sealing up the caves behind them. They created the Chozo Seals and filled the planet with the corrosive purple liquid in an attempt to keep the Metroids down below from escaping to the surface. As we know, however, the Metroids would simply burrow around the seals, making a tunnel towards the surface and allowing larval Metroids to escape and inhabit the surface of the planet, where they would eventually be discovered by the Federation. With the planet locked down, the remaining Chozo reached the surface, where they had discussion with another group of Chozo. However, when all finally seemed well, the SR-388 Chozo found themselves suddenly betrayed, as this second group slaughtered the researchers. These are clearly very different from the Chozo we followed thus far. More violent, more militaristic. Their leader stood above the corpses of the SR-388 Chozo, his weapons smoking, the scene now soaked with their blood, commanding his followers towards their next task. This moment was also a huge one for the Metroid fanbase. For many years before Samus Return's released, since the very start in 1986, it had been assumed that either the Metroids or the yellow parasites had caused the extinction of SR-388. When in reality, all this time, it had been the Chozo themselves who gunned down their own kind. And it's with this view of the Chozo, not just as researchers, but also as violent conquerors, we close out on Samus Returns. While we've only talked about the remake thus far, it would be a disservice to the series to not at least mention how much has changed from the original Return of Samus. The remake completely overhauled the story, both in terms of environments, such as changing the outer nest caves into the Chozo lab, and lore, like adding the previously discussed backstory of the SR-388 Chozo. The game itself was also restructured. Although Samus Returns didn't add any outright new areas like Zero Mission did, every area is heavily expanded in terms of scope and content. For example, the entire area where the Diggernaut is fought equates to just a single hallway in the original. The purple liquid so notable in this game was completely absent in the original, as new areas were instead blocked by standard lava, and opened up due to earthquakes caused by the Queen Metroid's rage at losing her children. It also adds a more sour note to the game, as while genociding the Metroids was portrayed as a straight-up heroic action in the original Game Boy game, the context of games that released after Metroid 2, most notably starting with Fusion, forced this game to take on a very different, much bleaker tone, in order to be more consistent with later games. Many Metroids try to flee and avoid fighting altogether. In general, the game wants you to question if you're doing the right thing in a way the original did not, and the ending foreshadows the tragedy we know is set to follow, rather than being a heroic send-off like the original. There's also generally many different retcons in this game that fix issues with later canon, such as introducing the Metroid's weakness to the Ice Beam, making Samus Returns consistent with the rest of the series. It also changed the motivation behind a lot of events in the game. While the Metroids were initially vaguely implied to have been created as a renewable source of energy, it was explicitly changed to a response to the parasites after Fusion released. The Metroids, rather than being inherently violent creatures that will threaten the entire galaxy as the original game says, are constantly implied throughout this title to be more or less content to mind their own business if left alone. The parasites introduced in Fusion feature prominently in the Chozo memories of this game, making the motivation of events in this title consistent with Fusion and the games released after it. The most notable addition to this title is the addition of Ridley, as he appears in the Prime series as the final boss. Aside from the Prime Trilogy callbacks this fight has, it also foreshadows the next 3 games of the timeline, and helps to explain Ridley's actions at the start of Super Metroid, as well as how he became his original organic self again before that game. It essentially bridges the gap between the 3D and 2D Metroid games. This is only the second Metroid game we've discussed, so I won't go too heavily into the timeline, but Samus Returns takes place around 2 years after the events of Zero Mission, though more games will be fit in between the two later on. Next time in Metroid, we go for what is considered to be the single most classic and important game in the franchise, Super Metroid.
Hey, and welcome back to the deepest lore of the Legend of Zelda. This time we're walking into an old Hyrule with a new hero to fight back the same evil we always have. This is the deepest lore of A Link to the Past. A Link to the Past, known as Triforce of the Gods in Japanese, was released for the Super Famicom on November 21st, 1991. It was later remade on the Game Boy Advance, packaged with the original version of 4 Swords. We will be covering the Game Boy Advance version, but we will hold off on covering 4 Swords, as that's really its own game and deserves its own video. The manual for this game starts back at the very beginning, the creation of the universe itself. It details how 3 golden goddesses, one of power, one of wisdom, and one of courage, brought life and order to a chaotic world, creating the landscapes, laws, and life forms that would go on to define it. Upon completing this task, they once again left the world, leaving behind the Triforce, a physical manifestation of their life force, to uphold the land. This is as good a place as any to mention that, despite what the English manual says, the Triforce is actually a sentient being, or more accurately, 3 sentient beings combined together. The Japanese manual even gives each part its own name, roughly translated to the Conqueror of Power, the Governor of Wisdom, and the Forger of Courage. The Triforce was left in a holy place known as the Sacred Realm, also known as the Golden Land, awaiting someone worthy of wielding it and having any desire of theirs granted. But there were also prophecies of something darker, a figure known in Japanese as the Great Calamity. And yes, that name should sound familiar, who would claim the Triforce and cast the Golden Land into shadow. According to legend, a hero of the bloodline of the Knights of Hyrule will emerge when the Great Calamity has appeared and claim the Triforce. This hero will carry 3 symbols of virtue and successfully draw the Master Sword. He would face the Calamity in a final duel of fate. If the hero were to win, the Calamity's hold on the Golden Land would vanish, and the Triforce would wait for a new owner. However, if the hero were to fall, then the Light World would be eternally forfeit to the Calamity's dark desires. The prophecy also foretold specific items the hero would need to complete his quest, including the Pendants of Virtue, the Moon Pearl, the Magic Mirror, and the Book of Mudora. Also, small note here, while the Golden Goddesses have existed in all languages since this title, the Japanese script implies the existence of some overarching patron deity of Hyrule as well, one who commanded the creation of what would become the Master Sword. It seems that Hylia, the goddess who we in the West were unaware of until Skyward Sword, has actually been part of the series far longer than most of us were aware. There's also a line that directly connects the royal family to Hylia, which becomes much more relevant when you learn what happened to Hylia in Skyward Sword. Just a side note I wanted to share. Anyways, this history was carried on into legend, with the Triforce being remembered as an object capable of granting the deepest wishes within a person's heart, and allowing them to command the power of the gods. Many dreamed of finding it and taking that power, and many people hunted for this golden power of the gods. Centuries before the events of the game, the Golden Land was stumbled upon accidentally by a group of thieves. Seeing the power waiting for them, the thieves slaughtered each other in hopes of taking it all for themselves, until only one remained, their leader, a man named Ganondorf, a murderous thief who was known throughout Hyrule by the name Ganon. Now the Triforce, despite having the power of the gods and its own sentience, was not allowed to judge the moral character of those who wished upon it, only the balance of their hearts between power, wisdom, and courage. And since Ganon had a balanced heart, it allowed him to seize its sacred might for himself and make his wish. Ganon wished to become the Demon King, the supreme ruler of the underworld, and claim dominion over the demons that made their home there. His dark will corrupted the Golden Land, transforming it into a new form, the Dark World, which heavily resembled the underworld, domain of demons and a place completely absent of the gods' presence and light.
However, despite the power he now wielded, Ganon wasn't able to leave this new world. He'd only stumbled into it by chance in the first place. He had no idea how he'd entered or how to leave. Frantically, Ganon began searching for a way back into the Light World in order to use his newfound power to conquer it. But despite Ganon claiming the golden power, many from Hyrule continued searching for it, and upon being drawn into the Dark World, became trapped in new and monstrous forms that reflected the contents of their own hearts. Over time, the influence of Ganon's malice grew stronger, seeping back into the Light World and causing dark clouds to form over Hyrule. The King of Hyrule, fearing for his nation, called upon 7 powerful sages, and tasked them with stopping the mysterious power from seeping out of the Dark World. The sages did consider fighting the Master Sword, a powerful artifact the manual says was forged at the command of a god to vanquish demons and protect the Triforce, to slay Ganon. However, they were unable to find any hero worthy of wielding the sword, nor did they have time to search for such a champion, as Ganon's malice had already began to encircle the castle. This situation actually sounds very familiar. Instead, they sought to simply close the door used by the thieves, a dimensional gate tied to the castle itself. They approached the portal, protected by the Knights of Hyrule, and were able to use their powerful magics to seal it shut. However, in the process, almost all the Knights of Hyrule had perished protecting the sages. This war would go down in history as the Imprisoning War. Centuries later, the Imprisoning War had become not more than legend, and the Dark World remained silent, at least for a time. Over those years, the blood of Hylia faded in Hyrule's people, and most lost the magical prowess and distinct pointed ears of their ancestors. Not long before the events of the game began, disasters again began to strike Hyrule. Plagues, droughts, and more hit the land, though the seal from the Imprisoning War seemed to remain intact. The people prayed to the gods for deliverance. Instead, they found safety not in the hands of a god, but of a man, a priest by the name of Aghanim, who used his strange magic to stop the disasters plaguing Hyrule. The people were overjoyed, and the king, believing Aghanim to be the second coming of the second sages told of in legend, invited him into the castle, more or less turning over control of the land to this mysterious priest. But it would not be long before Aghanim's true intentions would come to light. At this time, the only remaining descendants of the slain Knights of Hyrule were a young boy named Link and his uncle, who lived simple lives just south of Hyrule Castle. However, on a particularly dark and stormy night, Link woke up to the voice of a girl appearing in his dreams. The voice claimed to be Zelda, Princess of Hyrule, and she said that she had been imprisoned inside the castle. Upon waking, Link found his uncle preparing to leave. He told Link to remain in the cottage, but the child knew that something needed to be done, and soon after left to make his own way to the castle. Inside its walls, Link found his uncle at death's door, having tried the exact same thing and becoming mortally wounded by the castle soldiers. The two shared a heartfelt moment together, where, with his dying breath, Link's uncle told him of their true heritage, that they descended from the Knights of Hyrule, and that they had a duty to protect the royal family. Taking his uncle's sword and a shield passed down their family for generations, Link went on to finish the quest his uncle had begun. The boy valiantly fought his way into the castle dungeons and freed the Princess Zelda, escaping with her to a sanctuary north of the castle. She explained that Aghanim had betrayed her father the king, killing him and bewitching the soldiers, and more or less seizing the throne for himself. He sent the soldiers out for a hunt for the descendants of the 7 sages of old, ultimately settling on taking hostage 7 young maidens. He then began sacrificing them one by one in order to weaken the seal on the Dark World. He succeeded in sacrificing the first 6, but the 7th, Princess Zelda herself, had managed to escape with the aid of this young hero. She beseeched Link to find and claim the Master Sword, and use it to stop Aghanim before he could finish the job. Meanwhile, Link was branded a wanted criminal by Aghanim, with proclamations issued claiming that Link had kidnapped the princess, setting the entire world against him. Working with Sahasrahla, the respected elder of Kakariko village and a descendant of the 7 sages, Link was able to prove his worth by finding the 3 pendants of virtue hidden in heavily guarded labyrinths throughout Hyrule. Along the way, Link himself ended up finding a portal to the Dark World,
being transformed into a form reflective of his soul, a rabbit. The exact reason as to why could probably be its own video. I actually removed a huge tangent about the moon symbolism from this script, so let me know if you want all of that. The three virtues extolled are power, wisdom, and courage, representing the three pieces of the Triforce and proving Link's balanced heart. After having collected all three, he brought them to the Master Sword's pedestal in the Lost Woods, allowing him to draw the Blade of Evil's Bane and wield it as his own. However, this came too late. Just after Link claimed the sword, Zelda had been found by Aghanim's bewitched soldiers and taken back to the castle to have her soul sacrificed to the Dark World, and in doing so, destroy the seal that prevented escape from that ruined land. Using the might of the Master Sword to dispel Aghanim's magical barriers and storm Hyrule Castle's tower, Link arrived just in time to see the ritual completed, before challenging Aghanim to a duel. The two had an epic battle, and Link defeated the priest, though not early enough to prevent his plan from going into motion. In a last-ditch effort to stop Link from closing the seal, Aghanim used his magic to drag Link into the Dark World through the newly reopened portal in Hyrule Castle. With the seal broken and the portal reopened, the corruption of the Light World would grow faster. At this point, the only way to stop the corruption and keep Calamity from taking hold forever was for Link to claim the Golden Power for himself, and use it to halt the corruption of both the Dark and Light Worlds. To do this, he would have to save the 7 maidens who had been sent here before him, so they could remove the magical protections on Ganon's tower, and allow him to seize the Triforce by killing its current master. As he traveled to the 7 temples hidden in the Dark World and rescued the maidens, Link slowly began to unravel the mystery of what was going on. The maidens told him that Ganon was the current master of both the Triforce and Aghanim, and how the priest's sacrifices had opened the portal to the Dark World so Ganon could escape into the light. Link learned of his place in the prophecy of the Great Calamity, and what was at stake if he lost. The maidens shared how Ganon's plan was nearly flawless, but he had made one fatal error. He had assumed that the bloodline of the Knights of Hyrule had been truly eradicated. It was not until far too late he had learned of the existence of Link, descendant of the Knights and hero of prophecy, and how a chance of the Demon King's downfall still remained. And once the 7 maidens Zelda included were freed, they could dispel the magic barrier guarding Ganon's tower, allowing Link to ascend it and finally face his foe. At the top though, he found not the monstrous Ganon, but instead Aghanim, once more trying to allow the Demon King to gain his freedom. But this time the Priest of Ganon was different. In the Japanese, he spoke in an entirely different tone from his earlier appearances, foregoing formal honorifics and talking like a ne'er-do-well, or a bandit. Upon killing Aghanim once and for all, Link watched as Ganon's spirit left the body of the priest, revealing Aghanim had been possessed outright by Ganon after sending Link to the Dark World. Immediately, Ganon made his way towards the pyramid in the center of the Dark World, where the two would have their final confrontation. Link, using the sword forged long before even the imprisoning war, followed in hot pursuit, defeating the Demon King and finishing him off with a silver arrow, one of the few weapons capable of putting him in the ground for good. Notably, this is the same way Ganon was killed in the original Legend of Zelda. The world was saved, and the Triforce itself was found within the pyramid by Link. The Triforce began to speak with Link, revealing the story of how Ganon claimed it to the hero, before it accepted Link as its new master. We don't know exactly what Link wished for, but it seems that he desired to undo all of the evil caused by Ganon. Numerous characters, including Link's uncle, are returned from the dead. The denizens of the Dark World, once prisoners trapped in monstrous forms, were freed and returned to the Light World. The Dark World reverted to its original state as the Golden Land, but now blessed with a bright blue sky. Curses placed by Ganon were lifted, allowing the world to be freed from his influence entirely. Peace was finally restored to Hyrule, and the Master Sword returned to its eternal slumber. A Link to the Past is really the game that created the Zelda series as we know it today. It fleshed out the history and motivation of Ganon, the looming villain we saw in both NES titles. We saw more about the Triforce as well. This game is the first to not only show the true power of wielding the entire Triforce and establish that it grants wishes, but also shows that it's sentient, with the artifact speaking to Ganon in the manual, as well as Link at the end of the game. We also got an early version of the creation story that would eventually be retold in Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess. More generally, we also see more of the Hyrulean religion, finally establishing without question that multiple deities exist. At this point, the religion of Hyrule was almost completely divorced from the Christian imagery so popular in the early games of the franchise. The goddess statue from Adventure of Link is kept, but wouldn't reappear for a long, long while. This game also introduces two of Link's most iconic items, the Master Sword and the Hylian Shield. Discussing the latter first, it was just a basic blue shield stated to have been passed through Link's family line, and given to the hero by his dying uncle. However, in the 2019 remake of Link's Awakening, the exact same shield from this game reappears, but this time featuring the Hylian shield design that would eventually become prevalent throughout the series. The Master Sword would go on to become one of the most iconic pieces of weaponry in the entire franchise, wielded by numerous iterations of the hero's spirit. As stated earlier in this video, all we learn about its backstory is that it was forged by the will of a powerful god to fight demons and protect the golden power from them. We'll cover this more later when we get to the actual origin of the Master Sword and Skyward Sword. Also, some people may ask if this sword is the same as the Magical Sword, the most powerful sword featured in both Zelda 1 and Adventure of Link. The short answer is no. Both weapons look extremely different and have distinct names in the Japanese, even in more recent re-releases of the NES games. The Master Sword is also kept in a pedestal, slumbering eternally, whereas the Magical Sword is kept secreted away in an underground tomb. Interestingly, the overworld map for this game somewhat lines up with the original Legend of Zelda. To the far north of the map, we have the Death Mountain area, including Spectacle Rock, which served as Ganon's main base of operations during that game. The location of this base actually lines up with both the Tower of Hera in the Light World and Ganon's Tower in the Dark World, implying he may have used the same location in both titles. Both maps also have a Lost Woods area, though they don't act the same, and likely aren't meant to be the same Eldritch location, despite sharing a name. You could draw more comparisons between the maps if you wanted. I've seen many people attempt it, myself included, but the maps aren't really close enough to be one-to-one. Zelda maps have always been inconsistent, and that goes back as far as this game. It would be too much to try and draw those parallels for every game in the series. The title established the gameplay and formula that would go on to rule the franchise until Breath of the Wild released 26 years later. The themed dungeons throughout the game world, a mid-game plot shakeup at the ending of the first arc that introduces a darker, altered version of the world map, as well as a bunch of new dungeons to explore. It was also the first game to feature important boss fights in both the highest tower of Hyrule Castle, and in a separate tower both designed by and named for Ganon. Actually, this seems to be a common thing on Super Nintendo. A lot of major franchises that debuted earlier on were completely redefined in this era, including Metroid, Fire Emblem, Donkey Kong, and even Mario itself. This era was a massive shakeup for the entire company, and would be the basis for a lot of what would come out of Nintendo for the next few decades. But not only did this game establish the gameplay precedent for the next few decades, but also the lore. This was the game that really gave us an introduction to Ganon as a character, including his true goals and his backstory as Ganondorf. We learn about the cosmology of the world, and in doing so, get background for the Triforce and the Master Sword. These three elements are essentially what the entire lore will revolve around from this point on, and forms most of the story connection between games. The one thing that became apparent to me when looking back at this game is how much of the lore was scrubbed in translation. And that's not just a thing in A Link to the Past. Many other details get cut in translation throughout the series. As usual, I'll be sticking to the Japanese lore, since that was the intention of the developers. I urge anyone doing their own research into the Zelda lore to look at the Japanese scripts and manuals more than the English ones. I'll link translations of both the game script and the manual in the description of this video. If I forget to do so, then feel free to yell at me in the comments, on Twitter, on the Discord, whatever. Looking at the timeline, we can safely place this game earlier than the two we've covered previously. Not only do the Japanese manual and box refer to this game as a prequel to the original titles, but we can just see from the state of the world. The Triforce is in one piece, which means that Princess Zelda I has not yet been sealed in North Palace. We are also given the creation story of the world,
and told that the Triforce was placed in the Sacred Realm at the dawn of time. We're left to conclude that it was after the events of this game that the royal family kept the Triforce to themselves, and passed it down as an heirloom, as was shown in the Adventures of Lake Manuel. We do actually see it explicitly confirmed that the Triforce became a royal heirloom at some point after A Link to the Past, but we won't be covering that game for a very, very long while. While Ganon was killed during the events of this game, it was made clear in Zelda 2 that he can be resurrected. And that's actually a storyline we'll explicitly see play out in the Oracle games. And with that, we have finally hit the end of this video. When next we return to Zelda, it won't be in Hyrule, but instead dreamy Koholint Island, home of the Windfish in Link's Awakening.
Well, it's Kirby month, and as stated in the last video, all the videos I drop in April will be about this wonderful pink creature. In the first real deepest lore episode of this series, we will start by looking into the first Kirby game, Kirby's Dream Land, which was released on April 27th, 1992, 30 years ago this month. It told a rather simplistic story involving Kirby, a hero of the stars, taking on the gluttonous King Diddy, who had stolen all the food in Dreamland for his own consumption. It was a light, fluffy story that ended with the two taking each other on in a boxing ring. Kirby defeats Diddy, he saves all the food, end of story. At least, at that point. Like many other games we've discussed thus far, this one has been remade. Twice. The first time was in 1996, when it was partially remade and expanded upon into Kirby Superstar on the SNES. The second time was a remake of Superstar called Kirby Superstar Ultra on the Nintendo DS, which not only expanded the content of Superstar even more, but also created a direct sequel to the original story that readapted some parts of Dreamland that were cut out of the SNES version, making this, no question, the definitive Kirby's Dream Land experience. Plus, as I mentioned, Dreamland was expanded on with these remakes. Superstar Ultra is not just a retelling of the game, but actually a collection of 10 games and 5 sub-games. None of these games are particularly long themselves, but altogether they form a meaty package of Kirby gameplay and story. There's a lot going on in this game, and it ties pretty heavily into lore introduced in games released between 1992 and 1996, so today we'll only be discussing 2 of these games, Spring Breeze and Revenge of the King. Now, Spring Breeze is the actual remake of Dreamland. The story goes just as I described earlier. King Dedede steals all the food in Dreamland alongside 4 of the 5 sparkling stars that allow the citizens of Dreamland to harvest more. Kirby, of course, loves food, and so goes to get it all back. First, Kirby takes on Dedede's long-standing goons, Wispy Woods, Lololo and La, and Kracko. With them out of the way, Kirby heads for Mount Dedede, where the Great King sits, waiting. The two stand as adversaries, though based on the boxing ring that Dedede has set up, complete with a cheering crowd for his battle with Kirby, I can't imagine this was their first time going head-to-head. The game ends with Dedede removed from his castle, and Kirby taking possession of the building, almost literally, to return the food to the populace and stand tall as the hero of Dreamland. Random fact, Lololo and La are actually canon immigrants from the Eckerland series, an old set of puzzle games released by HAL, but nothing about that series seems to be canon to the Kirby games, though if you want to hear me discuss them at some point, please let me know. Usually this is where I'd end things, but if we're going to be talking about the original Kirby's Dream Land, there is still one more very important part of the story I have yet to talk about. As mentioned earlier, Revenge of the King is a sub-game exclusive to Kirby Superstar Ultra that acts as a direct sequel to Spring Breeze. In this game, King Dedede wants vengeance on Kirby for his previous slights, once again stealing the sparkling stars in order to draw out his adversary for the sole purpose of revenge. As far as gameplay goes, Revenge of the King is based on the extra game of the original Dreamland. It replaces many of the enemies with stronger ones, makes all of the bosses more challenging, and even re-implements Kabula, a boss from the original Dreamland, as an extra challenge. This game also shows us that the starship is not a singular vehicle, but instead a coalescence of star energy, as seen in both this game, one is formed after Kirby collects 3 sparkling stars, and in Milky Way Wishes, where one is created from the power Kirby gained from traveling along the starry path. At the end of the game, when Kirby reaches Mount Dedede, the Mad King sends everything after the Pink Terror, up to and including his attendant, a bandana-wearing Waddle Dee with a spear. This specific soldier is known as Bandana D, and will become another major character in the franchise going forward. The two place a multitude of mini-bosses between Kirby and the center of the fortress, but as those foes fall one by one, Bandana D and King Diddy realize that they need to take care of this themselves. And once every minion, every challenge, including Bandana D, have been defeated, Kirby arrives back in the arena where he faced Diddy previously. But things feel different. The boxing arena is now surrounded by an electrified cage, and Diddy himself won't show until Kirby is willing to face him in equal combat, offering up the hammer copy ability that Kirby must take. Notably, Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot imply that the hammer he uses in those titles was a gift from Diddy, possibly making this canonically the same hammer he would use throughout the rest of the series. When Diddy finally does appear, he was not his usual jovial self, but instead quite serious. The seats in the crowd were empty, outside of the expectant Bandana D. The Great King has had an upgrade, replacing his old hammer with a more powerful mechanized one, and also wearing a metallic mask. This time, he meant business. But somehow, despite all of this preparation, Kirby still came forth as the victor. Dejected and once again removed from his castle, Diddy, Bandana Waddle Dee, and the remains of their army wander through the land, trying to figure out where they went wrong, and a way to move forward. This is a very important moment for Diddy as a character. While ancillary materials often push forward the idea of Diddy being the main villain of the Kirby series, that was only really true for the first few games. Going forward, Diddy will rarely be the villain. In most titles, he's allied with Kirby, possessed by an outside force, or acting in the express interests of Dreamland as a nation, even if that brings him into conflict with Kirby. After the events of Revenge of the King, Diddy is a changed man, and the future is better for it. And that's the end of this video. While Superstar and Ultra have many more sub-games to discuss, we have one more game to cover before a lot of that can really make sense. So next week, join me as we go through the story of the second mainline Kirby game, Kirby's Adventure, and its remake, Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. I'll see you then.
Mario Kart has always held a strange place in the eyes of Mario fans. It's often considered to be the best Mario spin-off, and is by far the most popular if sales numbers are anything to go by. Mario Kart 8 is still to this day the best-selling game on Switch. But these games not having story mode don't really have much lore in them on the surface. Indeed, what lore exists is pretty few and far between when it comes to Mario Kart. But, by looking into the locations of different courses, I'm sure we can pad out a whole video. While we're at it, I'll also talk about 2 more NES racing games featuring Mario that I neglected to give their own videos, since the games are so small and unimportant that they really don't deserve their own slots in the list. So sit back, this is going to be a dense video, though not necessarily a long one, as we discuss Super Mario Kart on the Super Nintendo. First, I need to prove to a few of you that the Mario Kart games are actually canon. They're actually pretty consistent with other Mario titles, and it's clear that other, definitely canon Mario games are written and designed with Mario Kart in mind. Let's look, for example, at the Luigi's Mansion series. In the original Luigi's Mansion, the Verdant Plumber wielded the Poltergust 3000, which is assumedly the third model in Dr. Elvin Gadd's Poltergust line of ghost-catching vacuum cleaners. In the sequel, Luigi's Mansion 2 Dark Moon, Luigi's weapon gets upgraded to the Poltergust 5000. The question then stands, what about the Poltergust 4000, which would assumedly come between these two models? Was there any reason the game skipped that? The answer, in case you haven't guessed, comes from Mario Kart. Mario Kart DS introduced the new kart called the Poltergust 4000, which acts as Luigi's default kart. The reason the 4000 model was skipped in Dark Moon was because it already existed in the Mario universe as a vehicle. The fact that they specifically moved forward to the 5000 model shows that Luigi's Mansion 2 was designed with the Mario Kart series in mind. There are more examples I could give, but this one is probably the most straightforward and requires the least explanation. Now that we've established that, let's look at the game itself.
Super Mario Kart is a racing game with 8 playable characters and 20 tracks separated into 4 cups. Starting with those 8 characters, all of these are people who have been introduced up to this point in the series. We have Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, Yoshi, Bowser, Koopa Troopa, and Donkey Kong Jr. Obviously, one of these things is not like the others. DK Jr. stands out as the only character in this game to not show up in the regular Super Mario Bros. Series, at this point being relegated to the Donkey Kong era of games. He also goes on to stop showing up altogether in a few years. This is also his only appearance in a Mario Kart game until Tour released him, but even then it was just a clear callback to Super. We'll get into it later, but DK Jr. is probably the most important piece of timeline information this game has. While he isn't a racer, Lakitu also shows up regularly in this game to pretty much run the race, a role he will continue to have throughout all future Mario Kart games. Moving on, the 20 tracks mentioned earlier can be further subdivided into 8 different locations the races take place in. As always, I'd like to thank Project Marioverse for doing a lot of the hard work in mapping out these tracks. That said, these locations are very approximate, as we only have so much to go off of due to the simplicity of these tracks and the lack of detail in the game. Some of this information was gleaned from reusing tracks in other games, and I'll show in-game footage from those titles when relevant. In the end, all of these locations are theories, so keep that in mind as we go through them. First of all, 3 of these tracks are very clear as to exactly where they occur. Both Choco Island and Donut Plains share names and physical attributes, with areas of Dinosaur Land shown in Super Mario World. So of course these 2 tracks take place in those locations. The third track with a clear location is Bowser's Castle, which takes place in, well, Bowser's Castle. This is a location we've seen since the original Super Mario Bros. And will continue to pop up throughout the entire series. Even if Bowser has multiple castles in his realm, it's still pretty clear that this takes place somewhere in the Koopa Kingdom. From there, the tracks get a little bit harder to suss out. Mario Circuit is one that I've heard a lot of controversy about, but I've finally been convinced that it also takes place in Donut Land. Despite not sharing the name, when viewed in 3D, we can see that the color of the sky and the hills in the background match up with Donut Plains. So chances are, that's where this one goes. I've also heard arguments that Mario Circuit is near World 1-1, due to these similar looking blocks, but I'm not quite as convinced by that one. Vanilla Lake is one that initially seemed obvious, but quickly proved to be more challenging than I expected, and is the one of these tracks that I spent the longest placing. My initial reaction was to say that it took place in or near World 3 of Super Mario World, Vanilla Dome. Not only is Vanilla Dome the icy location in that game, but it also has a giant lake in the middle of it. But once you think a little bit more about it, nothing about this placement makes sense. You can clearly see clouds in the sky at Vanilla Lake, so it can't be inside the Vanilla Dome, which is an enclosed cavern. But at the same time, it can't be on the mountains above the dome, because those don't appear to be as snowy as the Mario Kart track. My guess is that they simply reused the vanilla name to reference a snowy area, and chose a different second word, lake instead of dome, to imply that it isn't the same exact place. More likely, Vanilla Lake is a generic polar location. Nothing in this track seems to point to any other existing locations, at least to me. In its original appearance, and for a good while after, Rainbow Road is implied to be a rainbow bridge hovering in space. No ground in the background outside the racetrack, stars as far as the eye can see, but in Mario Kart 8, we got a very different look at the Super Mario Kart version of the track. Not only can you see clouds in the background, implying that this is within Earth's atmosphere, but below the track you can see fields with toad houses in them, implying that this Rainbow Road is not in space, but instead floating somewhere above the Mushroom Kingdom. Ghost Valley is meant to be a location filled with booze, but there are a lot of places that it could be. That said, the track Broken Pier and Super Circuit is both visually very similar to the Ghost Valley tracks, and has a remixed version of the Ghost Valley music as the main theme of the track, implying that they take place in the same location. And in Broken Pier's background, we can see strangely shaped rocks, which look very similar to the background from the Bowser's Castle, scene in Double Dash. This places Ghost Valley as a location in the Koopa Kingdom. Koopa Beach tracks all take place on different islands in the middle of the ocean, probably clustered together. Since they're in the middle of the ocean, there probably aren't many notable landmarks near them. The game also has 4 battle courses that, while not named, clearly share themes with other locations of the game. Battle Course 1 is in Donut Plains, Battle Course 2 is in Koopa Beach, Battle Course 3 is at Vanilla Lake, and Battle Course 4 is near Mario Circuit.
so just add those to your maps at about the same location as the main racetracks. Now with the racing game, there's only so much we can discuss, and when it comes to timelines, there's only so much we can say. It has to take place after Super Mario World due to the appearance of Yoshi in the Dinosaur Land tracks, but it can't be too much later than that since Donkey Kong Jr. is still around. So for now, we'll set it right after that game. If you want to play Super Mario Kart, it's available on Nintendo Switch Online. Alright, bonus round time. Mario Kart was not the first racing game to feature Mario and Luigi. That title goes to the Famicom Grand Prix series, released in Japan only on the Family Computer Disk System. The first title, Famicom Grand Prix F1 Race, released on October 30th, 1987, while the sequel, Famicom Grand Prix 2 3D Hot Rally, came out less than a year later on April 14th, 1988. The latter title was the game to introduce the vehicle known as Monster, which is pretty much the only thing from either of these titles to be referenced later. I was unaware of these games back when I was covering Mario on the NES, so I didn't make a video about them then, and honestly there's not really much to say. They were never released in the US, and currently there is no legal way to play them without a Famicom disk system. The first game is a top-down racer based on Formula 1. The player plays as Mario competing against 19 other drivers, of which the best 6 are listed in the manual. All 6 of them come from real-world countries, implying that they are from the same tour Earth that we discussed in the NES Open Tournament video, rather than the Mushroom World. This aspect really dates the game because one of the racers, known as Panther, is specified to be from West Germany, placing this game before October 1990, when West and East Germany were unified. Which also means, yes, the Cold War is canon to the Mario universe. In case you ever wondered that, I guess. The second game is less of a racer and more focused on time trials, with Mario and Luigi trying to complete certain tracks within a time limit without destroying their vehicle. This game has no other racers, but has 3 vehicles, including the previously mentioned Monster. Neither game has much in the way of story, even in the manuals. The most we have is the information about the racers in the first game being actual Formula 1 racers. These games are a little tougher to place on the timeline, with so little story relevance. They probably take place before Mario Kart, since if that all had been set up before this point, then either we'd be seeing more racers from the Mario Kart series joining him, or Mario would just be racing there. Personally, I place these games alongside the other massive games where Mario had different jobs, such as Mario Cement Factory, Wrecking Crew, and others. He doesn't have any of the Super Mario iconography, the Mushroom Kingdom cast, or his regular outfit colors, making me think this is prior to Super Mario Bros.
Super Mario Land II, The 6 Golden Coins, was the direct sequel to the original Super Mario Land, releasing on the Game Boy in October of 1992. The game sees Mario return to his home, the self-named Mario Land, only to find that, in his absence, it has been conquered by an old rival, the disgusting Wario. And yes, this is our first introduction to this most classic of Mario characters. That said, this isn't the first time he's met Mario. By this point, Wario has already tried to make multiple incursions on Mario's castle, though this was the first time the Pungent Plumber managed to actually succeed. He had used Mario's absence to take over the castle, hypnotize the land's inhabitants, and scatter the 6 golden coins, the magical keys that guard Castle Mario, among his cronies, leaving Mario to pick up the pieces upon returning home. So Mario has to travel through 6 worlds, including a haunted house, a whale, the moon, and even more, to collect the coins and finally take on the lookalike. And yes, the manual does specify that Wario chose to model himself after Mario. Notably, one of the major bosses in the game is Tatanga, the alien Mario fought in the first Super Mario Land. It seems that, in some way, he and Wario are in cahoots, though how much remains to be seen. Interestingly, both Wario and Tatanga are stated to have some kind of hypnotic abilities, something that Wario is seemingly without in all of his other appearances. Maybe Tatanga was the reason he was able to enchant the citizens of Mario Land? At the end of the day, good prevails as Mario finally beats down Wario and kicks him out of the castle, reclaiming Mario Land and leaving his long-standing rival a sore loser, dreaming of ways to get his own castle. But he won't go on that journey for a few games more. In the timeline, this game goes directly after Super Mario Land, as its story is a direct continuation from that of the previous Game Boy game. The first Star Fox game was released on the Super Nintendo in February 1993. This story is the most basic version of the Lylat Wars as we know them. The evil scientist Andross, once a citizen of the planet Corneria, was banished from the planet due to unethical scientific experimentation. he wound up on the planet Venom, which he conquered and made the base of his operations for his own empire. Now, with the strength of a well-equipped army at his back, he turns back towards Corneria, attempting to conquer the entire Lylat system and rule it himself. The game follows the 4 members of the fighter team Star Fox: Slippy Toad the mechanic, Peppy Hare the mentor, Falco Lombardi the hot-headed flyboy, and their leader, Fox McCloud. The 4 were hired on by General Pepper, head of the Cornerian army, to fight against Andross in the war. To help them in battle, Pepper has granted them the use of a new set of experimental fighter ships called R-Wings. On their way to fight Andross on Venom, they had the chance to visit a number of locations in the Lylat system. Venom, the first planet in the system, was once known for its beauty, but was virtually destroyed by Andross when he took over, reducing it to a wasteland of pollution and militarism. There was a native race of some sort on Venom, but little is known about them, and they were enslaved by Andross. This planet serves as the Mad Emperor's base of operations. The next planet in line is Titania, a planet without any native life forms, though it is full of ancient ruins hinting that an advanced civilization once lived there. It is also home to a large deposit of minerals, leading to Andross claiming its resources. Macbeth is a dangerous planet plagued constantly by geological disasters. Interestingly, some time ago the planet's core shrank, but the crust remained the same size, leading to the planet being mostly hollow. Corneria is a fertile planet that serves to feed large portions of the Lylat system. It is also among the most heavily populated, but due to the planet's relative peace, its military presence is small, hence the need to hire mercenaries when the war did break out. The planet also has natural protection in the form of thick asteroid fields, which pose dangers to any ship attempting to approach it. The final planet in the Lylat system is Fortuna, also known as the Dinosaur Planet, though not the same as the dinosaur planet that we see in Star Fox Adventures. As the name would suggest, the planet is home to many species of dinosaur, which have been weaponized by Andross, including a powerful dragon known as Didora, that serves as the spirit of the planet. Alongside the planets, you can also traverse a few other locations. Meteor was once an amusement park called Meteor Land, but it has been turned into a forward base by Andross's forces. Sectors X, Y, and Z are strange nebula within the system that take the shape of the letters of the alphabet they're named for. All 3 are full of wreckage of some sort, as many ships are lost due to high levels of radiation and electromagnetism found in these areas. The black hole is a place where things just disappear. It was reportedly created by Andross during one of his experiments and serves as a warp zone, allowing instant teleportation to other parts of the system. According to General Pepper, this is also the last place Fox's father, pilot James McCloud, was allegedly seen before his disappearance. Either his ship crashed in a space graveyard created by the black hole, or he entered an unknown warp point and was never seen again. Either way, since he disappeared here, his death was indirectly caused by Andross, which remains a constant throughout all the later reboots. And the final location to mention, as well as the most interesting, is referred to simply as Out of This Dimension. This is a strange, unknown world with no escape, and in all likelihood, if they ended up here, Star Fox would have remained floating in the void until their ships were destroyed or they died of dehydration. Reaching this area is considered an alternate ending to Star Fox SNES. You can only reach it if you're abducted by a strange bird-like alien. There, Fox and company find oversized and very dangerous paper airplanes, as well as a huge slot machine. The slot machine has Andross's face on it, so it's likely that he is somehow involved in its creation, though we still aren't sure where the alternate reality itself comes from. There are also some who believe that this is where Fox's father ended up after his disappearance. Whatever route they take, upon reaching Venom, Star Fox finally gets to face Andross himself in a space battle, in the form of a large metallic face, and this strange cube featuring images of Andross. In future versions of the Lylat Wars, Andross has turned himself into some form of super weapon. So likely, that's the explanation for his inorganic form in this game, but that still isn't confirmed to be true in this universe. With Andross defeated, peace returns to the Lylat system, and the Star Fox team are given a generous payout depending on their performance throughout the game. And with that, we reach Game Over for Star Fox SNES. There's a lot going on in this game, introducing us to a large, interesting world that will only be expanded on and rebooted in future titles. If you want to check it out yourself, it's of course available on Switch Online. The second Kirby game was Kirby's Adventure, released on the Famicom in March 1993, 3 whole years after the Super Famicom launched in Japan. This game was important for a few reasons. First, Kirby's Adventure was the first introduction of copy abilities to the Kirby franchise, which quickly became its defining characteristic. This game also marked the introduction of one of its most popular and important recurring characters. Kirby's Adventure was later remade on the Game Boy Advance as Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, which will be the version used for the making of this video. The story opens up with the Fountain of Dreams being seemingly vandalized by King Diddy. The fountain is a powerful location within Dreamland. It gathers up the hopes and wishes of all living things on the planet, then disperses them back in the form of dreams and restful sleep. Some have even said that the fountain brings dreams to life. Dreams had always flowed from the fountain in Dreamland. Its power source is the mighty yet mysterious Star Rod, which traditionally sits atop the fountain. However, when the rod is removed, the dreamy waters stop flowing, and so too do the dreams that spring from it. And indeed, one day, everyone in Dreamland was horrified to find that they suddenly had lost the ability to dream or have a restful sleep. Upon arriving at the fountain, Kirby was dismayed to find their old rival King Diddy nonchalantly bathing in its waters. He explains to Kirby that he split up the Star Rod into 7 pieces, which he gave to his own allies. Before the king could even finish his story, however, Kirby left to fix the issues caused by Diddy. Again. Kirby traveled across Dreamland, facing both old foes and new. Among those new foes, however, is one who is especially powerful. A masked swordsman wielding a legendary blade. This is our first introduction to the enigmatic Meta Knight. Meta Knight serves as King Diddy's most trusted ally in this game, seemingly working alongside the king to protect the broken pieces of the Star Rod. However, throughout the game, Meta Knight expresses very odd behavior. He sets his followers, the Meta Knights, against Kirby many times. Yet for most of those encounters, he never lifts a finger himself. When he finally does challenge Kirby to battle, he seeks an honorable challenge, offering his foe a sword before the fight begins. And once the fight was over, Meta Knight stood defeated. His mask, his most defining feature, had shattered, revealing a face not too dissimilar from Kirby's own. Recognizing his defeat, Meta Knight relinquished his piece of the Star Rod and disappeared, not to be seen for the rest of the game. Later games suggest that Meta Knight wasn't actually trying to hinder Kirby, but instead to test them, ensuring that Dreamland's champion was ready to face the challenges ahead. That said, his intentions are never made 100% clear, even in future games. Upon defeating the 7 protectors of the Rod Shards, including Diddy himself, Kirby puts the Star Rod back together and goes to place it in the Fountain of Dreams. But King Diddy isn't just sad about his defeat. He seems to be begging for Kirby to not return the rod. Strange behavior even for him. Strange behavior that is explained when, upon the Star Rod being returned to the fountain, a strange orb of energy appears that turns his pure blue waters black as night. This orb is revealed to be Nightmare, a demonic entity who seeks to seize control of the Fountain of Dreams in order to replace its peaceful visions with relentless nightmares. In doing so, Nightmare sought to plunge all of Popstar into chaos and despair. King Diddy had seen what was coming and, not for his own benefit, but instead that of the entire planet, broke the Star Rod in order to protect the world, trapping Nightmare in the powerless fountain and stopping the flow of nightmares before they could spread. But Kirby, in their single-minded attempt at goodness, could only see the bad Diddy had done in the past, but wouldn't give him the chance to explain himself. And because of this folly, Nightmare was set free, able to corrupt the fountain before taking off towards the stars. Without a second thought, the old enemies knew they needed to work together. King Diddy sent Kirby flying after the creature. Kirby took the Star Rod, wielding its legendary power to do combat with Nightmare on the surface of Popstar's moon, hoping to vanquish the entity. At last, Kirby was able to win the desperate battle against this malevolent force with enough power to destroy a chunk of the moon. They sent the nightmares away and returned the Star Rod to its rightful place, allowing the people of Dreamland the dream-filled rest they had been missing. All rejoiced in Kirby's victory, including, for once, Diddy as well. Now this is a pivotal game in the timeline of King Diddy. It establishes that Diddy isn't a completely horrendous being, and does indeed have a selfless streak. If we go by the theory that Revenge of the King caused a shift in Diddy as a person, then this could easily fit as a good first step towards his redemption. Kirby still doesn't trust him, even if he's doing the right thing and trying to protect Dreamland. But after these events, his more positive nature has been proven to Kirby, and going forward they will less often be enemies. At worst any of his rivals, and at times, even friends. It's also worth mentioning that Nightmare in Dreamland was the first game to include a Meta Nightmare mode, which is a harder version of the game where you can play as Meta Knight. However, this version of the game doesn't add anything to the lore. Meta Knight has to fight a second identical version of himself during his own boss battle, and he doesn't even face Nightmare, with the game ending upon the defeat of Diddy. It doesn't seem like there's anything worth gleaning from this game's version of Meta Nightmare, but that will change in some future versions of this mode. Looking at the timeline, Diddy's arc places this game directly after Revenge of the King, opening us up to a whole new world of possibilities in the future of this franchise.
The fourth Zelda game, Link's Awakening, also known as the Island of Dreams in Japanese, was released in June of 1993. Originally intended as a Game Boy port of A Link to the Past, the project ended up taking on a life of its own and becoming its own title, though the game's origins as a version of Link to the Past can still be picked up from the bosses, dungeons, map designs, and aspects of the story. As previously mentioned, it was originally made for Game Boy, but was later remade for the Game Boy Color, and more importantly, that remake was remade for Nintendo Switch. This isn't the first time, and will be far from the last time that we deal with a remake of a remake on this channel. The Switch version will be the most canon version discussed in this video. If you enjoy this Zelda content and want to see more, be sure to subscribe to the channel. I also do Mario, Sonic, Kirby, and plenty of other series, so even if Zelda isn't your usual place, I'm sure you'll find something to enjoy here. The game opens with Link braving a storm on a small boat. The original manual gives us some background, describing how, after Ganon was killed in A Link to the Past, Hyrule returned to being a land of peace. However, the people feared Ganon's return, and Link knew that a day would come when Hyrule would once again need a hero. So, deciding to make the most of this peace, Link went traveling, in search of wisdom and enlightenment to better aid him in protecting his homeland. But that journey is over now, and the hero of legend is on a boat returning to Hyrule, stronger than ever. However, he gets caught in a nasty storm. Link tries to fight it, attempting to keep control of the boat, but ends up being struck by lightning, falling overboard, and waking up on an island to the south of Hyrule.
What a relief! I thought you'd never wake up. You were tossing and turning. What? Zelda? No, my name's Marin.
But it turns out that, instead, she is Marin, a citizen of Mabe Village on Koholint Island who bears a mysterious resemblance to the princess. After finding the hero washed up on the shore, she and her father Terran took him in while he healed from his wounds and awoke from his slumber. The people of the village seem kind of welcoming, but something feels off about them. The children of the town seem to be speaking of otherworldly things they shouldn't know, like the button layouts of the controller. This usually isn't something I would call out since, yeah, this is a video game. Sometimes the fourth wall needs to be broken for tutorials. However, in this case, the game lampshades this abnormality itself, with the children talking about how they really shouldn't know of such things. Link goes down to the beach in order to retrieve his sword. Both the sword and the shield are stated to have Link's name on them and look identical to the basic sword and shield from A Link to the Past, so they're meant to be the same items. While on the beach, Link is greeted by a friendly owl who explains that since his arrival, monsters began to appear on the island and have been acting violently. The owl thinks this is because a hero has arrived on the island in order to awaken a mysterious deity-like figure known as the Windfish, who is neither wind nor fish, but who has, since time immemorial, slept within the egg atop Mount Tamarack. The owl says that Link will not be able to leave Koholint until he has awakened the Windfish, and suggests he track down the 8 instruments of the Sirens. This hunt for the instruments of the Sirens takes up the game's entire playtime. Over the course of his adventure, Link meets numerous interesting characters that have ties to other Nintendo franchises. For one, Terran, Marin's father, looks very similar to Mario, but the comparisons don't end there. Terran is shown to be a mushroom forager, and the mushrooms he collects look very familiar. He's also turned into a Tanuki at one point, drawing comparisons to the Tanuki suit from Super Mario Bros. 3. A character we meet later in the game, known as the Henhouse Keeper, also bears a striking resemblance to Luigi. There are also a number of Mario enemies among the monsters on the island, including Cheep Cheeps, Bloopers, Goombas, Pokies, Boos, Lava Bubbles, Piranha Plants, Booblaws, Spinies, Thwomps, and Shy Guys. 3 Chain Chomps are also kept as pets by citizens of Mabe Village. A Yoshi doll and a picture of Princess Peach are both part of the trading quest. After getting the Yoshi doll, you can also collect a number of statues of the previously mentioned Mario enemies, which have stands meant for them around Mabe. It is worth noting that Chain Chomps, Bob-Ombs, and Piranha Plants appear in multiple other Zelda games, and Chain Chomps specifically were actually designed as Zelda enemies first. But since this game treats them as Mario enemies, I'll be doing the same. The cameos aren't just linked to Mario, however. One of the characters involved in the trading quest, named Mr. Wright, is a reference to Dr. Wright from the SNES and N64 versions of SimCity, versions of the game produced by Nintendo which themselves have much Nintendo content. Another quest character is Richard, one of the protagonists of the Japanese-only RPG for The Frog the Bell Tolls. There's also an enemy referred to simply as Kirby, which I don't think I need to explain that one. I want to bring attention to all of these cameos now, but we'll discuss them more later in the video. Over the course of the game, Link grows attached to Marin. Marin grew up on Koholint, being told by her father that nothing lay beyond the sea, and that Koholint was all there was. She felt in her heart, however, that he was wrong. A suspicion confirmed when Link washed ashore. Marin sees him as a symbol of her greatest desires in life, to travel the world and sing to everyone she could find. In a particularly poignant conversation on the beach, she explains to Link that she often wishes to be a seagull, and have that freedom to travel as she wanted. She also wants to awaken the Windfish herself, so she can wish to leave the island. Link, for his part, also seemed interested in Marin in his own silent way, enforced by the text of the game. Returning to Link's search for the instruments, he is led to enter the 8 dungeons on the island. Within each of these dungeons, Link meets the Nightmares, 8 boss creatures who seem to be corrupting the island. As Link defeats them, some of the Nightmares begin to warn Link that awakening the Windfish may not be everything he believed it was.
Tisk, tisk. You don't seem to know what kind of island this is. What a fool.
Partway through the adventure, Link enters an ancient ruin, where a mural tells him the truth. Koholint Island, and everything on it, save those who came from outside the island, were created from the Windfish's dreams. And if the Windfish were to awaken, it would all fade away, just as dreams do. If Link were to awaken the Windfish and escape the island, he would be sentencing all the kind people he had met, not just to death, but complete annihilation. The Nightmares aren't just fighting to stop Link out of malice, but because he is a threat to their very existence.
My energy! God! I lost. But you will be lost too, if the Windfish wakes. Same as me. You are in his dream.
But Link isn't the only danger to the island, as Marin is still intent on singing her song to awaken the creature. While she is unsuccessful due to not having the instruments, the monsters kidnap her anyways, abandoning the poor girl at the top of the mountains. After saving her and completing the final dungeon, it was Link's turn to try the same thing. Playing the 7 instruments and using Marin's melody, the Ballad of the Windfish, he was able to open a hole in the egg and enter it in search of the Great Dreamer. Within the egg, Link is finally faced with the Shadow Nightmare, the architect behind the Windfish's never-ending dream. Nightmare explains that it had found the Windfish's dream and conquered it, hoping to rule over this dream world for all time. But Link, of course, can't have that, and challenges this final Nightmare to a battle. And what a battle it is. the Shadow Nightmare takes on forms of Link's own psyche, starting out with a giant Zol, upping the ante after that by taking the form of the former priest of the Dark Order worshipping Ganon, Aghanim, and then Moldor, a boss from both Link's Awakening and A Link to the Past. When that wouldn't work, the Nightmare drove into Link's deepest fears, and produced a shape even more terrifying. A nightmare form of Ganon himself, fighting just as he did when Link defeated him. The Nightmare briefly returns to its natural state, something that seems a little similar to a Landmola, before finally taking on its ultimate form. It seems almost like an entity of cosmic horror, a pulsating mass with 2 long limbs and a single eye, and heavily resembles a symbol we saw in the last game, representing the demon cult that worshipped Ganon. This is the first of many figures in the Zelda series we will see to take or incorporate a similar shape, a demonic piercing eye, usually orange and glowing. This eye is subtle, but ultimately hugely important in the Zelda series going forward, and we'll discuss it in more detail as we approach future titles. It's worth noting that, in the Switch version, Nintendo actually reused certain sounds in this fight from Phantasma in Mario & Luigi Dream Team, drawing comparisons to another living nightmare entity, as well as yet another connection to another Nintendo franchise. With the Shadow Nightmare finally defeated, Link is able to ascend to the chamber in which the Windfish has been kept. He speaks for one last time to the owl, a representation of the Windfish's spirit within the Dream Realm, before the reality shatters, and Link finds himself back on the raft. Koholint Island now is nothing more than a memory, having disintegrated into pure life force. A seagull flies overhead, sailing off towards distant lands. Maybe, just maybe, in the last moments of his dream, the Windfish had granted Mirren her wish. Maybe someone from the island was able to finally be truly free and happy. And we fade out on Link's Awakening. Koholint Island is one of these stranger worlds in the Zelda series. It's kind of a dream, but still exists in physical reality. But despite being a place that does actually physically exist in the material plane, the island takes on many aspects of the dream world. It is most comparable to the idea of Azathoth in Lovecraftian mythology, of a world that exists due to the dreams of some extraplanar entity, doomed to end whenever the slumberer awakens. Much like a dream, it's heavily based on the world surrounding it, including taking influences from Link's own lived experiences. I mentioned earlier how the forms of the final boss are based in large part on the boss battles from A Link to the Past, but if you dig in deeper, more parallels start to unfold. For one, the map is very reminiscent of that of Link's Awakening. Pleasant Village to the west, just south of a strange, maze-like forest. An imposing mountain range to the north. Home to versions of both Turtle Rock and Spectacle Rock, both landmarks from Hyrule's Death Mountain region, as well as an imposing tower similar to the Tower of Hera. A dry desert in the south. A dungeon in the center of a lake to the southeast. A heavily fortified castle you sneak into underground towards the center. Clear comparisons can be drawn between the Eastern Palace and the similarly placed ancient ruins. Even Mirren is stated and shown in official art to look almost identical to Princess Zelda as she appears in A Link to the Past, except a redhead. I guess that's Link's preference. But Link's influence on the world goes deeper than even that. When he arrived on the island, so did the monsters. Monsters similar to those he'd fought in Hyrule during A Link to the Past. Think back as to why Link went traveling in the first place. The monsters weren't just the Nightmare's defense system. The monsters weren't just the Dream's defense system. They were manifestations of Link's fear of Ganon and the loyal servants who sought his return. This too is why the final Nightmare, which emerges directly from Link's body, took on the forms of Aghanim, Ganon, and what we're going to refer to as the Malice Eye. The nightmares that we fought weren't the nightmares of the Windfish, but instead of Link himself, physical manifestations of his fear and doubt brought to life by a godlike entity, infecting the peaceful dreamscape of the island. This was also why Link was the one destined to wake the Windfish. He had to eliminate his own fears before the dream could end. This isn't just a theory. This is stated by one of the owl statues in-game, though only in the Japanese, and mistranslated to refer to Link's death in the English. That owl statue also seems to imply that, if Link fails to awaken the Windfish, Koholint will shift to being primarily based on Link's dream, rather than the Windfish's.
If the Windfish does not awaken, the hero will become the soil of the island.
It seems that the state of this dream is affected by those conscious minds within it. But it seems like there are even more interesting inspirations for the island, if the Easter eggs we discussed earlier are anything to go by. There's also one more cameo character I didn't mention earlier. This frog, Mamu, is the villain from yet another game said to take place in a dream world. Super Mario USA, aka the American Super Mario Bros. 2, which once again I have a video on. Mamu is Wart's name in Japanese. They simply didn't change it to match his English name. The translators at NOA just didn't understand what was going on, I guess. I'm only going to gloss over this theory for the moment, much like I did in my Kirby Superstar Ultra video, but the more I look at this series, the less I feel like these are coincidences. Massive crossovers like Link's Awakening and the Great Cave Offensive seem consistently placed in worlds related to dreams, like Koholint Island and Dreamland. Not only that, but we have actual character crossover that makes canon sense in the form of Wart. These form the basis for a Nintendo multiverse, and are far from the only things outside Smash Bros. To establish such. I'll point out more as we come across them later in the series. This game is relatively simple to place in the timeline, as many things in this game and the original make it clear that this Link is the one from A Link to the Past. This game, then, comes after that, but still before the NES titles, as those took place centuries later. Finally, we've returned to Kirby Superstar Ultra. This episode is bringing together a lot of what we've been doing since the beginning of April. 2 weeks ago, we sat down to look over the events of Spring Breeze and Revenge of the King, two of the sub-games in the Superstar Ultra collection. Last week, we discussed Nightmare in Dreamland, and a lot of lore surrounding the Fountain of Dreams, which will become very relevant in this episode. We'll be rapid-firing our way through a fair few games today, so this video may be a little longer than most. In fact, it's probably going to take longer to watch this video than to actually play through Spring Breeze. Actually, let's try that. Spring Breeze will be in the top right corner of this video as we go. And go! Dynablade is the second game available and doesn't have a lot of direct ties to Dreamland. This game features Kirby fighting against the gigantic bird Dynablade, who's been stealing food and destroying crops all around Dreamland. Once again, Kirby battles their way across Dreamland until they find the great bird atop Candy Mountain. The two clash in battle, and the Pink Terror pulls out the win, heavily injuring Dynablade. However, when the battle is finished, Kirby discovers that Dynablade is a mother who's only been stealing food in order to feed her chicks. Feeling bad for what they've done, Kirby cared for and raised the babies while Dynablade healed from their battle, before the bird family took off across the sea, to a place where they could live without harming others, indebted and grateful to Kirby for the help. Not much really ties this game into its predecessors, but the fact that the Meta Knights appear and see Kirby immediately as a threat probably means they've faced each other before, placing this game after A Nightmare in Dreamland. Gourmet Race is a racing-themed Kirby mode that sees Diddy tauntingly challenge Kirby to a race across Dreamland, seeing who can run fastest while eating the most, which is probably the most Kirby competition you could ever find. Kirby, of course, wins handily, putting another loss under a humiliated King Dedede's belt. There isn't much to this one other than the Kirby-Dedede rivalry. Generally just based on where it is in the list, I will place it after Dynablade. Though for reasons we'll get into later, if I could see any games being moved to another location on the timeline, it would be this one, but for now I don't see a reason to do that. This game features Kirby exploring a great underground network of caves that are much more than meet the eye. The main story of it is rather simple. While on a picnic, Kirby falls down a long shaft into this cave and explores it, collecting many treasures and defeating its guardians. The cave is full of ruins from some ancient civilization that may have once lived there. There really isn't much of an active storyline at all beyond that, and large swaths of the game are entirely optional, but there's still a lot of interesting things to talk about. Included among the treasures are multiple items that you wouldn't expect to find in the Kirby universe. The Triforce, a Mr. Saturn, the Screw Attack, a Phantom Mask, the Wario Bucket, a DK Barrel, Captain Falcon's helmet, the Falchion, a Mario Kart tire, and Palutina's sacred treasures. Not only that, but it features a ton of items from around the rest of the Kirby series. You may write these off just as Easter eggs, and generally I would too, but there's one more element I have yet to bring up: the cave itself. In the Japanese manual, the cave is called Majorot, which translates to the place where many places mingle together. We can view all these items as just Easter eggs, but the cave naming makes their inclusion feel much more intentional. That said, some of these aren't exactly the genuine objects themselves. There's no way this is the actual Triforce just sitting around in Dreamland, for example, but its inclusion still shows a connection to the world of Zelda. Maybe it was a relief created by whatever civilization left the ruins in these caves. I want to do a full video about these connections at some point in the future, but I don't think I'm quite at that point. Right now, I just want to leave this open, get your opinions on this, and see what you folks create from these points. There are two bosses within the subgame that are worth discussing. The first of these is Computer Virus, which acts as a reference to classic JRPGs, most notably Dragon Quest. Outside being a really cool boss fight, one has to ask the question, how does a computer virus affect Kirby's world? It doesn't appear to be on a screen of any kind. When the virus is destroyed, the windows close to reveal nothing behind them. It's like the virus had taken hold in the fabric of reality itself. So the question stands, what exactly was this virus infecting? One theory goes that, even within the universes of these games, they are still in fact video games. That may seem obvious to us, but I'm saying that deeply within the lore of these games, they are fictional creations. This is further supported by games like Pokémon, where the Game Freak staff exist in games like gods, blatantly stating that they created the video game you're playing. Fire Emblem Heroes also makes references to real-world events like Choose Your Legends having an effect on their world. There are a lot of Easter eggs like this within the circle of franchises that I'm looking into that seem to point in this direction, and it's something that I probably will do another video about at some point in the future. Another option is that the virus is infecting the ancient technology that allowed for the connection between universes. Crystals seem to be very important in this game, and with a boss we'll discuss in a moment being explicitly linked to them. So this connection, and the virus's appearance in the crystal area, seem notable. But yes, in case these last few points weren't clear, I do plan on, in the long run, discussing the overarching multiverse that is implied by franchises like Fire Emblem, Xenoblade, and Super Smash Bros. Discovering how the Nintendo multiverse works is one of the end goals of the Deepest Lore series. We're finally getting to a point where we can start dipping our toes into that. The other boss of note is Wham Bam Rock. Wham Bam is a living embodiment of rock that serves as the final boss to this subgame, acting as its last and most powerful guardian. All you see of him is a pair of disembodied hands and a floating face in the background. This is once again a recurring type of boss for Nintendo games. However, to anyone who's played Super Smash Bros., his moveset may seem a little familiar. There are a lot of similarities that can and have been drawn between Wham Bam and Master Hand. This is likely because both were introduced in games directed by the same man, Masahiro Sakurai. Undoubtedly, out of universe, there was a lot of influence on the creation of Master Hand based on Wham Bam Rock. Interestingly enough, the hands themselves actually do appear as bosses in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, another game which involves Kirby traveling between different dimensions. There's definitely something worth exploring here, but I'm going to put that off a little longer as well. The other notable thing about Wham Bam Rock is that this isn't even his final form. While I don't foresee a time or place where Helper to Hero or the True Arena could be a set of events that unfold, both of these subgames feature the addition of Wham Bam Jewel, a more powerful version of Wham Bam Rock referred to as the Wham Bam King. It looks much more similar to his appearance in the original Superstar. I've seen some people refer to Jewel as the Crazy Hand in Rock's Master Hand, and I can see the comparison based on his movements during the battle. Looking at the timeline, despite its importance to the multiverse, this game doesn't really tie into much else in the Kirby series. There's no sign of Diddy, no Meta Knight, and the entire game is underground, so we can't even get a good shot of the moon. Due to the reuse of bosses, I feel like placing it before Milky Way Wishes is the way to go. So I guess for the moment, I'll simply place it between Gourmet Race and... Finally, the monster of Brawl has arrived in Superstar Ultra. This game features the titular Meta Knight as the main antagonist, looking to conquer Dreamland in order to improve their lazy lifestyle. A majority of this game takes place aboard his warship, the Halberd, as Kirby races to stop it before Meta Knight can use its immense power to take over. I've seen people decry this game as being out of character for the Masked Swordsman, and I can definitely understand that. While Meta Knight is in many ways a rival to Kirby, he's rarely a straight-up antagonistic force in the way that Diddy is. The best theory I've seen is that, somehow, he'd foreseen the events of the Dark Matter trilogy, and was making sure Dreamland was ready for what was to come. Either through training up Kirby, much like he did in Nightmare in Dreamland, or by taking control of the nation himself and whipping it into shape if Kirby were to fail. Unfortunately, his motives are very rarely explained throughout the series, so we may never know for sure. But the fact that he offered Kirby a sword seems to imply that it's more than just a lust for power. Outside featuring the Knights and the Star Warrior, the game also introduces us to the Heavy Lobster, a mechanical beast that serves as the guardian of the ship. We don't know much about it, but we'll learn more about it in later subgames. Notably, when Kirby gets knocked off the halberd early in the game, he's dropped into Orange Ocean. This is the name of one of the worlds in Nightmare in Dreamland, and was the location where Meta Knight was actually fought. Since this was so soon after the halberd took off, it's likely that Orange Ocean is actually Meta Knight's main base of operations. This goes on to be heavily implied again come Kirby's Squeak Squad, but we'll discuss that when we come to it. In the end, as expected, Kirby is able to force the halberd to crash into the ocean. One thing I find both sweet and heartbreaking about this game is how loyal Meta Knight's inferiors are to him, even those with very little combat potential. They are willing to go to their own deaths rather than escape when Meta Knight commands them to. This exchange shows both how much he cares for his soldiers and how much trust those soldiers put in him. It really says a lot about Meta Knight as a character. Also, we actually see a returning character from a previous subgame here, as Dynablade helped Kirby return to the halberd after they'd been knocked to the ground. It's worth mentioning that Revenge of the King, which we covered back in Spring Breeze, is actually heavily referential to this side game, including a similar title, a mirror match with the title antagonist, and at the end of Revenge of the King, a version of the Diddy theme is played in the style of the Meta Knight's theme. It's clear that HAL wanted us as players to connect these subgames. For now, I'll just continue the trend and place Revenge of the King after the Great Cave Offensive. Oh, and look, we just finished Spring Breeze. That took us all of, 10 minutes? Moving on. And here we are, this is it. Milky Way Wishes was the original climax to Superstar on the SNES. This final story took elements from all the previous games in the collection in order to create one of the most iconic stories and villains in the entire Kirby series. In this story, the Sun and the Moon around the planet Popstar are in constant battle. Day and night are switching by the moment, and it's clear that the natural order of things has been affected. Eventually, Kirby is approached by a jester named Marx, who suggests that Kirby track down an ancient being known as the Galactic Nova, who grants wishes, and ask for the Nova to fix this cosmic imbalance. This sounds like a fine idea to Kirby, and the two set off into space to find the Nova and have their wishes be answered. The Nova was actually built by an ancient civilization that's mentioned a few times in the Kirby lore, but not much is really known about them. The exact number of Nova is unclear as well. It is implied by the English localization that there are multiple, but the Japanese seems to be a little more vague on this matter. I still need to do more research into this, but if any of you have more insight than I do, especially any native Japanese speakers out there, that would be phenomenal. To awaken the Nova, they need to track down the green fountains from the various other planets in the solar system and gather star power from them, starting with Popstar. Only with all this power combined together can they summon this ancient colossus. Along the way, keen-eyed observers may notice a lot of very familiar bosses. In fact, every non-final boss from the mode has been featured in some other game in the collection. While this serves as a symbolic wrap-up of the original Superstar, it also asks us to question the roots of these bosses. Are any of them the same being on a different planet? I'd say probably not to most of them, with the exception of possibly the computer virus. Do these bosses have celestial origins? Well, Kirby is implied to have them, so it wouldn't be a surprise. This is implied more heavily by the heavy lobster fight on Makai, which takes place in a large factory that is actively producing heavy lobsters. So without a question, that is the source of the one used by Meta Knight in his subgame. Interestingly, the Meta Knights also feature as mini-bosses in this game, though they're differently colored than the ones we've seen elsewhere. This implies a celestial origin to Meta Knight and his soldiers as well, though that revelation probably doesn't come as a shock to anyone. Anyways, with the star power collected from all 8 planets, including Popstar, Kirby and Marx travel to the edge of the galaxy, where they're able to summon the Nova. However, before Kirby has time to make their wish, Marx jumps in and makes his own. He wishes to rule planet Popstar. Indeed, all of this had been a ruse from the start. He had been the one who tricked the Sun and the Moon into fighting. Also, he could come here and gain unlimited power. Granting his wish, Nova turned Marx into a huge bat-like monstrosity, and the Nova sped in the direction of Popstar in order to answer its master's wish. Fortunately, the Sun and Moon realized what was happening and were together able to hold off the Nova until Kirby could destroy its core using a starship made of the remaining star energy. With Nova out of commission, Kirby only had one more target remaining, Marx himself. The two of them did battle on what looks like Popstar's moon again. This background really does look similar to the final boss fight for Nightmare in Dreamland. But it is here where Marx has his downfall. He's knocked into the dormant Nova. While in the original ending this appears to have killed Marx, in the true arena it's shown that his soul was resurrected by absorbing the Nova's remaining power in order to bring back his evil soul. And Kirby once more has to battle him as this truly monstrous creature. But he is able to defeat it, and peace finally returns to Dreamland. With day and night returned to how they were meant to be, our hero was finally able to settle in for a much-deserved nap. Not only was beating every previous game necessary to unlock Milky Way Wishes in every version of Superstar, but also Milky Way Wishes was clearly designed as a finale to the collection. As such, I feel like I can safely place it at the end of our current timeline. While talking about Milky Way Wishes, I received some feedback on the previous videos that I wanted to discuss here. Props to Magma from Project Marioverse for being willing to read my scripts and give some extra input on them. You've been very helpful. One thing they mentioned to me was that in Superstar Ultra, some continuity is actually implied between Revenge of the King and Milky Way Wishes in regards to the starship. I'll go ahead and put the text for both of those boss battles on the screen now. The wording of a starship in Milky Way Wishes implies this to be a non-specific ship, while the wording in Revenge of the King calls it the starship, reflecting some familiarity with the craft. After running this by a friend of mine who knows Japanese and finding the original text, he determined that such continuity was not actually implied in the Japanese version. These articles like A and the aren't explicit in Japanese like they are in English. So, while an interesting find, I'm going to dismiss it for now. Anyone who wants to argue the point more, however, are welcome to do so. With that, we've covered every sub-game in the original Superstar. We also mentioned the extra canon inclusions from the Arena, True Arena, and Helper to Hero, and covered Revenge of the King in a previous video. That only means we have one sub-game left to discuss, and it's a bit of a weird one. While I wrote off the original Meta Nightmare in Nightmare in Dreamland as not having any worth as far as canonicity goes, Meta Nightmare Ultra tells a different story. Literally. While it's a repeat of the same stages that Kirby had to travel through in the original Superstar, it's expanded on slightly more. Meta Knight wants to become the greatest warrior in the universe. To reach that goal, he follows the path of the one who defeated him twice, Kirby. A path that ends with summoning the Galactic Nova. This appears to be the one that was shown in Milky Way Wishes, as it has fewer parts and has clearly been damaged. When he reaches it, Meta Knight asks for a chance to face down the greatest warrior in the galaxy. The Nova abides by this wish, summoning forth an ancient warrior whose power had been so great that they had been sealed away, Galactonite. The two did glorious combat, and Meta Knight prevailed, proving once and for all that he was the strongest warrior in the galaxy. All that said, the question still stands. What of this, if anything, is actually canon? Well, some of these events don't quite make sense to me. Namely, Meta Knight rebuilding the halberd just to tear it down again. Interestingly though, unlike in the Meta Nightmare mode of Nightmare in Dreamland, Meta Knight doesn't actually fight another version of himself. So that actually does leave room open for this to still happen. Honestly, I could see people taking it either way. Galactonite, while only appearing in this subgame, is most assuredly a being that exists in Kirby's universe. He appears more in future games, with a more fleshed out backstory tied into the deepest lore of this universe. Even if the events of Meta Nightmare Ultra did not occur, establishing this character is important enough to warrant discussion. Interestingly enough, a lot of similarities can be drawn between these two knights. Not only do they wear similar armor and have similar names, but Galacta's moveset is very similar to Meta Knight's, and the Ancient Warrior even has his own set of minions that are clear parallels to the Meta Knights. If you want to count it as canon, then it has to take place after Milky Way Wishes, though I wouldn't blame you if you think otherwise. Also, this subgame establishes a narrative to the rest of Superstar. It shows a clear path from Spring Breeze to Dynablade to the Great Cave Offensive to Revenge of Meta Knight to Milky Way Wishes. When I mentioned that Gourmet Race couldn't move elsewhere earlier, this is the reason why, if they skipped the maps for this game in Meta Nightmare Ultra, since there's no way Nightmare in Dreamland took place before Spring Breeze or after Revenge of Meta Knight or Milky Way Wishes. All the game mode establishes is the order of these specific games. Honestly, Great Cave Offensive and Gourmet Race could go on either side of Revenge of the King and Nightmare in Dreamland. Nothing explicitly ties those subgames into other titles outside Superstar. We just know how these titles relate to each other. Yoshi Safari, released in July 1993, is an SNES game released to work with a Super Scope peripheral. The game features Mario and Yoshi doing a personal favor for Princess Peach. Notably, it was this game, and not Super Mario 64, that was the first to use the more accurate Princess Peach name in English, rather than Princess Toadstool. The nearby kingdom of Jewelry Land is the main setting for this game. It's a nation split in two: the Light Realm, ruled by King Fret, and the Dark Realm, ruled by his son Prince Pine, both of whom are close friends of Princess Peach. The land is protected from natural disasters by 12 magical gems. However, the 12 gems and 2 rulers have disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and the 2 realms have been split apart. Peach doesn't know who could have done this, but Mario, naturally, immediately lays the blame at the foot of the Koopa Troop. Mario knows that this will be a dangerous challenge. Jewelry Land isn't a place to go unprepared. Thankfully, Mario is a true American patriot. Wielding his Super Scope for protection, Mario and Yoshi make the trek to Jewelry Land, where the plumber's suspicions are quickly proven correct when they come across Koopa soldiers, including Hammer Bros, Magic Koopa, and plenty more. Each of the magical jewels is protected by one of the 7 Koopalings, inside a giant mech. Except for Wendy, she doesn't get a mech, just this weird pipe maze boss. But these are just the Koopalings, and beating them down is old hat by now. And before long, Mario is able to collect the first 7 gems and free King Fret, who is kept hostage in his own castle. But the day is not yet saved. There are still 5 gems missing, and they, alongside Prince Pine, are being held captive in the Dark Realm. 5 more stages to go, during which time the bosses become more dangerous. A Magic Koopa, Big Boo, Chargin' Chuck, a giant Koopa mech, and finally, Bowser himself. Once Mario has put enough bullets into the Koopa King's hands, he's able to retrieve the last gem and Prince Pine. The King and Prince thank Mario for his help and send the plumber home, this job concluded. As soon as he gets home, Mario finds Peach once more in distress. It seems that, as soon as Mario left, the Koopas picked themselves up and just stole the gems and kidnapped the royals again. Great. So Mario and Yoshi turn back around and return to Jewelry Land. This is the new Game Plus playthrough of the game. It is far more challenging than the initial run. But in the end, it's barely different, and Mario defeats Bowser once again. This time, Jewelry Land is truly safe. Mario returns home to finally get a good rest, and never reference this place ever again. This game is a bit of a strange beast, but I had fun playing it. Unfortunately, as a light gun game, it was never re-released by Nintendo on any console, even the Wii. So it's kind of lost to time unless you have some way of playing the original version. Since this game is Yoshi and the Koopalings, it needs to take place sometime after Super Mario World. Outside that, there isn't much detail for the timeline. I'll just kind of place it after Super Mario World, but honestly it could go anywhere after that point in our current timeline. Mario & Wario was a Super Famicom game released exclusively in Japan in 1993, playable with the SNES mouse peripheral. It's a puzzle game vaguely in the realm of Lemmings, and features, as implied by the title, Wario once again as the main villain. we're getting into a span of a few years where Wario is just as prolific a character as Bowser was, leading into him getting his own sub-series of platformers. But we'll be discussing those far more in depth in a few weeks. It's also worth noting that this game was developed not by an internal group at Nintendo, but instead by Game Freak, the developers who would eventually go on to produce the Pokémon series. Before we continue, if you want to see more Mario or Nintendo lore content, remember to subscribe to the channel, and tell me more about what you want to see me cover in the comments. The game opens with Mario, Peach, Yoshi, and Luigi going to explore the Fairy's Forest, a location presumably within or near the Mushroom Kingdom that's said, as the name implies, to be home to a fairy. Mario wanted to seek out this fairy, and was accompanied on this quest by his friends. Things took a turn for the worse, however, when the group was separated, and Wario, spying his lone nemesis, decided to act by throwing a bucket over Mario's head from the safety of his plane, keeping him from being able to see and forcing him to wander through the forest aimlessly. Thankfully for our hero, though, the fairy he was searching for found him. Wanda lived deep within the forest, and is the fairy whom the Fairy Forest was named after. When she sees Mario's predicament, she decides it's best to help him reach Luigi, who will be able to remove the bucket from his head. The problem is, Wario has a lot of buckets, and he won't stop. Mario and Wanda continue their travel out of the forest and across the land. Lake Yos is a popular vacation spot for Yoshis, and may possibly be a location on Yoshi's Island. Kumatoriyama is a large mountain that shares its name with a mountain in real-life Japan. It could be this is on Tour Earth, mentioned in our video on NES Open Tournament Golf, but more likely, it's just another similar area in Mario's world. The Ice and Flame Caverns are exactly what the names describe. Both of these areas heavily feature enemies from Super Mario World, so it's possible that this entire area is still somewhere in Dinosaur Land. After that, the pair cross Cheep Cheep Sea, before catapulting to the sky with Balloon Bridge. Upon returning to the surface, they come to Dry Dry Desert. I checked, and the Japanese lines up with a name from Paper Mario 64, so it's possible that this is the same location. Eventually, Mario and Wanda chase him down to his home, an upscale estate called something along the lines of Wario Manor. And at some point, Wario has nowhere else to run. He jumps back to his plane, the Bulldog, and takes off, but Mario chases close behind him in the Sky Pop. Giving a sense of karmic justice, Mario flies above his adversary, and drops a bucket onto his head, causing Wario to crash. Mario lands the plane, and then he and his friends walk off, celebrating their victory. The game has a lot of interesting locations, but not much in the way of real lore implications. It does have a few elements that tie into other games, however. The Sky Pop is one. It only appeared in this game and Super Mario Land, and never again. The Bulldog also appeared in this game for the first time, and will continue to be used later in the franchise. In one world, Wario drops a pith helmet to act as a bucket. Interestingly, Wario wears one of these in the original Wario Land game. I've seen people place this game after Wario Land 1, and say that Wario lost his hat when he dropped it out of the plane, but I'm not sure that logic holds water. Yes, he dropped the hat, but at the end of every level, Luigi takes the bucket off of Mario's head, and at the next level he's trapped again, implying that Wario just kept finding hats to do this with. Even if one of those hats were the iconic Wario Land 1 hat, he clearly has multiple. So where should this game go? Well, Yoshi being here places this game after Super Mario World, and Wario's mansion also looks nothing like any of the possible homes from the end of Wario Land. So that would place this game before that one, and as such, probably before the other Mario Land games as well, since they all seem to lead into each other. Super Mario Land 2 does say that it is not the first time that Wario has harassed Mario, so this doesn't break that game at all. And that's it for this episode. Wario will continue to take over the Mario series, both as a protagonist and an antagonist, for a while. So next time we touch a Mario game, it'll be the original Wario Land, aka Super Mario Land 3. But I need to get back to work on that, so I'll see all of you next time. Well, this is the last week of Kirby month. And to finish it out, we don't really have the strongest, most memorable, or even most enjoyable Kirby game ever. Instead, we have Kirby's Pinball Land on the Game Boy. It's not a bad game. It's probably about as good as it gets for a pinball game on the Game Boy. But it's still a pinball game on the original Game Boy. This game is just about as light on story as they come. This intro is all we really have.
Diddy has built a pinball course and decides to taunt Kirby into it. He doesn't even seem to have stolen anything, he's just being a dick. In order to take down this newest prank, I guess, Kirby has to defeat the 3 bosses that are standing between them and Diddy. Wispy Woods, Kracko, and the Poppy Bros. Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one. Wispy and Kracko were both bosses in Dreamland and Adventure, but the Poppy Bros have never really been full boss material. In every appearance, they've been relegated to being a sub-boss, other than this one. Once all 3 bosses have been defeated, Kirby tracks Diddy down to his own table, which takes place in a boxing ring very similar to his fights in Dreamland, Spring Breeze, and Revenge of the King. Upon his defeat here, Diddy escapes when Kirby is trampled by all the enemies faced in the game. This game is short and sweet. Not much story, only takes probably an hour or 2 to beat, even if you're as bad at pinball as I am. Looking at the timeline, it's kind of a weird game to place. It has elements of Dreamland, most notably that Diddy fight, but the enemies are clearly based on adventure, most notably including Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright. But none of the other bosses exclusive to that title. Since it seems to take equal cues from Dreamland 1 and Adventure, I'm going to place it between those 2 games. If you really want to push for that time frame, the fact that Meta Knight can be seen only after beating Diddy could imply that he only came to the picture after the events of the game, but that feels a little reachy to me. I don't feel strongly about that placement though. It could just as easily go after Adventure and I wouldn't bat an eye. What do you think about this placement? How about the rest of the timeline you've seen so far? Leave your thoughts in the comments.
After being introduced as an antagonist in Super Mario Land II, it became clear that the castle wasn't the only thing that Wario would steal from his red-clad nemesis. In 1994, he stole an entire franchise with the release of Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3, and it would stay that way, with the next few games starring the cromulent conqueror being given the Wario Land label. The game picks up soon after the last Mario Land game, with Wario's pride still hurt from his previous loss. Looking for a way to get back on his feet, Wario finds the perfect opportunity when he hears of a massive theft. A huge, multi-story tall statue of Princess Peach was somehow stolen by a nasty gang known as the Black Sugar Pirates, led by the ruthless Captain Syrup. Upon seeing this news, it all comes together in his head. He'll beat up the pirates, shake them down for cash, and take the reward money for the missing statue. With all that dough, he can afford his own castle, and won't have to deal with Mario at all. It seems like the perfect plan. I like how, despite making Wario our nominal hero, he still isn't exactly a heroic character. He's still as rude, crude, mean, and selfish as ever. It's only the subject of his malice that's changed. Before we continue, if you like Wario or anything else Nintendo, I suggest checking out the other content on this channel. Subscribe and hit the bell if you want to keep updated on my new content. And now, let's explore Wario Land. Wario tracked the pirates to their base of operations on Kitchen Island, making landfall on Rice Beach, where he swiftly beat the first of the pirates' bosses, a spiked Koopa who visually looks similar to the Bros family of enemies. He next climbed Mount Teapot, and capped it off with a fight against its guardian, the Minotaur. Taking a quick detour to Sherbert Land in order to deal with Chili the Penguin, he got back on track deep in Stove Canyon, where he came face to face with the terrifying Devil's Hand. He hopped aboard their ship, defeating Bobo the Watch in the Crow's Nest, and then the greedy ghost known as Bobo in Parsley Woods. Along the way, Wario collected a huge amount of golden treasures from throughout the island, lining his pockets with all the cash he could get his grubby hands on. But all this was peanuts compared to his final goal, the statue, waiting him with the captain inside Syrup Castle. When he reached her, Syrup summoned her most powerful ally, a large genie contracted to serve the pirate. Wario uses the genie's own lamp to defeat him, severing the contract with Syrup and causing her in a last-ditch effort to blow up the castle, revealing the giant statue of the princess at its core. There it is. Wario has finally found his ticket to the good life. But before he knows it, someone else swoops in and takes the statue. And who else could it be but, of course, that accursed Mario, once again flying his airplane to Skyprop. With barely any acknowledgement of Wario, the hero of the Mushroom Kingdom reclaims the ill-gotten statue and returns home, with Wario suddenly out of his prize. However, Wario once again stumbles across the genie. Upon sharing his woes with the creature, the genie makes a deal. He will provide Wario with a new castle of his own in return for all the gold and treasure he collected throughout the game. There are 6 different endings depending on how much treasure Wario collected. But, as shown in Wario Land 2, the second best ending, the castle, is the canon one. And with that, Wario gets the castle of his dreams, and we leave him, for one fleeting moment, happy. With the main storyline out of the way, I want to shift our gaze back onto the pirates. You may notice that the name I used for them, the Black Sugar Pirates, is slightly different from their English name in this game, which was the Brown Sugar Pirates. That's because the Black Sugar name is used not only in the Japanese, but also in Wario Land 2, so clearly this is the more accurate term for them. I've made mention of the most powerful pirates, the bosses, but have neglected to discuss the grunts. The only ones that I think are particularly notable are the Gooms, which seem to be related to Goombas somehow. They visually look most similar to Galoombas, which were introduced in Super Mario World. As previously mentioned, we also see Koopas similar to a Hammer Bro as the first boss. The first time we've seen Goombas or Koopas who don't work directly for Bowser. Wario also has his own power-ups that we don't see in other games. There are 3. The Dragon, which spits fire, the Bull, which makes him stronger and allows him to ground pound, and the Jet, which allows him to fly. Yeah, one of these seems very different from the others. The way that Wario's transformations work shifts a lot starting in Wario Land 2, so this is the only time we get to see these ones, though the Bull's abilities seem to make their way into Wario's main moveset as time goes on. I also wanted to discuss the Genie. His most obvious actions of this game are his defense of Captain Syrup and the creation of Wario's castle, but the game seemed to imply he did a little more than that. For one, Wario is, for some reason, shown to be immortal in Wario Lands 2 and 3. This is commonly accepted as being another gift from the Genie, though that's never officially stated anywhere. I also have a theory going on about Syrup Castle, but honestly, it's highly speculative, so I think I'll give it its own video sometime soon. So be sure to subscribe if you want to see that. On the timeline, this game very clearly goes after Super Mario Land 2, since Wario's actions in this title are direct consequences of his loss in that game. Wario's Woods was the final game released on the NES in North America, first coming out on February 19th, 1994. In December of that same year, it was re-released on the Super Nintendo. As usual, I'll be referring to the more updated version. It's a puzzle game taking place in an area once referred to as the Peaceful Woods. It was home to many animals and a species of fairies known as the Sprites. However, recently, the peace of the forest was interrupted by a foul-smelling man and his band of monsters, who built a large castle and renamed the area after himself, calling it Wario's Woods. This is where our heroes step in. But this isn't the red-clad plumber we've all come to expect at this point, nor is it his lanky plumber brother. In fact, it isn't a plumber at all. This time, we follow the exploits of an exceptionally strong Toad, who's come to Peaceful Woods in order to save it from Wario's influence, with the help of a local group of fairies called the Sprites, and for some reason Birdo. Yeah, that seems like a weird character to use in the universe, but I understand what they're doing from a meta perspective. I'll discuss that more in depth after the plot summary. So the two of them, working together with the Sprites, take on Wario's army. There are a total of 18 bosses in this game, and none of them outside Wario himself ever appear in other games, so I'll just run through them quickly. Katsuni is an alien dressed like a magician. He seems to be a member of the same alien race as Tatonga from Super Mario Land. Galrog is a beast based on the Balrog from Lord of the Rings. Harley Q is a female jester and a play on the word Harlequin. Sam Spook is a Mario-like human with a pumpkin for a head, similar to the Headless Horseman. Sven is a Viking-like character who looks like a giant beard with arms and legs. Assumedly, though, there's something underneath. Parrotter is a half-monitor lizard, half-parrot. Don't ask, we're just gonna move on. Moussebu is a French ghost with a beret. Despite the name and his ghostly appearance, he looks very different from the Boos and may be unrelated to them. Aqualia is a vain mermaid. Razor is another aquatic creature who looks very similar to Zora's from the original Legend of Zelda games. Tad Rock is a frog rock star. He's probably meant to be a toad, but I felt calling him that would be more confusing. Thak is a blue ogre with a horn in his head. Lizardon is a large dinosaur-like creature. Sarissa is a human who looks to have some sort of magical powers, maybe a witch or a wizard. Mingalox is a large hairy creature. Dedar is a creature that looks similar to a folkloric elf. Carlton is a highly intelligent knight who guards Wario's castle. Harry H is a magician hare named after Harry Houdini. There are a few more that are exclusive to the NES version that I won't consider to be canon, but I will show them here for the record. And then finally, we have the final boss of the game, Wario, hiding his castle behind multitudes of underlings and monsters. When Toad finally manages to defeat him, the Mushroom Hero decides to end Wario's grip over the peaceful woods once and for all, bombing and destroying his mighty castle. And with that, the day is saved and Toad returns home, satisfied that the peaceful woods is once more at peace. This game actually has a few relevant points to discuss lore-wise. First of all, the sprites. They share a Japanese name with a number of characters and groups from throughout the Mario series, such as the Sprixies from Super Mario 3D World, the Spritelings from Wario World, and Wanda from Mario and Wario. The word used is yosei, which is just a generic Japanese term for fairies. Birdo's appearance here is also strange, as this was her first appearance in a game that was always intended to be a Mario game, as well as her first time as an ally to anyone from the Mushroom Kingdom. Her appearance puts the game later in the timeline, as we witness her hatching from her egg during a game we haven't covered yet. Arguably, we could also use her friendliness to put this game after Super Mario USA, though honestly that's not a necessary point. Now the inclusion of Toad and Birdo here is very interesting. This game draws a lot of connections to the American Super Mario Bros. 2, including not only Birdo, but also the first direct reappearance of Pidgeot since that title. Toad 2 controls a lot like the characters in that game, and a lot of comparisons can be drawn between this Toad and the previously playable one. It's likely that they're the same Toad, so I think part of the point of that game, lore-wise, was to help bring elements of Super Mario USA into the main Mario universe. We start to see that game having a lot more influence going forward, as Nintendo fully embraces the weirdness of that game. Finally, let's talk about where Wario is in his wretched life at that point. He's ruling an area named after himself from an imposing castle, but we see far more than just the peaceful woods in this game, as to reach the castle, Toad has to travel across an entire land. A Wario Land, if you will. The castle has some similarities to the castle Wario received at the end of Wario Land. If so, this would be the castle's last appearance, as Toad destroys it at the end. Wario also still has his plane, the Bulldog, so this has to take place before its destruction as well. Due to that, I'm going to place the game right here at the end of the timeline, after Super Mario USA. Super Metroid was the third Metroid game, releasing in March of 1994 in Japan. It features Samus being forced to return to the planet Zebes, home of her Zero mission, in order to properly cut off the loose ends and track down someone very important to her. The game features a lot of the same map as in Zero Mission, but expanded and changed over the years since that first game. Super Metroid is often considered one of the crowning achievements of the entire genre, and is also a rather important game in the lore of this franchise going forward. So to make sure I'm giving this title its proper due, I want to invite a good friend of mine, as well as a huge Metroid fan in his own right, to the channel to help me out. Take it away, Yim.
Thank you for having me, Goblin. I'm indeed a huge Metroid fan, and so I will enjoy helping you with this video on Super Metroid, one of the standout games of the series, which is, as you mentioned, important to its future storyline.
Anyway, spoilers ahead for the first three mainline Metroid games. I suggest checking out the videos on both Zero Mission and Samus Returns if you aren't familiar with Metroid 1 and 2. And if you want to play Super yourself, it's available on the Switch Online SNES service. The game opens with Samus receiving a distress call from the Ceres Space Colony, the Galactic Federation research lab she had left the baby Metroid in at the end of the last game. She arrived to find the laboratory decimated, with the recently deceased corpses of the scientists scattered around, and the baby Metroid nowhere to be found. Searching deeper into the station, she found the baby in the claws of Ridley, but Ridley chose to flee the scene, seeing returning with the baby is more important than killing Samus. But, knowing exactly where he'd go, Samus followed the beast who had killed her parents back to the planet they had both at one point called home, Zebes.
Arriving on the planet and exploring the ruins of Turian, Samus found that the Zebesians weren't quite as defeated as she had previously believed. The pirates had called in reinforcements to help rebuild their fortress, an insectoid space pirate race known as the Kai Hunters. This redesign included an all-new and improved version of Turian. Like before, she needed to travel the planet and destroy each of the space pirate generals before she could enter Turian and finally end this conflict.
The first of these generals was Kraid, whom Samus had defeated but not killed on her previous mission. Kraid, as implied by later games, was likely a genetically engineered bioweapon created by the Chozo, and then, for unknown reasons, sealed in the deepest depths of Rinstar. It was uncovered by the space pirates and joined their army, becoming a guardian of the planet and a general for the pirate hordes. Kraid was also shown as being capable of reproduction, spawning a small version of itself referred to as its spawn. This time, Samus made sure she didn't leave the job half-finished, and Kraid was destroyed.
The next general was new to Zebes, Dragon, Guardian of Meridia. Not much is known about where it comes from, but it appears to be a large fish-like creature with a hard outer shell. However, one thing this shell couldn't protect it against was electricity, and Samus left its smoking, electrocuted corpse behind. That corpse was buried by several Aevir, which Dragon appeared to be an adult version of.
On the surface of Zebes, Samus found an old, crashed Chozo ship. The ship was actually partially explorable in Zero Mission, below the temple in Chozodia. The thing was completely sapped of power. Even the save stations aboard the ship wouldn't work. Eventually, Samus discovered why. A ghostly being known as Phantoon had taken up residency upon it. Phantoon is in itself not its own entity. According to the Japanese manual, it's actually a manifestation of Mother Brain's own psyche, specifically, her hatred and malice for sentient life. Phantoon is nothing but this pure, unadulterated rage given form. When Samus defeats it, power returns to the ship.
Finally, diving into the bowels of Norfair, Samus was able to track down Ridley. He had been a space pirate leader for as long as Samus could remember, and now it was her duty to end his career. In Ridley's lair, she finally found the demon who haunted her dreams, a creature who wanted to bring to the hunter as much pain as he possibly could, the space pirate's cunning god of death. The two had a long history, fighting a constant battle over many years, but now only one of them could walk away. In the end, fate chose Samus to end the fight, finally killing the one who had caused her so much pain and kidnapped her baby. But, walking into the next room, Samus found that the baby was nowhere to be found. The canister it had been contained in when Ridley kidnapped it was shattered, and the baby was gone.
Despite this setback and the immense pain it must have caused her, Samus continued to Turian, where the true mastermind behind the space pirates lay in wait. There she found that the space pirates had successfully managed to propagate the baby Metroid, beginning to create their own army after encountering several failed clones in the area Meridia. Even more concerning, in the deepest depths of Turian, she found the area to be barren, drained of all life. A Chozo statue, found in other parts of the game to be animated and moving, is seen crumbling to dust. Even the structure of the area itself seems to be failing. There, Samus is attacked by a gigantic Metroid, which begins to suck out her life energy. No matter what she does to fight it, missiles, ice beams, anything, she can't stop this behemoth. But as she begins to reach the bottom of her health pool, and that incessant beeping begins, the Metroid stops. It recognizes that sound from when it watched its mother battle Ridley on SR-388. This is the baby Metroid, which swiftly runs off, leaving Samus alive. The hunter heals up, and then enters the boss ring to once again defeat Mother Brain. But this time, it's different.
Mother Brain had once been just that, a brain in a jar. But, upon defeat, she received a new form. Now she had a body, arms, legs, and a powerful weapon called the Hyper Beam, which she used to render Samus close to death. As Mother Brain stood over Samus, charging the second and final Hyper Beam that would surely obliterate her, the screeching noise of a Metroid was heard. With only that warning, the gigantic baby appeared and began to suck the life energy out of Mother Brain. She had come hearing her mother's distress call, the incessant beeping she had heard during that fight with Ridley on SR-388 and earlier in Turian.
While the baby was unable to suck all the life force from Mother Brain's body, she took what she had gained and, instead of ingesting it herself, healed Samus fully, and granted her, temporarily, the power of the Hyper Beam. The baby continues to protect her mother,
even as Mother Brain reawakens and unleashes an onslaught of attacks on the pair, until the baby is too weak to take anymore, and is utterly destroyed by Mother Brain, turning her to a shower of rainbow-colored dust. This is the moment that breaks Samus. The death of her adoptive daughter, the one who gave herself to save her mother, would haunt Samus Aran for a long time. Furiously, she began firing at Mother Brain, using the supercomputer's own weapon against it, until she had been utterly destroyed.
Once again, her defeat caused the self-destruct sequence to begin, this time not only to destroy Torian, all of Zebes. Samus was able to escape the planet, on the way saving a group of intelligent animals, or escaping aboard her gunship. Those animals somehow managed to find their own way off the planet, possibly in the crashed Chozo ship.
Technically, Samus had won. The last of the space pirates and all of their creations had not only been killed, but utterly annihilated in the blast, with no hope for the space pirates to ever rise again. But the victory still felt hollow, as the baby, the driving force that brought Samus here and kept her moving throughout the entire mission, had still been killed protecting her. Despite the fact she had committed genocide against all the other Metroids in existence, Samus had somehow managed to form a bond of love and trust with the last of the species. As will become clear later in the franchise, this bond of trust is extremely important to the Metroids, and is often missing in a world where most people treat them only as weapons. Samus, however, had come to see past that, and understood the humanity in these utterly inhuman beings, and she mourned for the daughter she had had for all too short of a period.
Super Metroid is a masterwork telling a story without dialogue, with the story being told almost entirely on backgrounds and brief moments of realization. The story of this game is also greatly expanded on by the rest of the franchise, which we'll get to in the following videos on this series. However, Super Metroid was not written with any sequels in mind, and was, in fact, meant to be the end of the series. At the end of this game, the last Metroid was killed, the Space Pirates as an organization were wiped out once and for all. The story of this franchise would not continue for over 8 years. By the time we reached the 4th Metroid game, Sakamoto would need to come up with a new, more dangerous threat that rivaled even the Metroids.
Well, thanks for joining us, Yim. It was fun looking at the game with you. Do you want to tell everyone a little bit about your channel?
I do a similar thing to what Goblin does here with the focus on lore videos. I usually tackle multiple games or entire series at once. Sometimes I release smaller theory videos, those are more far and few between.
Thanks for coming, and thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you next mission. Mother 2, also known as EarthBound, was first released on the Super Famicom in August of 1994. The game follows Ness, a young boy from the vaguely American nation of Eagle Land, trying to prevent an apocalyptic future after being told he's the only one who can save the planet. It follows off the events of Mother 1, retroactively referred to as EarthBound Beginnings, though only featuring one returning character from that game. It's one of the most classic RPGs of all time, and I highly suggest playing it yourself if you haven't. The game is available on the Switch's SNES Online service. I also suggest watching my video on the first game, which is linked in the iCards. Spoilers ahead for both EarthBound and EarthBound Beginnings. This video will be a little bit more narrative heavy than most of my other videos, since this game has a very involved story, and is really our only chance to get to know Ness as a character. I'm not sure if I'll keep doing this for RPGs or not, so please let me know in the comments what you think of this style. In the finale of the previous game, the world-conquering alien Gigas failed in his mission to wipe out humanity. However, after his defeat in Mother 1, he promised to return, and did so a few years later. As before, his presence on the planet caused things to change. People and animals became aggressive, attacking anyone they came across. Inanimate objects came to life and acted the same way. People began to disappear, being kidnapped for some unknown reason to support Gigas' attack. That said, despite moving forward with his plans, Gigas was broken. His heart ached for the loss of Maria, his adoptive mother, and he became unstable, losing control of his body and mind. The degradation was spurred on even more by his use of time travel to lay the seeds for his future goals, leaving traces of him in the ancient past, such as the tombs of Scarabia. He also hid an artifact holding his powers, known as the Mani Mani statue, deep in the ground beneath what would eventually become the town of Wanette. While we're never explicitly told that the Mani Mani was placed by Gigas, its similar abilities and the fact that his followers venerate the piece makes it pretty clear that it has ties to him.
Eventually, Gigas collapsed completely, and the Conqueror lost all ability for conscious thought, becoming nothing but a collection of pure evil power that threatened existence itself, turning the Earth into a living hell. However, a prophecy given by a machine called the Apple of Enlightenment stated that 4 heroes from the past would be capable of defeating him and saving the universe, if given the proper guidance. In order to see this prophecy fulfilled, one warrior from this hellish future named Buzz traveled back in time to when Gigas' invasion began, in hopes of preventing this timeline from coming to pass. Buzz crash-landed in the hills above the peaceful town of Wanette sometime in the 90s, before Gigas' onslaught, and not far from the home of a boy named Ness, the first of the heroes known as the Chosen Four. Ness lived here with his mother and sister. His father worked a lot and was often away from home, though he still called his children often. Next door lived the Minch family, made up of parents Aloysius and Lardna, and their sons, Porky and Picky. While Ness and his family had a happy life, the Minches were abusive to their children, leading to Porky being a hateful young boy who viewed Ness, someone he often harassed and mocked, as the only person he ever considered a friend. There was also animosity between the parents of the two families, with Aloysius claiming that he lent a substantial sum to Ness's father that he had never paid back. Though it seems that the exact amount lent, or even if the money was lent at all, is unclear. When the meteor containing Buzz first landed, Picky, the younger Minch brother, went to investigate. Knowing he couldn't lose his brother, but being too cowardly to go in the night himself, Porky went to Ness for help. Alongside Ness's dog King, the two searched for Picky. They found the boy near the impact site, where they also discovered Buzz. The insect explained how Gigas' very presence caused chaos in its wake, and his being on the planet would cause madness and destruction. By now, the children had already experienced this phenomenon, having fought multiple wild animals in their travels so far. He also told of the prophecy, that 4 children would be able to defeat Gigas and save the planet. However, despite his escape from the dark future, Buzz had been followed. As the children left the area, they were attacked by a Starman Jr., a member of Gigas' forces sent back in time to prevent the future from being changed, in what seems like a Terminator reference. However, Buzz was able to defeat the alien rather handily. But the bug wasn't up for every challenge. As soon as they returned Porky and Picky home, their mother squished the small bug-like Buzz, assuming him to be a dung beetle. With his dying breaths, Buzz gave Ness the Sound Stone, a relic capable of collecting 8 magical melodies that would help Ness reach his true potential. Each melody can be found at a specific location around the world known as Your Sanctuaries, the first of which was north of Wanette, on the Giant Step, where he fought the Titanic Ant. As Ness left to go on his hero's journey, however, Porky left on his own travels. Fellow Wanette citizen Liar Exaggerate had uncovered the Mani statue and sold it to a man in the nearby city of Tucson named Carpenter, who would soon after found a cult known as Happyism due to the statue's corrupting effects. They would soon be joined by Porky and his father, who began to worship the idol. Porky in particular was on track to become a high priest of Happyism. One of Carpenter or Pokey also received instruction from Gigas to find another of the Chosen Four, Paula Jones, a psi-sensitive girl with prophetic dreams. The cult schemed to sacrifice Paula, putting an end to the threat against Gigas, but they were defeated by Ness, who freed the girl. At this point, after losing his first ever shot at true power and respect, Porky turned back to Ness, the closest thing to a friend he'd ever had, and tried to reach out. However, sensing rejection, Porky turned on Ness completely, and returned to the service of Gigas. His heart hardened against the closest thing to a friend he'd ever had. Ness and Paula then found the second sanctuary location, Lilliput Steps, and defeated its guardian, Mondo Mole. The two came next to the town of Threed, which was plagued by a zombie epidemic. The two heroes became trapped in the graveyard, where they were freed by the third of their party, Jeff Andonuts, the lonely son of famed scientist Dr. Andonuts, and a genius inventor in his own right. Jeff came from Foggyland, an allegory for the United Kingdom in the EarthBound universe. Together, they managed to trap the zombies and put a stop to the source, a factory led by a disgusting figure known as Master Belch, freeing his captured slaves, a race of advanced creatures known as the Saturns, who we'll discuss more later. They also found the third sanctuary of Milky Well, defeating its guardian, the Trillionage Sprout. While Ness was doing that, Gigas kept moving in the background. The Mani statue had been stolen by Everdred,
a ne'er-do-well who had kind of befriended Ness and Paula in Tucson. He then tried to sell the thing in the big city of Forside, which is analogous to New York City. Porky and Aloysius also moved to Forside to join forces with fellow Gigas worshipper Geldegard Monotoli, who had been made mayor of the city. They mugged Everdred, leaving the criminal for dead and taking the statue. When the party reached Forside, they found Everdred in his sorry state, and were told to search out the statue in the city. Again, Paula was kidnapped by Gigas' forces, and Ness and Jeff needed to save her. During their hunt, the boys found themselves in a strange, backwards version of Forside called Moonside, which was in actuality an illusion created by the Mani Mani statue in order to keep them occupied. They destroyed the devilish idol, restoring themselves to reality and freeing others from its influence. Atop the Monotoli building, we meet with the conspirators. Monotoli, now freed from the statue's influence, seems to regret his previous actions and returns Paula to the party willingly, even offering the children a helicopter ride to their next location. Aloysius too seems to lose steam, and goes off to spend the rest of the game absolutely plastered in a nearby bar. However, despite this, Porky remains fervently devoted to Gigas, and steals the helicopter to stall the Chosen Four and join Gigas in his base of operations. Now without a way to travel to their next location, the children instead seek help from Dr. Andonuts, Jeff's absentee father, who provides them with transportation. On the way, finding the next sanctuary location at Rainy Circle, defeating its giant mushroomy guardian. In Summers, which is based on France, they find that Porky has already gotten ahead of them and left the city. They also buy a magic cake from a street vendor, which gives them a trippy vision of another place. The vision shows them Pooh, prince of the far-off nation of Dalan, which is coded after China. Pooh is a Psy Master in his own right, approaching the end of his training. After going through a harrowing trial to complete this training, he teleports to Summers and joins Ness's party, becoming the final of the Chosen Four. In a museum in Summers, they finally find what they came to the city for, an inscription telling of an ancient pyramid in the desert of Scaraba, based on the Arabian Peninsula. They hit 2 more sanctuaries in quick succession, first Forsyth's Magnet Hill, and then Dalam's Pink Clouds. The latter shows a change in Gigas' plans. While up to now all the Guardians had been oversized animals or plants, the twofold Guardian of Pink Clouds was instead an elemental being representative of a thunderstorm, implying that the bosses will become more powerful going forward. Finally approaching Scaraba, they find an item known as the Hawkeye in its depths, which will allow them to see the unseen. Upon leaving the pyramid though, Pooh is taken away by another Master of Psy in order to grant him one more power, that of the ultimate Psy, Starstorm. During Pooh's training, the remaining heroes explore the Dungeon Man. This is a strange figure known as Brick Road, who's obsessed with creating dungeons. This obsession grew to a point where he convinced Dr. Andonuts to turn Brick into a human dungeon hybrid. The Dungeon Man is the first of Dr. Andonuts' most infamous creations, the Chimeras, which will be explored more in the 3rd game of the trilogy. They explore the dungeon and are briefly joined by the Dungeon Man, and then use his submarine to travel to their next location, the Deep Darkness, a nearly uninhabited swampland that, true to its name, is so dark it's impossible to explore, without the use of certain vision-enhancing items such as the Hawkeye. It seems that Porky had traveled here, but had fallen victim to the darkness himself, crashing Monotoli's helicopter in the muck. Deep in the swamp, they were attacked by Master Belch, who had grown significantly in power since their last encounter, now referring to himself as Master Barf. The hero's chances seemed grim, but things were turned around when Belch was defeated by stars falling from the sky, under the control of Pooh, who had completed his training and gained the most powerful offensive Psy imaginable. They then found the village of the Tendas, the only people able to live in the deep darkness, who requested a book on overcoming shyness. Supposedly the book was in the hands of Apple Kid, Ness's other inventor friend. However, upon going to find him, it seemed that the boy had disappeared, as had Jeff's best friend Tony and his deadbeat dad. In fact, it seemed that numerous people had been taken, most of whom seemed to be some sort of inventor or scientific genius. They were taken by Gigas' minions to a base below Stonehenge, where they were imprisoned similar to the facility atop Mount Atoy in the first game. The children defeat the Starmen and free the trapped scientist, and decide to hide in Saturn Village. Finally, they learn that the book was just sitting on a shelf in the Wanette Public Library the entire time. The children borrow the book and return to the Tiendas, who unlock the entrance to the penultimate sanctuary, and defeat the strange figure known as the Electric Spectre that guarded it. Past the Spectre, they found a brilliantly lit room where Ness's thoughts are projected onto the wall, before entering the Lost Underworld, a land deep beneath the planet's surface where ancient creatures long believed to be extinct remain. It is here that they find the final sanctuary, the Fire Spring, defeating the Diamond Dog, the last of the Guardians, and retrieving the 8th and final melody. After collecting the 8 melodies, Ness listens to their song and begins to experience memories. A glimpse of himself as a baby, a second of his dog as a puppy, his mother's voice, the smell of his favorite food, younger versions of both of his parents, and then the realization that throughout his entire life, he had been watched by himself. Now, in this very moment, Ness is reflecting on his entire life. Who he is, how he came to this point, and the things that make Ness who he is. In this moment of reflection, Ness begins to ascend to another plane of mind, beginning a spiritual journey to his own mental world, his Magicant. Magicant shares many similarities with the Magicant of the previous game, but is in and of itself a different location. That said, we finally get a full explanation for what Magicant actually is. It's a realm created in the mind of a person, and it's filled with the representations of their lives. The Magicant in Mother 1 belonged to Maria, Nintendo's great-grandmother. This one, though, belonged to Ness. It features numerous characters and items from throughout his journey. In one part of Magicant, Ness finds a younger version of himself. However, he struggles to relate to his younger self, having grown so much as a person and in the way he views the world. Ness has begun to leave behind his childhood. Notably, Ness's Magicant is extremely dangerous. This, however, is not the case for all Magicants, according to the series creator Shigesato Itoi. It's simply the way that Ness's is portrayed. Itoi also made mention that everyone has a Magicant, though very few people have the clarity of mind to visit it. As in Mother 1, Ness is aided by a series of flying men, who represent the boy's courage. Outside of them, Ness must travel alone, with none of his friends joining him in his mindscape. In its depths, Ness finds a demonic version of himself, shown as a Mani Mani statue. It represents all of the evil Ness carries within his mind. In defeating this nightmare, Ness symbolically overcomes his own temptation and inner evil, finding peace within himself. Ness merges his powers with that of the Earth, allowing him to be a true match for Gigas. They travel to Saturn Village only to find the Phase Disorder. The ship that the scientists and Saturns had made for the kids to travel to Gigas had been stolen by Porky, who escaped to Gigas' base. They managed to build a second one, and Ness retrieved some Zexanite, the material required for the ship to work, in order to follow the pair to the Cave of the Past, within the Lost Underworld, where Gigas' main base of operations sat. There, they found the first Phase Disorder destroyed. Apparently, Porky and Gigas had escaped to the past, where they continued the assault on the present. Dr. Andonuts creates a third Phase Disorder, capable of traveling through time, but reveals that the four of them must give up their bodies in order to face Gigas in the past. It seems that time travel has a terrible effect on the body and mind, and the only way to avoid this warping is to leave their natural bodies behind, with no promise that their souls and bodies could ever be brought back together. In the past, they find that Gigas had sealed himself inside a mechanical creation known as the Devil's Machine in order to attempt to contain his fragile mind. Porky comes in to defend his master, now a drooling, inhuman, corpse-like being after going through the stresses of time travel in his natural form. When they defeat Porky, though, he decides that if Gigas couldn't have the world, then nobody could, and turns off the Devil's Machine, freeing Gigas' warped mind to destroy the world. With his full power unleashed, Ness and his friends must stand together with the power of the entire planet behind them, ready to fight the Universal Cosmic Destroyer. They fight back against Gigas some, but at some point the Chosen Four realize that even now their power is not enough, and Paula begins to pray. When she prays, all the people the group met on their travel hears them, and they begin to pray as well. The Runaway Five, the Mr. Saturns, even you, the player, who is another recurring character throughout this series. This positive energy overwhelms Gigas, destroying him completely and saving the world. And with this quest over, the party parts ways.
Pooh returns to Dalam to use the skills he had learned to justly lead his people. Jeff mends bonds with his father, and the two agree to stay together. Paula and Ness also head home, but with the promise that they would never again be strangers. As Ness lays down for bed after that, his first night back at home, he hears a knocking at the door. Reminiscent of the beginning of the game, he goes downstairs to find Picky, telling Ness that his brother is missing. But Porky had left a letter, sharing his intentions to continue to threaten humanity. But that sounds like someone else's problem. With the story over, there are a few more things I wanted to bring up before we discuss the third game in the series. First of all, we need to talk about the world Ness finds himself in. Yes, it's one that's kooky and colorful, but it's also kinda depressing. Even without the alien invasion, the world was already fairly screwed up. Just in Juanette, the mayor is heavily corrupt, the police department is a bunch of self-aggrandizing bullies, and gangs roam the streets without resistance. Many people have violence and anger licking at the edges of their minds, just waiting for something to send them into a rampage, while others are extremely weak-willed and willing to do anything that those in power tell them. Many parents are shown to be neglectful, if not downright abusive. It's also worth noting that the Mani Mani statue wasn't actively moved by Gigas. It was moved by people, who bought it, traded it, stole it, and even worshipped it. The worship of this statue is even worse when you consider the idol's Japanese name, Mani Mani Devil. Gigas did not make the world bad by being there. He simply pulled the veil off of what was very badly hidden beneath the surface. This is very similar to the world that was depicted in the previous game. While many good parts of humanity are shown as well, symbolized mostly by the playable characters, this negative view of the human race will be an important part of the finale of this trilogy, as well as the foundation of Porky's future ideology. Speaking of, let's talk about him. The villain who will soon rise to prominence. Porky and his brother Picky come from a dangerous home, with a physically abusive father and an emotionally abusive mother. They both express their trauma in their relationship with food, as represented by their names. Picky became extremely thin, hardly eating anything except for the food he really loved as a way to feel a sense of control in his life. Porky, on the other hand, hid his feelings in his food, overeating and indulging himself. Porky is a selfish and unlikable individual, probably because his parents are the same way, and the closest semblance of a friend he has, funnily enough, is Ness, though their relationship is obviously quite fraught. This is likely because this is the only kind of love that Porky knows, and he doesn't really understand what it's like to be someone's friend. On his journey throughout the game, Porky found wealth, power, and success through Gigas, finding that evil paid handsomely. He also felt alienated by Ness, who constantly seemed to destroy every good thing that was given to him. He decided to fully commit to Gigas and became his most avid supporter, though he also felt that he could be a far better conqueror than Gigas ever could. Porky fought Ness and Co in the past, now a grotesque being in an organic spider mecha. By now, Porky had gained a nihilistic, omnicidal philosophy, where he believed, much like Gigas, that all humans need to be destroyed, leading to the boy being willing to sacrifice the entire world by freeing Gigas from the Devil's Machine. After the fight with Gigas, Porky remained, vowing to continue spreading chaos and death throughout all time and departing, never to be seen again by his friends and family. He would spend many years of his life traveling through the time stream, exploring history and destroying both his body and mind. The player is also once again a major character in this game, first recognized by Tony, who broke the fourth wall, and then again by the Tenda Chief. It is the player's prayers that deal the final blow to Gigas, as the player, being an otherworldly entity, is more powerful than anyone else in the EarthBound universe. You are the only character who is for sure present in all three games, though some theories suggest others who may. I'll discuss some of those in other videos later. It's been a while since we touched a Kirby game, but we're back, once again covering another spin-off. It's kind of amazing just how many of these we had before Dreamland 2 finally released. This time, it's Kirby's Dream Course, a mini-golf game developed by HAL Laboratories and Nintendo EAD. Before we continue forward, if you want to play this game, you can find it on Nintendo Switch Online. The story of this game follows Kirby just hanging out, doing their thing, as Kirby does, when they look up in the sky to see that it's surprisingly blank. Where once Dreamland would look up at a sky full of stars, now only one remains, sitting right next to the moon. This lasted for days before Kirby could finally catch the Star Thief in the act. It was King Diddy, of course. Diddy flies through the sky, towing the last star behind him. When he sees that he's being watched by the Pink Terror, Diddy drops the star and takes off. Kirby immediately knows where the rest of the stars are hidden, and follows Diddy back to his castle. Now, Kirby needs to collect the rest of the stars and return them to the night sky. And what better way to do that than in a game of mini-golf? This game comes with 8 single-player courses, where Kirby has to collect all the stars on each hole before proceeding. The world presented is based on Kirby's Adventure, containing many of the same enemies and copy abilities from that game. The most interesting part of the game to me, however, are the 4 multiplayer courses. Their contents aren't specifically interesting, but the thing that draws me to it is the second player character. Everyone, I'd like you to meet Kirby. Yes, that's his real name. Kirby is another member of Kirby's species with a yellow color scheme. He is not the same yellow Kirby as we see in Kirby in the Amazing Mirror, but does share a lot of similarities with the one used in future multiplayer modes or games starting with Nightmare in Dreamland, though they've never been confirmed to be the same character. This idea stems from Masahiro Sakurai's initial character design for Kirby being yellow, before eventually becoming the pink we know him as today. For the longest time, I wondered if Kirby was even real, if he even existed in the canon of the Kirby universe at all, or if he was simply there as a second player without much thought. That lasted until last year with the release of Kirby's Dream Buffet. One of the collectible desserts in that title is called Kirby and Kirby, and is irrefutable proof that Kirby is a real thing that exists. He's also referenced in the name of the yellow color scheme, called Kirby Yellow in-game. So now we know that this man exists, and shows that Kirby is not necessarily one of a kind. Although if you believe the theories about Meta Knight, we've known that for quite a while. The final boss for this title is against King Diddy in a giant robot shaped like himself. Kirby needs to tee up one last time in order to beat down on this mecha monstrosity. But in the end, as he always does, Kirby thwarts the tyrant's plans and returns the stars to the sky, leading to a very happy ending. When it comes to the timeline, the manual is explicit in this game's spot. It takes place immediately after the events of Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland. We haven't spoken about Donkey Kong for quite a while. Sure, he and Donkey Kong Jr. have appeared in a few games, like NES Open Tournament Golf and Super Mario Kart, but they haven't really been a focus since Super Mario Bros. Revitalized the franchise back in 1985. After befriending Mario, the two of them returned to their home on Donkey Kong Isle and just continued their lives. And so too did the series of games based around the Kongs cease to exist for many years. The pair made a few cameo appearances, but generally they fell off to the sidelines. Flash forward to the year 1994, and Donkey Kong as a brand is reborn. Time has passed since their last appearance, and a world has unfolded around the Kong clan, introducing a vastly different corner of the Mushroom World for us to explore. This is part of more or less a reboot for the entire series, releasing shortly after a new version of the original arcade game on the Game Boy, and alongside a series of books, and even a heavily memed 3D animated TV show. The Donkey Kong we once knew has now aged dramatically, shrinking down to a cranky old man. DK Jr. went on to have a son of his own before disappearing for some unknown reason, leaving this child, Donkey Kong III, in the care of his own father, now known as Cranky Kong. Their home was given a new name, Donkey Kong Isle. They were given family and friends who we'll introduce later, and most importantly they were given enemies. The Kremlings. The Kremling crew is a group of intelligent crocodiles and their non-crocodilian allies that oppose the Kong, led by a cruel king subtly named K. Rool. The Kremlings hail from the nearby Crocodile Isle, but come to harass the Kongs in their home turf all the same. They're depicted as pirates aboard their ship, the Gangplank Galleon. Despite being a king, K. Rool is also the ship's captain. And as pirates are known to do, the Kremlings are motivated by stealing the Kong family riches. A golden banana hoard, rich in potassium and vitamin A. Truly the perfect food. As the older Kong aged and became worse for wear, the royal protectorate of the island fell to the newest Kong to wear the moniker of Donkey and the infamous necktie. Despite being a certified hero, this Kong also has his own flaws. He has a big attitude and could often be considered lazy, much to his grandfather's chagrin. That said, he's still more than an adept fighter, and does his job with pride.
That said, the Kong clan is much larger than simply this family group. We also have Funky Kong, a skilled mechanic and pilot with an easygoing attitude. He's a close friend of DK's. He's also Donkey's girlfriend Candy Kong, an avid dancer who hosts mini-games for the Kongs to play. Finally, we have Donkey's friend and protege, Diddy Kong, a young monkey. And it is with Diddy that this game's story begins. One night, as part of Diddy's hero training, as DK puts it, the younger monkey is put in charge of guarding the banana horde, but just until midnight when DK will take over his regular guard duties. However, DK, being DK, ended up oversleeping, leaving Diddy to watch the horde all night, and get ambushed by the Kremlings. In the morning, DK wakes up to find both his banana horde and his little buddy gone, and Cranky chiding him about his laziness. Quickly finding Diddy stuffed into a barrel, the two apes know they need to fight and get their horde back. Overnight, the Kremlings have invaded the entire island aboard their ship. Diddy wasn't the only animal they'd kidnapped. The Kremlings also imprisoned the Kong's friends, Rambi the Rhino, On Guard the Swordfish, Expressa the Ostrich, and Winky the Frog. As the two Kongs crossed the island, they removed the Kremling presence wherever they went, starting with Very Naughty the Beaver in Congo Jungle, Master Neki in the Monkey Mines, Queen Bee in Vine Valley, Really Naughty in Gorilla Glacier, Dum Drum in Crumb Rock Industries, and Master Neki Sr. in Chimp Caverns, with each boss defeated, collecting one of the big bananas missing from their horde. Finally, with the opposing forces cleared off the island, they are able to approach the Gangplank Galleon and fight the Kremling commander. But even he too falls before the might of the Kongs, and the final bananas are claimed. The Kremlings leave Donkey Kong Isle in defeat, after threatening to blow up the island and then throwing the Kongs off the boat. Good thing they know how to swim. The line about blowing up the island turns out to not be a bluff, as we will see in later games. Though the story is done, there's still a few things worth discussing here. First of all, I couldn't find a lot of room in the intro to talk about the game itself, which was originally released on the Super Nintendo. It was remade on the Game Boy Color, and then again on the Game Boy Advance, which is what I played for this video. Though the best version is probably still the SNES original. If you want to play that, it's available on the Switch's SNES Online service. Now for the actual lore. The Kremlings, as I mentioned earlier, come from the Crocodile Isle, another island neighboring the Donkey Kong Isle. That said, this is hardly their first time on the island. The ancient ruins seen throughout the game seem to have been built by the Kremlings, and feature their visages all around. Their history on the island is also a lot more recent, including a large factory known as Crumb Rock Industries, which still seems to be in the fires of production, and recently built to boot. It seems like this rivalry between the Kongs and the Kremlings had been going on for a long time, possibly even predating Cranky's rivalry with Mario. We'll need to discuss the history of the Kremlings, as well as K. Rool himself, a lot more as we get further into the Donkey Kong Country franchise. Also, we have to talk about what's probably the most noteworthy thing in my eyes. Cranky knows he's in a video game. And I don't just mean he gives us a tutorial, tells us the controls, all of that. No, I mean he constantly talks about how good gamers and game characters have it these days compared to the arcade era. He talks about frames of animation, how many features are in the game, and he actually tries to hide that fact in the manual, clearly jealous of the game his grandson gets to star in. And DK seems to know this as well, since he references himself as a video game hero. This implies a lot about the world, and also hints towards the existence of video games about these various characters existing in-universe, which we'll see more of later. Now let's talk about the timeline. This is a hard one to place since it doesn't tie into a lot that we've covered previously. It has to go after Super Mario Kart, since DK Jr. was last seen there, but that's really it so far as timeline clues from games we've already covered. So I've had to look ahead at other games we have yet to cover just to get a more solid place. And for now, I think I'll put this game right at the end of our current timeline. Since Donkey Kong III is already a video game star, this can't be his first appearance. So I'm putting it after his first encounter with Mario, in Mario vs. Donkey Kong, which itself has a lot of comparisons to Super Mario USA, placing those games in close proximity. I'll cover those connections more when we discuss the first Mario vs. Donkey Kong, but for now, this is where I'll leave our timeline. Thanks for watching, and I'll see all of you next time. In the deepest recesses of space, a dark force approaches Dreamland. This is a being who was created in loneliness, without a true name other than that which it is made up of, dark matter. Despite desiring to be happy like the other creatures it observes, the positive emotions never come to the surface, instead finding itself feeling jealous. Jealous of the many happy creatures of Popstar with their many friends. Dark Matter also finds in itself another emotion: wrath. Dark Matter comes down upon the Rainbow Isles, a series of 7 islands on Popstar's surface, and begins covering them in a dark haze. The sword-wielding warrior finds the place's self-proclaimed king and seeps into his mind, putting Diddy under its complete control. It also destroys the rainbows that bridge the gaps between the islands, isolating the people. Popstar will never again be happy and colorful, so long as Dark Matter retains control. This is where we open up on the events of Kirby's Dream Land 2, originally released on the Game Boy in 1995. As usual, the game stars Kirby, this time alongside 3 animal buddies, Rick, Kind, and Coop, traveling the Rainbow Islands to save the 7 Rainbow Bridges, and stop the darkness encroaching upon Dreamland. While technically labeled as Kirby's Dream Land 2, as we can see based on the size of the playlist as it is now, this is not, in fact, the second Kirby game. This game barely serves as a sequel to Dream Land 1 at all, instead forming the first part in what is colloquially known as the Dark Matter Trilogy. I'll try to plant the seeds for this game's sequels within my explanation of its story, so keep an eye out for those. And if you want to see the explanations for those further games when those videos release, be sure to subscribe to the channel. This game doesn't have many story beats throughout most of its runtime. The vast majority of the game is taken up by Kirby and their allies traveling the Rainbow Isles and taking on the various bosses. On their quest, Kirby and friends need to work together to collect 7 artifacts known as the Rainbow Drops. It's a little unclear if they're meant to be teardrops, water droplets, or what, but they each hold portions of the island's powers. Each color-coded island has 1 drop, hidden behind a puzzle that makes sure you fully understand Kirby's copy abilities and those of the animal friends. Collecting all 7 is required for facing the true final boss of the game. The first of these islands is Grassland. Despite its name, the island seems to be associated with the color yellow. This is counter to the game's box art, which shows an area with similar geological features colored green, with grass. The manual states that Kirby lives in the Rainbow Islands, which naturally would place their house here at the start of the game. However, this would imply that most of the Superstar Ultra sub-games also take place on these islands, which feels really unlikely to me, so it probably isn't the same house as we've seen elsewhere. Rick also seems to live here, as he's the only animal buddy available in this first world. This island also sees a return of the classic Kirby boss, Wispy Woods, who seems to be suffering from terrible allergy symptoms, hence the mask and the large glasses. This may imply that the island's yellow coloring comes from scattered pollen, which would make the tree's allergies act up. The next island is Big Forest, associated with the color green. It appears to be the home of Ku. Its boss is Nruff, a large pig-like creature, and the Nellies, which appear to be a group of smaller Druffs. The Kirby Japanese Twitter released this image on Mother's Day 2019, implying that Nruff is the mother of the various Nellies. Level 3 is Ripple Field, which, despite being called a field, is mostly flooded, and as such associated with the color blue. It seems to be home to the final animal friend, Kine. The level's boss is the electric anglerfish, Sweet Stuff. The Indigo level is Iceberg, protected by a powerful Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon is probably the most prominent original boss from this game, outside Dark Matter itself. Red Canyon, the 5th level, is a mountainous area associated with the color that I think seems pretty obvious. This level sees another returning boss from previous games, this time Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright from Kirby's Adventure in Nightmare in Dreamland. I discussed them more in the video on those games, so go check that out if you want to see more detail on them. Cloudy Park looks rather similar to Death Mountain from Ocarina of Time, with a ring of clouds surrounded by a peak of an orange mountain. True to form, this cloudy stage is protected by the cloudy boss Kracko, who starts as a Kracko Jr. before powering up to his more infamous true form. The final level is Dark Castle, a violet-hued fortress where Diddy sits, snoozing away. Unlike the other islands, this one seems to float above the water, waiting ominously in the sky, surrounded by storm clouds. Within it, every mid-boss from throughout the game is refought, eventually leading to our intrepid heroes ascending to the building's roof and for a fight to begin again between Kirby and Diddy. But it's clear throughout the whole battle that something isn't quite right, as the king seems to be jumping between pure rage and deep slumber, his body moving like a puppet on strings. Assuming Kirby collected the 7 rainbow drops throughout the game, upon defeating Diddy, the shards formed together to create the Rainbow Sword, a powerful weapon made up of the power of the islands. This combined force finally forces the black-hearted dark matter out of the king, and Kirby chases the fiendish fighter into Popstar's atmosphere. The two clash swords, waging a duel of primal elements high above the planet. But, as is always the case in these games, the power of light triumphed over the darkness, defeating the Dark Swordsman, though that wasn't the end of the battle. Upon this initial defeat, dark matter shed its false body and showed Kirby its true form. The form he takes on here is important, as it's one we see again and again throughout the Kirby series. A large orb-shaped mass surrounding a singular, oversized eye. There are many bosses in the Kirby series that mirror that description, many of whom are linked to dark matter in some way. I'll be sure to bring up their shape whenever we see it in the future. But even its true form was not enough to defeat Kirby, and dark matter is expelled from Popstar. Kirby reforms the bridges, bringing the islands back together, while dark matter, defeated but not destroyed entirely, plots its revenge. That's the end of the events of this game, but far from the end of the Dark Matter trilogy. Though it'll be a while before we talk about that, since, in true Kirby fashion, we have a bunch more spin-offs to discuss between now and then. Before we go, there are 2 more characters introduced in this game that I want to discuss. The first of these is Gooey. He's a strange little creature that I can best describe as a Dragon Quest slime with a huge tongue. He appears inside animal friend bags, when the bag was supposed to give you an animal friend you already had equipped. Gooey is actually another being formed of dark matter, who has managed to overcome the limits the villainous dark matter has, which is probably why he was imprisoned. He will go on to become a close ally of Kirby, including having a starring role in Dreamland 3. The other character I want to mention is this female slime, who doesn't actually exist. Let me explain. Much like Gooey, this lady slime appears when opening a bag that's supposed to contain an animal friend Kirby already has equipped, though she appears at a far lower rate than Gooey does. She will also restore Kirby's health, and is required to find for 100% in-game completion. That said, she only appeared in the localized versions of Kirby's Dream Land 2, as in the original game, her job was taken by Chao, a girl from the Japan-exclusive Famicom adventure game Famicom Fairy Tales Yuyuki, which is based on Journey to the West. You may have seen her as a spirit in Smash Ultimate, and yeah, that's probably about the only place. This game doesn't really get talked about very much. I know it seems weird that a crossover character is canon to this game, but if you think that, then you clearly haven't played Dreamland 3. Also, it's unclear what exactly the rainbow drops even are. They're clearly somehow tied to the rainbow bridges between the islands, as well as to the islands themselves, as one drop is found hidden away on each island. They don't really return in later games, though the Rainbow Sword, which seems to be made out of them, does. I'm going to place this game at the end of our current timeline. I feel like we should put the 3 Dark Matter Trilogy games as close to in sequence as possible, and due to my ratings of Meta Knight as a character, which is probably worth yet another spin-off video to explain, I feel like this needs to go after Revenge of Meta Knight. I'll put it after Milky Way Wishes as well, just to keep the Superstar Ultra games as close together as possible. It could be argued that Kirby's Adventures in Space are what drew Dark Matter of Popstar, but honestly, I'm just doing it for the sake of simplicity. Donkey Kong Land was released for the Game Boy in 1995, developed by Rare as a companion to Donkey Kong Country, released the previous year. The Land title was meant to denote its place as a Game Boy game, much like the similarly named Kirby and Mario platformers on the same system. The Japanese name, Super Donkey Kong GB, is even more direct, more or less calling it Game Boy Donkey Kong Country. Once again starring Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, it opens up with an argument between our protagonist and the patron of the Kong clan, Cranky. As I brought up in the Deepest Lore episode on Donkey Kong Country, all of these characters are aware of the fact that they're in a video game, and Cranky was quite bitter at how much more advanced games were in 1995 than they were in his heyday of 1981. He seemed to think that Donkey Kong Country's success was entirely due to the graphics and music, rather than actually being a good video game, an accusation which the younger Kongs took personally. They then agreed to a bet. Donkey and Diddy's next adventure would be on an 8-bit system. If they could have another success story on this less powerful system, They would show that old ape that their game ran on more than graphics and music. They even promised to let the Kremlings steal a banana horde again. It seems that Cranky had intended this to be the outcome from the beginning, and Donkey and Diddy had fallen into his trap. The next morning, the bananas were gone, and the adventure began. Before we get into the Kong's quest for video game dominance, if you want to start your own quest towards discussing Nintendo timelines and lore, I suggest subscribing to the channel if you want to keep the conversation going. Then you can also find a community Discord server linked in the description. First, the two went after the Gangplank Galleon, the Kremling ship that served as the Super Nintendo game's finale, which is still anchored just off DK Isle. The Japanese description states that the ship is dilapidated, probably abandoned after the first Donkey Kong Country. This would be fitting since the pirates are using a new ship, the Flying Croc, as their main base of operations come Donkey Kong Country 2. The final boss of this stage is Wild Sting the Manta Ray. From there, the Kongs head underwater to the ancient ruins of Kremlantis. While the name implies a connection to the Kremlings, that is not present in the Japanese, where the name of the world is simply Underwater Ruins. That said, there's also a statue of the world's boss, Big Clam, on the far right of the map, and the ancient ruins of Donkey Kong Country definitely were connected to the Kremlings, so maybe there's something. The next world returns the game to DK Isle, with the Monkey Mountains and Chimpanzee Clouds. Interestingly, Keenan Pearson, one of the game designers who worked at Retro Studios during the production of Donkey Kong Country Returns, implied that the Cliff World from that game was meant to take place here. Though this is still a developer statement made over a decade after the game's release, so feel free to take it with a grain of salt. The boss of this world is Hardhat the Mole. Hopping aboard a Zeppelin, the two Kongs head for the final world, far from the confines of their isle to the old stomping grounds of a previous monkey to hold the moniker of Donkey, Big Ape City. This manual implies this city to be the same one seen in the original Donkey Kong arcade game, leading to a lot of interesting parallels. The same year Donkey Kong Country released, we also got another Donkey Kong game on the Game Boy, Donkey Kong 94, an expansion of the arcade classic. This game started in the big city, but ended on an island that seemed to be related to Donkey Kong, given the tower that stands on it. This being the last world of Donkey Kong Land draws a parallel to that game, with the worlds being in reverse order. Both games even feature the Kongs crossing the sea by air rather than boat. Interestingly, the manual implies multiple times that Cranky came into this whole thing with a plan, to the point where he was even in contact with K. Rool to make it happen. He also emphasized that this adventure should take place on the Game Boy, the same console as Donkey Kong 94. It seems that Cranky isn't trying to compare Donkey Kong Country to the 1981 arcade game, but instead a far more fair competition against another Game Boy title. At the end of the day, Donkey and Diddy once again faced King K. Rool in a very similar boss fight to Donkey Kong Country. Defeating him, the two recovered the last of the bananas, and once again they claimed victory over the Kremlings. And given that this game had two more sequels on the Game Boy, it seems like they'd be that cranky as well. Looking at our timeline, this game takes place in the direct aftermath of Donkey Kong Country 1, and I doubt anything's ever going to come between them. Diddy even says that he still has the bruises from that first mission, putting the time skip to weeks at the very most. And that's really it for Donkey Kong Land. But don't worry, we'll return to the world of DK before long, and keep exploring this magnificent jungle world. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Today, Mario Tennis is considered one of the major Mario sports series, with its most recent entry, Mario Tennis Aces, being the best-selling game in the series. But this sub-series began on a Nintendo console you probably think about the least, the Virtual Boy. Mario's Tennis was released in July 1995 as a launch title for the system, and doesn't have anything whatsoever in the way of story. It offers the chance to play both singles and doubles tennis games with a variety of characters from the extended Mario cast. The game was meant to be a realistic tennis simulator, and as such doesn't include the gimmicks which later sports games would be known for. Most of the cast are as expected. We have Mario, who owns a tennis school now, Luigi, Peach, Toad, Yoshi, and a Koopa Troopa. All fairly normal characters to appear in a Mario spin-off title. The only one of real interest is Donkey Kong Jr., who at some point in the future will cease to exist as a character. This is the exact same cast as Super Mario Kart, minus Bowser. In the game files, it looks like Birdo was also intended to be playable at one point, as her name can be found buried in the game's code, but not so much as a sprite was included alongside it, so it's likely she was cut very early in development. I won't account for her in my timeline placement, but if you want to account for it in yours, then there you go. Speaking of the timeline, I'm going to put this right after Super Mario Kart, for various similar reasons to that game. Yoshi puts it after Super Mario World, Junior pushes the game as early as possible, and it just makes sense for a bunch of different sporting events with a very similar cast list to take place at about the same time. And that's it for this episode. A quick one for a game with very little story substance. I did find it to be a fairly good tennis game though, and I became impressed with it rather quickly. I suggest playing it yourself, if you ever have a chance. I'll see you next time.
After the success of Star Fox, Nintendo began work on its successor, simply titled Star Fox 2. Set to release in 1995, the game would reach a near-complete state before being cancelled at the last second by producer Shigeru Miyamoto. This is due to how close the game's development was brushing against the release of Nintendo's next home console, the Nintendo 64. The higher-ups at Nintendo thought that continuing to work on and release a Super Nintendo game would be a waste of money, and moved on to an entry for the new console which we know as Star Fox 64. Due to this unique development cycle, many of the ideas for Star Fox 2 would be implemented as well in 64. So if you notice a lot of similarities between them, then that's why. Various builds of the game would eventually leak on the internet before the game itself was finally given a release in 2017. If you want to play it today, then it's available on Nintendo Switch Online. Despite that official release date, I decided to cover the game between Star Fox 1 and 64 for two reasons. First, this was its intended release timing. And while we didn't get the game for 20 years, Nintendo still had access to it, and it heavily influenced the games that would be released in the years since. And second, it is the only other game to share a universe with the original Star Fox, so it only makes sense to me to cover them together. Actually, I'm just going to give you the timeline right now because it's pretty much just the timeline of this entire universe. Star Fox 2 takes place sometime after the first game, where despite being defeated at the hands of Star Fox, somehow Andross returned. Now, a lot of extrapolation had to go on to get to this explanation, but to the best of my understanding, it seems like Andross's mind is stored inside this cube. Before his initial attack on the Lylat system, Andross more or less inserted himself into a computer, which can then integrate with larger robotic bodies, like the weird face fought at the end of the first game. This is different from how his super weapon form is portrayed in other universes, where he's shown as more of a bioweapon. So, while the original metallic head form was defeated, his core was not. And this defeat only managed to anger Andross more, and he decided to continue preparing for war, this time focusing on a surprise invasion of the entire system. Much of the work put into preparing for this war was not done on Venom, but instead the factory planet of Eldard, new to this game. Between games, Venom actually seems to have healed into this lush green form, vastly different from the polluted wasteland it was underneath Andross. As part of this new army, Andross created many ships and robots, some of which were upgrades to weapons used in his previous takeover attempt, such as the Space Blade, a version of the Blade Barrier fought in the first game's Meteor stage. He also constructed a new base of operations called Astropolis near the Lylat system's sun. And to counter those pesky Star Fox mercenaries, Andross hired a dogfighting team of his own. This team was Starwolf, led by the vicious yet cowardly Wolf O'Donnell. Alongside him we have Pigma Dengar, a pig who, in other universes, was actually a former Star Fox team member himself under Fox's father James McCloud, who betrayed his former allies to Andross, leading to Fox's father's death. While this backstory is never discussed in the SNES universe, its proliferation throughout every other version of events makes me wonder if, in some way, it might be true here too. Leon Powalski is an interesting beast. The Star Fox 2 manual refers to him as an alien. I think the exact word used in the Japanese refers to foreigners more than ETs. The best way I can try to make sense of this is by suggesting that he may actually have come from outside the Lylat system in this universe. The final member of Starwolf is Algae, a vicious and violent monkey. Given his race and role, many people interpret him as this universe's version of future Starwolf team member and Andross's nephew, Andrew Oikeni. That said, an early version of Oikeni does seem to predate Algae, so this might just be a different character entirely. During the time that Andross was rebuilding his power, Star Fox was busy too. After the end of the first Lylat War, they left the system to search for more jobs in deep space. Both Slippy and Peppy used this chance to upgrade their R-Wings, now flying slower, more armored variants. All the R-Wings also received a new upgrade in the form of Walker Mode. This game was also the first to feature All Range Mode, but I have a hard time believing that the R-Wings were incapable of it in their first game. It just had yet to be implemented as a gameplay mechanic. Meanwhile, they also picked up 2 new team members, in the forms of Miyu and Faye, who both fly the more maneuverable light R-Wings. Faye's backstory implies that she may be a new recruit as of the events of this game, but I'm just going to mention them both here for brevity's sake. She is a member of the Cornerian aristocracy who gave up her cushy life to defend her home from Andross's invasion. Miyu, however, doesn't really have a backstory, and we're only told that she's a very offensively focused pilot. Finally, after years of planning, Andross made his move. Instead of simply announcing his intentions like last time, Andross took the offensive first, claiming every planet in the system at once except for Corneria, which was protected by its satellite defense platform. Now surrounded, Corneria's General Pepper very quickly contacted Star Fox, who rushed back home to defend the one remaining outpost against Andross's tyranny. For the previous game, Titania, Fortuna, Meteor, Macbeth, and Venom return as stages. This game also adds Eldard, which I mentioned earlier. Eldard is also important because it has another boss similar to the previous game, King Ghidorah. A clear reference to Godzilla foe King Ghidorah, and also a tie into Monarch Ghidorah, the boss for the first game's version of Fortuna. As Monarch Ghidorah laid eggs, many people have theorized that King Ghidorah was her male counterpart. And, given that Monarch Ghidorah was stated to be the spirit of Fortuna itself in the first game, the king is likely the same thing but for Eldard, implying a possible connection between the two planets. Or maybe every planet has a creature like this? I don't know. The only other new location of note is the Secret Base, a weapon cache hidden between planets, and only available if the player has collected every Pepper Medal in the game. Among other things, it contains upgrades to the experimental R-Wings, most notably the homing shot, which can only be found here. The base just looks like a neighborhood, kind of giving me Nuketown vibes. The base likely belongs to the Cornerian army, though it's never stated directly. Pepper also implies that this is one of many similar bases found throughout the system. Once Andross's forces have been beaten back across every planet, the immediate threat to Corneria is reduced, allowing Star Fox to approach Astropolis to deal the final blow. On the way, they would finally fight Wolf himself. Interestingly, while his teammates fought earlier in the game, would fight until their ships were destroyed, the cowardly Wolf left battle as soon as his shields were depleted, leaving with his life and the promise to eventually settle the score with Star Fox. Likely, this was supposed to be a hint towards a sequel that never wound up happening. On Astropolis, Star Fox would destroy the core of the station, revealing once again Andross's cube form, now featuring an image of him looking even more robotic than before. They would follow this cube back into the strange other realm that they fought him in before, where he would once again take on the form of a metallic face, though this one looks more like a monkey and less like the magic mirror from Snow White. But even then, Andross would fall. Whether or not it was for good this time remains up to you, since the story of this timeline was never finished. That said, his death animation looks similar between games, so I wouldn't hold my breath. And by the time Star Fox returned, the series would be rebooted, returning us once again to the events of the Lylat Wars. We spent a lot of time talking about Mario and Luigi on this channel. By far, my largest, deepest lore playlist is about these games and its spin-off franchises. We've seen them start out as blue-collar workers in the bustle of New Donk City, but evolve into something more super. But it seems that was always their destiny. From the eve of their very birth, prophecies foretold the great deeds they would do throughout their lives. And even their very first days of life were a great adventure in and of themselves. So let's take some time to explore the earliest part of the brothers' histories with the events of the original Yoshi's Island. Before we go any further, if you like what you see and want to see more videos about the lore of Mario or Sonic or Zelda or a lot of other stuff, take your pick, then subscribe to the channel. I'm not going to keep you too long, just wanted to request that, and let's get going. So, Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island was released in August 1995 for the Super Nintendo. It set itself as a prequel to the Mario franchise,
taking place almost entirely in the first world from the original Super Mario World. It tells us more about the Yoshis, the newest characters introduced to the series, and their history with the Mario Bros. Interestingly, the map shown throughout the game doesn't show the rest of Dinosaur Land as seen in Super Mario World, but the shape of Yoshi's Island makes it very clear that it's meant to be the same place, specifically with the large mountain at its center, matching the map from Super Mario World, as well as the shared name. Maybe the rest of the land has yet to rise out of the ocean? I'm not sure. The game would later be remade as Super Mario Advance 3 Yoshi's Island, and that will be the version of the game we look at in this video. Both versions of the game are currently available on Switch Online, so if you want to play the game, and I highly suggest you do, that is the easiest place to find it. The game opens about as early as you can, with Mario and Luigi being delivered by the stork to their parents. Yes, babies are delivered by stork in the Mario universe, just get over it. However, there is one person who doesn't want them to reach their destination. Kamek, right hand to the throne of the Koopa, and caretaker to its young ruler, Bowser. The Magic Koopa had foretold that a pair of babies born that day would eventually bring ruin to the House of Koopa. And, in duty to his young master, Kamek knew he had to stop that future from coming to pass. He attacked the stork carrying the babies, and managed to snag the younger brother, Luigi, from its grasp. Quickly, Kamek returned to Bowser's castle, only to discover that he had neglected to grab the second baby. At some point, he would also kidnap the stork, likely after returning to the scene of the crime, since this isn't shown in the opening cinematic. The other baby, Mario himself, fell out of the stork's beak and towards the ocean. Thankfully, they'd been attacked over a landmass, Yoshi's Island. The baby touched down safely near a group of Yoshis, who quickly determined the baby's desire to find his brother. It seemed that the two also had an innate twin sense, which allowed them to detect one another. The Yoshis agreed to use a relay system to bring the once-and-future plumber to his other half, and set out on a mission that would change the course of history. Throughout the adventure, the babies and Yoshis traveled across 5 worlds spread throughout the island. It seemed that the island had 10 castles already ruled by the Koopa clan, implying that their involvement in Dinosaur Land goes back far longer than just the events of Super Mario World. Implying that their involvement in Dinosaur Land goes back far longer than just the events of Super Mario World. As they traveled the island, the Yoshi stopped at each of the castles, where Kamek would arrive and turn one of the soldiers housed in the castle into a larger version of itself, which would serve as the castle's boss. With each encounter, Kamek became more distressed and desperate, knowing that before long, he would have nowhere else to run. As each boss was defeated, the Yoshis would also raise the castles, much as Mario would do decades later. After going through the 5 worlds of Yoshi's Island, Yoshi and the baby are teleported by magic to the Koopa Kingdom. This looks similar aesthetically to the Dark World from the end of Super Mario Bros. 3, leading me to think that they are meant to be the same location. This is reinforced when we meet the final boss of the game, Baby Bowser, inside his castle. He throws a temper tantrum, not knowing anything of the baby, but wanting the Yoshi as a toy. As a last-ditch effort, Kamek tries to make the Toddler King a giant to stop him, thus being our first of many giant Bowser fights. But even he is defeated by the Yoshi, who managed to save baby Luigi and the stork, and send them on their way to find Mario and Luigi's parents, thus putting the two brothers onto the road towards their destinies. This game introduces a lot of concepts about the brothers that I'd like to spend more time looking into, most notably, these bubbles. Whenever a Yoshi is damaged, rather than losing health or shrinking in size, they drop Mario. Baby Mario instinctively creates a bubble around himself for protection. This was initially a one-off gimmick that would go pretty much unreferenced for over a decade, until the release of New Super Mario Bros. On the Wii, where the 4 playable characters would be shown to have the same ability. This would end up extending to all the other playable characters in the New Super Mario Bros. Series, including Peach, Toadette, and a couple of Toads. The power seems to come from stars, as Yoshi can collect them to make the bubbles last longer, though they seem to be more stable come the new Super Series. But I'll talk more about them in some future theory video. Speaking of stars, Mario has more abilities related to them, most notably in the form of Superstar Mario. He attains a cape that looks very similar to the one received from the feathers in Mario World, and becomes invincible. This is Baby Mario's equivalent to the invincible form of Adult Mario, as it is caused by his touching a Starman. The Yoshis are also shown to have transformations of their own, but instead into vehicles for some reason.
I honestly have no idea where this comes from. If you have any theories on the matter, I would absolutely love to hear them. Also, none of the Yoshis from this game are the main Yoshi that is friends with Mario and shows up in the Kart games and the party games. None of that. Not the same Yoshi. That Yoshi would first show up in Yoshi's Island DS, and I'll bring him up again when we get there. Anyways, I haven't discussed the timeline yet, but I have to imagine that it's fairly obvious given the events of the game. Mario and Luigi were just born, and therefore this game has to go at the very start of the timeline, decades before anything else we've discussed up to this point. And honestly, before the main events of any other game in the franchise, minus time travel shenanigans. A few months ago, I promised I'd take a swing at putting a few of the more questionably canon Zelda games onto my timeline. And even among those, this is a game that's often overlooked. BS The Legend of Zelda was a Super Famicom game released as part of the Broadcast Satellaview service. Since this is the first Satellaview game we're covering in detail on the channel, I'll go through a very quick run-through of how these games work. If you want to skip this part, just jump ahead to the timestamp shown on screen now. This Satellaview was a peripheral for the Super Nintendo formed from a partnership between Nintendo and Japanese satellite radio channel St. Giga. The idea was that the two companies would be able to work together by releasing certain games over radio waves, with all the data for the game being sent to the homes in real time. The games had voice acting and specific timed events to keep players playing for the entire hour that each game was available. Nintendo created a number of original games for the peripheral before St. Giga's financial struggles caused the partnership to devolve in 1999. Returning to BS Zelda specifically, the game was split into 4 parts, each broadcast on consecutive Sunday evenings. The first set of broadcasts occurred between August 9th and 30th, 1995. Gameplay-wise, BS Zelda is a remake of the original Legend of Zelda from 1986 with some changes. The map is also smaller than in the original game. Like in Zelda 1, hidden throughout the world are 8 dungeons, 2 of which are unlocked with each weekly broadcast. Interestingly, the game opens up with a backstory from A Link to the Past, describing the imprisoning war in almost the exact same verbiage as that game. If you want to know that story, then go ahead and check out my video on A Link to the Past. After that little bit of history, we shift to the current era, where Ganon's demonic hordes kidnap Princess Zelda, the Priestess of Wisdom, and seize the Triforce of Wisdom under her protection. He split it among 8 of his strongest soldiers, who hid themselves around Hyrule, before finding his own hidden place to await any challengers. This should raise eyebrows for anyone familiar with the original game series of events. There are a number of changes in here, most notably that Ganon actually gets the Triforce. In the original NES game, it was Zelda who split it up in order to keep him from getting it, but here he's actually succeeded in his goal. So this departure is our first hint that maybe BS Zelda is more than a simple remake. Our next hint comes in the form of our player character. This character is the player avatar of the Satellaview system itself, coming from a place known simply as the town whose name has been stolen. This town deserves a video all to itself, which you can keep an eye out for sometime soon, hopefully. If you want to see that, be sure to subscribe so you don't miss it. But more or less, it's a city within the Satellaview peripheral that acts as a sort of main menu. This character was simply isekai'd into Hyrule. Funnily enough, this is not the only time that they came to this world, and they also return as the main characters of the second Satellaview Zelda game, Ancient Stone Tablets, where the character is given the title of the Hero of Light. Since they're both the same person, that's the name I'll use to refer to this character throughout the rest of the video. The Hero of Light was apparently drawn to Hyrule by following stars, a reference once again continued in Ancient Stone Tablets. The stars are referenced throughout the game as a sort of mystical force that not only draws the protagonist to Hyrule, but also performs magic to aid them, which we'll get into in a bit. The narrator of the game seems to have a lot of knowledge about the world of Hyrule. I have to wonder if they are sort of a representative of the stars. And, much like we're given the chance to play this game once a week, the hero follows the same schedule. At the end of every episode, they're pulled out of Hyrule, with the promise of returning in 1 week's time to continue their journey. On that journey, the Hero of Light is aided by the Old Man. You know the one. It's dangerous to go alone and all that. Okay, maybe he's not exactly the same person, but he's definitely hidden in the same cave. Also, not all the old men in the game are the same person, as the old man that speaks in our ear discusses a number of the others. This old man is a wizard of some sort, capable of using magic that he finds while researching what he calls ancient forbidden scrolls. This magic can have a variety of effects, from summoning lightning and fairies to directly manipulating the minds of other people. He's also capable of overcoming the magical gloom caused by Ganon's magic, meaning he's actually quite powerful. The most notable of these powers, I think, is when he manages to cause the stopwatch effect, stopping all enemies around the hero in their tracks. The game actually gives us an explanation for how this effect works. Apparently, this power is the strongest spell in the lightning chapter of his ancient texts. So it seems like the affected enemies may be paralyzed by lightning, something like you'd see in Pokémon. It also makes me think of how the Franklin badge from the EarthBound series kind of looks like a watch, and I've gone cross-eyed thinking about it, so I'm going to back off on this point. The old man is capable of a lot of magic himself, but he's also capable of channeling magic from other sources. A few times throughout the adventure, the power of the stars that drew the Hero of Light into Hyrule channels its energy through him, granting the hero infinite amounts of various abilities such as sword beams, bombs, or candle charges. After meeting the old man and retrieving the wooden sword, the Hero of Light ventures out into Hyrule, with the old man whispering in their ear throughout the adventure. Actually, since this game predates Ocarina of Time, does that kind of make him the first companion in series history? Outside of the changes in the map, a lot of the events of the actual game are very similar to the original, with a few exceptions. First, the old man is able to actually disenchant the Lost Woods. We get a bit of an explanation from him about what it is. Apparently, evil spirits inhabit the forest and try to keep people wandering through the woods forever, until they die. I guess he probably either exorcises or calms these spirits. Unlike a lot of his other spells that are temporary, this one remains through the rest of the game, so I think this is actually a permanent change to the Lost Woods. We also get a little backstory for the potion-selling old woman, who apparently went into hiding after being attacked by peahats. Towards the end of the third week, when the hero likely has 6 of the 8 shards of the Triforce, Ganon decides that things are getting a little close for comfort, and summons a stormy darkness to descend over Hyrule. I imagine this looks similar to the area around Great Fish Isle in The Wind Waker. With this darkness, the monsters that usually sit in the dungeons rise to the surface. Hyrule itself suddenly becomes much more dangerous, with the threat of the Dark Nuts in the overworld. Come the start of the 4th week, the old man has found a way to fight back against Ganon's darkness, allowing the hero to once again travel the world safely. However, the spell that turned night into day also awakened the Armos that had been sitting completely immobile around the map, allowing them to work as we would expect after having played the original NES game. Underneath one of the Armos, much like in Zelda 1, we can find the Power Bracelet. Interestingly, the old man says that the Power Bracelet was once used by an ancient hero, but has been missing for centuries. Also during that 4th week, 2 of the most powerful objects in the game, the Magic Sword and the Red Ring, become available. However, these items are only available for a limited time, as if the hero doesn't track them down by minute 35, Ganon arrives to steal both items, and they remain unavailable for the rest of the game. It's interesting that he realizes in this version just how important those are when he ignored them completely in Zelda 1. Finally, after finding the 8th and final piece of the Triforce of Wisdom, the hero returns to the old man for further directions. And there is when Ganon finally reveals himself. It seems that the entire time, he's been lying in wait deep in the old man's cave, waiting for the right moment to strike. It's like he knew the hero would have to come here. He kidnaps the old man and departs deeper into his sanctuary. The Hero of Light follows Ganon, dutifully slaying him in the same way as happened before, and saving both the old man and the princess, waiting for her hero at the back of the cave. And with that, the day is saved, and the Hero of Light parts with the realm of Hyrule for other adventures. With all the evidence accounted for, I think I'm going to place this game at the end of our current timeline, after Adventure of Link. Ganon seems much more aware in this game. It is the exact same plan as Zelda 1, he just does it better. Instead of Zelda keeping Triforce from him, Ganon managed to grab it and split it apart himself. He also was aware enough to steal the Red Ring and the Magic Sword at the first opportunity, only 10 minutes after they became available. He knows how much more dangerous the hero would be with these items. It feels like he's gone through all this before, and knows how it goes.
The Disenchantment of the Lost Woods also goes on to support that this would need to happen after Zelda 1, not before. The most important factor to me is the Power Bracelet. Apparently it was used by a previous hero, but has since been lost for centuries. Assuming that this is the same Power Bracelet as shown in Zelda 1, which it seems to be because it uses the same sprite, then it's been centuries since that game happened. That said, Ganon being alive again doesn't actually seem too far-fetched, given that his servants had already had a plan on how to raise him back from the dead by the time the last Link turned 16. Even given that they failed in that game, it wouldn't be a shock if they figured out how over the hundreds of years between games. That time difference would also explain why Link didn't come to the rescue this time. He's long dead by now. Released in September 1995, Mario Clash is probably the least remembered Mario game out there. A fitting game to discuss on Mario Day. Assuming I actually get this video out when I want to, which that never happens, so you're seeing this whenever. It didn't have any sequels, its gameplay is an adaptation of an older title, and it was on the Virtual Boy. So no wonder almost nobody actually knows what this game is. For a quick history, Mario Clash was originally intended as a side mode for a game called VB Mario Land, which is meant as the fourth game in the Super Mario Land series. We don't know a lot about it, outside of what was in this one playable demo from Space World 1994. I've heard theories that this guy right here kinda looks like Wario, and implies that maybe he's the villain of the game, which would make sense for a Mario Land title, but I guess now we'll never know since the game was cancelled before it was finished. Mario Clash, of course, would go on to be released, and is the main focus of this video. The game features Mario trying to take back a large building known as the Clash House Tower from some unknown enemy force. I don't really trust the English manual, and I can't find the Japanese one, so our only hints as to the actual story are what's shown in-game. Specifically, the intro shows us this blimp. The symbol on it is vaguely skull-like, and it reminds me of two different groups in the Mario series. First, the Black Sugar Gang from Super Mario Land 3. This inclusion would make sense, since this is originally meant as part of a sequel to the game they are introduced in. However, I think the more likely culprits are, as usual, the Koopa Troop. The skull icon is used for pirates, yes, but also on flagpoles throughout the series. The enemies fought throughout the game are also more commonly associated with Bowser than Captain Syrup, who seems to have a much more original cast of characters under her command. The Japanese wiki also lists the Koopas as the villain of the game. I don't know if this is an assumption or something supported by the text in that language, but the circumstantial evidence is worth noting. The game has 99 levels, each of which is a floor of the Clash Tower. The goal is similar to the original Mario Bros, with the plumber having to defeat every enemy in the stage, with the exception of Koopa Troopas, to reach the next one. And like that game, Mario must attack the various enemies indirectly, this time meaning he needs to hit them with Koopa shells. Upon defeating the 99th floor, Mario returns to the first floor and just continues his fight, even if it seems never-ending. There's no boss at the top of the tower either. The game ends when Mario maxes out the point counter. When that happens, we get an enemy parade showing the various foes fought throughout the game carrying white flags, and presumably leaving the tower. Victory, as always, is Mario's. The point counter also gives our only real hints in this game's place in the timeline. Every 100,000 points, the game gives us a splash screen featuring a character celebrating your achievement. We have Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, and Bowser, all of which are fairly obvious inclusions for a Mario game. But at 500,000 points, we get our first swerve character, Wario. Alright, so that puts us at least after Super Mario Land 3. The last notable character is at 800,000 points, featuring Donkey Kong Sr. and Jr. Once again, this puts the game as soon as possible, as we need plenty of time for Donkey Kong III to grow into the menace and eventual hero we know him as today. So we're putting this one right after Super Mario Land 3, as that game takes place immediately after Wario's introductory title. I guess this would also leave room to move up Super Mario Kart and Mario's Tennis if you want. Personally, I still want to keep those games before the inclusion of Wario, but I would be interested in knowing where else in the timeline you would put this game. Let me know in the comments, or join the Discord to share your own timeline theories with our community. Unfortunately, this game never escaped the Virtual Boy, so it's not purchasable by legal means. Also, this channel in no way supports piracy,
So if you have a 3DS, definitely do not look up Red Dragon. Don't do it. It's illegal. It would make Mario sad.
In 1994, Rare Limited and Nintendo rebooted the concept of Donkey Kong with Donkey Kong Country, with new gameplay, new characters, and a cool 90s attitude. If you haven't seen it, I already have a video covering that game. It isn't necessary to understand this video, but I figure that if you're interested in watching this one, then you might want to watch both. But Rare wasn't about to stop there. With the popularity of the first game, the developers immediately got to work on Donkey Kong Country 2, releasing almost exactly a year later in November of 1995. As a side note, I always misread the title of this game as Diddy Kong's Quest, when in reality the subtitle is actually Diddy's Conquest. It's a pun. Call me what you will, I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that fact and was in approximately the same amount of pain that I am. Also, just like last time, we'll be referring to the Game Boy Advance version as the canon edition of the game, despite the SNES version still being considered the superior game, and also the most easily playable version, available on Nintendo Switch Online. This game stars Diddy Kong and his girlfriend Dixie Kong tearing through the Crocodile Isle, home of the Kremlings, to put the plans of the nefarious Captain K. Rool to rest. But something seems to be missing from this Donkey Kong game. To make sure that his plan couldn't be foiled again, K. Rool preemptively attacked DK Isle, kidnapping DK and holding him hostage. Immediately, Cranky Kong approached Diddy, who was spending time with his girlfriend, and told the young hero wannabe that it was now his time to step into the limelight as a true video game hero. Before we get further into this game, I want to take a second to thank you for watching and to ask you to subscribe. I plan to cover every Donkey Kong game at some point, so if you're a fan of the series, you should probably subscribe to keep up with those. I also talk about a lot of other series, including Mario, Sonic, Zelda, pretty much anything that's included in Smash Bros. I hope you stick around. Now, before we get further along, I've seen a lot of people act really strange when talking about Diddy and Dixie dating, so I'm going to bring something up that I also mentioned in the first DKC video. They are not related. While the Kongs are technically referred to as a family, there's no way that they're all related given how many different species of primate are included in their ranks. The phrase also refers to a number of similar creatures that are not members of the DK crew. If anything, Kong seems to just refer to a group of somewhat simian souls that seem to be a step above the intelligence of other monkeys. So the two of them doing things is probably still fine. And now that we have that established, let's talk a little bit about Dixie. She isn't given a lot to work with, honestly. She's Diddy's girlfriend, the older sister of future hero Tiny Kong, and the cousin of Kiddy Kong, who we'll talk about more in the next Donkey Kong video. Despite all of those connections, she really isn't given much of a spotlight. It seems that she works as Funky's assistant, as shown in Donkey Kong Barrel Blast. The two of them are also paired up in Donkey Kong King of Swing. Dixie's greatest strength is the ability to use her hair like a helicopter, giving her a glide ability. Alright, so now back to the main story at hand. Upon learning about what's going on, the two lovers headed for the source of the Kremling attack, the resurrected Gangplank Galleon, the pirate ship used by K. Rool and the Kremlings during the first Donkey Kong Country game. Defeating Crow, the avian pirate nested atop the ship, they took command of the vessel. This is actually the second time a pair of Kongs have commandeered the ship, after Donkey and Diddy did the same thing in the opening world of Donkey Kong Land. This time, however, instead of traveling the entire world, Diddy and Dixie took the ship back to its source, the Crocodile Isle, home of the Kremling crew. They explored a number of worlds, alongside the other Kongs who came to aid them. Cranky Kong, Funky Kong, and Candy Kong have all returned from the previous game. Cranky takes on virtually the same role he had previously, providing hints towards the location of banana coins. Funky, on the other hand, has completely shifted gears. While previously providing quick transit and a fishing minigame, because Rosalina knows we need more of those in video games, the main monkey has upped his game, now finding himself on the front lines, taking the war directly to the Kremlings alongside Diddy and Dixie. He has the two help on a few select missions, which include delivering supplies, constructing statues of DK, presumably to strike fear into the hearts of the Kremlings, reclaiming powerful weapons, and saving prisoners of war. Yeah, it seems that the Kremlings didn't stop at just kidnapping Donkey Kong. Interestingly, all of the kidnapped Kongs were designed to look like Tiny Kong, who did in fact exist when these missions were created, even if she was originally introduced after the original DKC 2. If Tiny was indeed kidnapped, then this gives a much more personal stake to Dixie Kong as well,
even if it doesn't take up time in the main story. Candy's return, however, is in a much diminished role, standing instead as the assistant to a new character, Swanky Kong. He has all of the style, all of the grace. This Kong has a beautiful face. Swanky is an absolute fountain of charisma who hosts the game show Swanky's Bonus Bonanza, where our contestants, Diddy and Dixie, must use their knowledge of the Crocodile Isle to win life balloons. Swanky's relationship to anyone else is a little unclear, but given that he has a connection to Candy, he's probably been around for a while. The final new Kong introduced in this game is Wrinkly Kong, DK's grandmother and the wife of Cranky. Here she runs the Kong College, a school for Kremlings. Even Captain K. Rool is included among its students. This feels a little colonial to me, but we won't dwell too much on the implications of invaders starting schools to educate the locals in an attempt to make them less hostile. She will sell Diddy and Dixie level hints, as well as provide homework in the form of a photo album to fill out. Their fellow Kongs are the only allies our heroes have in this game, however. All of the animal buddies return from the previous game, except for Winky the Frog, who was replaced by Rattly the Rattlesnake. Squitter the Spider, Glimmer the Angler, Clapper the Seal, and Quox the Parrot join him as new additions to the cast in this game. With all these allies at their sides, Diddy and Dixie climb the Crocodile Isle. In Crocodile Cauldron, a lava-filled caldera, they dueled with the living sword Cleaver. This is not the first time we've seen a living weapon as a boss, with the first game featuring the living oil barrel Dumdrum. In Krem Quay, a murky bog full of sunken ships, they contested with Cudgel, a large Kremling. For some reason, the Kremlings have an amusement park / giant beehive, at the end of which our heroes fought King Zing Sting, who is likely related to or married to Queen Bee. The previous Zinger monarch fought in the first country game. In Gloomy Gulch, a haunted forest, the two Kongs had to face the consequences for their own actions by taking down the ghost of Crow. Finally, at K. Rool's Keep, they managed to find DK before having him torn away and being forced to fight Kerosene, a giant fire-breathing Kremling. After which, the two Kongs chased the captain into the skies to fight him aboard his airship, the Flying Croc, for a classic K. Rool duel. We've mentioned it a lot, but I want to make it clear that Captain K. Rool is the same person as King K. Rool from the previous game. The King has a few different personas that he jumps between from game to game. Some people disagree if he's actually taking on new identities or just playing dress-up, though based on how he uses aspects from each of these identities in Smash Ultimate, I'd lean more towards the latter reading. The battle was epic, but eventually the King relented, even despite his newfound powers of invisibility, which is actually terrifying in his hands. But with timely help from a newly freed DK, K. Rool was knocked into the ocean. The airship went down, and the Kongs returned home to DK Isle to live in peace. Though while the battle was won, the war was still not over. Deep in the heart of the Crocodile Isle sits a region known as the Lost World, a strange landscape hidden within the earth. K. Rool left one of his minions, the powerful and greedy Clubba, to guard it, though Clubba was more than willing to make deals with the Kongs for his own benefit, allowing the two to enter this strange land. In the depths of the Lost World sits Crocodile Core, home to the strange energy that gives power to the island. It is here that Captain K. Rool returns, ready for one final revenge against Diddy and Dixie Kongs. A revenge that doesn't really come to pass because he gets his butt kicked again. Upon this final defeat, the Kongs knock K. Rool into the flow of energy stemming from Crocodile Core. His body keeps the energy from flowing, causing the energy to build up and then explode, sinking the entire island into the ocean and scattering the remaining Kremlings across the Kremisphere, putting an end to the threat for now. After finishing the game, Cranky Kong offers to grade Diddy, the apprentice hero, on his performance, based on how many DK medals he managed to collect throughout the game, and see if Diddy had lived up to his idol Donkey Kong as a true video game hero. The DK medal rankings are actually compared to a number of other video game heroes. First place is, without a surprise, Mr. Video Game himself, Mario. Arguably, this could show that the Kongs have re-established contact with Mario at this point, likely pointing at where this game takes place in comparison to the first Mario vs. Donkey Kong game, which many timeline theorists seem to agree was the first meeting between Mario and the modern DK. Though for reasons we'll get into later, maybe we can't use this for a lot. Third place is Yoshi, star of his own successful SNES platformer that also got a remake on Game Boy Advance. There are rumors of a rivalry between the two development teams, but I don't really know if it's true. That said, this isn't the place to talk about it anyways, since it's more real-life lore than in-universe lore. The second place character, however, is far more interesting. Link from The Legend of Zelda. Now you could just try to pass this off as an Easter egg or a reference or something, like in Super Mario RPG, but this one feels a little different. Cranky's video game heroes is something that is part of the story of this game, meaning that Link's presence is actually irrelevant. While other video game heroes were brought up in the SNES version, such as Sonic and Earthworm Jim, the references to both are removed in the Game Boy Advance port. Likely this is because of Cranky's renowned history of sitting atop the fourth wall and laughing at it. It doesn't matter that Link isn't a member of the Mario cast. He's still a hero notable enough to rank above Yoshi. Likely this is meant to be the same Link as from A Link to the Past and Link's Awakening, as that was the Link who was present on the Super Nintendo. That said, Link does return to the Mario series later, 20 years later, in Mario Kart 8, though we'll save discussion for that appearance for some other day. The last thing I want to mention, which will be fairly derisive, is Donkey Kong Land 2. This game has wildly varied takes on its inclusion in the timeline, whether it's a separate adventure like the other two Land games, or simply a Game Boy version of Country 2's effects. I'm going to lean towards the latter in this case for a couple of reasons. First, the story has no real differences from the game that we just spent this entire video talking about. Second, the Crocodile Isle was sunk completely after the events of Country 2, and its return in 64 is shown as something surprising, so it's likely that the island didn't rise again between the two games. Going to the timeline, given the nature of this game, it's not a surprise that I'm placing this one at the end, right after the event of the first Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Land. And that's about it for this game. There was actually a lot more than I expected to discuss with it, so I'm glad we really managed to fill out this video. Well, once again we have been forced to return to the Virtual Boy, but this time it's for a series that I actually love, Wario Land. That's right, the second Wario Land game was not Wario Land 2, but instead Wario Land on the Virtual Boy, often referred to as VV Wario Land. This game features Wario once again hunting for treasure, this time deep in the Amazon River Basin. Is that how you're supposed to pronounce that? It's like the Amazon, except the M was flipped upside down to a W, like Wario. Truly, this is the peak of video game writing. While flying around in his plane the Bulldog, Wario noticed a group of suspicious figures going to the back of Aldegara Falls. These figures are the Masked Guys, a tribe of mysterious figures with masks that resemble Tengus. Tengu are often depicted as mischievous demons, though that can change dramatically based on where exactly the stories you hear come from. However, it's likely this evil take is what we're supposed to interpret from these masks, as the Masked Guys are thieves who offer up treasure to their demonic idol. I'm not sure if he's venerated as a god or simply a ruler, as we don't get to see any direct interactions between the figure and the Masked Guys, but we'll get more into that later. The Masked Guys obviously share a lot of similarities with other groups in the Mario universe. For many people, their first instinct may be to compare them to Shy Guys, especially the Spear Guys found in Yoshi's Island. But I think a cleaner comparison would be with the Spear masks featured in Wario Land 4, which also features a vaguely South American Amazonian setting. They also have spears and masks as their most defining characteristics, though these spear masks do look very different still. So they probably aren't meant to be the same group. Wario followed the Masked Guys into their lair behind the waterfall, where they threw their treasure into a door marked with a demonic head. Wario attacked them and chased after the treasure, but fell through a trap door and into a dark cave. Despite this momentary setback though, Wario was still determined, and set off to find the treasure. The Wario shown here is still very cruel and violent, flat out stating that he intends to kill all the thieves who inhabit the caves and are preventing him from returning to the surface. Funnily enough, Wario tries to paint himself in a slightly more heroic light in the manual, talking about how the thieves jumped him and he took them down with ease, when in reality the game shows him attacking them from behind. But it figures that Wario would really want to sell himself to anybody who's reading the manual. The game follows Wario as he travels through 14 levels, at the end of each one taking an elevator closer and closer to the surface. Along the way, he fights 4 bosses. The first is the Dinosaur Fish, a small reptilian figure that lives in a huge cave that looks ominously like its own face. It attacks Wario with a spiked ball that's attached to its head. The Sandfish, fought at the end of Stage 8, is kind of somewhere between a fish and a worm.
It lives in quicksand and will bombard Wario in an attempt to defeat him. In the Sandfish's arena, there are a number of statues of the fish itself behind it, showing that it too is revered in some way. Probably for its prowess in battle, given the trident the statues hold, which, funnily enough, the Sandfish does not have in this fight. It's also weird that both of the first two bosses are fish. Maybe because the whole thing is supposed to take place beneath a river basin? The third boss fight is against Tank and Operator. The Operator is a small blob-like creature that operates Tank, which is, well, a tank. This is clearly a step above what we've seen from the other bosses technology-wise, but is very fitting with the factory-like area that precedes it. Much like the others, the tank has an artistic representation of itself in the boss room, this time in the form of a mural. The final boss of the game is the Demon Head, a floating, ghostly visage that looks exactly how the name describes. It seems to be somehow venerated by the masked guys, as the door to the treasure chamber shown at the start of the game features this face, as do all the treasure rooms hidden throughout the game. This is where the earlier assumption of him being treated as a god or ruler comes from. Looking at it and hearing the name, I have to draw similarities between the Demon Head and Devil's Head from the previous Wario Land game. While they clearly aren't the same being, they do look similar in a lot of ways, so maybe they're related somehow in some kind of weird Mario demonology. With the Demon Head defeated, Wario manages to leave with a treasure. If Wario managed to collect all the optional treasures throughout the game, he can achieve better endings. I tend to assume, without other context stating otherwise, that the hardest ending to achieve is the canon one, in this case ending with Wario flying a magic carpet back home, with a bag of coins, a magical bottle, and for some reason a sexy bunny girl on one arm. I have no idea where she came from, but she is actually referenced in later games, so that seems to support this ending being canon. As shown in other endings, the magical bottle seems to hold the soul of the Demon Head, now trapped after his defeat at Wario's hands. While not shown in the best ending, the three worst endings imply that the Bulldog became unflyable, being taken over by a family of beavers. Likely, given its lack of appearance here, the same thing probably happens in the final ending. This places the game after every other appearance of the Bulldog, the last of which, at this point, is Wario's Woods, putting this game towards the end of the timeline. I'm not sure where to put this in relation to the Donkey Kong Country games, since those two series are very abstracted, but for now I'm going to put it before, since that's the earliest this game can possibly take place. Also, it's worth noting that Wario still takes damage in this game, so he doesn't yet have the immortality he would gain by the time of Wario Land II. Now, even with the timeline aside, there's still something else that I want to discuss about this game. This little dude right here. This is a treasure found in stage 11. It appears to be a Dogu statue, which is a type of effigy statue that was made in Japan around the late Jomon period. Interestingly, this is not the only time we've seen a Dogu statue in the Mario universe. As was pointed out by Ghostly Artistry and General Donutski on the Marioverse Discord server, a robotic Dogu statue is also the final secret opponent in Wrecking Crew 98, where he's stated to have come from a faraway land and has spent a great amount of time in slumber before being awakened in order to face Mario. While it likely isn't the same Dogu, since Wario left the one from this game behind when escaping with all this money, it's possible that the faraway land Dogu mentioned in Wrecking Crew 98 was the Awazon. That's just a theory, and it's not even mine, but I thought it was worth mentioning. Shout out to Marioverse for providing us little connections like this that completely went over my head. And that's it for this episode. VB Wario Land seems to be a relatively unobtrusive game of the timeline with an interesting set of villains that really aren't explained, and leave a lot of room for speculation. So what do you think about the masked guys of the Awazon River Basin? Any hot theory takes to mention about this game? Feel free to bring them up in the comments or on my Discord server linked in the description. And with that, I'll see you next time.
Kirby's Block Ball, released for the Game Boy in 1995, is yet another game where Kirby has to roll around like a ball to play a classic game of some sort. While the first time was pinball, and the second time was golf, this time, the powerful Puff has to try their hand at Breakout. This game is currently not generally available, but hopefully Nintendo will add it to Switch Online sometime soon. My next Playing Kirby video is going to be on Kirby's Toy Box, which is a Satellaview game that, just based on being a Satellaview game, I'm sure most of you haven't even heard of. And even those of you who've heard of it
probably haven't played it. So if that interests you, or you want to see other Nintendo lore and theories, then please subscribe to the channel. This game takes place in Blockland, a series of islands floating above Dreamland. There's a surprising number of these, including both the Float Islands and Mirror World. I'm sure there are more, these are just the first ones that came to mind. King Diddy fled here after once again stealing the 5 sparkling stars, and Kirby, needing once again to save the day, followed him up. Blockland is split into 12 different islands. 10 of these are the outside islands, where the main stages of the game take place. These are manned by Diddy's strongest allies. Most of these are returning enemies or bosses from previous games, with the exception of one, the Stage 10 boss, Brobo, who presumably is just one of the many robots that Diddy has built. Though this one, refreshingly enough, does not look like him. Upon defeating Brobo, 2 different things can happen depending on whether or not Kirby got a high score in each of the previous 10 islands. If they have not achieved 10 high scores, then they just leave. Ignore the castle on the middle island that clearly belongs to Diddy, and go up to find some delicious strawberry cake, forgetting the entire mission. On the other hand, if Kirby has reached the point threshold for each island, or borderline as the game so confusingly calls it, they can complete one more level where they fight against King Diddy. Upon winning this battle, Kirby destroys the castle, flying away with the sparkling stars, and once again leaving Diddy in shame. Another quick and easy story, but where does it fit on the timeline? Well, there are a few factors we could bring up. First of all, Kabbalah shows up. Seeing as how Spring Breeze overtook the original Dreamland in canonicity, this is our second time seeing the airship after Revenge of the King, and will in actuality be the last time it plays any major role in the series until we get all the way to Planet Robobot, when she is no longer serving Diddy. So immediately her appearance gives us an era to focus around. This game also has a lot of similarities to Kirby's Pinball Land, both in Diddy's plan, making Kirby play a ball game, and in visuals, with both the sprites for Diddy and Poppy Bros Jr. being taken directly from that game. This is especially interesting because that wasn't the last Game Boy title in the series, with Dreamland 2 releasing in between them, which they totally could have taken Diddy from. The most interesting piece of evidence I've noticed is in the ruins of Diddy's castle. When Kirby destroys it, what's left behind is a pile of rubble and a fountain. That seems like a really strange inclusion, don't you think? I have to wonder if this is the Fountain of Dreams, which serves as the focal point of Nightmare in Dreamland. In that game, Diddy had stolen the Star Rod to keep Nightmare trapped in the fountain. In this game, Diddy seems to have covered a fountain for no apparent reason. Unless, that is, the castle was there to protect it, either by Diddy or whoever else had wound up in Blockland before him. And if that is the case, then naturally, it would only make sense for this game to take place directly before the events of Nightmare in Dreamland. Though, given the placement of Pinball Land and the inclusion of Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright as bosses, that's probably the placement I would have gone with no matter what. And thanks for watching. I really enjoy these little kind of mini Kirby games, and we're kind of getting to a close on them, which is going to be a little disappointing because they're a lot of fun. I think these games eventually got turned into the sub-games that we'd see in later Kirby titles after Superstar, so they won't be completely gone, just much less relevant. For a while, at least. Pokémon Red and Green released in Japan on February 27th, 1996, 28 years ago. And as someone born in 1996, that makes me feel really old. But who am I kidding? I don't need to explain these games to you. Pokémon is the single highest grossing media franchise of all time, beating out the likes of Mickey Mouse and Barbie combined. So, yeah, you know what Pokémon is. The games I'm discussing now have no less than 5 remakes or re-releases, and honestly, if you told me there were more, then I would probably believe you. So let's just skip all the introduction and dive directly into the world of Kanto. Remember to like the video and subscribe if you want to see more, and let's get started. The region of Kanto in the Pokemon world is based on the most populous region of Japan, also called Kanto. Kanto is shown to be a region on the cutting edge of technology, home to high-rise buildings, genius scientists, and a feeling of excitement for the future. Much as the in-game Kanto mirrors the real-world Kanto, the rest of the world matches up with our own. A man at the Pewter Museum talks about humanity first landing on the moon in 1969. Silphco is a branch in Russia.
Mew is stated in all versions of the game, but the Let's Go duology to live in South America. Lieutenant Surge is constantly referred to as the Lightning American. The Pokemon series was very much intended to take place in our real world, at least at first. And even while many of those references are scrubbed away today, some remain in even the most recent versions. So let me lay out how this is going to go. I'll start off by discussing the various myths, legends, mythicals, and legendaries of the Kanto region. That's going to be mostly a group of shorter stories that are a little disjointed, and then I'll start going into a little bit more detail about the history of Kanto itself. I originally wanted to do sections on each of the main characters, like the villains and the gym leaders and the professors, but that was getting a little out of hand. I don't know, I might do those as separate videos. If you want to see me talk about some of those characters, then let me know in the comments or the Discord server, just so I know what you want to see. But I'll just be doing what I feel like is necessary to understand Kanto in this video. After the history, I'll discuss the main players of the game's story and the events that take place within it. I will mostly be focusing on the versions in Fire Red and Leaf Green, which includes the Sevii Islands plotline. That said, all three versions of the game have some relevance to the greater Pokemon universe, for various reasons. Also, if you don't do a lot of Pokemon lore keeping or theorizing, I suggest setting aside a lot of what you think you know about the series. The Pokemon anime is obviously extremely popular and well regarded, but it's a separate canon from the games, and as such, a lot of what's true there isn't necessarily true here. The Pokemon Center nurses are not named Nurse Joy, Team Rocket did not create Mewtwo, and there is no Queen of Galar. Kanto is home to the first Pokemon, Mew. I know that title is thrown around a lot, and there's a whole meme about who was actually first, but officially Mew is the ancestor of all Pokemon. This is why Mew is capable of learning every TM and HM in the entire history of the Pokemon series. In both Generation 1 and Fire Red Leaf Green, Mew's home is stated to be Guyana, a South American nation that can be found right about here. However, Mew is actually found in Pokemon Emerald on Faraway Island, a similar tropical location that is found somewhere off of Hoenn. It's possible that Faraway is one of the hidden islands in the Sevii Islands, much like Birthright Island and Naval Rock, but since the island doesn't exist in Fire Red or Leaf Green, it's hard to say for sure. Faraway Island was introduced to remove the real-world reference from Mew's backstory, and is now the canon location where the Pokemon can be found. The legendary birds are also notable Pokemon located in this region. There are 3 elemental flying types of Fire, Ice, and Lightning that serve Lugia, a Pokemon initially found in Johto that clearly is still heavily influential on Kanto. In the modern day, they can be found in locations related to their types, or Articuno in the caves connecting the ice-filled Seafoam Islands, Zapdos in an abandoned power plant along Route 10, and Moltres in either Victory Road or the volcanic Mount Ember in the Sevii Islands, depending on which version of the game you're playing. Lugia can also be found in Kanto, specifically the lowest caverns of Naval Rock, one of the Sevii Islands. Its counterpart, Ho-Oh, can be found on top of the rock. However, we'll discuss the lore of these Pokemon more in our video on the Johto region. Sometime in the far-off past, an asteroid crashed down on a mountain in the Kanto region, likely giving the place its name, Mount Moon. This is the reason why many moonstones can be found in the mountain. It's assumed that they're from space. Clefairy is the first Pokemon to be recognized as having such an origin as well, and can also be found only in Mount Moon. Okay, now the next minute or so will be very heavily theory-based, so if you don't like that, feel free to skip on to the next chapter. The Moonstone also affected other Pokemon that lived on the Earth's surface, including Nidoran and Jigglypuff, Pokemon species that can only be naturally found on Route 3, near the base of Mount Moon. At least in Kanto. They can be found elsewhere in later games, but this may be the origin of these Pokemon being linked to the Moonstone. I'll need to do some research and see if I can tie in later Moonstone evolutions to space somehow. That will probably be another video in the near future. Jigglypuff takes on a more rabbit-like form after evolution, referencing the Japanese legend of the moon rabbit that makes mochi. I can't see any obvious ties between Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and space, but if anything comes to mind for you, let me know. In the far more recent past, we start to see the formation of the Kanto region as we know it today. Professor Samuel Oak was known to have gone on his own Pokemon journey in his youth, alongside his rival, Agatha. The two fought fiercely, but eventually Oak became wary of becoming the strongest there ever was, and retired to do research, while Agatha fought her way into becoming a member of the Elite Four. this caused a strain on their relationship, and Agatha is still bitter to this day. A war was known to have happened in Kanto somewhere in the past few decades as well. Lieutenant Surge and a number of his gym trainers were known to have fought in it, with the eventual gym leader working as a pilot. It's unknown what groups fought in this war or why, though theories abound on this point. At some point, a criminal group formed in Kanto called Team Rocket, based on the Yakuza. Theories about their origins could once again be an entirely separate video, but their leadership would eventually fall to a man named Giovanni, the leader of the Viridian City Gym. It's possible he was also the founder, since his lieutenants seem more loyal to him than they do to the team itself. Team Rocket makes their living by stealing and poaching Pokemon to sell, either in whole or in parts. They seem to be under the belief that all Pokemon belong to Team Rocket, and seek to increase the strength of their organization. Silphco is a large company in the Pokemon world known for a number of technologies. They manufacture Pokeballs and were the initial creators of the Master Ball. They also created the Silphscope, which allows for identification of ghost Pokemon. Not ghost-type Pokemon, mind you, but actual ghosts of dead Pokemon. That said, Silphco is heavily corrupt, with a number of its employees also serving Team Rocket. Other various plot threads start to come together when we introduce the figure of genius scientist Dr. Fuji, who owned a large mansion on Cinnabar Island. Fuji was good friends with Blaine, the island's gym leader. He was also the founder of the Cinnabar Lab, which would go on to create the technology for reanimating fossils. It was also Fuji's research team that found Mew and took it back to Kanto, as mentioned earlier in the video. They experimented on the ancestor of all Pokemon, who wound up giving birth to a new Pokemon, one that scientists named Mewtwo. However, Mewtwo was far more powerful than the scientists could ever imagine. And after almost 7 months in captivity, Mewtwo escaped the research lab in the basement of the Cinnabar Mansion, causing the place to be set on fire. Mewtwo would end up hiding out in the Cerulean Cave, which would be cordoned off by the Pokemon League in order to prevent unsuspecting trainers from accidentally wandering in and coming face-to-face with a genetic Pokemon. After these events, Fuji swore off his life of experimentation. He left his old home in ruins and moved to Lavender Town, where he started a new life taking care of orphaned and abandoned Pokemon near the Pokemon Tower, which serves as a graveyard for Pokemon. He also left a sign on Faraway Island, warning future sailors of the dangers that come from this island. That said, the existence of Mewtwo was too powerful for the world to ignore, and Team Rocket quickly caught on to its existence. They began making larger moves in order to capture Mewtwo. They besieged Silphco, stealing the Silphscope to track down Ghost Pokemon, a type strong against Psychic types, and tried to find the Master Ball to ease in capturing Mewtwo. That said, despite it being shown as otherwise in the anime and the Pokemon Adventures manga, there's nothing that actually ties Team Rocket to the creation of Mewtwo in the games. That said, their actions hint towards knowing about Mewtwo. This is further proven by the Team Rainbow Rocket version of Giovanni also having Mewtwo as his lead Pokemon. And with that, we enter the events of the Kanto games. Our protagonist is 11-year-old Red, a young trainer-to-be living in Pallet Town. There's also a female protagonist in Fire Red and Leaf Green named Leaf, but as Red appears in both the Johto and Alola games, it's clear that he's the intended canon trainer for this game. Pallet Town is a rather young city, which only came on the map when the promising scientist Professor Oak set up his lab in the area. Oak's grandson, a young man named Blue, has been Red's rival since childhood. The two would be given starter Pokemon by Professor Oak and sent on a journey to complete his research by filling out his computerized Pokedex. Okay, so 2 clarifications to make here. First, it's likely that, even in Fire Red and Leaf Green, Red did not start his journey with any of the 3 traditional Kanto starters. Instead, it's implied both by his battle on Mount Silver and his appearance in the Alola games that his starter was Pikachu, like in Pokemon Yellow. Alright, hey, I'm gonna call it the editing booth, but it's the same desk as we always see. In the original script, I said that Blue's starter was probably Eevee, but actually if we take a look at this key art from the original Red, Blue, Green, we see that Blue has a Charizard, while Red has a Pikachu. So not only does this art go on to support the Pikachu theory, it also tells us that he actually started with a Charizard, which is a Pokemon that he continues to be shown with in, say, the Let's Go games. That said, in Let's Go, Red's ace is a Venusaur, while Blue's is a Charizard. So, in those games, that's likely who their starters were. The second clarification is that Professor Oak was the creator of the first Pokédex. As shown in Legends Arceus, the concept of a Pokédex has existed for at least a century. However, Oak's is an automatically updated computerized model, and likely one of the first of its kind, though another scientist from the Hoenn region named Professor Birch created a similar model at about the same time. The goal given to them by Oak was to fill out the Pokédex, but the two boys wanted to become Pokémon champions and take on the gym challenge. They would do both at once, battling through Kanto's 8 gyms while collecting as many Pokémon as possible. On the way, Red would have numerous run-ins with Team Rocket, who he managed to outsmart and outfight at each encounter. He even took on Giovanni, the organization's leader, no less than 3 times, including in his gym at Viridian City. During this final battle, Red would not only learn his 8th and final gym badge, but also, in a way, change Giovanni's heart. Realizing his faults and his pride, Giovanni would disband Team Rocket and go into hiding, abandoning his duties as both Rocket Boss and Gym Leader. Red would go on to face the Pokemon League on the Indigo Plateau, where he would defeat not only the Elite Four, but also the league's champion, Blue Oak, and take claim as Kanto's single strongest trainer. Oak would berate Blue for his treatment of Pokemon as tools rather than friends, and Blue would begin to change his outlook on life. Red would later go on to face Mewtwo, but likely not capture the Pokemon, as he can be found in the wild in later generations. This is true of the legendary birds as well. Maybe he caught them for the sake of his Pokédex, but even if that happened, they would be released into the wild before the events of the Johto games. And in Red, Blue, and Yellow, that's where the game ends. The Fire Red and Leaf Green remakes, however, add an entirely new section to the game. These are the Sevi Islands, a group of islands off the coast of Kanto and Johto where Pokemon from both regions can be found. The islands were given their names because they were said to be created in 7 days. Not because there are 7 islands, which is a common misconception in the game's universe as well as in ours. There are at least 9 islands in the archipelago, 7 of which are numbered, while the last 2, Birth Island and Naval Rock, are hidden away and known by very few people. I mentioned Naval Rock earlier, but Birth Island is one of the places where Deoxys can be found. After finishing the Cinnabar Gym, Red was invited to the island by Bill, creator of Kanto's PC system, to run an errand for his friend Celia, who was working on expanding the PC system to the Sevi Islands. The people of the Sevi Islands didn't look very kindly on those who lived in Kanto. Despite that, Red managed to turn their opinion on him by taking down a biker gang and finding a lost girl kidnapped by a Hypno. Red and Blue would both return to the islands after their champion battle, in search of new Pokemon. Likely this was sometime after the events of the game, as the two seemed to be on a lot friendlier terms than they were in their last encounter. Here, Blue is shown to have a bit of a character arc, which would lead into his appearance in the Johto games. Upon coming to the Sevi Islands and seeing all the new Johto Pokemon, learning that this is only a handful of the Pokemon that existed beyond Kanto's border, Blue realized just how insurmountable the idea of completely filling out the Pokédex even was. He resolved that it wasn't worth the effort, and returned to Kanto to find a new purpose in life. He would go on to take over for the now missing Giovanni as the Viridian City gym leader, and would retain his predecessor's reputation as the most powerful among his peers. Blue would also ignore the gym leader tradition of having a type focus, and instead preferred to use a team with a variety of types, serving as a real challenge to up-and-coming trainers. Despite that, Red wouldn't give up on filling in the Pokédex. He started by exploring the rest of the Sevi Islands. While there, he would learn that Team Rocket was still surviving, and would continue to follow Giovanni even despite his disappearance. Red would challenge the Team Rocket admins that were remaining on the islands, but even that defeat wasn't enough to dim their spirits, as Rocket would continue to exist for the next 2 years. It's believed that the admins fought in the Rocket Warehouse are Arion and Archer from the Johto games. First, there's the obvious point that they are keeping Rocket alive after Giovanni's disappearance. Second, the two have very similar teams as those two would have in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. And third, one of the computers in the base hints towards the Lake of Rage conspiracy from those titles. This theory has not been outright confirmed, but I pretty much believe it's what was intended. After this adventure, Red would abandon his position as a Kanto champion and continue traveling to other regions. 2 years after the events of the game, he would face the champion of Johto atop Mount Silver. A few years after that, he would be found as one of the battle legends of Alola's Battle Tree, alongside his rival turned friend Blue Oak. Red's Pokemon journey will continue, so long as there are new Pokemon to catch. That said, you may have noticed that I mentioned almost nothing about the Let's Go games. That's because they are their own situation. In the Let's Go games, rather than the main characters being Red, Blue, and Leaf, they're instead new characters Chase, Elaine, and Trace. But these aren't just reimaginings of the old characters, as both Red and Blue are included as NPCs, as well as another character named Green, who is likely a version of Leaf. But those games also aren't sequels to any previous Kanto game, as the new protagonists are still the ones to defeat Team Rocket in Sylph, Lavender Town, and the Game Corner, and every other location they are fought in during the original games. Giovanni also returns as the Viridian City gym leader until the post-game, where he's replaced by Blue, so what gives? Okay, so this is only my theory, but the best explanation to me seems to be that, in this universe, the creation of Mewtwo was a few years later than it was in previous timelines. This would explain why Red and Blue are both older and have already gone through their character arcs from the previous games, but why Rocket seems to have waited longer to make the big moves we saw in the main game. So each of these games takes place in their own timeline. Yeah, this timeline's gonna get a little confusing pretty quick. Both the original games and Fire Red Leaf Green lead into different versions of the Johto games. Obviously, there's no Let's Go Johto for Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee to lead into.
Super Mario RPG, originally released in 1996 for the Super Famicom, was the first game in the Mario series to really have an active story throughout the game. Lots of dialogue, plenty of new characters and named locations, the whole shebang. It introduced us to the Mushroom Kingdom as we've never seen it before, as a full world. The original game was remade on Switch last year, and that version is the one that I will default to throughout this video. If you haven't played it, I really highly suggest doing so. I had a lot of fun with it. And also just be aware that I'm going to be talking about this game without any care for spoilers whatsoever. So if you plan on playing it and don't want to be spoiled, you've been warned. But before we talk about that, I kind of need to do the YouTube thing, so we'll make this quick. If you like what you see, remember to like the video. If you want to see more videos like this, then subscribe to the channel. In particular, I would like to suggest my video on Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. I think that was a really well done one. I'm pretty proud of it. Although there's a lot of great videos on the channel for a variety of series, so you'll find something you like, I'm sure. Anyways, let's just get back to the video. The game was originally produced by Squaresoft and licensed by Nintendo. Square is known for a number of other series, the most notable of which being, of course, the Final Fantasy series. As such, the Square team decided to add a number of references and connections to that franchise, which I'm sure you can guess we will be talking about a lot. I put in a section at the end of the video devoted entirely to the Final Fantasy references and connections to give that discussion a little bit of focus. Chapters can be found in the description if you want to just skip ahead, but for those of you who are in it for the long haul, let's talk about the world of the Mushroom Kingdom as is presented in this game. The game gave us a map of the Mushroom Kingdom, but likely it's not supposed to be one-to-one with how the Mushroom World is actually laid out. The game shows Mario's pad, Bowser's castle, and Peach's castle as all being extremely close to one another. Likely this really isn't the case because, for all the castles Bowser owns, I doubt any are this close to where Mario and Peach live. Mushroom Kingdom is also shown in later games to have other nations on its borders, including the Bean Kingdom and the Flower Kingdom. So portraying the Mushroom Kingdom as an island would contradict with those later games. That said, even if the maps are inexact, the locations shown on them are still real. This is also the first game to give us a good look at Peach's castle. It shows us the city that sits outside its gates. The city would return in later games, going by the name Toad Town. There's an area of the map that seems to be under the control of a clan of tyrants named Boosters. The current Booster, 7th of his name, is an absolute man-child obsessed with trains and combat. It's unclear though if he actually rules anything, or if the area around his tower was just named after the family. Maybe they're just rich, or some kind of minor nobility, I don't really know. It may even be possible that this area isn't technically within the borders of the Mushroom Kingdom. Yoshi's Island is shown to be somewhere off the coast of the Mushroom Kingdom,
and not too awfully far off either, as it's connected to the mainland by an underground pathway known as the Pipe Vault. I know that the English name of the island is technically Yoster Island, which seems to be some kind of reference to Easter Island, but the two locations share a Japanese name, so they're likely intended to be the same place. A group of pirates live in a shipwreck not far from shore either, under the leadership of Captain Jonathan Jones, a mysterious figure who wears a costume to make himself look like a shark. Nimbus Land is shown to be another nation adjacent to the Mushroom Kingdom, sitting in the sky above Land's End and Barrel Volcano. This is, without question, an entirely separate nation with its own monarchy and native people, though it doesn't really seem to interact with the surface very much. Monstro Town is a place for reformed monsters to live in peace. The leader of the town is a toad woman named Monster Mama. Alongside the monsters, a number of deserters from Bowser's army have found peace here, including the shopkeeper Goomhild and the Koopa Troopa soldier Jagger. The origins of the town are unclear, but I thought about a couple of different possible origins for it. It could be that the city was founded and named after Monster Mama, who seems to be more than happy to surround herself with these outcasts from society. Alternatively, it was founded by people who worship the monster Balone, whose temple is nearby. The third option is that the monsters were naturally drawn to a dark force that sits in the center of the town, that we will get back to later, as he is an entire can of worms in and of himself. Alongside those locations and a number of others, the game also introduces us to a bunch of new races, including the Moles of Mole Town, the Cloud People of Nimbus Land, and the Frogs of Tadpole Pond. None of these groups go on to see reuse in later games, though it may be possible that the moles are somehow related to the Monty Moles. One group introduced in this game that we would see later, however, are the Star Spirits. The Star Spirits are guardians of the Star Road and granters of wishes. It is their duty to protect the road and its wish-granting abilities. While none are seen in their natural form in this game, Mario does get one in his party after it possesses a doll named Gina. We'll get to see more Star Spirits in their natural forms come the first Paper Mario game. The Star Spirits, and Star Road as a whole, are integral to the Mario lore. This is because they are the granters of wishes, and thus have major powers over the Mario world. Due to this, they are also the source of all children in the Mario universe. In this world, children are not produced through traditional methods of reproduction, but instead by a wish from the heart. There have also been theories connecting the Star Road to some versions of Rainbow Road, as both are made up of rainbow-colored stars. They are also likely to be connected to the similarly named Star Road found in Super Mario World. But honestly, this should probably become its own separate video now at this point. The power of stars and other space-themed items in the Mario universe really run deep. Alright, so getting back to the specific game at hand, let's talk about its villains, the Smithy Gang. They're introduced during Mario's assault on Bowser's castle, when one of their generals, a towering sword named Exor, falls from the sky, piercing the castle, destroying the Star Road, and sending everyone inside flying. Exor's mouth forms a portal to Weapon World, the world where Smithy resides. That said, there must be some other form of transit between these two locations, as Exor clearly needed to get to the Mushroom Kingdom somehow. Weapon World is mostly made up of a giant factory, from which all the weapons created by the Smithy Gang hail. The area around the factory is just kind of a place of nothingness. A bunch of ruined platforms floating in space. It makes you wonder about the backstory here. Did something else exist here before it was destroyed? We'll probably never know. Inside the factory, we can see all the members of the Smithy Gang in various stages of production. To my understanding, they appear to be some form of robots. Even the bosses we fought throughout the game, Spiritovich, Bowyer, and the like, are not individual beings, but are instead mass-produced just like the smaller enemies. These unfinished recreations are given the name Machine Made. That said, the thought peak for Clay Morton's Machine Made implies that they share the memories of the versions that Mario fought before.
Mario, I'm back.
Another Machine Made that's very notable is the Shy More. These are enemies fought throughout the game and look a lot like Shy Guys on pogo sticks. However, the Monster Manual makes it clear that these enemies are not actually Shy Guys, but instead a similar group that serves Smithy. It seems to me like Smithy decided to start creating robotic duplicates of the Shy Guys after meeting them. Though to be clear, that is once again just a theory. Smithy himself also looks to be a giant robot, which seems fitting given his role. He has the ability to create machine-made with ease. His body is shown to be able to transform into various other forms,
including that of a treasure chest, a coffin, a wizard, and a tank. However, the form shown here is stated to be his true form, so likely the Emperor form shown in the first phase of the fight is just another transformation. Interestingly, during his boss fight, the remnants of other, older smithy robots can be seen in the background. This never gets explained and once again could imply many things. It could be that Smithy had upgraded himself over time and abandoned older bodies, but I find it more likely that, much like the rest of his gang, Smithy too was at one point mass-produced. But now only one remains, whether it be because the others failed or by his own hand. If you have theories about the origin of Smithy, I would be very excited to hear them. Without Smithy, the whole operation falls apart. The robots can no longer be built, and Exor is shown to disintegrate. Likely the rest of the weapons do as well. Without their creator, they are nothing. Whatever magic animated them is gone, and there is simply no more. Presumably, this is also the case for other weapons created by Smithy. Even outside the main story, there's a lot of other relevant topics to cover. So let's talk about the one that's probably the most polarizing. The gorillas. Spelled like this, but yes, they're also that. Take away the chains, and do these guys look familiar to you at all? Yeah, these guys are based on the King of Swing, the Banana Slamma, Donkey Kong himself. The Japanese name, Doseki Yongu, is even more blatant, being a direct corruption of the Japanese name for Donkey Kong. They have a stronger variant called the Chain Kong, or Barrel Kong in Japanese. First off, I don't think they're members of the Smithy Gang. The Chain Kongs are only found in Barrel Volcano and Bowser's Castle. This specific breed of ape is stated to be native to the Barrel Volcano. There's only one found in Bowser's Castle, so likely that one is just an actual prisoner or a conscript. The Monster Manual gives us some backstory to these creatures. Apparently, some years ago, there was a village of gorillas, but for whatever reason, a group of them had to flee the city and move into the volcano. Over time, they became differentiated from the gorillas. It's unclear why exactly they wear shackles and chains, especially the Chain Kong, since they clearly left the village on their own. Also, this exodus was in no way a recent event, as the manual makes it clear that the shift to using the Chain Kong name happened over time. The thought peak for the gorillas specifies that they are not actually related to Donkey Kong, despite having the Kong name.
I am a work of fiction. Any resemblance to pre-existing apes is purely coincidental.
We have seen Kongs who aren't related to the Kong clan before, most notably in Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Maybe there's a connection there? Let's file that for later and move on. Punchinello is a boss I wanted to talk about too. He seems like he really should be a member of the Smithy Gang. He has a weird, unnatural look about him, he's after one of the star shards, and has an obsession with the weapon, bombs. However, he seems to be completely unrelated to them. He's familiar with Bowser's notoriety, and is clearly in his reputation era because he's entirely focused on what the people of the Mushroom Kingdom think about him. It's not really a lore revelation, but is, I imagine, a common misconception. Birdo is someone who, at one time, was considered very important to this game's lore. I even mentioned it in my video on Super Mario USA. The fact that she comes from an egg in this game makes it seem like this is the first time she's met Mario, tying this game heavily to Super Mario USA. However, the remake makes it clear that this isn't the case, as her Thought Peak quote says she already knows Mario. Therefore, at least one game where we meet her, probably Super Mario USA, needs to come before this one on the timeline. Though the timeline and its various changes can come into more focus later. But finally, let's get to the part that I'm sure most of you are waiting for. Or maybe you skipped ahead from earlier in the video. If that's you, hey, welcome back. Nice to have you. Let's talk about Final Fantasy. References can be found throughout the game, but the ones that seem most notable to me come in the forms of the Zar Dragon, Exor, Bahamut, and of course the super boss Culex. The Zar Dragon is a reference to the Kaiser Dragon, a super boss removed from the original Final Fantasy VI, but was re-implemented in some of the later remakes. Funnily enough, this means that it appeared in Super Mario RPG before it was officially added into any Final Fantasy game. The dragon's second form, Zombone, also has its roots in FF6, though that's just a basic enemy rather than a powerful boss. Also, am I the only one that wants to pronounce this word Zomboni? Like, is that just a me thing, or do you guys get it? I find it interesting that the Zar Dragon gets burnt to a crisp by lava and still retains its life and its mind. It shares a lot of remarkable similarities to Dry Bowser, introduced in the Super Mario Bros. DS, as well as the Dry Bones in general.
must be a very similar process that caused them both to end up the way they did. Exor, alongside being a member of the Smithy gang, also serves as a reference to Excalibur, a powerful sword that makes appearances in most Final Fantasy games. Bahamut is a large red dragon named after the summonable creature from the Final Fantasy series. The game's super boss, Culex, is a Dark Knight from a kingdom called Vanda, who serves a mysterious dark mage. But the problem is, nothing I've said since introducing Bahamut is actually true. Bahamut's Japanese name is Doshi, implying that he's at least a relative of the Yoshis. He actually shares his name in that language with Dory from Super Mario 64. Though obviously those two are not the same creature. There's still some cool stuff here, but the Final Fantasy connections were entirely added in the localization. The same is largely true about Culex. Sizable portions of his backstory, monologue, and even his name are complete fabrications in the localization. This is a little embarrassing since I did an entire video talking about it when the remake was first announced. Despite losing all of that though, Culex is still worth some discussion. Now don't get me wrong, there are parts of Culex that do reference Final Fantasy. The 4 magic crystals are a trope of early Final Fantasy games, and the item that he gives you for beating him the first time, the Quartz Charm, is called the Crystal Amulet. It features smaller shards of all 4 crystals. In the Final Fantasy games, collecting all 4 crystals can be a source of great power, like in Final Fantasy II, when collecting them all can grant the power of the Ultima spell. Even his Japanese name references the crystals, being translated as crystalline. Now where exactly Culex comes from is a matter of debate. The English version of the game states that he's from the universe of Last Illusion, a name that alludes to Final Fantasy, but is still technically different. In Japanese, however, the universe is described as Saigo no Gensho, which could be translated either as Last Illusion or Final Fantasy. I'm not sure which one it's meant to be, as this specific render of the series title, to the best of my research, has never been officially used. But at the same time, the Japanese title of the series is in katakana, rather than the kanji and furigana used in Super Mario RPG. The pronunciation of the title is different as well, with the official Japanese name being Finaru Fantaji. I could honestly understand arguments going either direction. However, he does state that he traveled through the interdimensional rift, which is a kind of world between worlds that connects the various parts of the Final Fantasy multiverse. And yes, this reference remains intact in Japanese, so I'm leaning towards him being from some world in the Final Fantasy multiverse, even if it's not one that we've seen before. It would also imply that Mario's universe is somehow connected to the Final Fantasy multiverse, which wouldn't make sense, as this is far from the only time the Final Fantasy characters have appeared in a canon Mario game. Upon meeting Mario, Culex admits his confusion with the 3D world he's presented with. The classic Final Fantasy games that he was created as a reference to were all 2D games, so he comes from a world without depth. He can barely conceive of Mario's world, and his lack of understanding of the power of the third dimension both alarms and intrigues him. Upon his defeat, Culex promises to return with knowledge of the power of the third dimension and departs. In the original game, that was the end of his story. But then the remake came along. In the remake, after the party defeats Smithy, Mario reawakens at his home in a time before Smithy was defeated, being told by Toad that he simply dreamed the confrontation, and that he hasn't traveled to Weapon World to complete the final battle. Things aren't exactly the same as they were though. Many of the powerful foes that they fought throughout their adventure have new wishes that can be viewed at Star Hill. Balome wishes for relief for his scratchy throat. Punchinello wishes for fame and notoriety. Booster wishes for someone to play with him. Jinx wishes to learn more from his new master. And Johnny wishes for the greatest fight of his life. One by one, the party completes these battles, facing off against old foes and granting their wishes in the stead of the still destroyed Star Road. In doing this, they build up a great amount of wishing power, enough to do something equally magnificent and terrifying. When approaching Culex again, their combined power grants his wish, the wish to gain power over the third dimension. In the presence of the party, Culex transforms into his final form, Culex 3D, a terrifying force stronger than anything else in the game. Upon his defeat, Culex will remain, and will refight the party whenever they desire, seeming to enjoy their battles despite his consistent losses. And now we need to ask the big question for every video in this series, the timeline. There are a few moments in the game that I used to pinpoint exactly where I think this game should go.
Mario by this point is well established in the Mushroom Kingdom. This seems to be a series of dolls based on his adventures, possibly a predecessor to the mini Marios from the Mario vs. Donkey Kong series. Mario seems to also be friends with one specific Yoshi on Yoster Isle, who is likely the same Yoshi as from Super Mario World, placing this game after that one. Birdo, as mentioned earlier, does appear as the boss and has a rapport with Mario already, so this game needs to be after Mario 2 USA. Actually, this change in the remake would change our timeline placement for USA as well, since she was part of our reasoning for its current placement. This lets us pull the game a little further back, but still probably after Mario World, due to Peach being able to fight. It could go in a variety of spots, but I'm going to place it right after Super Mario World, keeping the game as early as possible. Overall, I think I'll put this one between Super Mario World and Super Mario USA, keeping the game once again as early as possible, which is generally how I try to do things with this timeline. While we're discussing timeline changes, I also want to move Super Mario Kart and Mario's Tennis. After discussion with a few people, most notably Samburger Theories, who is a commenter who watches this channel, I was reminded that DK Jr. looks to be older in those two games, while he retains his childlike look in Mario Clash. So those two games need to shift after the Virtual Boy title, making our new timeline with all the updates look something like this. This game was a bit of a shakeup, but what else do you expect from the first RPG in the series? Okay, I didn't actually intend for October to become a Satellaview month, but then between the BS Zelda video, and then the F-Zero 99 update, and then already having this video on the back burner, then I may as well just make a thing of it. So I guess, welcome to Satellatober. Or I don't know, that's the name I came up with. If you have a better name, feel free to suggest it. It's just the best I got right now. Anyways, in case you couldn't tell from that opening, today we're discussing another Satellaview game. This time BS Super Mario USA, the Power Challenge. Originally broadcast during 4 weeks in March and April of 1996, the game acts as both a re-release and sequel to Super Mario USA. Unfortunately, this game isn't fully translated. Specifically, we don't have an English translation or even a transcription of the audio from the original game, and I don't have the knowledge to do it myself based on the videos that we have online. This information wound up being extremely important for BS Zelda. However, I think I still have enough information to place this game onto my timeline even without it. Despite lacking most of the dialogue, I found text that seems to be the opening of the game. I've posted the text to it in my Discord server if you're interested in checking it out. The same opening was used all 4 weeks, so no matter which episode you pick up, that will be the same. Like a storybook, it opens up with Once Upon a Time. It describes how, after Mario defeated Wart in Subcon, the vegetable-hating frog and his goons left for another dream. You see, the Subcon that we explored in the original game was not the only Subcon, as a different Subcon exists for every dream. And, in this new dream, Wart steals a number of gold Mario statues, which were created to commemorate the plumber's victory in the original game. He's once again joined by his gang, called the 8-Bits in English, though in Japanese they're the Wart Clan, similar to how Bowser's army is called the Koopa Clan. This includes all of the bosses from the original game. We're then introduced to 2 denizens of Subcon, including its king. The Mario Wiki calls him Osama. That's just Japanese for the king, rather than an actual name. He's joined by a man known simply as Commander, who I assume is in charge of the king's armies. I can't help but notice that the two of them look remarkably like Mario and Luigi, but blonde, and with more exaggerated proportions. The commander is tall and lanky, with a mustache somewhat similar to Waluigi's. No, I don't think he's actually Waluigi. He's almost always shown with sunglasses and a cell phone to his ear. He kinda gives me the vibe of a Secret Service agent. The king, on the other hand, is almost as short as Toad, and adorned with regal red robes. Jumping ahead a little, each week is portrayed as taking place in a different dream, with the 8-Bits fleeing the current dream to the next one at the end of each week's session. Despite that, a version of the King Commander are shown to be in every one. My best explanation for how this is possible is that this king is actually the King of Dreams, and rules over all subcons. This would explain why every dream has these Mario statues, and how they're already aware of Mario's previous exploits in a different subcon. Seeing Wart's involvement,
the King and Commander call Mario and friends back in for another round against the Frog. Once back in Subcon, Mario and friends manage to collect all the missing statues in each world, and then can fight Ward by entering any vase while in subspace. Each week has that same general structure, at the end of which Wart and his crew escape to yet another dream. Funnily enough, each dream has a copy of the Dream Machine room that Wart was fought in during the original game. So it seems to me that this location is a constant in Subcons, maybe serving as its core. It would explain why that's where Wart goes every time he tries to take one over. They're significantly easier to find than the one in the original game, though. The first week, titled We the Super Birdos, takes place in World 1. The next week is Triglide Also Surprises, Secret of the Quicksand, in World 2. Week 3 is in World 4 and is called Fry Guy to the Sea of Ice. The fourth and final week, titled Wart's Trap, Watch Out Super Mario Bros., takes place in World 5. That title seems to imply some kind of plot for that episode about Wart trying to ambush the Mario Bros, but we don't really know about that in English, so I can't really speak to it. At the end of each broadcast, art is shown of what the next world will look like, with the exception of the last session, which instead shows an injured Red Birdo thinking about the denizens of Subcon. This implies to me that, after the failed trap, Wart and his goons gave up on continuing the war. Wart presumably ran off to another dream, maybe that of some kind of ocean god? Your mileage may vary on whether or not you actually accept that one. The only one of the 8-bits that we really see anywhere else is the Pink Birdo, who obviously goes on to appear in a number of later Mario games. Now this is our last trip to Subcon by that name. However, we do return to Dream World in both Mario Party 6 and Mario & Luigi Dream Team. Despite those worlds not being given the name of Subcon, they're probably all the same plane of existence. Actually, Dream Team is interesting because it shows that regular people can be brought to Subcon in two ways. Being physically transported like Mario in that game, or by dreaming, which is how we got Dreamy Luigi. In the original Mario USA, it's shown that Mario and friends enter Subcon through a door in their own collective dream. While in this game, it's implied that they are physically summoned using a power that we'll get to in a second. Also in this game, Peach does have one power that isn't seen anywhere else, that being the power of Love Love Fire. It's both a healing power and invincibility power that she can grant to others for a limited time. She uses it towards the end of each week of gameplay. This lines up with Peach's connection to hearts, which has seemed to be a consistent theme of her abilities. There's one more thing to mention about this game that I actually thought was really interesting. When talking about summoning Mario and his friends, the commander mentions using the power of the stars to protect Subcon. Now if you watched my BS Zelda video, that may sound a little familiar to you. And that's because the power of the stars is also how the hero for that game was summoned at Hyrule. I wonder if this has something to do with the greater lore of the Teleview games? Or some greater star power connecting all those titles? I really need to play Satellavalker and see if it's mentioned there too. Of course, that could also be referring to the power of the Mushroom Kingdom, which has all sorts of star power, from the Star Men to the Power Stars to the Star Kids. I could definitely be overthinking this whole star situation. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Looking at the timeline, obviously this has to go after Super Mario Advance, since it's a sequel to that game. I also want to place it before Birdo's next appearance, since it seems like she spent the whole time between Mario Advance and the Power Battle traveling with Wart. This would then place the game before Super Mario RPG, which is currently her next appearance in the timeline.
Super Mario 64 is the quintessential 3D platform, being the game that really gave birth to the genre, much like Super Mario Bros. Before it. Despite that, however, the game is very bare bones in its main storyline, telling a story of Mario saving Peach from Bowser without any real plot or character progression. However, despite that rather simplistic outer layer, there are a lot of details that can be gleaned out of this game if you know where to look. While the game originally released in 1996 on the Nintendo 64, the version we're covering today is the remake, Super Mario 64 DS, released in 2004 for, well, I'll just have you guys guess. This version of the game added new stars and 3 new playable characters, in the forms of Yoshi, Wario, and the mythical playable Luigi. Unfortunately, there's no legal way to purchase the DS remake of the game outside of the used games market. The original version of the game is available on NSO, however. The story opens with Peach inviting Mario to visit her at her castle. He's followed by Luigi and Wario, who weren't invited but are there anyways. Luigi almost immediately attacks Wario, seeming to imply that there's still some bad blood between the two, though that doesn't last very long. However, after entering the castle, the three heroes disappear without a trace. They apparently got as far as Bob-omb Battlefield, but that's about where their trail dries up. Eventually, Yoshi, who's been sleeping on the castle's roof, goes to investigate, and finds that Bowser has taken the princess, imprisoned the heroes, and conquered the castle. And it's up to Yoshi to set things in motion to put this whole situation to its end. It's worth noting that, technically, Yoshi isn't alone. Each character is joined by a Lakitu known as one of the Lakitu Bros. The Lakitu Bros are reporters for the Kingdom News Network, and record the entirety of the adventure. They're technically playable since they are the camera control, but they don't really factor in that much. The game is split into a number of open-ended 3D levels referred to as the Painting Worlds, with Peach's castle acting as a hub between them. That said, I'll make it clear right now that these painting worlds are real locations in Mario's world, as can be seen in Super Mario Odyssey, where paintings return and can be used to let Mario travel between different kingdoms. I personally find it likely that these paintings are related to the special paint found in Super Mario Sunshine, Bowser's Fury, and other games, but that's entirely conjecture on my part. The doors to these various paintings are sealed off at first, but can be unlocked as time goes on by collecting enough stars and using their power to counteract Bowser's magic. Much like the Mario Kart video, we're going to spend most of this video talking about the locations of the game rather than the events of the game. And we're going to start off by talking about the various locations at Peach's castle. Obviously, this is the home of the princess, and the location returns in a number of later games. The princess's secret slide is a hidden area of the castle. Its purpose is never explained to us, but the name seems to imply that Peach had it created as a sort of entertainment for her within the castle. The Rec Room is a much less hidden area, also taking place inside the castle. Exclusive to the remake, it hosts a number of mini-games hosted by the 4 playable characters. They're unlocked when the characters collect rabbits that are hidden throughout the game. In the original Mario 64, there was only one rabbit named Mips, but the rabbits in this game seem to not be the same character. I don't really want to talk about all the mini-games in this video, but if you guys want a video on them, then let me know in the comments. The Secret Aquarium is a large fish tank hidden near the painting for Jolly Roger Bay, which features a red coin star. Behind the waterfall, while not accessed from within the castle, still takes place in its general vicinity. It's an area accessed from Hazy Maze Cave, but the waterfall it's behind is the one located in the castle courtyard. It appeared in the original game as Cave of the Metal Cap, which I'll explain a little more in a few minutes. Over the Rainbows is a mini-level that requires the wing cap to traverse. When you fall out of the level, you land in the courtyard, implying that it takes place in the skies above Peach's castle. The final secret area in the castle is the secret under the moat, a large area that can be found after draining the castle's moat. This area, much like behind the waterfall, was a switch palace in the original game, unlocking the Vanish Cap. But in the remake, all the switches were combined into the one at the Tower of the Wing Cap. Despite this connection to the Vanish power, this level is exclusive to Wario in the remake. Moving out of the castle, we can enter the Painting Worlds. The first world is Bob-omb Battlefield, which seems to be the home of the Bob-ombs. Currently, the black Bob-ombs and the pink Bob-omb buddies are at war, with Mario taking the side of the buddies. The black Bob-ombs are led by King Bob-omb in his first appearance. He seems to already be familiar with Mario before the events of the game, though it's unclear if that's by a shared history or simply by reputation. He is the first of many royal versions of enemies fought as bosses in this game, and I'll introduce the others as we enter their levels. Speaking of, the next level is Whomp's Fortress, home of the Whomp King. This area appears to be floating above the surface of the planet, but can likely move, given that it returns as the Throwback Galaxy in Super Mario Galaxy 2. One of the most notable locations of the game to me is the Tower of the Wing Cap. This place seems to be similar to the Switch Palaces found in Mario World, holding a red switch that can activate blocks all over the game world. As I said earlier, the original Mario 64 had 3 colored switches, all of which were exclamation block switches like in Mario World. However, they were changed to a single question mark switch in 64DS, pulling the concept of the tower further from the Switch Palaces. I think this is probably to draw a separation between the tower switch and the various larger exclamation point switches found throughout the game, which have less permanent effects. Per its name, the Tower of the Wing Cap unlocks the Wing Cap,
a hat which allows Mario and his friends to fly by having wings grow out of their hats. Since Yoshi doesn't have a hat, he instead has wings grow out of his back, much like the winged Yoshis in Super Mario World. That said, Mario is the only one capable of using this power in the single-player mode, so the other characters using it may not be canon. And since we're talking about special powers, it's worth mentioning that there are also flowers hidden throughout the game that can provide each character with a different ability. For Mario, he gets his P-Balloon power back from Mario World. When Luigi gets the Power Flower, he turns invisible and intangible, allowing him to avoid damage and walk through walls. Wario turns metal when he gets one. Both of these abilities were available to Mario in the original version of the game, using the Vanish Cap and Metal Cap items respectively, but the abilities were split between the different characters in this version. It also grants Yoshi the ability to breathe fire, which Yoshis have also been shown to do when eating red watermelons in Yoshi's Island. This did not have an equivalent in the original Mario 64, however. Jolly Roger Bay is a pirate ship graveyard patrolled by a huge eel called the Mare. It does have some buried treasure hidden in its depths. Cool Cool Mountain is a snow-covered mountain that is home to penguins and living snowmen. The inside of the mountain contains another slide, much like the one we discussed in the castle earlier. Sunshine Isles is an archipelago of small islands in the ocean. The music seems to imply some connection to Isle Delfino from Super Mario Sunshine, though the reference to sunshine in the level's name is not present in the Japanese version. Goomboss Battle is a forest filled with a poisonous haze. It features Goomboss, the boss of the Goombas. While he isn't explained here, his origin as a regular Goomba transformed by the Star Rod is shown in the original Paper Mario. This provides some timeline information for us, though we haven't actually placed Paper Mario 64 on our timeline yet. Goomboss is placed in charge of guarding the key that could free Mario. Big Boo's haunt is an interesting world. The immediate implication is that it's a ghost house, like we've seen in previous games. However, unlike most of the other areas in the game, this one isn't accessed via painting. Instead, a smaller version of the house can be found in the courtyard carried by a Big Boo. This maybe implies that it's a dollhouse or something? I'm not completely sure on that one. Here, as the name implies, you can face Big Boo. Deeper into that level, however, Mario can find a painting that leads to a secret level hidden within it. Big Boo Battle. Despite the similar English names between this level and the last one, the boss of Big Boo Battle is actually King Boo. He's in charge of keeping Luigi's key. The events of this level provide some context for the later released Luigi's Mansion, explaining why King Boo specifically targeted Luigi in that game. Hazy Maze Cave is an underground series of caves. The most notable thing down here to me is Dory, a large plesiosaur-like creature. I made a video about Plessy, a relative of the Dory, a few years ago if you're interested. Dories and Plessies will show up again later in other games. And based on their Japanese name, Doshi, they are likely related to Yoshis. The cave is also home to a number of ghostly sniffets called Snuffets. Lethal Lava Land is an obstacle course floating on a lava sea. It has a small volcano at its center, which also contains coins and stars. In two of the missions on this level, Mario faces big bullies, called boss bullies in Japanese. It's unclear if there are two big bullies or if we face the same one twice, but they seem to be the leader of the smaller bully enemies found throughout the game. Shifting Sandland is a basic desert with a pyramid at its center. The area actually isn't entered from a painting, but instead a false wall in the castle's basement. In the center of the pyramid sits Irock, a pair of large stone hands with eyes on their palms. Likely, Irock was left behind by whatever civilization built these pyramids in the first place. Irock will return again later as a boss in Mario Kart DS. Dire Dire Docks is another level entered through an irregular method, this time through a watery portal that blocks off the entrance to one of the Bowser stages. The portal pulls back to allow Mario access to that fight after the first star is completed. This level appears to be a staging location for Bowser's navy, given that he has a submarine in the center of the level. This submarine later disappears after the Bowser and the Fire Sea boss fight, which we'll discuss later. This area also seems to be near Peach's castle, as there is a door here that leads directly to the lake in the castle courtyard. Battle Fort is a secret level accessed from the courtyard of the castle. Despite the access to the level being underground, the level is shown to be open to the sky, implying that there is some portal between the fort and the castle. we don't really know much about it, including who even owns the fort. Snowman's Land is another ice level, this time featuring a large snowman-shaped mountain very creatively named Snowman Mountain. At the top of the mountain sits a huge snowman head, which will actively try to stop anyone from climbing the top of the mountain. Also in this level is the Chill Bully, an ice variant of the Big Bully. Wet Dry World is the ruins of a flooded city, now long since abandoned. The level of water in the area is controlled by these small diamond-like switches, implying that the flooding may not be natural. Tall Tall Mountain is exactly what it says in the name, an extremely tall mountain. This is another level to feature a slide area found inside the mountain. Tiny Huge Island is a level that features a size change gimmick. Anyone who sets foot on this island is either minuscule or the size of a giant. Your size is dependent on whether you entered the large or small portrait from the castle, and can be changed by entering pipes found throughout the level. The mechanic reminds me of Giant Land from Super Mario Bros. 3, though that world used magical doors rather than warp pipes. Tick-Tock Clock is found inside a clock at the top floor of the castle. The inside of the clock is constantly moving as the clock ticks, and the speed at which it moves is based on the time on the clock when Mario jumps in. That said, I don't think this is the internals of that specific clock, given just how large this level is. Rainbow Ride takes place above the clouds, in a world filled with rainbows. You may recognize it as the basis for the Rainbow Cruise stage in the Smash series. True to that level, it has a flying ship docked in the stage. The eponymous Rainbow Ride, though, is actually a slow trip on a magic carpet that travels throughout the entire level. The last regular level we're going to mention is another one that's new to the remake, Chief Chili Challenge. It is here that Wario's key can be found. It's protected by Chief Chili, the king of the Chill Bullies. While no equivalent for the regular bullies appears in this game, they're likely led by Prince Bully, who was introduced in Super Mario 3D World. And with those aside, we can finally talk about the 3 Bowser levels. Each of them is a smaller obstacle course that leads directly to an arena where Bowser is fought. The first of these is Bowser in the Dark World, which takes place in some underground cave. Bowser in the Fire Sea is the second one, initially protected by the portrait to Dire Dire Docks. The look of this stage makes me wonder if it's somehow connected to Lethal Lava Land. The third and final Bowser level is Bowser in the Sky, which, true to its name, takes place above the cloud line, though this area seems much more stormy and dangerous than Rainbow Ride. At the end of the game, after collecting the stars, Mario alone is allowed to defeat Bowser in the Sky, and collects the Jumbo Star, a much larger power star that has been the source of Bowser's domination over the castle. I can't find a Japanese name for this item, so I'm not sure if this is meant to be the same as the Grand Stars from Super Mario Galaxy or not. Mario uses its power to return to the castle and free Peach, who has been sealed inside the stained glass window on the front of the castle, ending the adventure. Like I said, the story of this game doesn't really have a lot going on, but we can still glean some information from the fact that Wario seems to be mostly chummy with Mario and Luigi. This makes me think it takes place after Wario Land, since in that game, Wario still hates Mario's guts. It's not clear here exactly what caused them to get friendlier, but I imagine that Wario freeing the Peach statue in the previous game made Mario look on his childhood rival with a new light. This game will be important to our timeline for later games, since a number of these levels will appear again in games like Mario Kart.
The classic Donkey Kong Country trilogy ended on November 22, 1996 with the release of Donkey Kong Country 3. Like its predecessor, the game gave the boot to its longest-running playable character, in this case Diddy Kong, and gave the spotlight to his girlfriend, Dixie Kong. Joining her this swing around is Kiddy Kong, the first playable character in Donkey Kong Country history to not have the initials DK. However, this is not the case in Japanese, where he has the name Dinky Kong. Both of these names reference the fact that Kiddy is only a toddler, which just makes this whole thing feel a little like child endangerment. The game would later be remade in 2005 on Game Boy Advance, and this is the version we'll be using today. In-game, Kiddy is described as Dixie Kong's cousin. However, that only seems to be the case in the English version. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not fluent in Japanese, but I just can't find any reference to him being Dixie's cousin anywhere in this scene in the Japanese version. And when we look further into the Japanese to try and find some source, things get a lot more interesting. While scrolling through the Japanese wiki, I found that instead Kitty was listed as Funky Kong's cousin. This lines up with the manga, I'm sorry for this pronunciation, Uho Uho Daishizen Gag Donkey Kong, which also portrays Kitty as Funky's cousin. I know that the game was developed by Rare, which is an English-speaking company, but the lore and consistency of the Mario universe is kept by Nintendo, and any future projects featuring these characters will likely need to align with the vision that Nintendo of Japan has of them. So honestly, it might just be canon that Kiddy Kong is Funky Kong's cousin rather than Dixie's. Getting back into the game, it opens up sometime after Donkey Kong Country 2, with Donkey and Diddy, now both video game heroes in their own right, deciding to go on an adventure together. Diddy leaves Dixie a note, promising that they'd return the next day. Now the two of them going off on an adventure was a fairly normal thing, even if it did seem like they went a little further afield than usual, so she didn't worry. But the next day, they still hadn't come back. On the third morning, anxious about the two going missing, Dixie swam to the nearest shore south of DK Isle, which happens to be the Northern Cremisphere. Despite the name, the Northern Cremisphere does not include half the planet. More likely, it's just the northern part of the Kremling's sphere of influence. This is the place where many of the Kremlings also fled after she and Diddy had sunk the Crocodile Isle in the previous game. Once there, Dixie went to check in with Wrinkly Kong, who told Dixie that she'd seen the two pass by but didn't know where they went. Next, checking with Funky, she learned that he also hadn't seen the two Kong heroes at all. In fact, the only other person he'd seen for the entire week was Kitty, who he kinda pushed onto Dixie. Though despite that introduction, Kitty seems to provide the raw muscle that Dixie was missing, so he definitely pulled his weight in this adventure. And with no other information, they borrowed a motorboat from Funky and went exploring. The Northern Cremisphere is made up of 9 worlds, connected through a larger overworld. I won't go through all the worlds in detail, as there isn't a lot of detail to be had. That said, there are a few locations worth mentioning. About halfway through the game, Dixie and Kitty enter Mechanos, a once beautiful island that had been overtaken and modernized by the Kremling crew. It is here that, for the first time, the two meet the new leader of the Kremlings, the robot known as Chaos. They do battle with it, but it manages to escape after a few hits. Also, it's worth mentioning that the GBA version added an entire extra world, Pacifica, which is a world found in caves beneath the waves. This sounds very similar to the secret final world of the game, Krematoa, which we'll discuss in a little bit. After Pacifica, Dixie and Kitty enter Chaos Core, the true home base of the Kremlings, watched over by the haunting Castle Chaos. Entering the castle, the two once more come face to face with Chaos, and after a few hits, the robot gets knocked to the ground and dragged away by a crane. And that's the end of the story, right? Wrong. As Chaos disappears, a curtain in the back of the room rises, revealing the true mastermind behind this plan, Baron K. Rulenstein. That's right, the Mad Kremling King has returned, this time under a new persona based on a minor German noble. The name is obviously a take on Baron Victor von Frankenstein, for the novel of the same name. But his reveal also gives off Wizard of Oz vibe. Also, despite having the Baron title rather than King in this game, this likely does not reflect his position in Kremling society, as he's once again shown as king in later games. This time, K. Rool has a very different boss fight from previous encounters, focusing a lot more on technology, including his fancy new barrel propeller pack, which he uses to stay out of danger. But, as has happened so many times before, King K. Rool is defeated, hit by one too many bolts of lightning, a detail that once again calls out to Frankenstein. With his defeat, Chaos is knocked to the ground too, revealing its power source, Donkey and Diddy, who had been kidnapped in their sleep so they wouldn't be able to get in the way of the Baron's plans. But of course, he wasn't done yet. With his initial plans foiled and the Kongs freed, K. Rool descended into the lost city of Krematoa, now buried deep beneath the Northern Cremisphere. The area is named for Krakatoa, a volcanic island in Indonesia. Initially, Krematoa was only believed to be a legend, and it was only with the help of the scholar Blunder Bear that the heroic Kongs managed to infiltrate this new lost world. This is yet another example of what seems to be an ancient Kremling civilization falling into disrepair, alongside the temples on DK Isle, Kremlantis from the original Donkey Kong Land, and the previous game's lost world beneath the Crocodile Isle. And even Pacifica from earlier in this very game. Clearly, something happened to this once great civilization a long time ago, but
but we never get any details about it. Inside the levels of Krematoa, Dixie and Kitty can find cogs, which are used to raise a great submarine from the center of the lagoon. This machine is the Nautilus, named for the submarine from Jules Verne's novels. And here, K. Rool is defeated once more. He manages to escape, but his submarine is destroyed, leaving him stranded. Now earlier I mentioned Blunder Bear. He is one of 14 such bears found throughout the game. They are referred to collectively as the Brothers Bear. Each brother provides some sort of side quest for the Kongs to complete. Most of the time, and thanks for this help, the brothers would give the pair banana birds. Banana birds are pretty much what the name describes. Birds that look like bananas. They serve the Banana Queen, a much larger and more powerful banana bird. However, before the events of the game, the Kremlings had managed to capture the Queen, leaving her birds scattered and lost. These orphan birds would be found by a number of NPCs in the game, including Funky Kong, Cranky Kong, and Swanky Kong, who would give birds to the heroic duo whenever they completed the minigames. These birds then would be sent to Wrinkly Kong. He ran a sanctuary in the main overworld. Once all the banana birds are saved, they band together and save their kidnapped queen. The queen then traps K. Rool in an egg, setting his scheming to an end, at least for the time being. The other Kongs in this area aren't exactly idle either. Swanky, of course, is still hosting his game show, though this one is more of a test of dexterity than knowledge. Cranky, meanwhile, has clearly had enough of these youngins fumbling these adventures, and is training himself to get back into fighting shape. Seeing as how he would eventually become a playable character in Donkey Kong Country Returns, it seems that training went very well. Funky, on the other hand, is doing more of what he was in the previous game, building machines for the other Kongs to use while also running secret military missions in the background. Much like in Country 2, this goes a long way towards making the conflict between the Kongs and the Kremlings feel more real. This time he has 4 missions. Destroy has the Kongs racing 10 Kremling ships to a goal, and they have to destroy them all before getting there. Disarm has the Kongs steal a number of naval mines and bring them back to Funky. Protect features the pair finding a number of civilian Kongs and bringing them to safety, similar to the missions in Country 2. However, there's something interesting about the Kongs in this game, as they include Donkey, Diddy, and Dixie, 3 Kongs involved in the story of the game. Given that Dixie can't very well save herself in this situation, and the minigames can be completed before Donkey and Diddy are saved from Castle Chaos, these missions are likely a representative of more generic Kongs rather than actually being specific characters. Which also means the appearance of Dixie's sister Tiny in the previous game is similarly not supposed to represent her. The final mission is Race, which is just a fairly straightforward 3-lap race against some crumbling boats with no clear strategic advantage other than saying, "We're better than you." And with that, we've hit the end of the numbered Donkey Kong Country trilogy. If a 4th game had happened, then I'm sure it would have focused on Kiddy Kong, but instead of stagnating with the same old format, Nintendo and Rare decided instead to enter a new dimension of DK. Okay, after a few other games too, we're not going to be talking about 64 quite yet, but that's coming, don't worry. The manual says that this game takes place a few months after Donkey Kong Country 2, so we're going to let this one settle comfortably after that game. And actually, I don't plan to place anything in between them, since Diddy is still celebrating his win in Country 2 at the start of this game. If Diddy had been on any other adventures in that time, I imagine that he wouldn't just be celebrating the same victory again. But if you're looking closely at my timeline in every video, which, let's be clear, you're probably not, but, just in case, you may notice that this isn't the only change. Now we have some other timeline shenanigans to discuss. Between my Mario 64 video and now, I've actually started planning my timeline more than 2 videos ahead. And at the time of writing this script, I have placed every release up until Super Mario Sunshine. So to match that, I've shifted a few of the games we've already covered to compensate. First, I moved Mario Clash and Mario & Wario earlier in the timeline. After all, in the Wario Land II manual, Mario mentioned how this wasn't the first time that he and Wario had clashed. I doubt it's the first time that it's happened since they've grown up either, since Mario didn't seem surprised to see Wario at all in that game. Because of that, we don't need to assume that every game with Wario in it is after Mario Land 2. And that gave me a chance to move a few of the games earlier in the timeline. I moved Mario Clash because of Donkey Kong Jr.'s design. He looks far younger than he did in Super Mario Kart and Mario's Tennis, and I felt like we needed more of a gap between those games. And in that same vein, I pushed Super Mario Kart and Mario Clash earlier as well, in order to give more space between Donkey Kong Country 1 and the last appearance of DK Jr.
And I had to do that because I pushed the original Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Land earlier as well. This is partially because of tie-ins with other games that would be released later, such as the original Mario Party games. That said, I'm leaving Country 2 where it is. These games don't need to be exactly next to each other. Also, at some point I guess I lost Yoshi's Safari. I don't know when that came off the timeline, I'm not going to go back and check, but I'm just going to kind of slide it back in there, and don't worry about it. Mario Kart entered the third dimension in 1996 with the release of Mario Kart 64. This title greatly expands both the gameplay and world of Mario Kart to better resemble the series that we know today. Much like Super Mario Kart before it, this game features 8 playable characters, 6 of which are returning from that title: Mario, Luigi, Peach, Bowser, Toad, and Yoshi. Donkey Kong is introduced in this game to replace his assumed father, DK Jr., who obviously isn't around anymore. On the other hand, we have Wario, replacing the Koopa Troopa who previously held his slot. According to the Nintendo Power trading card set from Mario Kart 64, Wario is supposedly driving a cart that he stole from Koopa Troopa, explaining the latter's absence in the game. However, I don't think that Nintendo Power is always a very trustworthy source, so I take this statement with a spoonful of salt. And if you haven't seen my Super Mario Kart video yet, I suggest watching it, as I'll be referring back to that game a lot in this video. So feel free to check it out and then come back later. Also, major shoutouts to Project Marioverse, whose notes on the Mario Kart tracks I referenced in the creation of this script, as well as friend of the channel LP Master 6, whose gameplay I'm using through a majority of this video. The game introduces 4 new cups, each featuring 4 original tracks, for a total of 16 racing tracks in the game. 4 of these, Mario Circuit, Koopa Beach, Bowser Castle, and Rainbow Road, are directly returning concepts from the previous game. I don't have much information on Mario Circuit or Bowser Castle. Assumedly, one takes place in the Mushroom Kingdom, while the other is in one of the castles that Bowser owns. However, the new Rainbow Road we have a little bit more on. This track once again takes place on a rainbow road in the sky, but this time it is over a city rather than the countryside. Given the game this track appears in, this is likely Toad City. That is, the same city as we see in the track Toad's Turnpike. The city is named on the sides of the buses in Mario Kart 8, and is the only named city to appear in this game. As such, I'm assuming that every big city shown in the 64 tracks take place here. That includes the Skyscraper Battle Course. Koopa Troopa Beach is a follow-up to the Koopa Beach from the original game. We finally get an origin for the name, as the beach was apparently named for a Troopa-shaped rock that can be found along the beach. Due to the name being that of a specific place, I feel fairly confident having this be the same location as in Super Mario Kart. The Troopa Rock would appear in a number of other games, including most notably, Sunshine Airport and Mario Kart 8. This likely means that the beach is somewhere near Isle Delfino. While they don't use the same name as any previous tracks, Choco Mountain and Banshee Boardwalk are also closely related tracks from Super, matching up with Choco Island and Ghost Valley, placing these tracks in Choco Island from Super Mario World and Boo Woods respectively. Given the continual use of desert-themed cold areas, Frappe Snowland and Sherbet Land are likely close to Vanilla Lake. The Japanese manual description of Sherbet Land implies that we can determine its location by looking at the penguins that appear on the track. The manual suggests that it might be the South Pole, but not with any certainty. And, given that these are the same penguins as in Super Mario 64, this likely means that the tracks can be found somewhere near Snowman's Land and Cool Cool Mountain. Sherbet Land is also the English name of one of the worlds in Wario Land 1. However, their Japanese names are somewhat different, so I don't think it was an intentional reference. From there, we get into the tracks without any direct relation to Super Mario Kart, such as Luigi Raceway. This is a fairly straightforward track whose biggest landmark is this big Luigi cap. Or at least, it was in the original. When the track was remade for Mario Kart Tour, hills were added into the background that look similar to those found in the backgrounds of Rock Mountain and 3DS Mario Circuit. So wherever those tracks can be found, I'm sure this one can as well. Calamari Desert is a really interesting one, as despite continuing the Food Natural feature naming scheme we've seen since Super Mario World, this name is entirely original to the English localization. Its Japanese name translates instead to Dry Desert. And if that sounds familiar to you, then you've probably played Paper Mario 64, as that's also the name of the desert found in Chapter 2 of that game, Both deserts even prominently feature a railroad. These were clearly meant to be the same location, even if Mario Kart wound up releasing well before Paper Mario. Also, while I'm here, I'll mention that the English name is partially a reference to the Kalahari Desert, a real-world location found in southern Africa. Moo Moo Farm, on the other hand, doesn't have much going for it. It's a farm, full of Moo Moos, which are just regular cows. The most importance this track has really comes from the continual references to it in later Mario Kart games. Wario Stadium is a racing track designed by Wario himself, likely funded by his recent treasure hunting endeavors. Interestingly, the manual makes it clear that it's meant as a motocross track, which makes me think of Excitebike. Given that Wario would later become heavily associated with dead retro Nintendo series via the WarioWare games, I wonder if this is the start of that trend. Royal Raceway is an extremely easy course to place. You see that? That's Peach's Castle, as originally seen in Mario 64, but returning again in many other titles. DK's Jungle Parkway is stated to take place in DK's hometown in the Japanese manual. Given that the ape appears to have grown up on DK Isle, that must be where this track takes place as well. With that, you'd think that Yoshi Valley would take place on Yoshi's Island. It only seems like a natural conclusion to draw, and I want to agree, but I can't. Once again, the Japanese manual becomes relevant, as it states that the location's connection to Yoshi is unknown. If the place were on Yoshi's Island, I feel like that connection would be fairly clear and obvious. The fact that it's questioned seems to me like it was found somewhere completely unrelated to the Yoshi. When the track returned in Mario Kart 8, signs depicted it as a wild Yoshi sanctuary. And this gets us through the racing tracks, and leaves us with just the 3 remaining battle courses. And unfortunately, I don't have much to say about them. Big Donut appears to be in the middle of an ocean of lava, so it could be somewhere in the Koopa Kingdom, much like the Bowser's Castle stages, but could just as easily be in a cavern like Lethal Lava Land. There just isn't enough to go off of. Block Fort and Double Deck leave me equally perplexed. I can tell you the first one takes place in an ocean or lake, but that's really the extent of it. They don't look visibly similar to anything else we've seen in Mario, and honestly were probably constructed exclusively for the Mario Kart races. A bit of a disappointing ending, I think, but that's what I have. That said, if you have any bright ideas to connect these tracks to other locations in the series, I would love to hear them. Now for our timeline. Per the rule we established in the last Kart video, Mario needs to be associated with the relevant racers and tracks before they're visited for the race. As such, this needs to occur after Mario is reintroduced to Wario, befriends DK, and has visited Dry Dry Desert, likely in Paper Mario. This does come into conflict with my assumption of Koopa Troopa Beach being near Isle Delfino. However, we have even more concrete evidence placing that game after this one. Flood's timeline in Super Mario Sunshine mentions this game, placing it between Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine. This seems direct enough to divert the rules in this instance. With all this in mind, the most viable timeline location, in my eyes at least, is directly after the events of Super Mario 64, and thus right before Donkey Kong Country 2. If you have another idea of where this game would slot in, I would love to hear it.
Just the other day, we got a new F-Zero 99 update featuring 5 new tracks and 4 new skins. This may not seem like a lot to some people, but for anyone familiar with the Satellaview, this is huge. All these new additions came from BS F-Zero Grand Prix, the F-Zero games for the Satellaview service that I described in my last video. If you want to know more about the Satellaview, go and watch that one. There were 2 separate BS F-Zero titles. The first is available between December 1996 and January 1997, and split into 4 weeks. Each week would have 1 league from the original game, but slightly remixed. The 5th track of each course, however, will be an entirely new course. These courses were Silence 2, Big Blue 2, Sandstorm 1, and Sandstorm 2, with the Sandstorm line of courses being entirely new, though they look to take place on the same planet as Sand Ocean. To make up for the 4 new tracks, the game also introduced a new 4th league, the Ace League, to continue the playing card theming from the original F-Zero game. These tracks would later return in BS F-Zero Grand Prix 2, which was broadcast in summer 1997. Before the full release of the Prix, a practice mode was released. This version was intended to let players train for the upcoming races. It featured a new Ace League with all 4 of the new tracks from the previous Satellaview release, with the addition of Mute City 4 as a new starter track. as the other 3 leagues all opened up with a Mute City course. Adding this new track allowed the new league to slot in nicely with the original 3. And if you notice, this is the exact same track list as was added to F-Zero 99, fully integrating these new tracks with those from the original F-Zero. That said, however, there are a few tracks that are still missing. When Grand Prix 2 returned in August of the same year, it had 2 further occurrences, each with a different track list. Instead of providing the 5 previously shown Ace League tracks as they were presented in the practice session, those courses were split across 2 weeks, with the addition of Forest 1, 2, and 3, and Metal Fort 1 and 2, which still aren't available in F-Zero 99, and are technically lost media, though they've been recreated from scratch by the BS F-Zero Deluxe team based on archived VHS footage. Forest appears to take place in exactly where you'd expect, a large grassy clearing smack in the center of a mountainous forest. Metal Fort is in the middle of a metallic landscape, looking somewhat like the surface of the Death Star. It's surrounded by a large wall with guns mounted on top of it. That said, unfortunately, I don't think we can expect to see those tracks in F-Zero 99. If they were to release them, they would have to release them as their own league, with only the 5 tracks made up of only the 2 themes. So I find that to be quite unlikely, unfortunately. Alongside the 10 new tracks, the BS F-Zero games also gave us 4 new vehicles: the Blue Thunder, Luna Bomber, Green Amazon, and Fire Scorpion. I mentioned those vehicles also in my video on the original F-Zero. Their drivers are unknown, but they share color schemes and stats of the 4 vehicles from the original game. And if you've been playing F-Zero 99 this week, I'm sure you've seen them before. This is because these are the 4 new vehicle decals that were released alongside the Ace League update. This update really just brought in as much as they could find from the BS F-Zero original content. Now, me being me, I'm going to try to place this in the F-Zero timeline. And I think the best place for that would be between the original F-Zero and F-Zero 99. We have a running theory that with the sheer number of racers in the F-Zero 99 races, this race is extremely dangerous. With 99 people on the track at once, it wouldn't be a surprise if something bad happened during a race that could injure a large number of racers, such as a huge vehicle pileup, possibly caused by our old friend Pico. BS F-Zero, on the other hand, really does just seem like it's meant to be in the same general time frame as the original game, with both sets of games at this point leading into F-Zero 99. Kirby has always been the king of spin-offs at Nintendo, a role the series continues to fulfill to this day. On January 25th of 1997, Kirby Star Stackers released on the Game Boy, a falling block puzzle game in the same vein as Tetris and Dr. Mario. The goal of the game is to line up Kirby's animal buddies in order to destroy star blocks in between them. This is not actually the first falling block puzzle game in the series, though the previous one, Kirby's Avalanche, was actually a reskin of the game Puyo Puyo. They did this because the game's developers determined that the magical girl fantasy story told in the Puyo games wouldn't sell well in Western markets. So, when the game Super Nintendo and Genesis ports came to the West, they were reskinned as Kirby and Sonic games. However, since they're just reskins of an existing game, I am not going to cover Kirby's Avalanche or Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine on this channel. Until the day that Sega announces that everything is canon and puts Davy Sprocket in the IDW comics or something. Unlike those games, Star Stacker, titled Kirby's Sparkling Kids in Japan, was an original game, and is therefore worthy of some focus. However, the original Kirby Star Stacker doesn't really have much of a story to speak of. The matches are clearly framed as some kind of competition between Kirby and King Diddy, with the self-proclaimed king being the one to raise the blocks on Kirby's board. There is a story mode, but all of the story we get is a series of images that shows Kirby and his animal friends messing around. Building snowmen, sailing on the open ocean, traveling in space. You know, just friend things. That would change, however, with the release of Kirby's Super Star Stacker on the Super Famicom. Also, unlike its predecessor, Super Star Stacker eventually released in the West, with the game finally reaching our shores on the Nintendo Switch Online service. So if you haven't, I suggest checking it out. I actually had a lot of fun getting to know this game, and I'm probably going to play it a little more. The story centers around the new character Mr. Star, who is really just a star. He's flying through the sky when he's spotted by King Diddy. Diddy gets the idea to shoot Mr. Star down with a cannon. You know, as a prank. He's hit and splits into pieces, with various star shards scattering throughout Dreamland. Now unable to return to space,
Mr. Star meets Kirby and convinces the Pink Puff to help him collect the pieces by challenging the other people who found them to games of Star Stacker. The game's storyline is made up entirely of these boss fights, facing off against, in order, Waddle Dee, Poppy Bros Jr., Lovely, Knuckle Joe, Chef Kawasaki, Meta Knight, and finally, King Diddy. But, one by one, each of these Star Stackers goes down, giving Kirby their star pieces. And whenever Kirby beats an opponent on their first try, they also get a perfect star, which we'll get back to in a minute. Once all the regular star pieces are collected, Mr. Star regains his full power and returns to space, though promising to return and see his new friends again. A good ending, but not really the ending. If all the perfect stars are also collected, when Mr. Star returns to the heavens, another creature comes to Popstar. This is Grill, a spacefaring witch, and their 3 little onion goons named Salt, Pepper, and Sugar, and this is their only appearance in the series. Grill approaches Kirby and somewhat rudely demands to know if Kirby's star stacking skills are really that good. And it turns out that Kirby is that good, and Grill winds up dazed in a pile of blocks. The first time they're beaten, they suggest that Kirby replay the game in Pro Mode, which is then unlocked. However, in the Pro Mode ending, Grill finally admits defeat at Kirby's hands. I don't think this is a case where both playthroughs take place in the same timeline, given that the whole story for Mr. Star happens the exact same in both difficulties. So it's likely that just the Pro Mode ending is the canon one. Now, in the timeline, the placement of Kirby's Star Stacker is fairly straightforward. In the opening, when we see Popstar, the rings look similar to the reformed rings that we saw at the end of Dreamland 3. These rings would go back to their original shape come the time of Kirby 64, so this game has to take place in the immediate aftermath of Dreamland 3. Kirby is also shown to have the Love Love stick in this game, just to further cement that spot on the timeline. However, a far more interesting question still stands. Is there also room for the original Star Stacker in the timeline? Super Star Stacker is often referred to as a remake or expanded port of the original game. They even have the exact same title in Japanese. However, there isn't really any room for the round mode ending images from the Game Boy game to take place during the SNES game's story. So they aren't really portraying the same series of events. So arguably, there could be room for both games. The placement of that game, however, does not actually come from the round clear images I mentioned earlier. Instead, my proof for this comes from the challenge mode. As I mentioned earlier, in round clear mode, King Diddy is the opponent. However, in challenge mode, the person there is Mr. Star? It seems like our celestial ally did in fact return to Dreamland to see Kirby again. Given that Kirby and Mr. Star seem to have met in the SNES game, him appearing here without fanfare would likely imply that Star Stacker Game Boy takes place after the SNES game. So here's our full, updated Kirby timeline for everyone to enjoy. And that's it for this video. This is actually the last Kirby game I need to cover before we get to Smash Bros, so that's another series checked off the list. Also, I didn't really have anywhere else to mention in the video, but while looking through the Japanese website for this game, I did notice that apparently Ku is listed as a celebrity in Dreamland for some reason. I don't know why, but that's pretty cool, and I felt like it was worth mentioning. If there's one thing you need to know about the Star Fox continuity, it's that this series is inconsistent. After the success of the original Star Fox and the cancellation of the nearly finished Star Fox 2, Nintendo EAD began work on a new game for the Nintendo 64. This game told a story that we should all be familiar with by now: the Lylat Wars. That being the events of Star Fox 1. That's right, Star Fox 64 was a reboot that retold the one game that had been released up to that point. But Star Fox 2 wasn't totally forgotten. Characters like Starwolf returned from that game, though we wouldn't know about their origins until much later. The game would eventually be remade as Star Fox 64 3D on the Nintendo 3DS, which is the version of the game that I'm going to be using for this video. That said, the original is still more than worth checking out, and you can find it on Switch Online's Nintendo 64 app. In this world, history played out much the same way as it did before, opening up with a monkey named Andross. Andross is a scientist who lived on the planet of Corneria, the preeminent planet within the Lylat system. Andross was a military scientist, affiliated with the Cornerian Defense Forces Science Research Institute. His job was to design weapons,
specifically bioweapons. However, when one of his creations went haywire and threatened Corneria itself, Andross is banished to the planet Venom, a nearly uninhabitable world on the far edge of the Lilat system. Now, later games do call this into question some, trying to make Andross's banishment more of a gray area. Some people in-universe, including Andross himself, seem to be under the impression that the banishment was instead a petty move from General Pepper, the leader of the Cornerian Defense Force. However, in this game, Andross's words seem to imply that he was dissatisfied with Corneria, as the planet was becoming more pacifist, leading to those who created weapons becoming undervalued. On Venom, Andross's work would not slow down whatsoever. He seized control of the planet's local population of lizard people, creating the Andross Empire, which he ruled from a palace dug out on the planet's rocky surface. He would continue his experiments into bioweaponry, creating the Inglar race out of the fish who lived in Venom's acidic seas. He also opened up a robotics lab on the planet Macbeth, where he would manufacture a number of powerful weapons and spaceships beneath Corneria's nose. There was also an attempt to create another weapons factory in Sector X. However, this factory would be destroyed by one of its creations. 5 years after his initial banishment, General Pepper became suspicious of Andross. He hired a group of mercenaries, the Star Fox team, to investigate Venom. This is not the Star Fox team we know today, instead being made up of Peppy Hare, Pigma Dengar, and the group's leader, James McCloud. However, upon reaching the planet, Pigma turned on his companions. Both Peppy and James were captured, but only the Hare managed to escape unharmed. Once free, Peppy returned to Corneria to warn the planet of what he'd seen on Venom. Sometime after those events, the Star Wolf team would be formed to serve Andross. This group was led by Wolf O'Donnell, a space pirate under Andross's employ. He'd be joined by Star Fox turncoat Pigma Dengar and the sadistic Leon Powalski. The three of them are all returning from Star Fox 2. The only new member of this team is Andrew Oikami, Andross's stuck-up nephew. His last name is actually a pun on the Japanese word for nephew, Oiko. Note that this isn't Andross's last name. By all accounts, Andross doesn't actually have one. During this time, James's son, Fox McCloud, was in training to serve as a pilot for the Cornerian army on his home planet of Papatoon, alongside his childhood friend Bill Gray. However, when Peppy arrived with news of his father's death, Fox chose to drop out and take his father's place at the head of a new Star Fox team. They were also joined by Fox's best friend at the Academy, Slippy Toad, son of noted engineer Beltino Toad. Soon after, in search of another pilot, Star Fox would hire fellow dropout Falco Lombardi. After leaving the Academy, the standoffish Falco had started his own biker gang, called the Hot Rodders, alongside a woman named Kat Monroe. Kat has strong feelings for Falco, which he doesn't seem to reciprocate, and felt personally hurt when he chose to leave the gang to join Star Fox. She would go on to take over the group after Falco left. This whole time, I've actually neglected to mention one more member of the original Star Fox team, and this is Rob 64. He is an android who works on the Great Fox, the team's aircraft carrier. Rob is the only member of Star Fox to have not existed in the original continuity. His main job is to pilot the Great Fox and help Slippy repair damaged fighters. Rob is clearly a reference to the similarly named robotic operating buddy from the days of the NES. The Great Fox originally belonged to James McCloud, and had been far enough from Venom that Pigman's betrayal hadn't managed to harm the ship. Likely, Rob had worked on the ship since James put it into action. The ship was built by Space Dynamics, an interplanetary arms manufacturing company that Slippy's father, Beltino, worked for. Fox will have to work for many years still to pay off the loans his father owes to the company. The Star Fox crew flies R-Wings. These are experimental fighter ships also built by Space Dynamics. The game opens with a training segment where Yaru Dupon, the president of Space Dynamics, personally coached the team on how to use their ships. Yaru is a Tanuki, and Slippy seems to think that he's involved with some shady business dealings. Namely, he implies that Space Dynamics provides weapons to more than just Corneria. Alongside the R-Wing, Star Fox also has access to the Landmaster tank for ground travel, another creation of Space Dynamics, as well as the Blue Marine submarine. Despite the old Star Fox team being quite notable, the new one struggled some under the leadership of the younger, more idealistic McCloud. Despite being mercenaries, they refused any jobs they didn't classify as being morally good, making it hard to earn a living. But those hard times wouldn't last forever. Sometime after the new team formed, Andross would finally unleash his might on the Lilat system.
General Pepper wasted no time in hiring the new Star Fox to combat this threat. Despite his lack of confidence and his untested leadership skills, Fox agreed to take a stand against the empire that had killed his father. And here is where we enter the full events of the game. Now, with the backstory set aside, I'm going to organize the next section of this video based on the different planets and areas visited in the game, starting with those that are returning from the previous two titles. Corneria, as mentioned earlier, is the capital of the Lylat system, and the planet to whom Star Fox is under contract. The capital of this planet is Corneria City, the large city featured in the game's opening level. The main focus of Star Fox on this planet is the large mech controlled by Gronga, one of Andross's generals. However, there's a second Venom ship on the planet, the Attack Carrier, which can be approached instead if noticed by Falco. Macbeth, named after the Shakespeare play, is a hollow planet with a wealth of minerals. It's because of these resources that Andross placed one of his main weapons factories on the planet. To transport the materials, Andross made use of a giant train called the Forever Train, which is protected by the biomechanical construct known as Macbeth. Titania is the planet named for the Fairy Queen from Midsummer Night's Dream. The Star Fox team only come to this planet because Slippy crash lands here as part of the bad ending of a previous mission. It was once home to some kind of ancient civilization, which is now all but gone. The only remaining piece of that civilization is a creature named Gorus, which was believed to have once been part of the planet's defense system, but is now controlled by Andross. Meteo is an asteroid belt that helps to protect the planet Corneria from invading forces. It replaces the asteroid levels from the previous games. In order to help his forces attack Corneria, Andross created the Planetoid Crusher to destroy this natural defense wall. The Androssian troops also laid a trap here in order to catch Star Fox by surprise as they left Corneria. There's also a series of warp rings here which can be used to travel through a warp zone to the planet Katina. Sectors X, Y, and Z are strangely shaped nebulae that exist within the Lylat system. They're full of radiation magnetic waves, which makes them dangerous to fly through. Sector X was once intended to be an Andross weapons manufacturing facility, as mentioned earlier, but it was destroyed by the Spyborg, a large robot who claimed to be searching for its creator, likely Andross. Sector Y is probably the least interesting of the three, with very little information about it other than having weaker magnetic waves and radiation than Sector X. Here, Star Fox fights the robotic weapon called Shogun. Sector Z is home to the graveyard of a long-ago space battle between Cornerian troops and space pirates. Here, the Great Fox malfunctions, and the team needs to protect it from an all-out attack from Venom. This section is somewhat similar to the setup of Star Fox 2, where you're trying to protect your home base from slowly approaching missiles by dogfighting. Outside of Venom, which I'll get to at the end, that's it for returning planets. However, there are still a number of new planets in this game. In the English version of the game, the planet Ficina was incorrectly named Fortuna. This localized name was the same as one explored in the original Star Fox game known as the Dinosaur Planet. If you want to learn more about Fortuna, then you can watch that video. However, the Japanese names are different, and as such, they're not meant to be the same location, which is good, given that a different dinosaur planet would be introduced in the next game. The real Ficina is an icy planet that's not really home to anyone but a base set up by scientists. However, by the time Star Fox arrives, the Venomite forces have overtaken the base, and set a bomb inside of it. Star Fox needs to not only defuse the bomb, but also fight against Starwolf, whose goal is to stop them from defusing it. Katina is a desert-like planet that serves as a defense outpost for the Cornerian military. The defenders of this outpost are led by Fox's old friend and classmate Bill Gray, who is now a commander of the Husky Squadron. The two seem to have a strained relationship, but share a mutual respect for one another. The boss on this planet is the Saucerer, a giant flying saucer ship. If Star Fox manages to complete the mission on this planet successfully, Bill will actually join them as an extra wingman at the next level. Aquos is a watery planet home to an ancient civilization that sank beneath the waves. Now, most of what remains is ocean, which is being polluted by Venom's armies. The specific source of the pollution is the bioweapon called Bakun, a monstrous clam-like creature. Zonas is another watery planet with a very similar situation, as it's being polluted by a Venomite base. The planet was a popular tourist destination for Cornerians. Apparently, Peppy actually came to Zonas on his honeymoon with his wife, Vivian. Star Fox goes in to destroy the base on a stealth mission. They're joined by Falco's old friend Cat Monroe,
mentioned earlier in this video, who, like Bill, can join Star Fox in later missions. The boss of this level is the Soarmarine, a mobile research station turned into an oil refinery. Solar is a molten planet that is often mistaken for a star. It's so hot that it isn't believed that anything could live there, and in fact, the only ships that the Cornerians have that could even consider surviving the planet's heat are the experimental R-Wings, and even they take heavy damage if flown too low. Here, Andross has left another of his bioweapons, the chilling humanoid insectoid monstrosity known as Volcane. Bulse is a satellite within Venom's orbit that Star Fox can take down while approaching the planet. If Star Wolf was fought earlier in Ficina, they can be fought again here as well. Area 6 is the most convenient way to enter Venom's atmosphere. However, it's also very well defended, and Star Fox needs to defeat the robotic weapon known as Gorgon to approach the planet. But no matter which path you follow, all roads eventually lead to one place. Venom, the seat of Andross's empire. There are two different routes to enter Venom, referred to as Venom 1 and Venom 2. Both paths end with a boss fight against Andross. However, on Venom 1, the Andross you face isn't real. It's a fake robot created in his likeness to keep Star Fox off of his trail and convince them falsely that they had won the war. On Venom 2, Andross's true sanctum is protected by Starwolf, clearly hurt from their previous encounter with Star Fox. At this point in the game, they have cybernetic enhancements to keep them going. This time, after defeating the Andross head, he transforms into his true form, a giant brain. Andross has not only created bioweapons, but has also turned himself into one. He does say that only he has the brains to rule Lylat, and I guess he took that pretty literally. Upon his defeat, Andross sets his palace to explode. Fox manages to escape only with the help of his father's ghost, who leads the younger McCloud to freedom. From later games, we know that Venom 2 is the true ending, as Andross is shown to have been firmly defeated in this game. This means that Starwolf having the cybernetic technology was a canon event, requiring that Star Fox fought and defeated them back on Ficina. In the end, there are still two separate routes that could work from that information, so you can't really go into that much more detail. If you think you can glean more from the game, then feel free to leave your own theories in the comments. After Andross's defeat, Star Fox returns to Corneria, where General Pepper offers to bring them into the Cornerian army, despite Fox, Falco, and Slippy having all dropped out of the academy. However, Fox immediately turns it down, deciding that Star Fox should go their own way. They make a hefty sum off their confirmed kills, maybe even to the point that Pepper complains about the price if the player did too well. With Andross's defeat, it's assumed that his army either backs off or is defeated, and the rest of the Lylat system is freed. Wolf, furious at his defeat, kicks both Pigma and Andrew off the Starwolf, looking for new teammates alongside Leon. And then the system settled into peacetime. I would like to take a second here to talk about the manga Farewell Beloved Falco. This book is often considered a canon interquel between Star Fox 64 and Star Fox Adventures. However, there's one problem with this. Farewell Beloved Falco makes mention of the mission on Titania, where Slippy crashed onto the planet. However, it's impossible to achieve both the Titania mission and the Venom 2 conflict in the same run. As such, it doesn't fit in the context of the game. This makes me think that the manga is not in fact canon, as often believed.
After I released my video on Donkey Kong Country 3 a few weeks ago, you had to know that another Donkey Kong Land game would follow soon after. And, true to tradition, Donkey Kong Land 3 released on the Game Boy on October 1st, 1997. But later, it got a Japan-exclusive re-release on the Game Boy Color, which is the version I'll be using for footage in this video. If you want to play the game, the original version is available on Switch Online. Once again, we return to the roles of Dixie Kong and Kiddy Kong. However, this time, Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong aren't missing. They're in competition with us. The game's story opens up with a discussion of the Lost World. Not Krematoa from Country 3, or the Lost World from Country 2, both of these areas have distinct Japanese names, despite the similarities. Instead, they're searching for a new Lost World, one that had long ago belonged to a powerful nation. It seems that word of this new Lost World had spread quickly, as the hunt is full of powerful people from around the world. That said, the game never actually tells us who's searching, outside of the Kongs. Donkey and Diddy, of course, immediately pair up and go searching for the Lost World.
Not to be left behind, Dixie picks up Kitty and the two began their own hunt. Throughout the game, as usual, these Kongs face off against the Kremlings, collecting Kong letters, DK coins, and challenge medals. The number of NPCs in this game has been greatly reduced from the previous one, featuring only Wrinkly Kong in her save cave and a single brother bear, known simply as Bear. Likely this is meant to be Bizarre Bear, given the similar design and the fact that he runs a store in every world. This time, Barter has come across some interesting trinkets. A set of 6 stopwatches, which apparently once belonged to King K. Rool, and are necessary to collect before he can be faced in the final battle. The game seems to mostly take place in the Northern Hemisphere, since a number of the worlds are the same as in the main game. This was changed in the English localization, but Black Forest Plateau is actually Kremwood Forest, while the Great Ape Lakes are actually meant to be Lake Orangutana. Looking at the maps, you can definitely see a resemblance between those worlds. The Japanese name of Cape Codswallop, Cotton Top Cape, also implies that it may be somewhere near Cotton Top Cove. The bosses in this game are also returning from Donkey Kong Country 3, so I won't really give them much of a focus. At the end of the Great Ape Lakes, Lake Orangutana, the Kongs face chaos, which means of course that Baron K. Rulenstein is not far behind, being fought in Tin Can Valley. After his defeat, K. Rool flees into the Lost World, which he himself had apparently already found and built a castle in. The Kongs battled at the end of this new Lost World to put a stop to the Kremling occupation of the place. After the battle, K. Rool flees, his plans foiled, and assumedly, Dixie and Kitty win the competition, even though the Kremlings technically found it first. That's really it for this game. It's a fairly nothing title that doesn't even feature Donkey Kong himself anywhere except for the manual. This game takes place right after Donkey Kong Country 3 in our timeline, which I imagine to be a fairly uncontroversial placement.
After Donkey Kong Country 2, you could say that Diddy Kong was a pretty popular guy, being best friends to both the Big Banana himself, Donkey Kong, and a video game hero in his own right. And, being a certified hero, it's only natural that he get his own game with his own identity. And so, on November 21st, 1997, Rare released Diddy Kong Racing. On its surface, the game looks like a Mario Kart clone, but when you dig deeper, you find additions like hovercrafts, airplanes, and a traversable hub world to give the game its own strong identity. As this game was separating more and more from the identity of Donkey Kong, Rare decided to expand the cast as well. In the original version of the game, the only Donkey Kong character to appear was Diddy himself, and every other character was entirely new to the world. Though some of his new companions would go on to make names of their own, namely Banjo the Bear and Conker the Squirrel, who would each have their own 3D platformers released on the Nintendo 64, with Banjo-Kazooie in 1998 and Conker's Bad Fur Day in 2001. Wait, does this mean I get to cover Banjo for the Mario series? Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. I won't go over the whole story of Rare's acquisition by Microsoft, as I'm sure you've heard it before, but only a couple of years later, the former power couple of the gaming industry was barely on speaking terms. In 2007, a decade after the release of the original game, the two companies would once again collaborate to remake this title as Diddy Kong Racing DS. This version of the game, unfortunately, removed Banjo and Conker, replacing them instead with Dixie Kong and Tiny Kong. And since we generally assume remakes to be the canon version of events, this also removes Banjo and Conker from the Mario universe entirely, likely because their rights now belong to Xbox. Tub Tub the Turtle, who appeared as an NPC in the Banjo games, did manage to remain on the roster, but I imagine that's only because he didn't have his own brand to think about. So, while I do someday plan on covering the Rare universe, today isn't the day where that starts. Jumping back in with the racers that we do have, let's talk about the other Kongs. If you've been watching the rest of the Mario Deepest Lore series, then you should know Dixie Kong by now. And if you haven't been watching those, then you totally should. Not only did she join her boyfriend Diddy in his conquest of the Crocodile Isle, she also went on her own adventure in the Northern Hemisphere, becoming a more than worthy hero in her own right. Alongside her, we have her little sister Tiny Kong. Originally, she was introduced in 1999's Donkey Kong 64, but given that we're covering the remake in place of the original title that preceded her, we have to introduce Tiny here. Despite that, I think I'll let her first appearance speak for itself.
When she needs to be, she
K. Donkey Kong. TK. Oh, sorry. As Master Rapper George Andreas just told us, she's a Kong with the ability to change in size. Also, I need to walk back something that I said about her earlier. While she was introduced in Donkey Kong 64 as Dixie's little sister, this familial relationship was never mentioned in Japan. Just like with her supposed cousin Kiddy Kong, Japan seems determined to tear every bit of Dixie's family away from her. But that lack of sibling dynamic may be how Nintendo got away with aging up Tiny into this upright Candy Kong looking lady, while Dixie remained relatively unchanged from her original appearance. Though it's also possible this growth was a result of Tiny's size-changing abilities. We'll stop the conversation here, though we will bring her up again when we get to Donkey Kong 64. The game opens with Diddy getting a letter from an old friend, Timber the Tiger, with a request for aid. Timber's home, Timber Island, has been conquered by the nefarious spacefaring sorcerer Wizpig, ruler of future Funland, a far-off planet home to advanced technology. Wizpig travels through the cosmos, subjugating planets that he gleefully decimates until he gets tired and just kinda wanders off. Wizpig has never once been defeated, has never been pushed off of a world. And Timber Island, more than likely, is only his first step towards dominating this entire planet. Let's talk a little now about the culture of Timber Island. This is a place where racing is held in high regard, with the island's racetracks being prized by its inhabitants. The island is protected by Timber the Tiger's parents. However, they are currently on a trip to Donkey Kong Country, leaving Timber to protect the island alongside his other friends, who we'll introduce now. First, we have the aforementioned Tup Tup the Turtle, a hesitant, yet loyal ally to Timber. Pipsy the Mouse is another resident of the island, a gentle girl who turns into an absolute monster behind the wheel. The third is Bumper the Badger, an absolute thrill-seeker who dubious sources claim wound up in prison after the events of this game. Timber Island is also home to two more powerful animals. The first of these is Taj, an elephantine genie who lives in the mountains of the island. Though he can't stop Wizpig himself, he can use his abilities to aid Diddy Kong's quest. The other is Drumstick the Rooster, the island's champion racer, who Wizpig turned into a frog in order to assure his racing supremacy. Wizpig also managed to mind control a few of the island's stronger residents to serve as his muscle. Tricky the Triceratops, Bluey the Walrus, Bubbler the Octopus, and Smokey the Dragon. It's likely that his mind control is done using the Wizpig amulets, which are collected from the four bosses after their defeats. Learning all of this, Diddy, Dixie, and Tiny agree to go help out the residents of Timber Island. However, they're followed by one more figure, Crunch, a Kremling spy sent to keep an eye on Diddy. But don't worry about Crunch too much. He is literally the absolute worst racer in the entire game. Like, no question. Together, the group of animals challenge Wizpig and his minions to vehicle races around the island, attempting to collect the pieces of the amulet that will allow them to challenge the sorceress Swine. One champion from among the assembled racers does manage to collect all four. Exactly who isn't clear, but the role most naturally would fall to Diddy, the game's namesake, or Timber, who serves as the island's protector. Timber also was originally intended to be the main character of the game before Diddy Kong was attached to the project. Upon collecting all four pieces of the amulet, the racer is given a chance to race and defeat Wizpig. Ashamed of this loss, Wizpig retreats to Future Funland, where another set of four races awaits the challengers. This time, however, the racer needs to collect the 4 TT medals, which are linked to one more mysterious character. TT is an anthropomorphic clock who's described in the manual as the supervisor of the island's prized racetracks. Likely he's the timekeeper, both given that he's a clock and because racing against him serves as the adventure's time trial mode. As part of his power grab, Wizpig sealed TT behind wish doors in each lobby. These wish doors seem to lead to another world, where tracks can be created by the drivers. Given that you use the wish keys to unlock the wish doors and partake in wish races, I think it's pretty safe to say that this otherworldly realm somehow runs on wishes. And, as such, may be related to the Power of the Star Road that we saw in Super Mario RPG, even though there is absolutely no way that was the actual developer intention. But it's cool to think about. Each time the racer beats TT in one of these races, they earn a portion of his amulet. However, with the help of TT's amulet, the winning racer finds Wizpig again and bests him on his home turf, sending the boorish mage back into space for good. Well, okay, kind of for good. There is a second adventure mode where Wizpig does return and seems to take place after the original, but after that second time, I'm pretty sure he's actually gone. I think. In the DS remake, it's also possible to unlock race courses that take place on DK Isle, which I think is just a really cool addition, even if it doesn't add much story-wise. Now the timeline for this game is really weird. On one hand, Diddy and DK are described as the only heroes of Donkey Kong Country. This implies that the game takes place after Donkey Kong Country 2. However, the omission of Dixie in that list may also suggest that she hasn't gone on her own adventure yet either. On the other hand, Tiny is also shown in her teenage form, something which doesn't happen until after Donkey Kong 64, which itself must take place after Donkey Kong Country 3. Out of the two placements, I think I'm going to trust the Tiny one more, since the Donkey Kong Country 3 reasoning is mostly just because of omission, and the Tiny Kong design change is something that has carried over through a number of games. So we're going to put this game at the end of our current timeline.
The last time darkness fell on Dreamland, the light of the rainbow was returned by a great hero and his three companions, representing the land, the sea, and the sky. But that isn't the end of the darkness. It is only the first invasion of a brewing galactic conflict. Kirby's Dream Land 3 was released in November of 1997, over a year after the release of the Nintendo 64. It served as a direct sequel, both in terms of story and gameplay, to the previous mainline game, Kirby's Dream Land 2. And if you haven't watched that video yet, then I suggest doing so, or at least playing the game before watching this, because I'm going to be referring back to the events of that game quite a bit during this episode. The game opens with Kirby, our favorite goofy little guy, enjoying a nice fishing trip with Gooey, a character introduced briefly in the last game. As a reminder, Gooey is actually an offshoot of Dark Matter who had brief, easily visible appearances in Dream Land 2. In the time since Dark Matter left the planet Popstar, Kirby and Gooey have bonded a lot, becoming close friends. They enjoyed their idyllic lifestyle, but of course, danger would eventually arrive to darken their warm day. A cloud of dark matter energy blotted out the sun and sent smaller clouds to infect the planet with its influence. As the game's final boss is shown to be capable of spawning smaller dark matters, I suspect that each of these clouds are actually each themselves another incarnation of dark matter, almost equivalent to the one that we fought in the last game. 5 such clouds attack King Diddy and the other bosses of the game, putting them into a trance, much like happened to Diddy in Dream Land 2. Except, since there are 5 this time, all 5 bosses are under their direct control, rather than taking orders from Diddy. Very quickly, Kirby and his friends realize they need to band together and once again beat back the forces of dark matter. This time, alongside Gooey and the returning animal friends, we have a few new allies. Choo Choo the Octopus is a little blob of a girl whose amorphous pink shape reminds me of a feminine Kirby. That said, just as a reminder, Kirby is not treated as either gender in Japanese. Her clean ability form makes me think of the Studio Ghibli film Kiki's Delivery Service, what with her riding the broom like a witch and a small red bow. She also has a best friend named Yunpoon. Nago is a happy cat who rolls Kirby around like a ball. When Nago returned in Star Allies, he would be voiced by series director Shinya Kumazaki's pet cat, Tom, which kind of makes him the best animal friend, don't you think? This is actually the second character in the series voiced by Tom, after Stardream. Nago also has a girlfriend named Shiro. Pitch is a small green bird who Kirby uses as a missile in various abilities. He also lets Kirby ride on his back, in an animation similar to when Kazooie carries Banjo around in their games. Pitch's mother, Pitch Mama, can also be met in-game. 2 of the returning animal buddies, Rick and Kine, get significant others, in Rick's girlfriend Pick and Kine's wife Mine. Q is here, but doesn't have a friend or partner or anything like that, so he's just kinda lonely, I guess. Throughout the 5 worlds, Kirby and his friends meet a number of friendly locals, who all have things they want done for them. If the heroes manage to complete their tasks, they will give the group Heart Stars at the end of each level. Heart Stars are just what the name says, bits of energy that change shape between a heart and a star.
They appear when someone is extremely grateful, something similar to Force Gems from Spirit Tracks or Gratitude Crystals from Skyward Sword. Just a pure distillation of good feelings. Also, some of these Heart Star givers might seem familiar to you. So what are you doing here? Yeah, a few of the characters in this game are crossover characters. Rob and his creator, Professor Hector, come from Stack Up and Gyromite. Samus from the Metroid series also appears, alongside Donbei and Hikari from Shin Onigashima, a text-based adventure game for the Famicom disk system. And these little guys are references to Mario's Picross. We also have the return of Chao from Yu Yuki, who was present in the Japanese version of Dreamland 2, this time alongside her monkey friend Goku, who both is that Goku, but also isn't that Goku, and I don't have time to talk about Journey to the West right now, so just trust me on this one. Unfortunately, I don't think these characters' appearances are necessarily canon to their own series, though I'll definitely broach the question more when we talk about Smash 64 in a couple of months. That said, don't expect me to place Kirby's Dream Land 3 in the Metroid timeline. Their appearances are canon to the Kirby series, however, much like the appearances of items like the Falchion and Captain Falcon's helmet in the Great Cave Offensive. Collecting these Heart Stars is necessary to complete the game, as collecting all of them and then fighting the bosses of each world cleanses them from their possession by dark matter. I won't talk about most of these bosses in detail, but there is one worth mentioning. This is Ada. She's a young, humanoid painter whose paintings are able to come to life and defend her. This boss fight was almost completely recreated in the game's sequel, Kirby 64, except that the boss fight there was against a girl named Adeline. Now, Nintendo and HAL have been very cagey about whether or not Adeline and Ado are the same person. However, given that Adeline's Japanese name opens with an ADO, and given things like model names and star allies, I believe them to be the same person. If you want more detail on this, then WikiKirby has a very nice write-up that I highly suggest about the topic. Once all 5 bosses are cleansed, Kirby has enough Heart Stars to create the Love Stick, a wand with a little heart at the top. The sheer good nature of its power fights back against the negativity of dark matter, giving Kirby a weapon capable of defending Popstar from this invasion. Our hero travels into the Hyperzone, an area similar to where the final boss of Dreamland 2 took place. Here, they fight both dark matter and its master, a large white orb named Zero. Fun little thing. When Gooey appears in this fight, he has a different form that kind of looks like a smaller dark matter, just to remind you of his origins. At the end of this grueling fight, Zero's eye very bloodily detaches from the rest of its body, and is seemingly destroyed by Kirby and Gooey. But don't worry, the evil Lovecraftian entity will get better. One more thing worth mentioning. When the Dark Cloud attacked Popstar, it wound up destroying the planet's rings. When Kirby defeated Zero, the rings returned, this time with a different design. The rings would revert back to their original shape fairly quickly, even as soon as Kirby 64. But they share this new appearance in one other game, so I thought that would be worth mentioning here so I can reference back to it later. Anyways, this game takes place at the end of our current timeline. As I opened the video with, this is actually a direct sequel to Kirby's Dream Land 2, which is currently the end of our timeline, so it just naturally gets placed there. And that's it for the last Nintendo-produced game to release on the Super Nintendo. But we're not done with the 16-bit era quite yet, because even though it was the last one released in the US, HAL and Nintendo did release one more Kirby game on the Super Famicom exclusive to Japan. So next time we're going to be talking about that game.
Let me tell you a story. A story of happy Yoshis, and the bratty prince who want to put an end to their mirth-making. Long ago, many decades before the Mario Bros became the heroes of the Mushroom Kingdom, a young Bowser came to Yoshi's Island. The Koopa Prince turned the island into a storybook with his magic, and stole the Super Happy Tree, the cause of the local Yoshi's happiness. This theft set the Yoshi population into depression, and set off the events of Yoshi's story. Released in December 1997 on Nintendo 64, this second game of the Yoshi series didn't feature Mario at all, instead starring a group of baby Yoshi. These Yoshi only hatched after the Super Happy Tree was stolen, and as such were unaffected by its loss. Being the only ones able to deal with the situation, the 6 of them, each of a different color, agree to travel to Bowser's castle and take the tree back. They fight back against Bowser's curse by being happy anyways. Beating up his minions, eating their favorite food, that kind of thing. They are bringing happiness back to the island, despite lacking the Super Happy Tree.
Through their travels, the baby Yoshis travel through 6 worlds, represented as pages of a storybook. The first world is a regular grasslands type world, like most Mario games open with. Nothing really of note here. World 2 is an underground lava type world. World 3 is where things start getting interesting. It's kind of a sky, snow, mountain mix world, and at the end of this world you fight one of 4 bosses, depending on which mission you completed. The first of these is Cloud and Candy, who looks like a cloud but really does just seem to be cotton candy, given that the Yoshis beat the cloud by eating it. Inviso is a practically invisible ghost who likes to play peekaboo. It's likely that he isn't a Boo, but he may be related to Hector the Reflector from Yoshi's Island DS. His level is also very interesting. It's called the Tall Tower in English, but its Japanese name is Tall Tower of Ravens. Given the raven enemies of this level, as well as it appearing in a cloud, I have to wonder if this is the same tower as Raphael the Raven was fought in during Yoshi's Island. Cloud Jin is a genie made up of smoke who creates fire. If I can bring mythology into Mario for a second, his connection with the element of fire would specifically make him an Ifrit, fire genies from Arabic folklore who also exist as demon-type entities in Islam. Maybe I'll make a Demon Compendium episode on them at some point, if people are interested. The final boss of this world, and arguably the most relevant, is Don Bongo, a large pudgy dragon. Don Bongo is the only one of these bosses to appear in the Smash Bros. Series, being both a sticker in Brawl and a spirit in Ultimate. World 4 is a jungle level that has 2 very interesting levels, called in Japanese Spike's House and Piranha's Hometown. Given these names, I wonder if this jungle is where both the Spike and Piranha plant races originally come from. The Piranha plants especially are treated as apex predators in the jungle, so there may be something to that. World 5 is an ocean level, but once again the contents of this level aren't much to write home about. However, given that the Yoshis cross an ocean, it makes me wonder if the final world of the game doesn't, in fact, take place on Yoshi's Island. This is also true of the original Yoshi's Island game, where Baby Bowser's castle was in the Koopa Kingdom. World 6 is a series of castle stages. While here, I want to mention there are actually 8 playable Baby Yoshi in this game. Green, yellow, red, blue, pink, and light blue Yoshis are your initial playable characters, but the black and white Yoshis also exist. However, they didn't hatch with the other 6 and can only be found hidden in levels throughout the game. Exactly why they aren't with the others is unclear. Maybe they just hatched separately and decided to do the same plan but without the teamwork? At the end of each castle stage, Baby Bowser is fought. The fight is very similar all 4 times, so I won't worry about them too much. At the end of the fight, no matter which route you took, Baby Bowser gives the Yoshis back their tree, commenting that its fruit tastes bitter to him, likely because he doesn't really understand the happiness and friendship of the Yoshis, being a very self-centered person who only really cares about his own happiness. The fight is interesting, however, because it gives us our best hints at this game's timeline location. Not only does Baby Bowser appear, but he also mentions that he recognizes the Yoshis as Mario's steeds, showing that this game takes place after the original Yoshi's Island, when Bowser is first introduced to the Yoshis. But if you looked closely, you may have noticed another game on that timeline that you haven't seen on this channel before. That game is Yoshi's Cookie, a puzzle game released on the Game Boy, NES, and Super Nintendo. There was also a GameCube version, but that has its own separate story and multiple gameplay modes that may actually be worth its own video in the future, so I'm going to skip that for now. That game does have some use here though, as it confirms that the game takes place on Yoshi's Island. The actual story for the game is fairly simple. Mario and Yoshi are, for no apparent reason, baking cookies. They open a little shop called Yoshi's Cookie, but a little wooden cutout of the cookie that's on the sign keeps falling off and rolling away. Interestingly, at the very end of the game, Bowser and Princess Peach show up for no clear reason. Bowser isn't even being a villain, he's just there. I figured that, in universe, this is a lead-in to Bowser acting as the main villain of the GameCube version, which I will get into when we reach that console. There was also another version of the game on the Super Nintendo, but that was actually produced to advertise a mini oven sold by Panasonic, so I'm not going to add that version of the game to the timeline. For now, I'm placing this game immediately after Super Mario RPG, for 2 reasons. First, because Yoshi still seems to be living on Yoshi's Island, this needs to go before Mario's Tennis and Super Mario Kart. On the other hand, the GameCube game features a sword, which apparently didn't exist in Mario's world prior to Super Mario RPG, so it needs to go after Super Mario RPG,
which actually leaves a rather narrow period of time for Yoshi's Cookie to take place. Wario Land II released in March of 1998. This game features our nominal hero, Wario, once again facing off against his nemesis, Captain Syrup of the Black Sugar Gang, in defense of the treasure that he has rightfully stolen. While the game originally released on the Game Boy, it was later given a revision on the Game Boy Color, which will be the version that I'm using today. Also, most of the footage for today comes from LP Master 6, and I'll link the first episode of his playthrough in the iCards. The game opens with Wario sleeping peacefully in his castle. Likely, this is the same castle as we see in Wario Land 1's ending. If you haven't seen my video on that game, by the way, I suggest doing so, as this game is a direct follow-up to that one. During his slumber, the castle is attacked by the Black Sugar Gang, the same band of pirates he'd fought on the previous adventure. They break into his castle, steal a bunch of his treasure, flood his home, and leave a huge alarm clock ringing just to make sure he didn't sleep through the whole thing. This attack is clearly not just for the treasure, but for revenge, because... come on, that was just petty. This is so far above and beyond a simple B&E. The game then follows Wario as he chases after the pirates in an attempt to bring back what they'd stolen. It's worth noting that, in this game, Wario is immortal. This is never explained, and is also dropped completely after Wario Land 3. The closest to an explanation that we get is just that he doesn't feel like dying, which... okay, sure, I guess. I'm not sure it's how that works, but I'm not going to question Wario. Also, this game has multiple endings. 6 to be exact, and one more alternate route that meets up with the main story after it's done. The only thing that is clear is that the story listed as the really final ending, achievable only after 100%ing the entire rest of the game, is likely the true ending. That said, there isn't a path that directly leads to this ending in gameplay, so how exactly did Wario end up here? Well, this ending shows Wario, looking for more treasure, passing by the remains of Syrup Castle. This alone answers our question, as Wario only ever invades the castle in one ending, the original Chapter 5 of the game at the end of the main story. The in-game chapter map also shows the really final story coming off of Chapter 5 Story 5, which is honestly even stronger evidence than what I mentioned before. It's not really clear which of the two Chapter 3s is the canon one, but I'm going to lean on the side of the original, just because that seems to be the running theme at this point. So what about the other endings? Well, I think they're best explained by the end of the alternate Chapter 5, the Uncanny Mansion. In this story, Wario chases Captain Syrup into a haunted house, where she's kidnapped by a ghost that Wario needs to defeat before he can get his treasure back from her. And upon winning the fight, Wario awakens back at home in his own bed, where this whole story started before the pirates have even shown up. This shows that the entire ending was meant to be a dream that Wario had before the game itself begins. And if this explanation works for one of the alternate endings, then this could easily apply for all of the others as well. Something also caught me off guard in Chapter 4. In Story 2, we see Wario exploring a large building that apparently belongs to... Nintendo. Yeah, we haven't discussed it much to this point, but Nintendo as a company exists in the Mario universe. Like in real life, they make video games, including a number based on Mario's adventures. Expect to see more of them in future games, and they also tie a lot into one of my main theories about Wario, but that deserves its own video. But to also tie into that, I'd like to point to the minigame Flagman DD, which is unlocked alongside the really final chapter. This game is just a remake of the Game & Watch game Flagman, but starring a dangerous duck enemy instead of our boy Mr. Game & Watch. This is the first time that I've seen Nintendo drawing connections between Wario and the Game & Watch games, a link which becomes a huge part of the WarioWare series. I just think it's neat. So, even if you don't really see the Excitebike connection that I mentioned in my Mario Kart 64 video, then this definitely solidifies the early connection between Wario and those classic games. Now, where does this game leave us with our timeline? Obviously, this game comes out after Wario Land 1, as the game's plot hinges on Wario having angered the Black Sugar Gang. Likely, this is their first time fighting after the events of that game. Wario also still has his castle, placing this one before Wario's Woods. But, either way, the earliest we can place this is immediately after the first Wario Land game. So that's where I feel comfortable placing it for now.
Do you guys remember Wrecking Crew? It was an arcade game that released in 1984. over a year before Super Mario Bros., and featured Mario working on a demolition crew under the tyrannical foreman Spike. I covered this game in a video about 4 years ago if you're interested. The sequel would finally be released 14 years later, in the form of Wrecking Crew 98, a Japanese exclusive Super Nintendo game. Though if you want to play the game, it finally made its way to the West through Nintendo Switch Online. The story of Wrecking Crew 98 opens, of course, with Mario returning home from vacation. He doesn't have any luggage or anything fancy, just a bindle. The home we see also seems to be the same one from Super Mario RPG, so it's in the same general time frame as that game. However, when he arrives, Mario finds a number of huge skyscrapers built around his home. These were constructed under the orders of the King of the Koopas, Bowser. Apparently he built them as secret bases. Very subtle, my liege. But Bowser wasn't alone. The Koopa King has no history with construction. He doesn't know how to use a jackhammer. Imagine Bowser driving a motor grader. You can't. It's just impossible. So, to help this newest scheme come to fruition, Bowser has hired a villain from deep in Mario's past. His former boss, Foreman Spike of the Wrecking Crew, who himself also wanted revenge for his previous encounter with Mario. Actually, this whole thing was really Spike's idea, and the former foreman sold the skyscraper designs to Bowser as being invincible, even when Spike, of all people, knew that any building was wreckable. It was from this co-inspired revenge that they sought to build these towers, to destroy the peaceful beauty of Mario's pad. The skyscrapers towered over the area, its shadows starving the local flora of their necessary sunlight. Knowing what must be done, Mario digs out an old chest lying somewhere around his home, from which he retrieves his hammer from the old Wrecking Crew days. It feels like Mario retrieving the hammer was given some kind of reverence in-game. It's like it's been a while since he's used one, maybe even since the events of the first Wrecking Crew game. And if that's the case, this would place Wrecking Crew 98 fairly early in the timeline, likely before he started using the hammer regularly in the RPGs. From here, Mario leaves his home to start taking down the various towers sprouting up in his neighborhood. We get a look at the world map here, but much like Super Mario RPG, I find it unlikely that this map is an accurate depiction of the Mushroom Kingdom, as it both shows the kingdom as an island and makes it look fairly small. In order to destroy each building, Mario takes on the Guardian in a form of falling block puzzle game. The first 3 levels are against a Koopa Troopa, an Eggplant Man, and a Gotcha Wrench, all generic enemies returning from previous games. Levels 4 and 5 are against Spike and Bowser, but that isn't it. Throughout the game, if you meet certain requirements, 4 more levels can be unlocked, each of which have an entirely new enemy. In level A, Mario faces off against this strange, sentient, delicious jelly donut, by which I mean a rice ball, or onigiri, a common Japanese snack. It never speaks and just kind of explodes when defeated. Level B features this creepy young ghost girl who asks Mario to play with her by destroying the building. She doesn't seem to have a name, and we don't know how she died or why she's haunting the building. At the end of their match, she ascends to heaven. Level C is a character named Oyazi, which just refers to a kind of father-aged man. He is drinking heavily, lamenting how, in his desire to build warm, comfortable buildings, he is instead hired to build a cold, unfeeling megastructure. Oyazi is clearly burnt out and wanting more from his job. I get it, man. Together, he and Mario destroy his tower, and Oyazi decides to stick with building warm little houses in the future. Another happy ending. Level D features the character of Dogu. She is a small statue built by some ancient civilization. Her design resembles the Dogu statues, real-life historical oddities that were created in Japan between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago. These statues also went on to inspire the demon Arabaki in Shin Megami Tensei, who is definitely worth his own video in the future. But when thinking about what kind of ancient culture created the Dogu, I want to remind you that this isn't the first Dogu statue that we've seen. As I mentioned in my Virtual Boy Wario Land video, that game also features a Dogu statue as a treasure, implying that this statue may have also come from the ancient culture of the Awazan River Basin. At the end of the game, after destroying all 8 skyscrapers and Bowser's castle, Mario, Luigi, and Peach leave the smoldering ruins of these buildings, with nature once again protected. Meanwhile, Bowser has finally realized that he's been scammed, and goes to get his pound of flesh from Foreman Spike, setting the sun on the events of this game. Now looking at the timeline, I've played around with a couple of locations, but I think I'm going to settle on right after Super Mario World. Mario is mentioned to be returning from a well-earned vacation, and he was on vacation at the start of Super Mario World. This also keeps the game relatively early in the timeline, far before we started using hammers in the RPGs. This week marks the 34th anniversary of the F-Zero series. To celebrate, let's spend a little bit of time talking about the lore of the third game in the series, F-Zero X, released on the Nintendo 64 in July of 1998. It was in that game that F-Zero entered true 3D, and the game is massively expanded from the original, with a new game mode, a bunch of new tracks, and more than 7 times the number of pilots of the original game. Even though there isn't much in the way of story, we still have a lot to cover, so let's jump in. Sometime after the SNES games, a massive crash occurred during a race. While none of the drivers were killed, many were badly injured, and the sponsors of the race chose to suspend them indefinitely. This lasted for 3 years, until fan outcry caused the committee to reopen the Grand Prix, now referred to as F-Zero X, with a new set of rules in place in order to prevent the previous tragedy from occurring. This game covers the first Grand Prix under the new moniker, and that's pretty much the entire game. There's no story mode, just the different cups to complete. We can put this game in the timeline after the original F-Zero games. And we're not actually going to be ending things there. We still have a lot that we can talk about, even if the game itself is light on an actual plot. First, let's talk about the changes to the F-Zero races themselves. As before, races are separated into 4 cups, now with 6 tracks each rather than 5. There's also an additional set of randomly generated tracks known as the X Cup. The expansion kit, released in April of 2000, would go on to add 2 more cups with entirely new locations, as well as 3 upgraded vehicles for specific members of the main cast. Those being Captain Falcon, Samurai Goro, and Jody Summer. The game also adds a new mode, called Death Race, where the goal is not to win the race, but instead to destroy all the other machines on the track. Now, to me, this seems counter to the actual point of the F-Zero X race, but it's here anyways. I think Pico's happy. The main bulk of this video will be discussing our competitors. There are 30 racers in the game, 4 of which, Captain Falcon, Pico, Dr. Stewart, and Samurai Goro, are returning from the SNES games, all driving the same machines as before. I won't focus on each of them since they don't get a lot of development in the game, but they're still around. Captain Falcon was stated to have been among the racers injured during the accident 3 years prior, which we'll discuss more a little later. Now, let's get into the 26 new racers. The first of these is Jody Summer, driver of the White Cat. She's a well-regarded driver who also serves as the spokesperson of the Galactic Space Federation, an interplanetary police force who focuses on high-profile criminals. Captain Falcon is not a member of the Federation, but regularly works alongside them. Her machine, the White Cat, was a top-of-the-line design from the GSF, designed to run perfectly on any planet. It's also being considered for future military usage. While Jody's outfit is a lot more revealing, it kind of reminds me of that of a certain other Nintendo character, Samus Aran. Jody's partner is John Tanaka, a GSF mechanic who joined the F-Zero races to protect Jody, as he is completely infatuated with her. He designed his own racing machine, the Wonder Wasp. Initially, he just created the thing for fun, but it was eventually modified to become a real racing machine. Mighty Gazelle is a veteran racer, and was racing 3 years ago during the climactic crash. Out of everyone present, he was by far the most injured, to the point where almost his entire body had to be rebuilt as a robot. Despite that near-death experience, Gazelle still lives for the race, and chose to return when the F-Zero X was announced. His inclusion in the races stoked some outrage, as some people thought it would be unfair for him to compete with his new electronic body, but the committee allowed him to return anyways. He drives the Red Gazelle, a machine created by Cyberstick Inc., the same company that created his new body. It's a little on the fragile side, but since Mighty Gazelle no longer needs to worry about bodily harm, that suits him just fine. Also, it isn't canon to this continuity, but in the anime, Mighty Gazelle's original name was Roy Hughes, so Full Metal fans rise up, I guess.
Baba is a native to the planet Giant, a place full of natural beauty. Baba didn't originally intend on becoming a racer, but was seeked out by the F-Zero pilot selection committee for his well-toned physique and animalistic instincts. He ended up leaving home to train for a year for a chance to win the inaugural F-Zero X Grand Prix. He drives the Iron Tiger, which was developed by the racer training school that Baba attended. While studying, he found a particular connection to the machine, and decided to keep it around. Octoman is an octopus-like resident of the planet Takora, which, at the time of this game, is on the brink of war with the Milky Way Space Federation, where the F-Zero games take place. The planet is also suffering through a massive economic depression, leading to Octoman racing in order to win the money for his children's college funds, as well as to help support his planet. His machine is the Deep Claw, which he bought used and then modified to account for his abnormal body type. It isn't much, but it's all that this poor Octodad can afford. Dr. Clash has always been a fan of F-Zero, and worked for many years as a machine engineer. However, his dream was to become a racer, something he struggled with greatly due to his limited athletic capabilities. He created a machine that provided 2 extra hands in order to help counter that natural lack of capability. He designed his own machine as well, the Crazy Bear, to go along with the new gadget. That wasn't the only machine of the race that Clash designed, however. He also created the Hyperspeeder out of an old abandoned fighter craft from a long ago planetary war. Its driver is Beastman, a human who survived an attack by a space crocodile and left it a changed man. He began dressing like a dinosaur and started hunting beasts, killing off most of the dangerous creatures on his home planet. Despite his extravagant outfit, Beastman is actually really shy around other people. He joined the race not necessarily for the money, but instead to advertise his services to the highest bidder. Beastman took an instant hatred to fellow racer Bio-Rex, an engineered dinosaur. He became a racer when the scientists who created him formed a racing team. His main goal is to prove his superiority over humanity. Rex's machine is the Big Fang, created by the same scientist who cloned Rex himself. It was designed to have perfect control, to match its dexterous pilot. Mr. EAD is a heavy-set android with a luscious mustache, a star-shaped belt buckle, and a strong love for Italian food. In other words, it's a he, Mario. Okay, not literally, he didn't jump universes or anything, but come on, just look at him. This man is a walking Nintendo reference. Out of universe, his name comes from the Nintendo Entertainment Analysis and Development Team, or Nintendo EAD, the development team led by Shigeru Miyamoto that created many classic games, starting with Super Mario Bros., and of course including the original F-Zero. His machine is the Great Star. It was designed by F-Zero engineer Shigs Mapone, a reference to Shigeru Miyamoto, and its stats are EAD, which is apparently the source of its driver's name in-universe. That machine was actually made out of another robot, who was once Mr. EAD's brother. That's right, the race car is Luigi. Get on it, artists. Next up, we have another Nintendo reference in the form of James McCloud, leader of the Flight Squad Galaxy Dogs. Yeah, really subtle, I know. He shares the name with the father of Star Fox protagonist Fox McCloud, but clearly isn't meant to be the same character since this one is, human. Though the outfit he wears is clearly inspired by that of the Star Fox team. James has started racing because, during peacetime, there isn't much need for mercenaries, and he has a wife and son at home to take care of. His racing machine, the Little Wyvern, is a modified flight craft like he would use in combat. James convinced the company that originally produced the fighter crafts, Space Dynamics, to have him test their technology in a new sphere of usage, that of racing. Of course, his machine looks like an R-Wing, and the company that produced it has the same name as the one that produces the gear for the Star Fox team in their own universe. Leon is another possible Star Fox reference, looking quite similar to Fox McCloud's rival, Wolf O'Donnell, and sharing his name with one of Wolf's companions, Leon Kowalski. 12 years ago, Leon's parents were killed in a war that overtook his home planet of Zoo. However, the war ended when an enemy soldier by the name of Fable Animal betrayed his own people to help lead the Zoo to victory. Fable would go on to design Leon's machine, the Space Angler, and sent him to the F-Zero Grand Prix as a beacon of hope for their world. Leon is also quite fond of children. Not only does he run an orphanage, but he also coaches a children's soccer team, which is admittedly very unlike Wolf O'Donnell. Billy is a large humanoid monkey that, to me, looks like a walking Dragon Ball reference. In the Japanese version, he had an image of Ai from Super Monkey Ball on his belt. So that's another possible influence. Billy is an actual monkey, and the descendant of the first monkey in space, Albert II. He was raised in a special laboratory designed to help him learn human behavior, and is the first of his kind to join the F-Zero Grand Prix. That lab also designed his machine, the Mad Wolf, which was specifically designed for a less intelligent life form like Billy to drive. Everything inside the machine is indicated not by letters and numbers, but instead by pictures, colors, and smells. Silver Nielsen is a veteran racer, still going strong at age 97. He has the record of the most races entered by a single pilot, but has never won a Grand Prix, despite his experience. His machine, the Night Thunder, is almost as old as he is, and was designed by his childhood friend, Goldhand. While Gold himself has passed away, parts of his intellect remain inside the racing machine, allowing the two best friends to continue to race together. Gomar and Shio are members of an alien race called the Furikake, the planet Hukmine. According to their culture, two unmarried people are paired together and become partners. They cannot leave each other's side and do everything together until they get married. Gomar and Shio are one such pair. Gomar is the shorter and more intelligent of the two, while Shio is the taller and broader one. They form a team that is completely in sync, driving their machine, the twin Narita, together. And in case you didn't notice listening to those names, the two of them are pretty much just walking food puns. Jack Levin is a former pop star who left the music industry to follow his true passion, F-Zero racing. Despite being a celebrity racer, his skills are still incredible. This heartthrob drives the Astro Robin, a machine designed by Team Lightning Bolt, one of the earliest remaining F-Zero racing teams. To keep up with his popularity, the interior of the machine is fitted with cameras, allowing his face to be broadcast during races. Kate Allen followed a very similar trajectory as Levin. She was a superstar singer who commonly entertained at the opening ceremonies of numerous Grand Prix before deciding to try her hand as a participant. Being quite rich from her singing career, Kate commissioned her top-of-the-line racing machine, the Super Piranha, herself. Our next racer is a little rough around the edges. Michael Chain is the head of the Bloody Chain racing gang. A few years ago, the Chain gang had over 10,000 members. However, things changed when Chain started racing. He did so in order to represent the clan, but apparently this man glass-joed it so hard that people started to leave the clan. Some people think that, if things keep going as they have been, the clan will dissolve completely in the next couple of years. That said, since he's been racing for a couple of years by this point, that means he was likely a racer before the infamous crash 3 years ago. His vehicle is the Wild Boar, the loudest in the history of F-Zero. And it also kinda looks like DK Jr. did in Super Circuit, at least from the back. Or maybe that's just me. Roger Buster and Drac are a pair of longtime friends who run a delivery company together. However, one day, the two were told to deliver a couple of racing machines, the Mighty Hurricane and the Mighty Typhoon, to Team Shooting Star, another racing team. However, over the last 3 years, every member of Team Shooting Star has gone missing, and I don't think that's ever actually been explained in universe. So without a place to deliver or a return address, the two were perplexed with what to do. That's when Drac came up with an idea. They race the machines in the Grand Prix, and naturally whoever owns the machines will contact them to get the things returned. In reality though, this was a chance for Drac, a long-term F-Zero fanatic, to live his dream, and maybe earn enough winnings for him to quit the delivery business and buy his own machine. Drac trains between races by playing the F-Zero video games. Maybe they were developed by the same team who made Mr. EAD? Roger doesn't care much about the race though. He just wants to complete the delivery, like the professional that he is. Antonio Guster is a racer with a score to settle. The former right-hand man of Samurai Goro, Goro betrayed Guster to save his own skin, landing poor loyal Antonio in prison. But now that his sentence is up, Guster is back with a chip on his shoulder and the desire to get his vengeance on the samurai. The next racer is a real bad dude, a supervillain even. Zelda wishes for nothing less than to conquer the Earth. And no, despite his looks, he's not an alien. Zelda describes himself as an improved version of the human. Whatever that means. He's the leader of the secret society known as Death Riddle, and drives the Death Arrow, so named because it was an interplanetary ballistic missile that he stole and repurposed into a racing machine. Racing is mostly a side gig for him, and he's hoping to use his winnings to help fund the attempts at world conquest. As a supervillain, he's been marked for bounty by Captain Falcon, but the captain is the least of this criminal's worries. Zelda's greatest adversary is the superhero Super Arrow. He has fantastic superpowers that are apparently really helpful for racing that are never actually described to us. He joined the Prix to crush Zelda's ambitions, but did so at the last minute without any training at all. Thankfully, he had an ace up his sleeve. His wife, Mrs. Arrow, a former F-Zero model who used her popularity to boost herself into the driver's seat during the original run of F-Zero races. She retired some years ago, but rejoined the race to aid her husband. Their machines, the King Meteor and the Queen Meteor, are based on the machines that she used in her old racing days. A blast from the past, the racer known as the Skull is actually legendary racer Arvin Gordon, a legend from the F-Max Grand Prix 200 years ago. Gordon was raised from the dead using a mix of science and black magic to return to racing, likely by the Albinus Company, the entertainment company that also designed his machine, the Sonic Phantom. In Japanese, they're called the Anubis Company, referencing the Egyptian god of death. But don't worry, death did not dull this former record holder's skills whatsoever. Finally, we get to the villains of our piece, and there is no more iconic villain in F-Zero than Black Shadow. Known as the King of Evil, he wants to win the championship for his own nefarious reasons that I think I'll hold off on explaining until we get to GX. As a well-known villain, Shadow is naturally wanted by the Galactic Federation police, but he shows up at the race anyways because he, frankly, isn't afraid of them. A bigger annoyance is actually Captain Falcon. He's been taking down his goons left and right, leading to a personal vendetta against Mr. Show Ya Moves. His vehicle is the Black Bull. If that name sounds familiar, then you're clearly a Sonic fan who grew up in the early to mid 2000s. And yes, that was a reference to this game. I mentioned earlier that during the crash 3 years ago, Captain Falcon was heavily injured and hospitalized for some time. During that period, Black Shadow managed to steal some of his blood and used it to create Captain Falcon's true equal, Blood Falcon, a clone with all of the skills and abilities of the Captain, but with an unwavering loyalty to Black Shadow. That also makes him, at most, 3 years old. That said, despite being the final product, Blood Falcon has revealed that he isn't the only clone that's been made of the Captain. His machine is the Bloodhawk, created as a semi-copy of the Blue Falcon, but with more boost. And that is it for our newcomers. There are a lot of them, but I hope I covered them in enough detail to please everyone. F-Zero X also came with a few new tracks, but most of them don't have much lore to speak of. Big Hand and Bigfoot probably take place on the same planet, but Devil's Forest, Sectors Alpha and Beta, and Space Plant don't give us much to work with. There is one more course worth discussing though. Rainbow Road. No, I didn't stutter. This is Rainbow Road from Mario Kart 64, but in F-Zero. Just take out the Mario characters and the scars and the chain chomps, and stretch it out a little bit more because F-Zero goes a lot faster. It isn't really explained, but likely it's just a track in space, much like it is in Mario Kart. A sequel track, Phantom Road, is released with F-Zero GX, which we'll talk about in that game's video.
What can I even say about Ocarina of Time? Like, legitimately, what can I say? Ocarina of Time is one of the most discussed video games on this platform, likely alongside Super Mario 64 and, I don't know, Minecraft. And yet, this game makes me nervous in a way that the other ones don't, and that's because of what this game represents. If you know anything about the Zelda timeline at all, you know that Ocarina of Time creates the split timeline that defines the shape of this franchise's lore. has been at the center of years of debate, which I am finally, after almost 4 years of covering Zelda on this channel, stepping into. I'm going to open up with discussing the story of the game itself, and move on to the wider timeline discussion after. If that's more of what you're interested in, check out the timestamps in the description to skip ahead. But for those of you here for the whole video, let's step into the lore of 1998's Ocarina of Time. Also, like most of my videos, I'm focusing on the most recent remake, in this case being Ocarina of Time 3D on the 3DS. The differences aren't huge for the most part, and if you've only played the original Ocarina of Time, then you'll be fine. But it's always worth mentioning it. If you have for some reason never played Ocarina of Time, it's most easily available in its original form on Nintendo Switch Online. The first events described in this game are the Triforce origin story. Many elements of this are taken from the version described in Link to the Past, but we're given much more detail here, so we'll go over it again. Long ago, there was nothing but chaos, until such time that the three golden goddesses, Din, Nehru, and Farour, entered that chaos and created the world as we know it. Din, goddess of power, used her strong fiery arms to craft the Red Earth. Nehru, goddess of wisdom, poured forth her wisdom, giving the spirit of law to the world. Then Farour, goddess of courage, created the life forms who would inhabit Din's land and follow Nehru's laws. And with their job done, the three departed from the land that would come to be known as Hyrule, leaving behind an artifact that would allow for their power to remain in this new world, the Triforce. This power could only be used by a person with the heart balanced between the three virtues the goddesses represented: power, wisdom, and courage. However, the Triforce itself had no sense of morality, and could be used for either good or evil purposes. The Master Sword, the Blade of Evil's Bane, would be created later as a way to protect the Triforce from those of malintent. The area the Triforce is left in would come to be known as the Sacred Realm. The ancient Hylians built the Temple of Time around the entrance to the Sacred Realm in order to protect it. The door to the Sacred Realm, known as the Door of Time, would be left locked, able to be opened only by 4 artifacts that would be spread among the 4 tribes that lived in Hyrule. These are the Kokiri Emerald, the Goron's Ruby, and the Zora's Sapphire, the spiritual stones of the forest, fire, and water, respectively, and the Ocarina of Time, an enchanted instrument that wields power over the flow of time itself. Now let's talk about those 4 races. First, we have the Kokiri of the forest. The Kokiri are a race of Fey-like humanoids, the creations and subjects of the Great Deku Tree, an ancient and powerful guardian spirit. The Kokiri themselves took on the form of human children, never growing or aging. However, they were also unable to leave the forest for long periods of time, for their own protection. Each Kokiri would also be paired with a fairy for guidance and protection. At the time of the game, the quote-unquote boss of the Kokiri was a boy named Mido. Next we have the Gorons of Death Mountain, a race of easygoing, rock-like geovores with an affinity for explosives. In the long past, this tribe was threatened by the dragon Volvagia, who would be slain by one of their leaders. The descendant of this great hero, named Darunia, served as the chief of the Gorons during the events of the game. He was also closely aligned with the Hylian royal family, being a sworn brother of their king. The third gem was left with the Zora, a fish-like race of people who live in Zora's domain, the only apparent source of fresh water in Hyrule. Despite the design change, they're still related to the Zora, also known as the Zola in early material, that have existed in the series since the first game. They venerate the guardian spirit known as Lord Jabu Jabu, who takes on the form of a fish or whale-like creature. Their king is known as King Zora the 16th. He also has a daughter and heir in Princess Ruto. Finally, the Ocarina of Time and the accompanying tune, the Song of Time, would remain a closely guarded secret of the Hylian royal family, which of course included the girl by the name of Princess Zelda. Though once again, this is a distinct Zelda from any of the ones we've seen before. Zelda is shown in this game to have prophetic and telepathic powers, similar to what was displayed by the Princess Zelda we met in A Link to the Past. The Hylians mostly live in Castletown, a large urban center surrounding the Temple of Time and the castle that houses the Hyrulean royal family. It's also worth noting that this is a different race of people than we've seen in the previous games. The various characters in Zelda 1, A Link to the Past, and their sequels are stated to be humans, descended from but also contrasted with the ancient Hylian people, which we finally see for the first time in this game. There were also 2 races that were not included in this seeming alliance: the first of which is the Sheikah. Their aesthetic is very heavily based on ninjas, and their traditional home was Kakariko Village at the base of Death Mountain. However, they're very rare at this point in time, and it's widely believed that they've pretty much died out, though we do meet more Sheikah later in the timeline, implying that they managed to keep their numbers steady somehow. The only explicitly Sheikah person that we meet in this game is Impa, Princess Zelda's nursemaid and the leader of Kakariko Village. The final tribe, and the most relevant to our story, is the Gerudo, a tribe of desert-dwelling warrior women to whom only one male is born every 100 years. This one male then becomes their king. Their current king is a man named Ganondorf, whose name should set off some alarm bells for you. It was Ganondorf's desire to seize control of the Triforce and gain the power of the gods. This desire for power completely ruled his heart. However, when he approached the various tribes, they were unwilling to give him their keys to the Door of Time, leaving the despotic king with no choice but to resort to trickery. Ganondorf also had latent evil burning inside him, due to being the reincarnation of an ancient demon king. It's worth mentioning here, but the lineage of demise is better discussed in my eventual Skyward Sword video. In the past, it appears the Gerudo worship some sort of goddess of sand, as seen in the Desert Colossus. But the Gossip Stones, which share rumors whispered among the people of Hyrule, say that they now worship Ganondorf instead. Ganondorf has taken a particularly dictatorial leadership style with his people. Any detractors, such as the nonconformist thief Nabooru, will be dealt with by Ganondorf's mothers, the witches known as Twinrova, who would brainwash them into becoming powerful armored soldiers known as Iron Knuckles. Sometime before the events of the game, a civil war broke out in Hyrule. We don't know a lot about that war, but it's been a topic of debate for many years, and is more than worth its own video. It's often believed to be what caused the massacre of the Sheikah race, and may serve as the reason why Ganondorf eventually swears fealty to the King of Hyrule. Even a decade after the end of the war, the Gerudo are often looked on with suspicion throughout Hyrule. One concrete fact that we do know, however, is that during the war, a Hylian woman escaped a battle, mortally wounded and carrying a baby boy. She stumbled into the Kokiri forest, where she found the Deku Tree. While the tree could not save her life, he did agree to put the child into the care of the Kokiri. This child would go on to be named Link, and was raised believing himself to be Kokiri through and through. His best friend was a girl by the name of Saria. When Link was somewhere around 10 years old, Ganondorf finally made his move. He inflicted a curse onto each of the 3 tribes holding the sacred gemstones. He set parasitic demons upon Jabu Jabu and the Deku Tree, and, without a guardian deity to infect for the Goron, instead left an infestation of Dodongo, a variety of fire-breathing lizard, inside their feeding grounds, causing the Gorons to starve. He also placed a large rock in front of the entrance to block them off further. He knew that the tribes would never give up the gemstone willingly, but he was playing the long game. Either they would give their stones to him, or instead gather the stones and open the Door of Time out of fear of what was coming. Knowing his death was inevitable, the Deku Tree decided that it was time to call on Link, a boy he knew to have a great destiny. He bade the child to slay the parasitic armored arachnid, Goma, that had taken up nest within its roots, pulling the boy on the path to becoming a hero. With his dying breaths, I guess? I don't know what you say for a tree. The Deku Tree gave Link the Sacred Emerald, telling the young hero to find the Princess of Hyrule. He and Princess Zelda met in the castle courtyard, where she shared with Link her prophetic dreams, of a dark cloud threatening Hyrule, and a hero clad in green who would save it. While it was clear that the hero was Link, Zelda was sure that the clouds were representative of Ganondorf, who is currently visiting the castle. And of course, there was nothing this power-hungry king could want more than the Triforce. She and Link then agreed to collect the remaining spiritual stones in order to keep the keys to the Door of Time safe. While Zelda kept an eye on Ganondorf during his stay in Castletown, Link left to collect the remaining 2 spiritual stones. In doing so, he not only became sworn brothers to Daruni of the Gorons, but accidentally wound up engaged to Princess Ruto of the Zora, sealing relationships with both races that would outlast the bonds of time. During this time, Link was also watched over by a large owl by the name of Kaepora Gaebora. The Gossip Stones believe that he is a reincarnation of an ancient sage, that sage likely being a man named Gaepora, who served as a mentor to the hero of Sky in the long ago age, as well as the father to that era's Zelda. The moment Ganondorf learned that Link had received the 3rd spiritual stone, he set his plan into motion, lodging an attack on Castletown. Very quickly, the guards were slaughtered and the castle fell, forcing Zelda and Impa to escape the city in order for the princess to live. The two saw Link just as they left, and Zelda tossed him the Ocarina of Time, the final piece of the key. When he touched the instrument, a vision appeared to Link, a telepathic message attached to the artifact by Zelda, who explained its importance as well as taught him the Song of Time. When played in the Temple of Time in the presence of the 3 spiritual stones, the door opened, revealing the final lock, the Master Sword, the Blade of Evil's Bane. Created long ago with the intention of acting as a moral compass for the Triforce, it could only be wielded by one who followed the morality bestowed by the 3 goddesses. Even if Ganondorf had managed to find the 3 spiritual stones and the Ocarina of Time, and learn the Song of Time, he would never be able to remove the sword, as it could not be wielded by those it deemed unworthy. But when Link touched the sword and removed it from its pedestal, undoing the final lock on the Sacred Realm and the Triforce, that protective lock was removed. The sword, sensing Link was not yet physically capable of becoming the great hero he was destined to be, put the boy into a magical slumber within the Sacred Realm, where he would remain for 7 years. And without anyone left to protect the entrance to the Sacred Realm, Ganondorf had won. With the door now wide open for him, Ganondorf entered the Temple of Time and touched the Triforce, greedy for its power. However, his soul was imbalanced, desiring power over anything else, and the Triforce was unable to latch onto him fully. While Ganondorf retained the Triforce of power, the other pieces of the Triforce found different wielders. According to the Japanese script, the goddesses themselves apparently chose the 3 wielders of the Triforce. Despite only carrying 1/3 of the golden power, Ganondorf's strength still increased dramatically. He took on the title of Demon King, one long destined to him through the power of reincarnation. Now, possessing the power of the gods, he turned Castletown into a desolate ruin full of shambling corpses, causing those who remained in the city to flee, mostly to Kakariko Village. In the intervening years, Ganondorf's influence would only grow. Knowing the power of the other races, and maybe fearing the rise of the 7 sages, Ganondorf would lash out against all the other races. The Kokiri Forest, no longer protected by the Deku Tree, was swarmed by monsters. He attacked Goron City, kidnapping the entire populace with the exception of Darunia and his young son, in order to serve as food for a revived Volvagia. He also left behind a couple of shopkeepers, but they're not particularly important. Ganondorf froze over Lake Hylia in Zora's domain, as well as the entire Zora race. As for the Hylians in Kakariko, he would also summon the spirit of Bongo Bongo, an evil shadow spirit long sealed in a dungeon beneath the village as well. Ganondorf also seeks control of the 5 temples scattered throughout Hyrule, in order to keep the servants of the goddesses from dampening his plans. His evil also seeped into the Sacred Realm itself, corrupting that holy place into an evil realm, akin to the one seen in A Link to the Past. Over that time, knowing that her life was in constant danger, Impa kept Zelda in hiding. She trained her young ward in the ways of the Sheikah, and the princess took on a new identity, that of the bard known as Sheik. Sheik would carry a harp, one that had been carried down her family line since the founding of Hyrule itself, which served as the only clue to her true identity. And it is this world that Link finally returned to. He awakened in the Temple of Light, a location within the Sacred Realm that was home to Rauru, the Sage of Light. Rauru explained the time skip to Link, and told him that the only way to defeat Ganondorf at this point was to awaken the rest of the 7 sages. I mentioned them slightly earlier, but the sages are servants of the goddesses who were fated to protect the Sacred Realm and the artifacts of the goddesses. In many games, these powers include giving power to the Master Sword, and sealing away great evil. These sages are implied to have the same power as the 7 sages mentioned in the Manual of Link to the Past, as well as the 7 maidens descended from them. However, due to Ganondorf's influence, the 7 sages of this era were unable to awaken with the exception of Rauru, who likely had already awoken prior to the events of this game, and one more sage who we'll get into later. With his new quest in hand, Link set out to free the remaining sages, all of whom he'd met as a child. His best friend Saria, his sworn brother Darunia, his betrothed Rudo, Zelda's nursemaid Impa, and the thief Nabooru. Okay, meeting Nabooru first as a child is only a technicality of time travel, but I'm not going to go into detail on that here. Once all 6 sages were awakened, Sheik revealed themselves as Zelda, the 7th and final sage, the Sage of Time. Immediately after, however, Ganondorf, who'd been keeping watch of Link from afar, used his magic to capture Zelda in a pink crystallic prison, similar to the ones the 7 maidens in Link to the Past were found inside. With the princesses, and thus the second piece of the Triforce, now in Ganondorf's possession, Link chased the Demon King to the tower he now called home, an imposing structure built on the ruins of what was once Hyrule Castle. Atop this tower, Link finally confronted the Gerudo head-on. With all three Triforce wielders now in one room, the parts began to react, desiring to be brought back together. Ganondorf and Link began to fight, each hoping to remove the other from the equation. However, despite all of the power Ganondorf gained from the Triforce, Link still struck him down. As a consequence of this clash between two of the strongest combatants in Hyrule, the tower began to collapse. Link and Zelda only barely made it out in time. When the tower was not but ruins, and the area lay still, the two were surprised to find Ganondorf, still alive, kept from death only by the piece of the Triforce and a burning hatred. In a last-ditch effort to clinch the victory, the Triforce awakened Ganondorf's innate demonic ability, transforming him into the powerful pig beast known as Ganon. But even this form couldn't bring the Gerudo King victory, and when he was weakened enough by the Master Sword and the Light Arrows, an incarnation of Hylia's golden energy wielded by Zelda, the sages managed to seal Ganondorf within the Sacred Realm. While being sealed, he returned to his natural form of Ganondorf, swearing vengeance on Zelda, the sages, and all of Hyrule. With Ganondorf defeated, Zelda returned Link to the past, where he would reclaim his lost childhood in a world free of Ganondorf's influence. He awakened way back in time before he met Zelda, but likely after he defeated Goma and received the Kokiri Emerald. But, despite once again having control over his own life, Link still had one more thing he needed to do. He visited Zelda once again, much like he had done before. This time, however, instead of listening to her prophecy, Link told her, as well as the King of Hyrule, what he knew of Ganondorf's treachery. Likely he could prove his story by showing that he still held the Triforce of Courage from his time in the future. With this, Ganondorf was instead imprisoned and sentenced to execution, and the future was changed. This event, Link exposing Ganondorf's plot before he could claim the Triforce of Power, created two alternate timelines, often referred to in the community as the Split Timeline. The world Link created would lead to games like Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess, and the consequences of changing history would be explored. On the other hand, the original timeline, the one where Ganondorf was sealed in the Evil Realm, still existed. This world would go on to have its own future, one where Ganondorf would escape from his prison, leading to the goddesses flooding the world and the birth of a new hero. The split timeline is one of the most important parts of the Zelda continuity, and is very explicitly referenced in the games, with both features becoming backstories for different titles. There is one more feature to mention, however. In 2012, in celebration of Zelda's 25th anniversary, Nintendo released the Hyrule Historia, the first official material to come with the Zelda timeline. This timeline gave us yet another feature, one where Link died fighting Ganondorf, and, although the Demon King was still sealed, he managed to obtain the rest of the Triforce from Link and Zelda, and Hyrule fell away from the goddesses, creating the world of A Link to the Past. This is referred to as the Downfall timeline. Personally, however, I don't believe Hyrule's story to be canon. There are a number of reasons for this. For one, the timeline had been retconned a number of times by later games and books, showing the timeline in that book was not the heavily fortified document held sacred by the development team. It also contains a large amount of incorrect information that blatantly conflicts with what is shown in the games. Finally, the book was not written by the game's developers, but instead writers at Shogakukan, Nintendo Dream, and other third-party companies. The only actual member of the development team listed to be on staff is series producer Eiji Aonuma, who had admitted that he himself did not edit the book, instead crediting most of its contents to fans of the series who worked on it. This definitely deserves its own discussion separate from Ocarina of Time for now, but there's no way I can talk about Ocarina of Time and the split timeline without making my stance on the Downfall timeline very clear. I may or may not make a separate video on the topic in the future, but even if I do, I highly suggest checking out the one already made by friend of the channel, Yimcan64. I think that his video is the best compendium of information on the history of the Zelda canon, both including Hyrule Historia and other elements of the overarching narrative. Yim and I share a lot of our personal beliefs about the Zelda series, so I'd say that a lot of what he says is reminiscent of my own stance. Now, it may be possible that you disagree with me, and still believe Hyrule Historia to be canon, and that's fine. This is a fictional piece of media that only exists insofar as our beliefs and understanding of it goes. There's nothing wrong with believing differently than me, and anyone who watches my videos
is welcome to believe whatever they want. This is simply my personal stance on the book, and the perspective from which these videos are being written. If you want to have a conversation about this, you're more than welcome to post a comment and debate there, or join my Discord server, link in the description. I'll discuss where I would rather put A Link to the Past in a second, but there are a few other things that I want to discuss about this game first. We need to talk briefly about the Skull Kid. While he would go on to become the antagonist of Majora's Mask, he was first introduced here. Skull Kids are a type of forest spirit created when a child enters the Lost Woods and loses themselves there. They become a creature of the forest, with a body crafted of wood. The same thing happens to adults, though they instead become Stelphos, likely because of the link between forest and the undead that is so heavy in this series. Developer interviews have said that this never happened to Link, because he was still raised as a Kokiri, and thus belongs to the forest, even despite being Hylian. One particular Skull Kid is somewhat of a loner, and isn't accepted by his peers. He gains confidence with Link, acting as a salesman for the Happy Mask shop in Hyrule Castletown, sells the Skull Kid a mask that makes him look intimidating. This event begins the Skull Kid's interest in masks, and goes on to lead to the inciting incident of the game's sequel, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. The Happy Mask salesman, owner of the shop, also returns in this game, but we'll discuss him in more detail in that video. The concept of the Goddess of Sand also interests me a lot, being another god who is not one of the Trinity worshipped by the Hylians. The whole Gerudo culture just seems to be so disconnected from the rest of Hyrule. It's something else that I would like to explore further in future games, especially after we explore the desert more in Twilight Princess, Four Swords Adventures, and Breath of the Wild. Now for the timeline. It's no secret that Ocarina of Time, at its inception, was made to draw parallels to the backstory of A Link to the Past. The developers have gone on record saying that this game was originally meant to be exploring the Sealing War, a conflict in the history of Link to the Past that left Ganon trapped in the Sacred Realm. Many people still say that the game serves to show the earlier events of that backstory directly, often citing the Historia. However, I can't say that I agree. If we look at the Sealing War as is described in Link to the Past, we can see some similarities. Both sets of events involve Ganondorf taking the Triforce, corrupting the Sacred Realm, and then getting sealed there. However, none of the other details seem to line up. According to the Japanese version of the A Link to the Past manual, the door to the Sacred Realm was found accidentally by a band of thieves led by Ganondorf. While Ganondorf could be said to lead a band of thieves, as the king of the Gerudo, the discovery was in no way an accident. The entrance to the Sacred Realm was already known in this time period, being in the middle of Castletown. The door itself wasn't even opened by Ganondorf and his crew, but instead Link. In A Link to the Past, discovering the Sacred Realm and the Triforce caused the power-hungry thieves to fight among themselves, until the only one who remained to claim the prize was Ganondorf himself. The only Gerudo in Ocarina of Time who ever fought against Ganondorf's interests was Nabooru, who certainly didn't want the Triforce for herself, and the rest of the Gerudo certainly weren't slaughtered in the adult timeline. If anything, despite being more militant, the future-era Gerudo seemed to be quite well off. In the original manual for A Link to the Past, it was stated that Ganondorf often went by the nickname Ganon, and was more widely known under that moniker than by his proper name. Compare that to Ocarina of Time, where he was referred to as Ganondorf throughout, and only becomes known as Ganon when he takes on his demonic form during the final boss fight. Once again, Ocarina of Time fails to line up with anything we know from the A Link to the Past manual. The Ganon in A Link to the Past is also implied to have a balanced heart, as when he touched the Triforce, it became his in its entirety. Compare this again to Ocarina of Time, where Ganondorf's heart was explicitly unbalanced, and he needed to work to reform the Triforce in order to claim it. With how much Ganondorf's backstory differs between the two games, I find it hard to believe that these events are supposed to line up at all. If the different histories of Ganondorf don't work together, then we need to come to an alternative conclusion. This Ganondorf and the one in Link to the Past may share the same name and may share the same fate, but they are not the same man. Sure, they are likely reincarnations of the same being, but Ganondorf needs to be reborn before the events before A Link to the Past can even begin to occur, much like Link needs to be reborn before the hero of Twilight can leave Orden Village. Looking at the timeline, the placement of Ocarina of Time itself is fairly straightforward. In A Link to the Past, it was stated that the land of Hyrule had fallen from the gods, while in this game, the Hylians still have the high, pointed ears that supposedly symbolize their connection to the gods above. Hyrule in this period has not yet fallen. The inclusion of the Seven Sages, and also Mido, who become the namesakes of the cities found in Zelda 2, also implies that this game predates that one as well.
To a more structural point, Ocarina of Time serves as a major branching point that leads into most of the other games in the series. And with that, the real question we should be asking is instead, into which timeline do we place A Link to the Past? I will end up settling with the child timeline, mostly due to connections with later games that I will also move to this timeline, including Four Swords Adventures. The exact reasoning for this placement will be made clearer over time as I discuss the games that fill up that gap. This video has been one that I've been nervous about making for years at this point, as I feel like this is the real start of our discussion of Zelda lore. I hope the video I wound up putting out properly explains my points and beliefs, and even if you don't agree with me, I hope you still enjoyed yourselves. And with that, I think I need a break before my next Zelda video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. Mario Party was originally released on December 18th of 1998, and pitted Mario and his friends against each other in arguably the most realistic setting they've been in yet. It's board game night. But instead of playing Catan or Wingspan, we're playing Mario Party. Before we get into it, I'd like to let you guys know that the next episode of The Deepest Lore is going to be a pretty major one. I'm going to talk more about it at the end of the episode, so if you're interested in that, then be sure to stick around till the end. The game opens with Mario, Luigi, Donkey Kong, Yoshi, Wario, and Peach bickering among themselves, trying to determine who among them is the superstar. The issue with this squabble is that nobody can actually agree on the requirements of being the superstar. Eventually, they agree to settle this in a board game, with the ultimate winner being crowned as the superstar. The game seems to have been put together by Toad and a Koopa Troopa. We don't really see a lot of individualized Koopa Troopas in these games, especially this early on, but maybe it's the same Koopa that's playable in Mario Kart? Along those same lines, the Yoshi here is implied by the manual to be the Yoshi from Yoshi's Island, which I find absolutely hilarious given that there are multiple Yoshi's Island Yoshis. In the time since, it's kind of been retconned that the Yoshi who hangs out with Mario is instead the one from Super Mario World, so I think we should take that Yoshi as the one being present here instead. But even though the players have been set, one more resentful soul is pushing his way into the game. Angry at not being invited, Bowser, channeling his inner Maleficent, decides to interfere with the game, stealing coins and stars from any players he comes across. He's just acting like a petulant man-child, which actually describes Bowser quite well. The first one we'll discuss is DK's Jungle Adventure. This takes place in a jungle ruin, likely somewhere on DK Isle. The ruin is said to be home to an ancient treasure, which can be unlocked with the power of the collected stars. This is eventually shown to be a bunch of golden bananas. We haven't seen golden bananas yet in the games, but they are a collectible item that we'll start to see in Donkey Kong 64, where it's shown that the Kongs have far more than simply one bunch of these bananas. But I'm sure that DK will be more than happy to add this to his banana hoard. This board also features some Whomps, which take tolls at junctions. We also see Whomps and Thwomps take similar roles on multiple boards. This is actually a neat little piece of world building since, as was mentioned by the Whomp King in Super Mario 64, Whomps build the roads of the Mushroom Kingdom. Being the ones who keep up the infrastructure, then, it's only natural for them to take tolls as well. The next board is Peach's birthday cake, which takes place on a really big birthday cake. The board also features a new species of piranha plant who seem to be crossbred with strawberries. The stars here are used to decorate the cake with candles. Now, the game mentions over and over again that the cake was baked for somebody's birthday, but it never mentions whose birthday it is in-game. According to Mario Party Superstars, however, the cake was baked by Peach to celebrate her own birthday. Which means that, likely, everyone is gathered here to celebrate her birthday. Wait, is that why the game's called Mario Party? Next, we go to Yoshi's Tropical Island, a place that is likely somewhere near Yoshi's Island. The giant fruits in the background make me think of Yoshi's story, and the fruits we had to collect there. Here, a Yoshi gets stranded on an island in a lake, surrounded by whirlpools. It's only with the power of the collected stars that the Yoshi is freed. There's also a giant fish here named Bubba. He looks like some variant of Cheep Cheep, but exactly what is a little hard to distinguish. I won't go into the nitty-gritty of it here, but it's way more complicated than you'd think. When this board came back in Mario Party Superstars, he was officially replaced by a Cheap Chomp though, so I think we can just call him one of those. Wario's Battle Canyon takes place in the middle of a battle between pink and black Bob-ombs, drawing parallels to the Bob-omb battlefield in Super Mario 64. Interestingly though, the pink Bob-omb buddies are actually waging war in this game, when they were previously pacifists. At the end of the game, the winner uses the power of the stars to bring peace to the Bob-ombs.
Immediately, I latched onto this as a possible timeline placement, putting it sometime after Super Mario 64, ending the war that we saw in that game. Right? Unfortunately, though, that doesn't seem to be the case. Mario Party is referenced in Paper Mario 64, placing this game prior to that one. And, given that Paper Mario 64 serves as the introduction of Goomboss from Super Mario 64 DS, that means that Mario Party 1 has to be before Super Mario 64 as well. Therefore, the war we ended here was not the same one fought in Super Mario 64. In Super Mario 64, one Bob-omb buddy mentioned that the war was happening because Bowser gave King Bob-omb Power Stars. So that's likely why things started up again. Luigi's engine room is a board taking place deep in the bowels of a skyship, similar to the one seen in Super Mario 64's Rainbow Ride. It seems to have been shut down for some time, just floating lazily in the air. At the end of the board, the stars are used to restart the boat, allowing it to sail the wind once more. While this is the first time we've seen Power Stars fuel a flying vehicle, this would become more common later in the series, with Grain Stars powering the Comet Observatory, and Power Moons being the source of the Odyssey's power. Mario's Rainbow Castle surrounds the Rainbow Castle, which was abandoned long ago when the rainbows it was named for disappeared. This area looks similar to the sky levels in Super Mario 64. This connection is pushed further by the presence of Mario's wing cap to the bottom left of the map. At the end of the game, the stars are used to paint a new rainbow, returning the castle to its former glory. Now those are all the maps available at the start of the game, but there are a few more worth mentioning. First, I'll make a brief mention of Minigame Island and the Minigame Arena. On Minigame Island, the player's goal is to complete all 50 minigames in a row, while the Minigame Arena is a variant of Mario Party that is focused not on stars, but on minigame wins. Neither are particularly relevant to other titles, so I won't mention them much. I also haven't gone through every minigame with a fine-tooth comb, but if I wind up coming across anything significant about them in the future, I'll give that discovery its own video. There's also the first map, which is just a board game themed tutorial board that isn't really worth much either. This leaves two more maps that are related to the game's story. The first of these is Bowser's Magma Mountain. The Superstar candidates buy a map to the mountain from the Toad shopkeeper, and they go there to try and stop Bowser from ruining their fun. This is a large volcano located somewhere in the Koopa Kingdom, and its peak is shaped like Bowser's head. At the end of the board, the stars are used to collapse the mountain, putting a wound into Bowser's plans, but not finishing him off just yet. After 100 total stars are collected and placed in the Mushroom Bank, the endgame is finally revealed. At this point, Bowser raids the Mushroom Bank, steals all the stars, and flees into space, hitching a ride on the Eternal Star. This is an actual star that Bowser shattered and turned into a game board himself. I'm sure that if he'd been invited to the party, like he wanted to, then this would have been his regular board. Here we meet the baby Bowsers, who I really need to explain. These children are not the same as Bowser Jr. These children are not the same as the Bowser Jr. we get introduced to in later games. In fact, they aren't children at all. In Japanese, they're referred to as bunshins, or copies. They're more or less magical extensions of Bowser who can exert his will. For you Zelda people in the audience, the same word is used for the piece of Ganon inside Aghanim in Link to the Past. In later games, their name is retranslated as Koopa Kids. On this board, stars are won in hard-fought minigame battles with the Koopa Kids. At the end of the game, the stars are used to fix the Eternal Star, freeing it from Bowser's influence and setting the invading Koopas flying off into space. Don't worry though, they get home safely. With Bowser finally defeated, the game is over and the final superstar can be revealed. But who is it? Is it the birthday girl Peach? The celebrity superhero Mario? Or is it... I gotta win! Actually... yeah. In the Japanese version of Mario Party 2, Wario refers to himself as the Superstar, implying that he was the final winner of the first Mario Party event, likely by being the one who beat Bowser at the Eternal Star. Wario having and eventually losing the title of Superstar actually makes the plot of Super Mario Land far more interesting in my opinion. Calling ahead a little to later games, the events of Mario Party 2 show these same characters fighting over a plot of land they built up together. Since they all put work into it, they all want to name the land after themselves. Now there is a common theory that this parcel of land is what we'd come to know as Mario Land, given that would be the name it would have if Mario won Mario Party 2, and if Wario instead won, the place would have instead been called Wario Land. This provides a little depth to Wario's theft of not only Mario's castle, but his entire series. As the Superstar, Wario thought that he deserved the right to those things. But when he lost, well, Wario just couldn't take no for an answer. And if we keep that theory in mind, then we know that Mario Party 1 is to come sometime before the Super Mario Land series. We also need to account for Mario at some point meeting Donkey Kong, which likely wouldn't occur until around the time of his introduction in Donkey Kong Country, but we'll get into those in a later video. But looking at that area of the timeline, I noticed another game, one that we've actually talked about fairly recently, Yoshi's Cookie, or more specifically, its GameCube version. In that game, Yoshi and Mario are stated to be making cookies in preparation for Peach's birthday in a few days. I'm putting both Yoshi's Cookies games together, so that would imply that Peach's birthday is upcoming in the first Yoshi's Cookie as well. Because of this, it only makes sense to me that we put the two games together, with Mario Party coming right after Yoshi's Cookie. Adjusting a few other games to account for this, namely Donkey Kong Country and the latter appearances of Donkey Kong Jr., we wind up with this timeline. And with that, we've hit a major milestone in the history of this channel. Mario Party released in December of 1998. Just over a month later, in January of 1999, HAL Laboratories would release another game, one that would start a major Nintendo series, that would also be the entire basis for this channel. We've covered just about every other game that I could deem relevant up until this point. And finally, I think it's time. On the next episode of The Deepest Lore, we are going to discuss Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo 64. Hopefully in time for the Switch 2 release so I can try and play that sweet, sweet algorithm. Before then, I'm also going to release a compilation video featuring every single episode of The Deepest Lore that is relevant to that first Smash Bros. Game. So if you haven't caught up yet, now is your time. And with that, I guess I'll let you guys go and get to work on that Smash Bros. Episode, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Me and you and me, no matter how they toss the dice, it had to be the only one for me is you.
Something's gone wrong in the happy-go-lucky world of Nintendo. Introducing Super Smash Bros., where all your favorite characters go toe-to-toe in one 4-player star-studded slam fest, only on Nintendo 64.